Chapter 1. Survival or Annihilation. A dilemma. In the city nestled between the realms of gods and demons lies the fallen city. Here, the tranquil existence of humanity is perpetually threatened by malevolent spirits. Yet, on this particular night, a most unusual guest arrives. Welcome, host, to the world of the stockinged angel. Please expedite the completion of your novice task to qualify for the novice treasure chest. What? Before the bewildered Bai Chu could fully grasp his predicament, a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind, much like a plunger clearing a clogged toilet. After considerable effort to assimilate these memories, Bai Chu, feeling lightheaded, sank to the ground, taking a moment to collect himself before raising his hand towards the sky. The silvery moonlight pierced through the dark skin and sleeves adorned with crimson outlines, illuminating Bai Chu's somewhat bewildered gaze. I actually have become a malevolent spirit? A spirit filled with resentment, having met an untimely demise after being deliberately shoved off a rooftop while attempting to save another. Though transformed into a malevolent spirit, this was not a particularly difficult reality for Bai Chu, who had grown up without parents and had never married or had children. However, this was the fallen city, home to angels specializing in the extermination of malevolent spirits. Though merely two fallen angels, banished from the celestial realm for their misdeeds, they were still genuine angels, formidable foes to malevolent spirits. It will be prudent to seek refuge for the time being. He certainly did not wish to encounter those two angels and be swiftly dispatched as a sacrificial offering. Fortunately, night had fallen, and his natural disguise helped him evade the attention of passers-by. With a sigh, Bai Chu rose, bracing himself on his knees, and began to navigate the streets following the route etched in his new memories, deliberately avoiding illuminated areas as he made his way to his former residence in the fallen city, all the while communicating with the system. System, what is the novice task? Please devour any malevolent spirit to acquire soul power, which will qualify you for the novice treasure chest. What is soul power? The higher the soul power, the greater the host's strength. Additionally, a fixed amount of 5 soul power is required daily to sustain the host's existence. Bai Chu halted, a sudden dread washing over him as he recalled his translucent form. System, how much soul power do I currently possess? 0 points. A gentle reminder, should your soul power be insufficient to cover the consumption for the following day, the host will cease to exist entirely. Bai Chu grimaced, feeling an ache in his jaw. Truly, there was no respite to be had. If I'm gone, then you. This system will naturally seek a new host. Bai Chu's lips twitched. Very well indeed. Then provide me with some guidance. Where might I find other malevolent spirits? They cannot simply materialize with a bang. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled explosions abruptly interrupted Bai Chu's conversation with the system. Suddenly, all the sewage manhole covers on the street were propelled into the air by a torrent of liquid that erupted from below, accompanied by an indescribable stench that splattered outward in all directions. The surreal scene, with debris flying through the air, left Bai Chu, whose complexion was originally dark, looking noticeably pale. He scrambled to seek refuge beneath a structure that offered some protection, successfully avoiding being drenched in the foul liquid. Once the viscous substance hit the ground, it seemed to come alive, writhing and coiling in a singular direction, ultimately coalescing into a towering and Titian enormous, grotesque figure with a human-like face, standing 4 to 5 stories high and exuding a dark crimson hue. Host, please be advised. A consumable target has been detected, codenamed Sprayer Brown. This entity is a malevolent spirit formed from the vengeful essence of a plumber who perished from asphyxiation due to blockage from excrement. Bai Chu's face, already dark, darkened further. You want me to consume that thing? Despite having transcended into the realm of malevolent spirits, Bai Chu still felt a wave of nausea well up within him at the sight of Sprayer Brown and the foul odor emanating from it, capable of tainting even the soul. Correction, the essence of the malevolent spirit is not composed of excrement. The host need not worry. Bai Chu remained silent, but the sight of the fallen city officers arriving to address the anomaly, only to be overcome by the noxious slime spewed forth by Sprayer Brown, left him feeling apprehensive. Although his complexion was dark, to outsiders, his fear remained hidden. As the saying goes, a mop dipped in filth can resemble the legendary warrior Elbu. However, If you find yourself facing Elbu, the situation becomes dire. I refuse to believe that within a single night, I cannot locate another malevolent spirit. This was a matter of principle, and as long as there was even the slightest possibility, he would not choose the path of submission. Gritting his teeth, Bai Chu was about to turn and leave when suddenly a booming rock anthem erupted, accompanied by an electrifying female voice singing, "Fly away, now fly away, now fly away." The familiar transformation theme music caused Bai Chu's heart to skip a beat, despite the fact that he no longer possessed a heart. Angels! There's another malevolent spirit over there. He's tried to escape. Quickly stop him. The exuberant afro-haired priest, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, pointed towards Bai Chu, shouting at Panty and Stocking, who had just completed their transformation. Bai Chu, momentarily frozen in shock, instinctively raised a finger towards himself, his voice tinged with confusion as he stammered. "Huh? Me? Don't shout so loudly. Beto, I'm not blind. You drenched me. You foul spirit. Prepare to meet your end. Stocking, let's go." Adorned with earrings, a striking beauty with golden locks and azure eyes, exhibiting a quintessential American style, extended her hands, painted in vibrant crimson nail polish, towards her white mini dress. In contrast, another charming girl, with flowing black hair and clad in attire that exuded a quintessential Gothic aesthetic, named Stocking, mirrored Panty's movements, gliding her hands along her long legs. Both intoned a prayer in unison. "O Lamb lost in the crevices of the world, evil spirits birthed in darkness, may the lightning that clings to the sacred maiden's soft skin transform all impurities into dust, returning to the realm of existence. Repent." 2. What initially appeared to be ordinary intimate apparel, under the infusion of the two angelic girls' powers, transmuted into gleaming handguns and long blades shimmering with ethereal light. Chapter 2. Strive, and the evil spirit transforms into a demon. Observing his adversary's demeanor, it was evident that he was perceived as yet another target to be hunted. Cold sweat trickled down Bai Chu's forehead. Of course, this was merely a figurative expression. Evil spirits do not perspire. System, how do I consume it? Tell me quickly. A grimace of urgency marred Bai Chu's face. There was no time for hesitation. Unable to fight back or flee, Bai Chu faced certain death against the nemesis of evil spirits, with no means of defense. In the current predicament, Bai Chu's only hope of survival lay in consuming the sprayer brown to obtain the beginner's treasure chest. He needed to act before the angels could slay Sprayer Brown. The host merely needs to touch the evil spirit's essence and silently chant "consume." "Don't deceive me." Resolute, Bai Chu gritted his teeth, sprinting towards Sprayer Brown. Fortunately, as an evil spirit, his physique was devoid of fatigue, and his speed surpassed that of ordinary humans. At the moment Panty was about to pull the trigger, Bai Chu's right hand, shaped like a blade, plunged fiercely into Sprayer Brown's body. "Consume him." With Bai Chu's furious command, his entire form exploded into a mass of expanding black liquid, instantly enveloping Sprayer Brown's colossal frame. Bang! Panty fired a shot aimed at Sprayer Brown's head, but the rapidly shrinking body narrowly evaded the bullet. Shrinking? Momentarily taken aback, Panty lowered her aim and fired 3 more shots at the coalescing mass, which was on the verge of regaining its humanoid size. Boom! 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 3 ethereal bullets were cleaved apart by a long blade radiating violet light. Congratulations, host. You have consumed the evil spirit excretor Brown, earning 55 soul power points and 1 heaven coin. Congratulations, host. You have completed the beginner's task, earning a beginner's treasure chest. Treasure chest opened, receiving a permanent character equipment card. Gagura's Gagura. Upon equipping, all skills and proficiencies of this character are acquired, usable upon consuming specific soul power points. Consume 10 soul power points to activate Gagura Demon Form. A 3-minute countdown begins, consuming 5 soul power points, summoning the exclusive weapon of Gagula, the Serpent Heart Sword. Consuming 5 soul power points, summoning the exclusive weapon of Gagula, the Dark Ring. Having absorbed the resentment of Sprayer Brown, creating the monster card Sprayer Brown. A rapid succession of system notifications flitted through Bai Chu's mind. Although the process appeared intricate, merely a few seconds had elapsed. The peculiar sensation, both unfamiliar and familiar, compelled Bai Chu, now transformed into Gagula, to tighten his grip on the serpent heart sword. A hero of both light and darkness, Gagula, is it? What a splendid hand I have drawn. Clang! Suddenly, Bai Chu tilted his head, evading an incoming spiritual projectile, and raised his sword to intercept Stocking's blue and white striped spirit blade. Oh, how intriguing! Stocking withdrew her blade and launched an attack, a flurry of swift and delicate sword lights erupting before her. Come! Following the instinct of his body, Bai Chu swung the serpent heart sword. Though he had never engaged in any martial arts training, at this moment, Bai Chu resembled a master who had dedicated years to the craft. The serpent heart sword technique poured forth from his hands like a torrential downpour, and in an instant he clashed with Stocking in a fierce exchange of dozens of strikes. Although neither combatant could claim victory in swordsmanship in such a brief time, Bai Chu, transformed into Gagula, gradually gained the upper hand in physical strength, slowly suppressing Stocking's offensive. Stocking, get back! As it became evident that her sister was about to falter, Panty boldly leaped into the fray. Armed with her spirit gun, she was unburdened by concerns over ammunition. At the moment Stocking withdrew her blade to dodge, Panty unleashed a torrential barrage of spiritual bullets at Bai Chu. In response to Panty's surprise attack, Bai Chu sheathed his sword, opting to expend 5 soul power points. Lowering his body slightly, he drew his sword once more for a horizontal slash. Serpent Heart Sword, draw slash. The violet spiritual aura of the sword energy cleaved through the air, colliding forcefully with Panty's barrage, both forces vanishing into the night sky. Tsh! Panty's brow furrowed. Be careful. Panty, that guy is no ordinary malevolent spirit. His strength is somewhat outrageous. Stocking retreated to Panty's side, transferring her blade to her left hand while shaking her slightly numb right wrist. Ah, Stocking, I can see that. I've never encountered such a formidable malevolent spirit before. However, if he is this strong, it implies. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Panty's eyes. If we defeat him, might we not acquire more heavenly coins? Oh, that possibility does exist. After a moment's contemplation, the corners of Stocking's mouth curved upward slightly. Perhaps we could amass all the heavenly coin shares in one fell swoop. Haha, I thought the same. Panty's smile broadened. In that case, let us engage in a long-awaited confrontation. Stocking. Understood. Stocking conjured another spiritual blade from her undergarments and handed the spiritual gun to Panty. Let's see how long you can endure. The angelic sisters charged once more towards Bai Chu. TSK, more of them? The soul power that had just been acquired dwindled to a mere 30 points, and the transformation time of Gagula in its demon form had already been halved. Continuing to battle them seemed futile, yet extricating oneself from the clutches of the angelic sisters was no simple task. It was imperative to divert their attention away from her. Ah, the monster card from earlier, along with the heavenly coins. A sudden inspiration struck Bai Chu. Consuming another 10 points of soul power, she lowered the serpent's heart sword and aimed it at the advancing Panty and Stocking, twisting her wrist to unleash a strike. Serpent's heart sword, crescent slash wave. Unlike the traditional sword draw, the black-red sword energy tore through the asphalt beneath Bai Chu, forcing Panty and Stocking to evade to either side. Seizing the moment before they could advance further, Bai Chu retrieved the dark ring and a card depicting the image of Jetstream Sam. She pressed the heavenly coin against the card, allowing it to pass through the center of the dark ring, consuming 5 points of soul power. Arise, Jetstream Sam. Amidst the brilliance of black light, Jetstream Sam re-emerged into existence. The gleaming heavenly coin upon his forehead stood out strikingly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai Chu swiftly slipped into a narrow alleyway between buildings, vanishing from sight. Chapter 3. The frenzied taxi. Moments later, as the Jetter Brown exploded into a myriad of fragments, the foul stench that had lingered within the city of fallen angels dissipated. Clink! The sound of heaven coins bouncing off the ground was crisp and melodious. Panty, that fellow has made his escape. Shall we pursue? Stocking, with a look of disdain, used her spiritual blade to lift a heaven coin, casually tossing it into the hands of the explosive-haired priest. Of course we shall. Listen, angels. The church bells have tolled, signifying the eradication of the malevolence. The mission is accomplished. It is time to return and rest. Father Beto vigorously wiped the heaven coin with a tissue elongating his voice to utter in a peculiar tone. Ah, now that you mention it. Panty, still riding the high of victory, glanced up at the moon, calculating the time, and her enthusiasm waned. It's so late already. Never mind then. She retracted her powers, returning the spiritual gun to its original form and handing it back to Stocking. As long as he continues his mischief in fallen angels, he will eventually be caught. This moment is inconsequential. Taking the gun, Stocking did not hasten to equip it, instead raising her hand to stifle a yawn. It's time to return from my beauty sleep. Otherwise, wrinkles will appear. However, before that, I must indulge in a sweet treat to reward myself for all this hard work. Yes, that is settled. I believe a proper relaxation is in order, Panty remarked, intertwining her fingers behind her head, her enchanting eyes scanning the surroundings. Let me see if there are any good men nearby. Thus, the trio sauntered away from the scene. On the other side, Bai Chu, having reverted from his demon form, strolled leisurely along the street. Equipped with a character card, his appearance was no longer that of a malevolent spirit. He donned a tailored, high-end suit that fit him impeccably, complemented by a black shirt adorned with a burgundy waistcoat and tie. A vibrant red pocket square, patterned like snake scales, peeked from the pocket of his suit jacket. With his wavy, shoulder-length hair styled in a side part, he bore a striking resemblance to the human form of Gagula, enhanced by the ornate silver earring adorning his left ear. He looked as though he had just finished a shift at an upscale cabaret. After gracefully declining the enthusiastic invitation of a voluptuous socialite adorned in glimmering jewels, Bai Chu's expression shifted as he opened his palm. The monster card of the Jetter Brown coalesced in his hand once more. Indeed, is this all there is? Better than nothing. Stowing away the card, Bai Chu continued along the path etched in his memory. Upon returning to his residence in Fallen Angels, a tidy, compact studio apartment that, though small, was fully equipped, a wave of safety and contentment surged from the depths of his soul. Gazing at the custom-made bed in the center of the room, large enough for 4 or 5 people to lie side by side, fatigue enveloped him in an instant. With a lion-like grace, he flung himself onto the center of the bed, rolling over and pulling the covers around him. The mattress, with its moderate softness, combined with a fluffy and warm quilt. Zila set by Chushatens Nova. Exhausted in both body and mind, he slowly closed his eyes and succumbed to a deep slumber. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind, deducting 5 points of soul power. This abrupt sound jolted Bai Chu awake, who had spent the night entangled in a nightmare, pursued by the angelic sisters of the abyss. He sprang up from the bed like a zombie. As his mind was still coming to life, Bai Chu surveyed his surroundings, only to find himself sitting dazedly back on the mattress. He hunched over, resting his chin on his hands, staring blankly at the intricate patterns of the floor tiles, taking a moment to fully awaken. It turned out, it was not a dream. He had truly traversed realms. Wait, where are my clothes? Bai Chu distinctly remembered lying down fully clothed. Yet now he found himself completely bare, not even a pair of undergarments remaining. However, as his thoughts shifted, a flash of purple-black light enveloped him, and the flamboyant suit reappeared on his body. So this is the nature of the setting. Energy manifestation? Quite convenient. Bai Chu murmured to himself as he stood and made his way towards the bathroom. It must be said, the essence of a malevolent spirit proved to be quite advantageous in certain aspects. Despite having gone nearly an entire day without food or water, Bai Chu felt neither hunger nor thirst, nor did he have any need for relief. Yet, the habits cultivated over the years led him to sit on the toilet, propping his elbows on his knees, resting his chin in his hands, striving for a calm mindset as he began to reflect on the events of the previous day. However, this brief moment of tranquility was soon shattered by the cacophony of sirens outside. Interrupting his thoughts, Bai Chu approached the window, peering out to observe a multitude of police cars from the fallen city in pursuit of a speeding vehicle adorned with bold red flame patterns, exuding an air of ostentation. At the windshield of that flamboyant sports car, a black and red malevolent spirit, resembling a helmeted figure, protruded, cackling maniacally. Host, please note, we have identified a consumable target. Codenamed the Frenzied Driver. This malevolent spirit is the result of a driver who perished from a fall while speeding off a cliff, driven by an obsession with velocity. Here comes an opportunity. Bai Chu felt a surge of excitement. However, noticing his dwindling soul power of just 10 points, he paused to ponder, ultimately deciding against immediately transforming into his demonic form. Instead, he made his way to the entrance, retrieved the original wallet, pulled out several $100 bills, and exited the building to take the elevator down to the ground floor. Taxi. He hailed a cab from the roadside, and upon entering, instructed the driver to expedite their journey to the exit of the elevated bridge where the malevolent spirit was speeding. When Bai Chu handed the driver cash amounting to over $100, the young African-American man's eyes lit up with excitement. With the skill of a professional racer, he shifted gears, pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the tires screeched against the pavement, billowing a cloud of white smoke. As the brake was released, the taxi shot forward like a cannonball. Whoosh. In an instant, a powerful force thrust Bai Chu's body firmly against the seatback, accompanied by a piercing screech of brakes. The taxi, akin to a darting fish, navigated through the flow of traffic, executing a graceful drift before coming to a steady halt. Boss, we have arrived. What do you think? My speed and skill are quite commendable, aren't they? Upon exiting the vehicle, Bai Chu, with legs still slightly unsteady, feigned composure and nodded at the driver with a smile. No exaggeration here. Amongst all the taxi drivers in Fallen City, none can rival me. Save for that unfortunate fellow who recently tumbled off a cliff. Here is my business card. Should you require similar services in the future, do not hesitate to call. With another press of the accelerator, the taxi once again melded into the traffic, weaving in and out several times before vanishing from sight. Stowing the driver's business card into his pocket, Bai Chu wiped away the non-existent sweat from his forehead, exhaling deeply as he swallowed back the racing heart that had nearly lodged in his throat. Although, given his current status, he might not suffer injuries even in the event of an accident, the anxiety associated with such experiences was inescapable. In the densely packed city streets, where speeds exceeded 200 kilometers per hour and constant lane changes were the norm, who could sit in the passenger seat without feeling fear? Chapter 4. A reunion with the Angel Sisters. Ha ha ha. A bunch of foolish fools think they can catch up with me? Dream on. I am the swiftest. Having just shed a swarm of infernal city police cars that were attempting to encircle him, the malevolent spirit felt quite elated as he accelerated towards the exit of the overpass. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the once desolate road. What imbecile dares to stand in my way? Get out of my way now. The malevolent spirit bellowed, furiously honking the horn, the shrill sound echoing like a sonic weapon, causing the smooth asphalt to crack beneath its force. Yet, the individual standing in the middle of the road seemed entirely unfazed by the warning, raising his right hand to his ear as if to clean it, and provocatively gestured with his middle finger. Come over here, the enraged driver of the chaotic car shouted. Seeking death, are we? Very well, I shall oblige. The exhaust of the sports car erupted in a fiery blaze, the already swift vehicle accelerating even further as it barreled towards the figure in the road. The malevolent spirit cackled, his gaze fixed intently on the person, envisioning their body shattering under the impact, blood staining the ground in a gruesome spectacle. Consuming 5 soul power. As purple light flickered, the serpent heart sword was grasped in Bai Chu's hand. Steeling himself, he pressed his left thumb against the hilt, gently pushing upwards. When the chaotic driver-esque car was less than a meter away, he expended the remaining 5 points of soul power and suddenly tightened his grip on the hilt, unleashing a crescent of purple light that cleaved down from above the driver's head. Serpent heart sword, draw slash. The red sports car was instantly severed in two, grazing the hem of Bai Chu's suit as it careened past him, crashing awkwardly into the guardrails on either side of the road. Boom! The wreckage of the sports car exploded, thick black smoke billowing into the air, while the chaotic driver's severed head was propelled from the debris by the explosion shockwave, landing on the ground and writhing as it attempted to reattach itself. You bastard! How dare you! Even in such a pitiful state, the mouth remained defiant. Bai Chu, however, had no intention of wasting words. Devour him. Those simple words marked the end of the malevolent spirit, chaotic driver. Black liquid oozed from Bai Chu's palm, completely enveloping the driver's head, which gradually shrank and retracted into his body, silencing the venomous curses. Congratulations, host. You have devoured the malevolent spirit chaotic driver, gaining 60 soul power points and 1 heaven coin. Observing the once empty soul power now replenished with an additional 60 points. A profound sense of security washed over Bai Chu, as if to say, with provisions in hand, there is no cause for alarm. Would you like to consume 5 soul power points to summon the Dark Ring, creating the monster card Chaotic Driver? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Bai Chu pondered briefly before arriving at a decision. She summoned the Dark Ring, holding it aloft before her. As the violet luminescence enveloped the remnant grievances of the full frenzy charioteer, drawing them within and giving birth to a brand new monster card. At the moment this card landed in Bai Chu's hands, a pink convertible Hummer, its robust tires crushing the dilapidated pavement, roared towards her with abandon, executing a splendid drift and halting directly before her. Following closely, a Harley motorcycle emerged from the opposite side of the road, coming to a stop parallel to the Hummer. Together, they formed a blockade, trapping Bai Chu in the middle of the street. Where's the evil spirit? On the motorcycle, Panty, clad in a leather vest and a short skirt, resembling a rebellious biker girl, removed her sunglasses and surveyed the surroundings with a frown. Hey, Stocking, didn't we say there would be an evil spirit? Where did it go? Stocking, maintaining her goth-lowly aesthetic, leapt down from the pink Hummer, equally perplexed as she scanned the area. Strange, I just saw it. There's south only one road here. Where could it have run off to? Ding, ding, ding. The distant church bells suddenly chimed, startling the two sisters. The ringing signified that the evil spirit had been vanquished. Could it be someone got there first? Who? Stocking's brow furrowed as her gaze shifted to the only figure present. This person. Wait, that sword? Upon noticing the serpent heart sword hanging at Bai Chu's waist, Stocking's expression turned icy. Panty, that individual is the very evil spirit that escaped from us earlier. Huh. Panty's eyebrows shot up in surprise. What a small world. Let's take care of him this time. In truth, it was not entirely the angelic sisters' fault that they did not recognize Bai Chu immediately. During their first encounter, he had presented himself as a standard dark spirit, and when they clashed subsequently, he had transformed into a demonic form. Now, he appeared wholly human, indistinguishable from an ordinary person, thus evading any connection to the horned fiend they had previously faced. As Panty appraised Bai Chu's human exterior, her eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. Am I not a bad-looking man at all? If I were to dispose of him so easily, it would be quite a shame. Perhaps I should indulge a little first. It is worth noting that prior to arriving here, she had been the owner of the Harley motorcycle, reveling in the thrill of the ride. However, before she could fully satiate her desires, Stocking had summoned her with a phone call. With unfulfilled cravings simmering beneath the surface, Panty found her lust ignited upon witnessing Bai Chu's appearance. You lustful wench, don't be foolish. That's an evil spirit. We need to eliminate him quickly. My freshly bought strawberry cake is waiting for my return. Stocking had removed her blue and white knee-high stockings, transforming them into a spiritual blade, advancing step by step towards White Initial. I certainly knew this was not due to a sense of wastefulness. Panty wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, regretfully extending her fingers towards the weapon storage location. However, after a prolonged search, she found nothing. Panty's lips twitched in dismay. Oh no, my weapon has been left at the motel, unfazed by the appearance of the angelic sisters. White Initial, upon confirming their identities, did not, as before, hastily make his escape. Instead, he resolved to execute a plan he had just conceived. Chapter 5. Reaching consensus with angels. Good morning to you both. It is a pleasure to see you again. Bai Chu greeted the angelic sisters with enthusiasm. Ah, the malevolent spirit. How audacious of you to show your face after narrowly escaping death. Do you truly consider us beneath your notice? Despite lacking a weapon, Panty remained unperturbed, swaggering forward like a street tough, hands tucked in her pockets, and a defiant expression upon her face. Although Panty wielded a spirit gun, it did not imply she was inept at close combat. After all, angels are fundamentally instruments of warfare from the heavenly realm. Oh dear, let us not speak so hastily. Who in the infamous fallen city has not heard of the notorious spirit hunters? I have long admired the formidable prowess and beauty of Miss Panty and Miss Stocking. Bai Chu expressed his admiration with genuine sincerity. Why such sweet words? Panty's pride was palpable. You silver-tongued rogue. Stocking's sharp tongue remained intact. Yet the slight curl of her lips betrayed her true sentiments. Nevertheless, this would not alter Panty and Stocking's resolute intent to eradicate evil spirits. Very well, considering your perceptiveness. Remain still and obedient. I shall gently escort you to heaven. Observing Panty's clenched fists, Bai Chu felt no trepidation. With a flick of his fingers, he produced a melodious ding. What? Clang! Panty instinctively reached out, her palm revealing a gleaming golden heavenly coin. Simultaneously, Stocking, mistakenly believing Bai Chu intended to strike, launched a swift attack with her blade. Bai Chu deftly parried with a segment of his snakeheart sword. Yet Stocking's preemptive strike forced him back against the metal railing. What is this? Attempting to bribe us? One coin alone is hardly sufficient to purchase your life. Hand over all you possess, and perhaps, if we are in a generous mood, we may spare you. Panty tossed the heavenly coin in her hand before pocketing it, and addressed Bai Chu with a tone laced with extortion. She glanced at Stocking, subtly shaking her head, signaling her to refrain from attacking for the moment. She intended to extract every last bit from him first. Gentle ladies, while I no longer possess any heavenly coins, I do have a proposition. Despite the blade poised at my throat, my expression remained calm and unruffled. We could collaborate. The heavenly coins you seek are of no use to me. Should any evil spirits emerge, simply inform me of their location, and I shall eradicate them on your behalf, subsequently presenting you with the heavenly coins that materialize. As it is today, if the task of vanquishing the malevolent spirits were entrusted to me, it would not disrupt the leisure time that both of you ought to enjoy. Miss Stocking could savor the delightful taste of cake, while Miss Panty, well, there's no need for me to elaborate. What do you think of this proposal? At this moment, Stocking appeared somewhat intrigued. The clearest evidence being her grip on her power over Bai Chu had noticeably loosened. Panty approached her, whispering a few words, after which Stocking promptly retracted her spiritual blade. You're not permitted to run amok. We must discuss this matter thoroughly, until we reach a conclusion. Should you exhibit even the slightest inclination to flee, I shall end you. Do you understand? Bai Chu nodded in acknowledgement, disregarding the dust on the ground as he sat cross-legged, the snake-heart sword resting on his lap, propping his chin with one hand, curiously observing the angel sisters who were playfully whispering to one another at a distance. Panty, I find his proposal quite appealing. What is your perspective? Stocking, with a glimmer of excitement in her eyes, began to envision a life where she could indulge in a variety of delectable desserts while awaiting the delivery of heavenly currency without lifting a finger. Indeed, it was a most alluring prospect. Wait a moment. Stocking, you previously reminded me that he is a malevolent spirit. Why the sudden change of heart? Panty, who initially wore a similarly excited expression, now crossed her arms, casting a sidelong glance at Stocking, her tone tinged with irritation. Times change, Stocking replied, her expression slightly awkward. Nevertheless, it was undeniably a splendid idea. What a rare opportunity to venture down to the earthly realm only to deal with those bothersome evil spirits daily. If not for the collection of heavenly currency. As Panty pondered the feasibility of this proposal, she twirled a strand of her golden hair around her finger. Soon enough, her gaze returned to Bai Chu, who sat obediently in place, his face devoid of any trace of malevolence that could stir her interest. This fellow is remarkably good at concealing his true nature, Panty muttered under her breath instinctively. However, Panty questioned, but will Baido permit us to do this? Collaborate with malevolent spirits? Stocking posed a critical question. Baido, the priest with an explosive hairstyle, was the dedicated caretaker and commander of Panty and Stocking since their descent to the earthly realm, possessing an inexplicable and profound connection to the celestial realm. What if we simply do not inform him? Even if hypothetically he were to find out, what difference would it make? As long as the malevolent spirits are eradicated and we secure the heavenly currency, it matters not who executed the deed. Panty waved her hand dismissively, her expression nonchalant. But what if he deceives us? What if this is merely an excuse for him to escape? And if so, what then? Even if he is a fraud, what loss do we incur? Moreover, should he truly deceive us, the next time we meet, he shall be doomed. Panty declared confidently, her fists clenched. Although her mind was often consumed with thoughts of desire, relentlessly pursuing high-quality men to achieve her ambitious conquests, when it came to matters of personal interest, her intellect proved to be remarkably sharp. Indeed, that settles it then? Stocking hesitated slightly. Naturally, one cannot overlook such a useful individual. Yet, excuse me, what is your name? Since we have decided to collaborate, we cannot keep referring to you as the malevolent spirit. Can we? Feeling bored from sitting, Bai Chu gazed at the sky, momentarily emptying her mind, her eyes beginning to glaze over, when she suddenly snapped back to reality and found Panty standing before her. Due to the angle and distance, Bai Chu was confronted with a terrifying abyss of malevolence. Ah, indeed, worthy of being a legendary dungeon. Yet, he was no inexperienced fool, untouched by the world, having never even held a girl's hand. Thus, he naturally shifted his gaze upward, locking eyes with Panty. Miss Panty, you may call me Bai Chu. Bai Chu. Very well. Bai Chu, do you know how to drive? Chapter 6. The Identity Issue in the Future, the Pink Convertible Hummer. Having paused briefly beside a supermarket, rejoined the flow of traffic, this time driven by Bai Chu. In the passenger seat sat Stocking, her long, sleek blade resting across her lap, its tip directed ominously towards the driver. While she indulged in the delightful ice cream offered by Bai Chu, her trust in him remained tenuous. Her gaze frequently darted toward him, ready to strike should he make any sudden moves. Meanwhile, Panty lounged in the back seat, arms sprawled, shoes discarded, her bare feet crossed atop the backrest of the driver's seat, relishing the cool breeze beneath her skirt. With a contented stretch, she addressed the two. Do I really need to accompany you on this errand? As the number of cars ahead dwindled, Bai Chu, focused on driving, finally diverted some attention to the angelic sisters and inquired, is it really necessary for me to go with you? Of course. Since you wish to collaborate with us, there will be plenty of opportunities to visit the church in the future, and you will undoubtedly encounter Beto. It would be prudent to familiarize yourself with him beforehand. Panty replied, her tone becoming slightly more earnest as she removed her sunglasses to observe Bai Chu in the rearview mirror, to prevent that old man from becoming suspicious. Your identity will be my new boyfriend. Do you understand? Oh, well. Bai Chu hesitated, his expression revealing discomfort, prompting Panty to raise an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? With a swift kick, Panty struck the backrest. You're a grown man. Stop being so evasive. Just say what you mean. Can I be friends with Miss Stocking? After all, reputation. Never mind. I simply wish to express that I prefer Miss Stocking's type of girl. In terms of both appearance and figure, she is truly exceptional, Bai Chu replied, feigning nonchalance with a shrug. Though a demon, your taste is commendable, Stocking said, her lips curling into a smile at Bai Chu's compliment, instinctively straightening her posture, accentuating her already alluring figure. What? Panty exploded, her legs parting as she leaned over the headrest, tightening her grip around Bai Chu's neck. You little brat, what makes Stocking better than me? Do you have any idea how many people in the fallen city wish to spend a night with me? I wouldn't even glance at them. And you, a mere demon, dare to criticize me. I might as well strangle you right here. Ha ha ha, Panty, don't get so angry. What he means is that everyone has discerning eyes, Stocking chimed in, playfully pushing her more ample assets upward with her arm, a triumphant smile on her face. Her teasing only intensified Panty's grip, which tightened further in frustration. Cough, Miss Panty, I was merely jesting. You may say whatever you wish, but I am currently driving. Safety first. The Hummer was driving normally when, all of a sudden, it began to swerve as if intoxicated, sketching out and followed by Abe on the road. With a resounding crash, the church doors were forcefully kicked open. Hey, Berto, where are you? Come meet someone. Panty's booming voice reverberated throughout the chapel, before Father Berto could make his appearance. A scruffy, zipper-clad green dog leapt out, only to be swiftly kicked aside by Panty, ricocheting off the chapel walls before landing on the ground. Yet the dog seemed unscathed, quickly bouncing back up, its expression a mocking grin as it sat, tongue lolling, gazing curiously at the unfamiliar man beside Panty, who was holding a paper bag. The man showed neither surprise nor disdain at the dog's presence. Instead, he approached with delight and reached into the bag. "Greetings, you must be Chaku," as Panty mentioned. "A pleasure to meet you. I look forward to our future encounters." Woof. But in the next instant, Chaku's eyes widened and drool spilled uncontrollably. The man produced a delectable, aromatic chicken leg from a bag, complete with a red bow tied around the bone. "A small gift, a token of my esteem." Woof woof. "Is this truly for me?" Chaku's gaze brimmed with disbelief. Moments later, the chicken leg was thrust into its mouth, and its head was gently rubbed. "Enjoy. When we meet again, I shall bring more." The man's warm smile and tender voice brought Chaku, who had never known kindness, to tears. It is worth noting that Chaku, a colossal hellhound with the gift of immortality, had been relegated to this church, where it served merely as a conduit for divine commands and a punching bag for the angelic sisters. Its diet consisted of leftovers and chicken bones, enduring relentless beatings, only to revive swiftly. Although it typically exuded a carefree and jovial demeanor, it was not oblivious to acts of kindness. Observing Chaku, tearfully clutching the chicken leg and glancing back repeatedly, Panty's brow furrowed slightly. A single chicken leg has won its loyalty. What a foolish dog. "Panty, the chapel is a sacred place. Silence is imperative before the Lord." At that moment, a boisterous African-American priest emerged from the side chamber, clutching a Bible. "Oomph. What a show-off. You are the loudest one here on ordinary days," Panty scoffed, rolling her eyes. Nevertheless, she linked her arm with Bai Chu and brightly declared, "Birdo, this is my boyfriend. He'll be visiting me often." "Boyfriend?" The priest's scrutinizing gaze fell upon Bai Chu. With a smile, Bai Chu stepped forward, retrieving a rather large gift box from the paper bag, extending it with both hands. "Good day, Father Beto. I understand you are Miss Panty's guardian. It is a pleasure to meet you. Please accept this modest gift as a token of my respect." However, Father Beto did not reach out to accept it. Instead, he fixated his expressionless eyes on Bai Chu. Though Bai Chu maintained a calm demeanor, he felt a surge of vigilance within. After all, Father Beto was the earthly representative of the divine realm, an apostle whose lifespan was indeterminate and whose power was formidable. He possessed the divine gift of immortality, capable of resurrecting even if reduced to mere fragments. At this moment, Bai Chu could not ascertain whether Father Beto could see through the disguise of his identity card. Thus, he remained prepared to make a swift exit if necessary. After all, his current reserve of soul energy was sufficient to utilize the skill of instantaneous transfer. As for engaging in a confrontation with the priest, that seemed ill-advised. A skirmish with angelic sisters might be trivial, but Father Beto had the ear of the heavens. Should he attract the attention of the deity from the celestial realm, whose very essence differed vastly, Bai Chu harbored no confidence in evading the divine retribution that could ensue. Chapter 7. Panty's joyful invitation. "I can sense you are a fine young man, but are you truly serious about being Panty's boyfriend? Surely, you have heard of her exploits?" Fortunately, the system is robust enough. Father Beto seems unaware of Bai Chu's true identity and wishes to dissuade him from falling into a quagmire. "Indeed, I have heard of her, but that does not overshadow the fact that Miss Panty is an exceptionally remarkable woman. Furthermore, my affection for Miss Panty is genuine. I am only concerned with the future, not the past." Bai Chu's smile grew increasingly sincere as he once again extended the gift box forward. "Since you have stated your case, I shall refrain from further admonition. I will accept this gift." Watching Father Beto accept the gift, Bai Chu felt a slight sense of relief. He stepped forward, lowered his voice to a volume only he and Father Beto could hear, and whispered, "Father, please make sure you open this gift when you are alone." "Oh, very well." Although puzzled by Bai Chu's meaningful smile, Father Beto decided to heed the other suggestion. At that moment, Panty approached, fully aware that Bai Chu's words were merely a fa-ade, yet she felt pleased nonetheless. She placed her hand on Bai Chu's shoulder, giving him a thumbs up with a triumphant grin. "So what do you think, Beto? I found myself a good man." "Indeed, he may be a good man, but you." Father Beto cast a slightly disdainful glance at Panty, but chose not to continue, turning instead toward the chapel's side room tacitly accepting Bai Chu's role as Panty's boyfriend. Panty, unfazed by Father Berto's disdain, cheekily gestured a middle finger at his retreating figure before dragging Bai Chu and stalking to the second-floor room at the back of the church. To be honest, had Bai Chu not known this was a bedroom, he might have thought he had entered a laundromat. Aside from a somewhat clean large bed, the corners of the room were cluttered with various boxes and haphazardly piled clothes that Panty had carelessly strewn about. Oh, and there were various little toys and balloons of every hue. Panty casually picked up a weapon resting on the bedside and, with nonchalance, equipped it. She then plopped onto the bed and pulled out a flip phone. Hey, let us exchange contact information, including stockings. If we receive any news about malevolent spirits, we will notify you. Seated in a chair, Bai Chu dutifully provided his phone number. Remember, you must answer our calls. If you dare to stand us up, you are in big trouble, Panty warned, shaking her fist at Bai Chu. Rest assured, I understand. After saving the number, Bai Chu prepared to leave, only to be seized by Panty, who pulled him down onto the large bed. Miss Panty, is there something else you wish to discuss? Reclining on the bed, Bai Chu turned her head to the side and, with a hint of confusion, inquired of Panty. Of course. Panty shot Bai Chu an exasperated glance. If you leave right after arriving, Bert will undoubtedly question your identity. Well, simply sitting here is rather dull. How about? Panty extended her delicate, pink tongue to moisten her lips, suddenly flipping over to straddle Bai Chu's waist, her hand caressing Bai Chu's cheek. The soft and smooth texture of her skin caused Panty's smile to become increasingly alluring. What wonderfully tender skin you possess. Do you, as a malevolent spirit, indulge in any skincare? Your figure is quite commendable. Would you care to engage in a little escapade? As she spoke, Panty abruptly unfastened the buttons of Bai Chu's shirt, her mischievous hand slipping inside. Observing this, Stocking curled her lip in disdain, rising to depart. She had no desire to witness the unfolding scene. In response to Panty's invitation, Bai Chu sighed softly, extending her hands to grasp Panty's slender waist, and with a decisive push, she reversed their positions, pinning Panty beneath her. Oh, you wish to take the dominant position? How assertive of you. Very well, indulge as you please, any position you desire. However, once Bai Chu had secured her position on top, she swiftly rose and retreated, raising her fingers to gesture playfully, smiling as she spoke. I appreciate your generous invitation, Miss Panty, but perhaps we should refrain from such activities. Should you encounter any malevolent spirits, do remember to call me. Farewell. 10 soul power points consumed. Skill activated. Instantaneous transfer. In an instant, Bai Chu's form transformed into a swirl of dark purple mist, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from Panty's bedroom. Huh? She disappeared. Panty, just rising, appeared momentarily stunned. Pahaha. Stocking, having witnessed the entire exchange, clutched her stitched zombie cat plushie, laughing uncontrollably. This is the first time I've seen you, Panty, being rejected. Your allure is far less impressive than you claim. Curse it. Panty's temples throbbed with indignation. Leaping off the bed, she followed the lingering essence of Bai Chu to the window, flinging it open. Sure enough, she spotted Bai Chu standing on the road, not far from the church, waving goodbye as she bent to enter a red sports car that seemed to have appeared from nowhere, speeding away in a flash. You insufferable brat, Panty growled, slamming the window shut with a furious expression, turning to glare at Stocking. What are you laughing at? If it were you, the outcome would be no different. It's likely that after transforming into a malevolent spirit, he encountered some complications. That may not be the case, Panty. Let us not forget that on the road, he did express his fondness for girls of my ilk. Stocking paused her laughter, dabbing at the tears of mirth at the corners of her eyes, as she elegantly swept her long hair aside, thrusting out her chest and curving her hips into a decidedly alluring pose. If it were me, how could he possibly refuse? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You ought to resign yourself to this, Panty. In terms of charisma, even the most malevolent spirits are drawn to me. Thus, I am evidently far superior. Stocking. I shall pop your balloon. Your backside shall bloom with flowers. Unable to endure the ridicule any longer, Panty lunged forward, pinning the unsuspecting Stocking to the ground. Smack! Smack! The sharp sound of slapping echoed through the air. Oh no, Panty! Are you serious? I shall retaliate. Stocking clutched her chest, glaring fiercely at Panty. Go ahead and retaliate. I fear you not. Today, you shall learn. Ah, do not bite my thigh. Are you a dog? Gazing at the fresh bite marks adorning her inner thigh, Panty once again bent down, and the two became embroiled in a playful scuffle. Chapter 8. A new evil spirit has emerged, listening to the playful banter of the angelic sisters from upstairs. Father Berto shook his head in the side room of the chapel, continuing to unwrap the gift box. Upon seeing the label on the inner box, his pupils abruptly constricted. He glanced around nervously, ensuring no one was present, before lifting the box and opening the secret passage that led to the basement. In the dimly lit basement, illuminated only by candles, the anxious priest finally summoned the courage to unveil the final layer of wrapping. Before him lay a complex attire, composed of numerous black leather materials adorned with silver metallic embellishments, complemented by black feathers. Oh, no way. Could this be the legendary limited edition dream outfit, of which only 10 sets exist worldwide? The fall of the Archangel. His heart raced, and his hands trembled as Father Berto delicately caressed the garment. The texture of the leather, the opulence of the metallic decorations, the quality of the feathers. He marveled at its exorbitant worth. Within the collar, Father Berto discovered the luxurious attire's serial number and an anti-counterfeit mark, confirming beyond doubt that this fall of the Archangel was indeed authentic. That young man, truly remarkable. I must bathe, change, and pray devoutly, and then adorn myself in it for my devotions. Gently, Father Berto closed the garment's lid and hurried into the bathroom to commence his cleansing ritual. I wonder if the priest will appreciate my gift. It should be well received. But why would the original owner possess such an item? Sitting in the fully automatic sports car, transformed by the all-crazed coachman summoned through the dark circular ring, Bai Chu crossed his arms, a perplexed frown upon his face. The source of the evil spirit's information had been resolved, and he had reached a consensus with the angelic sisters, allowing Bai Chu a moment of respite from the urgency of survival. However, while examining his attribute panel, a skill requiring 300 soul power points caught his attention. Skill, Otherworldly Passage. Cost, 300 soul power points. Opens a gateway to another world. Note, the initial use of the otherworldly coordinates cannot be selected. A subsequent expenditure of 300 soul power points allows for a return to a previously entered otherworld or the journey to a new one. Considering that even the enlargement skill only required 100 soul power points for a limited 3 minutes, this new skill. Bai Chu fell into deep contemplation as he pondered the implications of this discovery. The following morning, a deduction of 5 soul power points was announced. The system's notification sound jolted Bai Chu, who had been deep in slumber after a long night of toil, forcing him awake. Although the sound was not particularly loud, it felt akin to someone vigorously striking a large brass gong right beside his ear, the resonance deafening. With a dazed mind, Bai Chu lay on the bed, his right hand groping for his phone, which he lifted to his face, staring at the screen displaying 5 o'clock a.m. He silently set the device back down. System, can't you just turn off that notification sound? It severely disrupts my sleep quality. Bai Chu's eyes fixated on the now familiar ceiling as he murmured softly. In order to maintain the host's vigilance, this reminder is mandatory and cannot be disabled. Reminder, the host is a malevolent spirit, thus does not require sleep, nor will it adversely affect the host's essence. Any feelings of fatigue stem solely from the lingering memories of its past human existence, which can be overcome through prolonged training. All right, you win, Bai Chu replied, exasperated. Despite being awakened, he had no desire to rise from his bed. So he retrieved his phone once more, opened a web browser, and scrolled through the news in the fallen city, perusing the comments below in hopes of uncovering any clues regarding malevolent spirits. However, as he continued to browse, the screen darkened due to inactivity. Who? Soft snores began to drift through the air. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. Ding-a-ling-ling. The sudden ringing of his phone exploded in Bai Chu's ears. His body shot up from the bed like a zombie. Rubbing the bloodshot eyes open, he snatched the phone, pressing the answer button without glancing at the caller ID, and before the other party could utter a word, he erupted. I'm not buying a car or a house. No insurance. No stocks. No investments. No funds. I don't want any memberships. If you dare to sell anything, don't blame me for cursing you out. And do you even see what time it is? There was a moment of silence on the other end, during which Bai Chu could vaguely hear someone laughing and another person inhaling deeply. Damn it, Bai Chu, do you believe I will immediately nullify our agreement? I'm coming over right now to shoot you. A familiar voice, roaring with a volume at least 2 decibels higher than Bai Chu's, extinguished his simmering anger in an instant. Ah, Miss Panty, it's you. I'm sorry, I just woke up. After all, it is rather early. Early? Are you dazed from sleep? Look at the time yourself. Bai Chu was initially taken aback, instinctively glancing at the wall clock. The time displayed, causing his lips to twitch in shock. It was 8:45 a.m. Oh no, I overslept. Miss Panty, I truly apologize. What more could he say? There's news about malevolent spirits. I don't care where you are right now. If I don't see you outside the Fallen City Academy gate before 9, then I have a multiple choice question for you. Hey, multiple choice question? Choose. Either my bullet or stockings knife. Pick your preferred way to die. Click. The call was abruptly ended by Panty. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy tone on the other end of the line, Bai Chu slapped her own face and sighed skyward. What a predicament this is. She opened the navigation app, searched for the location of the Fallen City Academy, and upon seeing the estimated travel time of at least 20 minutes, Bai Chu fell silent for a moment before gritting her teeth and dialing a number. That despicable scoundrel. On the other end of the call, Panty slammed her phone onto the bed with fury. How dare they speak so brazenly after waking up later than us? It infuriates me to no end. Calm down, Panty. There's no need to be so angry, Stocking replied from the sofa, delicately savoring bite-sized pieces of cake with her fork. Early that morning, both Panty, who was still lazing in bed, and Stocking, who was occupied in the bathroom, were summoned by Father Beto, who had called for them along with the bed and toilet, dropping them into the chapel on the first floor. There they encountered the principal of Fallen City Academy, who had come seeking assistance due to the mysterious disappearances of students within school, with even the police unable to uncover any useful leads. The situation was naturally attributed to malevolent spirits lurking within the academy. After some deliberation, the priest decided to have the angel sisters disguise themselves as students and infiltrate the academy for investigation. Panty and Stocking outwardly agreed, but as soon as they returned to their room, they called Bai Chu. To them, the notion of infiltration and investigation sounded like a troublesome endeavor, and with a fresh source of labor at their disposal, they thought it best to delegate the entire task to her. Naturally, they intended to leave the church. After all, even if they planned to slack off, they could not do so in front of Father Beto. Let us go, Stocking. We're heading out. I want to see if he's still as tough in person as he was on the phone, Panty declared, pulling a whip from under the bed, giving it a firm tug, and cracking it several times in the air, satisfied with its sound. Originally intended as an instrument to add a touch of excitement to their intimacy, it had now transformed into a weapon that Panty wielded with great confidence. Chapter 9. What happened last night? The pink Hummer barreled through the streets, swiftly coming to a halt at the entrance of the Fallen Angel Academy. Seated in the passenger seat, Panty rested her right hand on the car door, her index finger rhythmically tapping on the interior as she watched the seconds tick away on her phone. With her left hand, she tightened her grip on the whip, the tension building gradually. Just as the clock approached 9 o'clock, a taxi suddenly emerged from the dense traffic, soaring over the landscaped area and landing deftly in front of the pink Hummer. The driver, a young black man, glanced at his watch and grinned widely. 8:59:36. Boss, we have arrived at our destination right on time. Bai Chu, visibly pale, stammered a couple of times, patting the driver's seat, though her legs felt a bit wobbly. She feigned composure as she opened the door and stepped out. I enjoy a challenge. Feel free to call me again next time. Bye. The young man extended his left hand out the window, giving Bai Chu a cheerful thumbs up before he pressed the accelerator, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Ah, that was quite prompt, wasn't it? Hearing a voice from behind her, Bai Chu inhaled deeply and turned around, donning her usual smile. Swish! As the whip sliced through the air, Bai Chu remained unfazed, skillfully catching the not-so-fast whip in her grasp. From the lack of force behind it, she understood that Panty was not genuinely angry, but merely venting some pent-up frustration. Oomph. Panty let go of the whip without attempting to reclaim it, crossing her arms and glaring at Bai Chu with displeasure. Yet in the next moment, Panty's expression shifted dramatically. In Bai Chu's hand lay two round, glimmering objects. I roamed Fallen Angel City for quite some time last night and managed to eliminate a wild, evil spirit. By the time I returned to rest, it was already 3 in the morning. I truly apologize for the phone incident. It was not intentional, Bai Chu earnestly explained, bowing her head in apology. Oh, you should have said so earlier. It was just a misunderstanding, nothing major. Well done. Keep up the good work. Panty snatched the heavenly coin from Bai Chu's hands, inspecting it closely, tapping it, biting it, and holding it up to the light. Once satisfied it was genuine, she tucked the coin into her clothing, her attitude shifting dramatically as she patted Bai Chu's shoulder with enthusiasm. Indeed, as long as there were heavenly coins to offer, everything could be negotiated. Bai Chu thought to herself as she pulled out a brand new monster card from her pocket, depicting a spirit-transformed poodle named Lady Pet. The essence of the malevolent spirit kept Bai Chu, who had parted ways with her angelic sisters the previous day, brimming with vitality. Unable to find solace in slumber while lying in bed, she chose instead to roam the city in her all-crazy coach, deliberately seeking out the shadowy corners in hopes of unexpected discoveries. As fate would have it, she encountered a canine-like evil spirit stealthily trailing a drunken man, and during the pursuit, she recalled the entity's identity, Ms. Peter, just as Ms. Peter revealed her true form, intent on devouring the inebriated man. Bai Chu intervened and dispensed with her. Ms. Peter's husband, Mr. Peter, was also a canine-like spirit. Although he belonged to the realm of malevolence, his demeanor was notably gentle, exhibiting a remarkable friendliness towards humans, which led many to regard him as a pet. He was, in fact, the first evil spirit to be honored as a citizen of the fallen city, and he had formed a union with Ms. Peter, creating a blissful family, becoming a star in the city. However, in the original tale, his fate was far from glorious. Ms. Peter's marriage to him was not born of love, but rather a compromise for her own safety. Unable to accept that Mr. Peter, as a malevolent spirit, spent his days in close proximity to humans, she ultimately succumbed to her darker impulses one fateful night and viciously ended his life. Bai Chu's intervention could be seen as a roundabout salvation for Mr. Peter, and whether he would be devastated by his wife's disappearance was of no concern to Bai Chu. Pondering this, Bai Chu posed a question to Panty. By the way, Miss Panty, why did I not hear the church bells toll when I dispatched the evil spirit last night? Panty replied nonchalantly, Oh, that's nothing to worry about. The bells do not ring when an evil spirit lacking celestial insignia is dispatched. Bai Chu understood and continued, Oh, I see. Please proceed. Panty, upon returning to the Hummer, tossed a file bag, which Bai Chu deftly caught. The headmaster of the academy has sought our assistance, reporting that students have been mysteriously disappearing, suspected to be the work of an evil spirit. Your task is to identify and eliminate this malevolent entity. The file bag contains the headmaster's signed approval for entry. Having conveyed this, Panty's demeanor shifted to one of languor, as if completing a complex task had drained her of energy. She leaned against the car door, tilting her head to gaze at Bai Chu. Stocking and I are off for some shopping. Remember to call us when you're done. And this is your first assignment, so don't mess it up. Bai Chu responded confidently, Rest assured, Miss Panty, I will execute it flawlessly. Then it's in your capable hands. Stocking, we're off to have some fun. Stocking popped the last piece of a cream cookie into her mouth, licking her fingers that were still sticky with crumbs, and glanced at Bai Chu. Be careful. While your strength should keep you safe from other evil spirits, the one you're dealing with is lurking in the shadows. Don't let your guard down and find yourself in a predicament. Grateful for Miss Stocking's concern, Bai Chu nodded with a smile. I simply don't want you to be eliminated by others, wasting the paradise coins within you. Stocking huffed, pouting as she pressed the accelerator and sharply turned the steering wheel, causing the pink Hummer to kick up dust as it sped away, waving her hand to disperse the dust raised by the tires. Bai Chu glanced at the folder in his hand and casually tucked it under his arm. However, he did not enter the academy through the main gate. Instead, he continued along the wall until he reached a secluded greenbelt, effortlessly scaling the wall to jump inside. He was acutely aware of the true identity of the academy's malevolent spirit. He intended to resolve the matter swiftly and discreetly, without causing any uproar. "Hey, Stocking," Panty suddenly inquired from the moving Hummer. "What did you mean by those words earlier? Were you worried about him?" As she spoke, a peculiar smile crept onto Panty's lips, and she leaned in closer, gently nudging Stocking with her elbow. "Could it be that you have a crush on him? Uffed. Do you think everyone is like you, wanting to hop into bed with every handsome man they see?" Stocking forcefully pushed Panty's overly close head away, displaying her distaste. "Though I'm not sure why he earns paradise coins by defeating malevolent spirits. It must be an exception. If he were truly eliminated by another spirit, do you think paradise coins would drop?" Well, that seems plausible." Panty paused, her expression blank as Stocking's words nearly overwhelmed her mind. "All right, enough with the pondering. Today is the launch of Whitey White's limited edition, and we need to hurry to the queue." Reflecting on the promotional images of the exquisite desserts, Stocking's driving speed increased yet again. Yet for some reason, another thought flickered through Stocking's mind. "I prefer girls like Miss Stocking." Stocking was momentarily taken aback before vigorously shaking her head, redirecting her focus back to the road ahead. TSK. Chapter 10. The Queen Bee of the Fallen City Academy. As the class hour commenced, the once bustling Academy Square lay deserted, rendering the arrival of an unfamiliar figure in the shadow of a tree nearly undetected. Extracting a folder from within, the newcomer perused its contents until locating the Academy's topographical map, confirming the location of the gymnasium. With utmost stealth, they traversed the building's blind spots and shadows. Having vanquished a malevolent spirit the previous night, the individual, Bai Chu, had accrued an impressive 65 soul power points, bringing their total to 95. Before them stood a sprawling elliptical gymnasium, and without hesitation, Bai Chu expended 10 soul points to activate a teleportation skill, ascending to the uppermost level. Through the skylights, they meticulously scanned the interior below. Indeed, within a room designated for storing sports equipment, Bai Chu identified their target. Directly beneath, a striking young woman adorned in a pink cheerleader uniform, her golden locks cascading like a Barbie doll, sat regally upon a throne crafted from cushions and wooden boxes. Her long, fair legs were elegantly crossed, while a cadre of football players, clad in matching pink uniforms and full helmets, prostrated themselves before her, paying homage to the Barbie Queen. "Host, please be advised. A consumable target has been detected, codenamed Queen Bee. This malevolent spirit, the Queen of the Fallen City Academy, was driven to her demise by a bee sting. Her fervent desire for power manifesting as a vengeful specter. Though the system's notification was somewhat irksome in the early morning hours, it proved invaluable in this context. After all, Bai Chu could not ascertain whether the figure before them was human or spirit. The original text did not clarify when exactly Barbie transitioned into a malevolent entity. With the identity of the target now confirmed, there was no longer a need for restraint. Summoning the serpent's heart sword, Bai Chu utilized the teleportation skill once more, appearing abruptly before the Barbie figure, delivering a swift horizontal slash. Bai Chu's speed was undeniably impressive, yet the Barbie, more aptly referred to as the Queen Bee, reacted with remarkable agility, leaning back to topple against the support behind her, narrowly evading the blade's edge. With a deft roll, she fell onto the makeshift cushion platform formed by the outstretched arms of the football players below. She actually dodged? This unexpected turn of events caught Bai Chu off guard. Given the flamboyant nature of Gagula's offensive skills, which often wreaked havoc on the surroundings, he had anticipated a swift close-quarters confrontation. However, the Queen Bee's reflexes and nimbleness far exceeded his expectations. "Is that a real blade? You scoundrel, do you intend to kill me?" Having been set down by the football players, the Queen Bee gazed at the glimmering serpent's heart sword in Bai Chu's grasp, a wave of trepidation washing over her. Her years of cheerleading training had bestowed upon her a body and reflexes remarkably agile. While it was true that ordinary physical attacks could not fundamentally harm her as a spirit, The prospect of losing her head was a dire possibility that stirred genuine fear within her. Who exactly are you? I do not know you. So why are you attacking me? Hiding behind the formidable wall formed by the muscular bodies of the football players, the queen bee felt a slight sense of security as she gazed at Bai Chu, who remained perched upon her throne. Her eyes widened in fury as she repeatedly clenched her fists and roared loudly. Will you continue to play this charade? Bai Chu looked down upon the queen bee, who was seething with rage, and gently shook her head. It is futile. I cannot comprehend your words. If you do not leave, I shall call the police. The queen bee fumbled in the pocket of her short skirt for her phone, pretending to call for help in an attempt to intimidate Bai Chu without revealing her true identity as a malevolent spirit. Yet Bai Chu merely spread her hands and shrugged, indicating her indifference. The audacity displayed by her opponent made the corner of the queen bee's eye twitch. I offered you a chance, yet you squandered it. The panic in the queen bee's expression faded, leaving only the fury of a surprise attack. Go to hell and repent for your ignorance and arrogance. The queen bee's body rapidly expanded, shattering her human form. Amidst a faint buzzing sound, translucent wings on her back vibrated swiftly, lifting her transformed, malevolent body into the air. Her black and red physique was voluptuous, boasting 4 arms, a wasp-like waist, and long legs with a lengthy, striped insectoid body extending from behind. Beneath the bee-like exoskeleton, a face emerged that bore a resemblance to her human appearance, albeit with a more mature allure. For those who are fond of humanoid creatures, the queen bee's current extraordinary beauty would surely resonate with their peculiar tastes. Subordinates, kill him for me. Roar. With the queen bee's command, the football players, shoulder to shoulder and hand in hand, charged forth with all their might, violently crashing into the throne beneath Bai Chu. As they saw her falling position, they roared and pressed on, intent on using their superhuman strength to obliterate her. If these football players were indeed malevolent spirits, they would be easier to deal with. Alas, they were merely students from Fallen Heaven Academy, brainwashed by the queen bee. Being ordinary humans, they could not simply be dispatched with a single strike. Observing the human wall charging toward her, Bai Chu exhaled softly and steadied the snake heart sword, pointing its blade forward. Consuming 10 soul power points, the skill was activated. Snake heart sword, sealing dust, absolute thought slash. Bai Chu launched a counterattack against the human wall. At the moment of impending collision, Bai Chu's figure flickered and vanished, only to reappear behind the wall. The purple haze emanating from the snake heart sword, accompanied by an endless blade light, lingered above the heads of each football player. The pink football helmets instantly faded and warped, transforming into black bee-like malevolent spirits that attempted to escape. However, before they could flee, their bodies were instantly torn apart, exploding into nothingness. Without the control of the malevolent bees, the true nature of the football players was revealed as they collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. Furthermore, Bai Chu had delivered a precise strike with the back of her blade to the nape of each one, ensuring they would slumber until lunchtime. Although the snake heart sword bore no stains of blood, Bai Chu instinctively performed a downward blood sweep with her blade, concluding her stance with the sword naturally falling. She then raised her gaze to the astonished bee, queen hovering above, and smiled faintly. What other tricks do you possess? Unleash them all. Do not make me dispatch you so effortlessly. Chapter 11. The new monster card. As Bai Chu swiftly eliminated the puppets under her hypnotic control, the queen bee heightened her vigilance to the utmost degree, daring not to act recklessly. What? Are you the type that enjoys passively enduring? Very well, then allow me to take the initiative. The serpent heart sword was raised slightly. Yet, this subtle movement triggered the queen bee's sensitive instincts. She swiftly turned mid-air, her bee-like body morphing into a structure akin to a honeycomb. Within this honeycomb, malevolent bee spirits emerged, each brandishing sharp stingers. With a resounding bang, the malevolent spirits released trails of pink smoke akin to rocket projectiles, targeting Bai Chu's position. Surging forth in battalions from the honeycomb. In an instant, the queen bee emptied her magazine and, without waiting for the outcome of her assault, regained her normal form. Flapping her wings vigorously as she soared towards the ventilation window in the gymnasium ceiling. Although reluctant to relinquish her guise as the Academy's queen, she found herself compelled to abandon it for her survival. After all, one only has one life to live. Thinking of escaping? Not on my watch. The flames swirling around the serpent heart sword deepened, transforming from purple to black, entwined with strands of crimson light. Bai Chu lifted her sword and unleashed a crescent-shaped wave of black-red energy. The serpent heart sword, new moon slash. The swarm of rocket-like spirits, densely packed in midair, disintegrated upon contact with the sword wave, exploding into a dazzling display of fireworks. The force of the sword wave, undiminished, surged toward the body of the queen bee. Unaware of the impending danger, the queen bee felt a sudden chill envelop her entire being, and with no time to evade, she desperately twisted her body. Swish! The sword wave sliced through, severing her right arms and wings from her body. Left with only half a wing, the queen bee lost her ability to fly, instinctively reaching out with her left hands toward the escape route that was tantalizingly close, yet slipping away, only to plummet into the depths of despair. Boom! Bang! The sword wave tore a gaping hole in the gymnasium's ceiling, and the falling queen bee crashed into the floor, creating a sizable dent and stirring up a cloud of dust that enveloped the equipment room in a hazy shroud. Fortunately, classes were still in session. Otherwise, the cacophony would have surely drawn a throng of curious students. Amidst the queen bee's pained groans, Bai Chu swept aside the dust and approached her side. As she recognized the newcomer, the queen bee struggled to prop herself up with her left arm, but Bai Chu gently kicked her wrist, causing her to lose her support and fall back down. Subsequently, Bai Chu simultaneously pressed down on the creases of her left arms with her right foot. What seemed like a mere gesture was, in fact, a force akin to a hydraulic press, rendering the queen bee utterly immobile. Wait, just a moment. As the blade of Bai Chu gradually descended upon her head, the queen bee, with trembling pupils, felt tears welling in her eyes. Please, I beg you, I will do anything. I do not wish to die yet. Bai Chu paused momentarily, then sheathed her sword. I do not have to die. The queen bee sighed in relief, only to feel a tightening around her waist. Looking down, she discovered that the other party was seated upon her abdomen. What is he planning to do? Before the queen bee could voice her question, Bai Chu's palm covered her eyes. You, should be quiet. With her other hand covering the queen bee's mouth, Bai Chu leaned closer, whispering into her ear. Be good, do not make a sound. Otherwise, I shall resume what I was doing. Do you understand? If you do, nod your head. The queen bee desperately nodded. Excellent. Bai Chu then released her grip from the queen bee's mouth, who, as agreed, tightly sealed her lips, afraid to utter a sound. However, Bai Chu's left hand still obscured the queen bee's vision. In the enveloping darkness, the sensations of her body were amplified. The queen bee could distinctly feel Bai Chu's fingertips gliding down to her flat, soft abdomen. Sensing the slight tremors of the queen bee's body, Bai Chu sharpened her fingers and suddenly thrust them inward. The unexpected agony caused the queen bee, who had tightly closed her lips, to stifle a moan, her body jolting as she instinctively struggled. Tears, which had been welling in her eyes, finally cascaded down, slipping through the gaps between Bai Chu's fingers. Yet at that moment, Bai Chu leaned in once more, forcibly pinning the queen bee down. It's all right, dear. Breathe deeply, breathe deeply. Feeling pain is entirely normal. It will pass soon. You will be fine. Now, follow my rhythm. Breathe and breathe out, breathe and breathe out. Perhaps it was Bai Chu's softly spoken words, akin to a hypnotic lullaby. That truly took effect. The queen bee ceased her struggles and instead gasped for breath, mouth agape. System, devour her. A dark liquid swiftly spread from Bai Chu's hand, which had pierced the queen bee's body, enveloping her entirely within seconds, swiftly absorbing her essence. Congratulations, host. You have devoured the malevolent spirit of the queen bee, gaining 180 soul power points and 7 heavenly coins. Bai Chu's soul power surged to 240 points. Ding, 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 the melodious chimes of the church bells echoed gently, reaching the ears of the angelic sisters who were busily shopping in the mall. Oh, finished so soon? Standing before the full-length mirror, Panty lifted her head while holding a sultry bikini to her body, gazing with astonishment towards the direction of the fallen Angel Academy. That boy has done remarkably well. Meanwhile, in the dessert area on the second floor of the mall, Stocking sat outside the shop, savoring a creamy cake roll. She set down her fork, picked up her cup of red tea, took a delicate sip, and gently caressed the stitched zombie cat plush nestled in her lap. A subtle smile gracing her lips. Quite delightful indeed. It remains uncertain whether she was referring to the flavor of the red tea or something else entirely. Bai Chu picked up the heaven coins from the ground, observing the freshly minted monster card, Queen Bee, as she passed it through the center of the dark circular ring. Her eyes, Queen Bee. In a flash of black light, the Queen Bee emerged before Bai Chu, fully intact and showing no signs of injury. Chapter 12. The unforeseen disruptor. The Queen Bee felt as though she had been ensnared in a long dream, yet the details eluded her completely. The more she sought clarity, the more indistinct the images became. It was only when her body regained sensation that she slowly opened her eyes. What is this, you? The figure of Bai Chu materialized before her. In that instant, she recalled everything that had transpired before. Kneel. As soon as Bai Chu's command escaped his lips, the Queen Bee's consciousness barely registered it before her body gracefully sank to one knee, instinctively bowing her once proud head. Though he was her tormentor, not a trace of vengeful or defiant sentiment arose within her. Instead, she obeyed his orders with unwavering compliance. A peculiar feeling washed over her. Should he command her to take her own life, she would do so without hesitation. It seemed satisfactory. Bai Chu circled around the kneeling Queen Bee, observing that her severed arm and wings had fully restored, and nodded in approval. He then extended his hand, lifting her chin, to which she obediently raised her head, resting her jaw on the palm of his hand, even nuzzling against him like a playful pup seeking affection. Can you transform into a human form? Indeed, my master. Excellent. A knowing smile graced Bai Chu's face, for he had devised a new scheme. The Queen Bee's ability to maintain her identity as the Barbie Queen within the Fallen Angel Academy was a crucial aspect of this plan. Let us consider today's events as though they never occurred. Resume your usual routine, engaging in your customary activities, but refrain from any actions that might draw undue attention. However, do keep a watchful eye should any transfer students arrive in the days to come, particularly two women with flushed skin. Be sure to contact me immediately. Understood, Master. The Queen Bee nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, there is nothing else. I leave the remaining mess in your capable hands. I trust that with your skills, addressing these issues will pose no challenge. Bai Chu gestured towards the holes in the gymnasium ceiling and the craters left by the Queen Bee's fall. Rest assured, Master. This gymnasium is exclusively designated for the cheerleading squad and team training that I established. Ordinary students are prohibited from entering during class hours. Moreover, the team members are students I have hypnotized and controlled. They will swiftly undertake repairs. The Queen Bee replied with confidence. Bai Chu stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment. In that case, once the gymnasium is repaired, you need not maintain control over your subordinates. Once these missing individuals reappear, I believe that old principal will cease his visits to the church in search of assistance. The door to the equipment room suddenly swung open with a clack, revealing a curly-haired boy clad in green attire reminiscent of the Ghostbusters. He locked eyes with Bai Chu and the Queen Bee, while a peculiar device, resembling a backpack, trembled vigorously behind him, emitting a powerful alarm through his headset. Whether it was fortune or misfortune, Brive, who had been attending class, was suddenly seized by a sharp abdominal pain. Without even requesting a leave of absence, he dashed out of the classroom, making a beeline for the restroom. His class was notorious for harboring a group of slothful students, as long as they marked their attendance. The teacher paid little heed to their activities during lessons. After resolving his physiological needs on the toilet and washing his hands, Brive instinctively glanced out the window. A crimson arc of light burst forth from the gymnasium's ceiling, soaring into the sky before slicing through the clouds and vanishing into the ether. Could this possibly be a campus supernatural event? Pressing his face against the window for a closer look, Brive, unfortunately, failed to discern anything unusual thereafter. Although the arc of light had dissipated without further incident, he resolved to investigate the gymnasium up close. He was acutely aware that the gymnasium was the domain of the school's queen, Barbie, who often bullied him. Nevertheless, as a member of the paranormal enthusiast research group, his curiosity regarding supernatural phenomena would not be easily deterred by such trivial obstacles. Brive jogged to the outer perimeter of the gymnasium, cautiously peering through a window to assess the interior. Oddly enough, there appeared to be no one present. Normally, the gym would be bustling with football players engaged in physical training, yet it was eerily empty. Had a supernatural event indeed occurred? His heart raced as he swallowed hard, gritting his teeth as he pushed open the unlocked window and climbed inside. He then unfastened his backpack and retrieved a circular disc and handle resembling a mine detector, combining them to create a makeshift spirit detector, which he began to scan the vicinity with. After thoroughly scanning the gym without discovering any anomalies, Brive turned his attention to the surrounding rooms. The locker room, vacant. The shower area, secure. The broadcasting room, tranquil. The restroom, merely pungent. The storage room, devoid of anything but dust. Just as Brive began to lower his guard, questioning whether he had imagined the earlier incident, he unwittingly pushed open the door to the equipment room and stepped inside. Thus unfolded the scene from earlier. Huh. Hoof, hoof, hoof. Brive disregarded Bai Chu, instead pointing at the queen bee, who was half kneeling before Bai Chu, letting out a piercing shriek. Hey, a malevolent spirit? Why this kid? TSK. This is troublesome. Bai Chu furrowed his brow, swiftly pondering a strategy, while signaling discreetly to the queen bee. The queen bee nodded slightly before unfurling her wings. With a rapid flutter, she soared into the sky, escaping through the gap that Bai Chu had cleaved in the rooftop. Meanwhile, Briv was caught off guard by the powerful gust generated by the queen's wings, which sent him tumbling to the ground. He rolled twice before crashing heavily against the sliding door of the equipment room. Ouch! Briv groaned, clutching the back of his head where it had struck the door. His headphones flung aside. Wincing, he opened one, eyed to look up, only to find the queen bee had vanished without a trace. Ah, she got away. What a pity. I want to take a photo to show the team. Wait. Briv muttered his regrets, but soon, a massive shadow obscured his vision, and his collar tightened as he was lifted off the ground with one hand, shaking him vigorously. You little rascal. How dare you ruin my plans? You made me miss the chance to deliver the final blow to the evil spirit and let her escape. Speak. Who are you? Are you an accomplice of the evil spirit? Hey, wait a minute. Panic surged within Briv as he struggled. I'm just a student, not some accomplice of an evil spirit. A student? What are you doing here instead of being in class at this hour? Speak up, or else. The sound of the snake heart sword scraping against its sheath, coupled with the cold gleam of the mirrored blade, sent shivers down Briv's spine. I'll kill you. I swear, I'm telling the truth. I just came out to use the restroom and saw a black-red light emanating from the gym. By the way, I'm a member of the paranormal enthusiast research group. I thought something supernatural was happening, so I came to check it out, under the threat of death. Briv spoke at an unprecedented speed, delivering his lengthy explanation without a moment's pause. TCH. You little fool. The assailant's movements faltered for a moment, seemingly convinced by Briv's explanation, and then released their grip, allowing Briv to slump onto the floor. Cough, cough, cough. Briv adjusted his wrinkled collar and coughed softly. Hey kid, look up at me. The strangers sheathed half of their sword and squatted down before Briv. Hearing the command, Briv cautiously raised his head, only to find the assailant was not the burly brute he had imagined, but rather a remarkably young and handsome young man. You caused me to let the evil spirit escape, and now I cannot claim my reward. Tell me, how do you intend to compensate me? What? Briv's expression morphed into one of bewilderment. Chapter 13. A disciple has arrived. The sound of a successful money transfer echoed. Ding. Sitting comfortably on a soft cushion, Bai Chu glanced at the notification on his phone, nodding in satisfaction. Meanwhile, on the floor, kneeling in despair, was Brilf, who faced his dwindling bank balance with a sense of hopelessness. Though these funds were merely his pocket money, he knew that if he had any genuine need for spending, a simple call to his father would quickly replenish his bank account. After all, he was the sole heir of the Rock Consortium, the most powerful entity in the city of fallen heaven. However, he had never disclosed this identity to anyone, not even to the principal of the academy. as he wished to avoid any sycophantic behavior or ulterior motives from those around him. His sole purpose for attending the academy was to forge authentic friendships with peers. Despite his timid nature often making him a target for bullying, he had managed to find a group of like-minded friends with whom he formed a paranormal enthusiast research group. Now that the money had been received, Bai Chu decided not to pursue the matter of Brilf interrupting his hunt. He tucked his phone away, leaped off the cushion, and, noticing Brilf's hesitation, suddenly bent down and playfully flicked his forehead. "Ouch!" Brilf exclaimed, clutching his head in pain. It was hard to discern whether to commend him for his bravery or to regard him as foolishly fearless. After all, a student with no fighting prowess dared to seek out malevolent spirits. Observing Brilf's hapless expression, Bai Chu couldn't help but shake his head. "I cannot deny that a few malevolent spirits, like Mr. Pet, are harmless, but the majority are quite dangerous. Aren't you even a bit afraid? But you also—" "Ah, why do you keep flicking me?" Brilf attempted to argue, only to be met with another playful flick from Bai Chu. "I'm not like you. I have undergone rigorous training and harsh selection to become a spirit hunter." "What?" Upon hearing this, Brilf's head shot up. "Hey, a spirit hunter?" Observing the excitement and gleam in Brilf's eyes, Bai Chu could not help but smirk slightly. "Indeed, without a doubt. Then, Mr. Spirit Hunter, please take me as your disciple. I aspire to be a spirit hunter too. This is my lifelong wish. Please." Brilf, who had been kneeling, suddenly lunged forward, prostrating himself before Bai Chu. "Excellent, I've got a bite." Bai Chu maintained a calm facade, adopting a skeptical tone. "You wish to become a spirit hunter? Do not jest. Lad, you exhibit no signs of having trained at all. I doubt you have even engaged in a fist fight, let alone won one, right?" "Oh, well." Brilf lifted his head, feeling the sting of truth in Bai Chu's words, his expression turning awkward and his spirits waning. "Indeed, as a feeble and unassuming individual, how could I possibly attract anyone's attention?" However, turning the conversation around, Bai Chu's tone shifted unexpectedly. What was once considered an unattainable aspiration to become a disciple now seemed to present a glimmer of hope, rekindling the dimmed eyes of Bu Li Fu. Physical prowess can be cultivated with time. The most crucial aspect lies in one's innate talent. Talent? This. Well, in light of your earnest financial contribution, I shall grant you an opportunity. Recognizing the opportune moment, Bai Chu unveiled his final trump card. Yet, this is not a place for idle chatter. Follow me. "Oh, wait. I can walk on my own. Your pace is too slow." Without further ado, Bai Chu grasped the back of Bu Li Fu's collar, lifting him as one might a small puppy, and their figures swiftly vanished from sight. A moment later, the queen bee's head emerged from the ceiling, confirming the absence of any other individuals in the venue before soaring inside. She lifted the soft cushion covering the slumbering football players and summoned a swarm of bee phantoms, which promptly ascended to their heads. The queen bee's form began to shrink, transforming back into that of Barbie. "My subordinates, awaken. Restore the damaged areas of the gymnasium." At Barbie's command, the still dormant football players rose, staggering about like the undead. Bai Chu and Bu Li Fu reappeared, now outside the realm of Fallen City Academy. "So, transporting others requires double the soul energy," Bai Chu mused, noting the depletion of 20 soul points. "Wow, this is—" Upon aligning the surrounding scenery with his mental map, Bu Li Fu's astonishment was palpable. "Is this instantaneous teleportation truly remarkable? Hold your awe for a moment, young man. I shall ask you once more. Do you genuinely wish to become a spirit hunter?" "Yes." Bu Li Fu si trägtenet, responding with utmost seriousness. "Very well. Let us introduce ourselves. My name is Bai Chu, and as your guide, I permit you to refer to me as Master from this day forth. What is your name?" "All right, Master. My name is Bu Li Fu." "Louder. I cannot hear you." "Master. My name is Bu Li Fu." "Even louder. Do you expect to become a spirit hunter with such a feeble voice?" "I am Bu Li Fu." "Excellent. That's the spirit." With a look of approval, Bai Chu firmly patted Bu Li Fu's shoulder. "Remember, a spirit hunter is a hidden predator lurking in the shadows, an unsung hero safeguarding humanity in darkness. Thus, one must not divulge their identity lightly. Do you understand?" "Understand, Master." Bu Li Fu's spirits soared to an exhilarating peak at that moment. In the shadows lurks a hunter, a hero amidst the darkness. This is truly magnificent. Blue. Do you recall my mention of talent? This is the key to your potential as a spirit hunter, enabling you to wield various extraordinary powers. Extraordinary powers? Master, are you referring to the instantaneous teleportation we just witnessed? Yes and no. You must understand that each spirit hunter possesses unique abilities and weaponry. And therein lies the crux of the matter. Bai Chu retrieved a monster card from his waist and placed it into Bliv's hands. The sprayer. Brown? Bliv gazed at the non-human figure depicted on the card, slowly articulating its name. After a few moments of contemplation, he seemed to have an epiphany and abruptly raised his gaze to Bai Chu. Master, could this possibly be? Indeed, it is a spirit I once vanquished, with its power sealed within this card. When I engage in battle against other spirits, I can harness this spirit's strength through this card. This is the essence of a spirit hunter. Then, Master, how can I utilize this card? Bliv tightened his grip on a monster card, eagerly inquiring of Bai Chu. That depends on your talent, Bai Chu replied, patting Bliv's shoulder once more, his tone earnest. To wield the card's power, you must channel it with your mental strength. However, the exact method of operation must be discerned through your own understanding. This process is far from simple, and those who succeed are exceedingly rare, 1 in 10,000, which is a significant reason for the scarcity of spear hunters. Is it truly so difficult? Bliv felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. While he yearned to become a spirit hunter, he questioned whether he possessed such talent given these stringent conditions. Bliv, you must have confidence in yourself. If you lack the courage to attempt, your chances of becoming a spirit hunter will certainly be 0. I have witnessed your determination, hence this card is bestowed upon you. Even if you ultimately lack the talent, I will not reclaim it. My contact information is on the back of the card, and I believe you will unleash its power and become a true spirit hunter. Understood, Master. I will double my efforts and will not disappoint you. With his heartfelt encouragement rekindling Bliv's fighting spirit, Bai Chu wore a smile of satisfaction, having successfully instilled motivation in his pupil. You must strive diligently, Bliv. Chapter 14. The Diligent Malevolent Spirit and the Idling Angel Farewell. Master. Bliv bowed deeply, pressing his palms against his sides. Sitting within the frantic chauffeur, Bai Chu waved dismissively from the window before accelerating away. To think that even cars could be conjured. Bliv raised his gaze, watching the crimson sports car recede into the distance, reminiscing about the moment his master had summoned the vehicle with a malevolent spirit card. Truly, the life of a spirit hunter was incredibly exhilarating. As he touched the card nestled in his pocket, Bliv resolved to exert his utmost effort. However, in comparison to his aspirations of becoming a spirit hunter, Bliv faced a more pressing dilemma at hand. Gazing at the 3-meter-high school wall, now fortified with electric fencing, a grimace formed on his lips. Master, could you possibly send me back? Achoo! Bai Chu, engrossed in driving, suddenly sneezed. How curious. Could malevolent spirits also suffer from sneezing? Rubbing his itchy nose, Bai Chu felt a sense of forgetfulness wash over him, yet he dismissed it as trivial and moved on. Reflecting on his encounter with Bliv, Bai Chu couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. Truly this youth, still enmeshed in the innocence of academia and untouched by the world's corruption, was so naive and easily deceived. Although the profession of spirit hunter was merely a whimsical fabrication of Bai Chu's mind, the power of monster cards was undeniably real. Even an ordinary individual, granted sufficient mental fortitude, could commune with monster cards and wield a fraction of their power without the aid of the Dark Ring. Thus far, Bai Chu had vanquished 4 malevolent spirits. Apart from the frantic chauffeur and Queen Bee, which had some utility, cards like Jet Brown and Miss Pet were rendered entirely useless. Due to its unique connections, Bai Chu decided to withhold Miss Pet for the time being and, after some contemplation, entrusted Jet Brown to Bliv. If that lad were to fail, it would be of little consequence. But should he succeed, it would certainly provide a source of amusement. Bai Chu gripped the steering wheel, appearing deeply focused on the road. Yet his thoughts had drifted far away, relying entirely on the frantic chauffeur for automatic navigation. Upon further reflection, aside from the final boss that could break seals, There seemed to be no particularly formidable malevolent spirits. Thus, the monster cards produced were unlikely to be of high quality. By the way, system, regarding the Gagula character card I acquired, it clearly has the potential to summon the Dark Ring. Why haven't you provided me with the cards for Jeton and his ilk? Host, it is still daylight. Save your nonsensical musings for the night. To obtain the Jeton monster card, you must defeat Jeton first, and only then can you utilize the Dark Ring for summoning. The system retorted mercilessly within his mind. Perhaps you've glitched, setting aside whether my soul energy is sufficient. Where in this world am I to find Jeton? Bai Chu lamented with a frown. Wait, in this world. Bai Chu's gaze fell upon the character panel, where a skill requiring the expenditure of 300 soul power points awaited activation. An alternate dimension, perhaps in the future. It could be worth exploring. Fida. The full frenzy driver abruptly slammed the brakes, interrupting Bai Chu's contemplation. My most esteemed master. We have safely arrived at your designated destination. From the vehicle's central control screen, the head of a malevolent spirit, donning a driver-S helmet, emerged, grinning widely as it reported. Oh, thank you for your efforts. Bai Chu exited the vehicle and gazed upon the magnificent, resplendent building before him. He retrieved from his pocket a black gold rock Consortium Elite Anonymous VIP membership card. Within the entire Fallen City, there were fewer than 10 individuals possessing such a prestigious card. This card grants access to the most exceptional privileges at any enterprise under the Rock Consortium or affiliated with it. It was a token of gratitude forcibly bestowed upon Bai Chu by Bliff before their separation, before notifying Panty and Stocking to meet at the church. Perhaps he should procure a few gifts. Panty, a message from Bai Chu has arrived, stating that the malevolent spirits at the academy have been vanquished, and he has acquired heaven coins. He has already set off for the church. Stocking, lying nude on a massage bed and indulging in a full-body oil spa, heard her phone ring. At her gesture, a service attendant fetched her phone, and after reading the message, relayed its contents to Panty, who lay on another bed. Understood. Tell him we will return once we finish relaxing. Panty's voice was somewhat muffled, and Stocking could not hear her clearly. Hey, oh my, I heard it. With a rosy complexion, Panty bit her lip and opened her watery eyes. Did he not say that since the malevolent spirits were dealt with, there was no need to rush? Let him wait in our room for a bit. We will return once we are done observing Panty. Stocking's disdainful gaze was nearly palpable. Is it merely a massage? Yet afterwards, one truly feels remarkably relaxed. TSK. Stocking turned her face away, unwilling to witness Panty's likely intentional display of allure. Miss Stocking, may we commence the next treatment? The attendant inquired softly from the side. Yes, we may. Stocking closed her eyes. Snap. Dozens of mechanical arms extended from beneath the bed, securing Stocking's body and limbs, aiding in her massage and relaxation. This is our store's newly introduced relaxation method, beneficial for soothing blood vessels, muscles, and joints. The mechanical arm will first contract and then relax, repeatedly performing this motion. Miss Stocking, how is the pressure? If it is too tight, we can alleviate it for you. No need for that. A look of curiosity spread across Stocking's face. If possible, I would like to try this novel massage. Very well, Miss Stocking. I shall assist you in this experience. Moments later, this sensation is quite intriguing. Stocking suddenly let out a sharp scream, startled by the mechanical arm's action of stretching her ligaments. The piercing soprano startled Panty, who gasped in surprise and quickly dug her little fingernail into her ear. Glancing at Stocking, whose forehead was glistening with cold sweat, Panty could not help but smirk. TSK. Stocking, how can you criticize me? If you can't handle the ligament stretching, perhaps you should reconsider. You hardly ever exercise, and your body's flexibility is undoubtedly lacking. Chapter 15. The crisis of survival seemed ever-present. Knock. Bai Chu raised her empty left hand and rapped gently on the door. After a moment, a small observation window on the door slid open, revealing the scrutinizing gaze of Father Beidou. Good morning, Father Beidou. It's me, Bai Chu. I apologize for the disturbance once more. I am here to see Miss Panty. Bai Chu greeted him with a smile. Oh, it's you, young lady. However, Miss Panty. Father Beidou replied, Miss Panty has informed me that she is currently occupied and will return shortly. She asked me to have you wait in the room. I see. Then please, allow me to enter. Father Beto opened the grand door of the church, ushering Bai Chu inside. Woof woof. The little green zipper dog recognized the familiar voice and, with a swift motion, bounded to Bai Chu's side, tail wagging joyfully as it panted happily. Ah, Shaku. It's been a while. Bai Chu bent down to pat the little dog's head, pulling out a fragrant roasted chicken wing from her pocket. Upon seeing the chicken wing, Chaku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Miss Panty mentioned that you possess remarkable agility. Let me see for myself. Watch closely now, here it goes. Bai Chu tossed the chicken wing like a boomerang, her hand flicking it into the air. Woof! Chaku immediately turned and dashed after it, skillfully predicting the trajectory. It leaped onto the long pews of the church, charging toward a nearby pillar. Upon reaching the end of the pews, Chaku leaped, using its limbs to propel off the pillar, executing a stunning 720-degree twist in midair, and captured the flying chicken wing firmly in its mouth. As it descended, Chaku performed a flawless 360-degree roll, landing with the grace of a superhero. Wow, impressive, Bai Chu thought to herself, mentally awarding Chaku full marks for its acrobatics. Had her right hand not been occupied with other items, she would have applauded. Woof! Chaku swallowed the chicken wing and shook its head with a hint of pride. Still hungry, I see. Here, these are all for you. Take your time. Bai Chu stepped forward, retrieving a large paper bucket filled to the brim with chicken wings. Placing it before Chaku. Straightening up, Bai Chu then produced a book wrapped in sturdy brown paper, turning and presenting it to Father Beto. Father Beto, this is for you. You are truly too kind, young lady. Each time you visit, you bring gifts. If only my two unruly ones could possess half of your politeness. I wouldn't have to. This time, Father Beto did not decline. He accepted Bai Chu's thoughtful gift with gratitude. Oh, by the way, young lady, about that item you gave me last time. Ahem, how did you know about I believe you understand what I mean. Father Beto coughed discreetly, his gaze drifting as he inquired. Ah, Father Beto, these are trivial matters, nothing to be overly concerned about. After all, everyone harbors a few secrets they prefer to keep hidden. It is quite natural, don't you agree? Bai Chu tilted her head slightly, observing Father Beto's awkward expression as she continued to smile and respond. Oh, yes, you're absolutely right. Since Panty has yet to return, feel free to do as you wish. I have a few matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Very well, Father. Watching Bai Chu ascend the stairs with a large bag of items, Father Beto inexplicably sighed in relief. He glanced down at the book in his hands and peeled back a corner of the packaging. The cover of the illustrated collection of Floral Youth Glory depicted a group of charming young boys in a state of undress. Father Beto's pupils constricted instantly as he quickly tucked the book into the inner folds of his clerical robe, scurrying into his room. Upon reaching the second floor, Bai Chu placed the various foods from her bag into the refrigerator and, carrying the remaining items, entered Panty's room. After tidying up the clutter on the sofa a little, she set the bag down and sat down. Despite the room's usual disarray, one could not deny Panty's excellent taste in furniture. The sofa beneath Bai Chu was covered in smooth fabric with a soft lining. Sitting upon it, she felt herself almost sink into its embrace. Yet every curve of her body was adequately supported. Additionally, the sofa was spacious enough that Bai Chu, standing at 1.8 meters tall, could easily lie down on it. One could easily mistake it for a single bed. Stretching languidly, Bai Chu took out her phone to check for messages. Aside from Stocking S reply, "Got it. We'll meet at the church." You go ahead. There were no other notifications. She wondered when these two idle angels would return home. With nothing pressing to occupy her time, Bai Chu leaned back against the sofa's backrest, closing her eyes to rest while continuing her interrupted thoughts about her shopping plans. After an indeterminate amount of time, Bai Chu furrowed her brow and suddenly opened her eyes. Wait a moment. Each spirit in a monster card possesses its own unique abilities, closely linked to their cause of death and lingering attachments. But what about me? In every battle, I rely solely on the skills granted by the Kagura character card, yet my own abilities as a spirit have yet to manifest. With this realization, Bai Chu sat up straight, spreading her palms and examining her skin, no different from that of an ordinary person, as her brow continued to furrow in contemplation. Since completing the novice quest and acquiring the Kagura character card, a sense of unease had settled within her. Her inexplicable transmigration, the presence of this mysterious system, and the power she had gained were all intertwined with it. Although the Kagura character card was formidable, and perhaps her worries were unfounded, she could not shake the thought. What if one day, for reasons unknown, the system forcibly stripped her of these gifts? What then would become of her? If I were to disappear, then this system will naturally seek the next host. That conversation with the system on the night of his initial transition remained vividly etched in Bai Chu's memory. What did this signify? It indicated that the system was not inherently bound to him, and he was oblivious to the number of hosts that had preceded him. Bai Chu contemplated whether to confront the system directly in pursuit of the answers he yearned for. Yet, he ultimately refrained. He was apprehensive. After all, he relied on the system's assistance to devour malevolent spirits and acquire the soul energy necessary for survival. Should he lay bare the truth, provoking the system's indignation and resulting in his abandonment, everything he currently possessed would become as illusory as the moon reflected in water or flowers in a mirror. Thus, he resolved to seek means of acquiring abilities beyond those offered by the system. With this thought in mind, Bai Chu took a deep breath, steadied his thoughts, and made a firm resolution. System: unequip the Galura character card. Chapter 16. The Night of the Malevolent Octopus of Andromeda. On the luminous screen that only Bai Chu could perceive, the character card representing Gagula's Gagula dimmed, and its information was altered to read unequipped. Furthermore, all supplementary skills and equipment associated with the character cards transformed into notifications stating, related character cards are unequipped and cannot be utilized. Rising from the sofa, Bai Chu made his way to the floor-length mirror in Pandy's room, observing as his human visage gradually faded, reverting to the malevolent hues of red and black. Perhaps due to possessing a reserve of 210 spirit points, his form appeared significantly more solid and stable compared to its earlier translucent state. At the very least, he was no longer transparent. Positioning himself cross-legged in front of the mirror, he removed a small toy that had been uncomfortably pressing against him and gazed at his reflection, delving into contemplation as he began to trace back his origins, recalling the moment of his demise. To save a moon half-fairy who threatened to leap from a building to coerce a male idol into a relationship, the amiable self risked everything upon discovering her intentions, climbing outside the building to push her back. Yet, far from expressing gratitude, she resisted fiercely, eventually forcing him outward, leading to his fatal fall. Reflecting on his death was undeniably agonizing for the malevolent spirit. The chaos and despair of plummeting, coupled with the disdainful visage of the fat fairy, haunted him, and the residual hatred and curses made Bai Chu's form tremble involuntarily. He loathed. He wished desperately that in that moment of descent, he could drag that accursed hog down into the eternally blazing inferno, allowing the fiery hell to scorch her from within, subjecting her to unending torment for all eternity. Such was his obsession. Bai Chu continued to reminisce, striving to deepen the details of that wretched pig's expression, allowing his hatred to intensify. Suddenly, a faint burnt odor emanated from his agitated form, as if something long simmering was on the verge of eruption. And the temperature in the room began to rise. This is not good. Bai Chu thought anxiously. He had no desire to destroy Pandy's room. Just as he resolved to teleport out, he remembered that he had disabled his character card and could not utilize Gagula's skills. However, if he re-equipped the character card now, it would disrupt the delicate sensation he had finally begun to grasp. Without time for further contemplation, Bai Chu abruptly dashed to the window, flung it open, and leaped outside. Below Pandy's room lay a sizable lake. As he jumped from the window, the sensation of falling backward toward the lake evoked a similar scene and weightlessness, finally allowing his inner essence to breach the final barrier. Two chains of black, engulfed in crimson flames, shot forth from his sleeves, each adorned with daggers resembling three-sided pyramids, aimed directly at the open window. This was the power of his malevolent essence. Splash! In an instinctive reaction to prevent the sharp, conical chain from causing destruction, Bai Chu reached out and grasped the chain's body, which obediently ceased its extension and descended into the lake alongside him. Upon standing before the full-length mirror once more, Bai Chu noticed a previously overlooked detail. The body and attire of the malevolent spirit possessed an intriguing quality. They were impervious to water. Emerging from the lake bed and returning to the pundi room, not a single droplet clung to him. As he pulled back his sleeve, delicate black chains coiled around his arm, the pointed tips rising like a serpent poised to strike, gradually extending outward. With a mere thought, the tip quivered slightly, and the chain promptly bifurcated, splitting into 4, then 8 segments. Although Bai Chu contemplated further division, it seemed that 8 was the limit for the moment. There was an instinctual sense that with just a bit more effort, he could transcend this boundary. Yet he refrained from forcing it. Instead, he allowed his body's instinct to guide him, manipulating the chains as they began to fracture along their edges, morphing into 3 fingers that could grasp like claws. As the temperature escalated, the black chains gradually turned crimson, ultimately igniting. However, under Bai Chu's careful restraint, the flames and intense heat clung tightly to the surface of the chains, sparing the room from any ignition. This seemed vaguely familiar. Was it the Andromeda Saint, Dr. Octopus, or perhaps the evil Spirit Knight? Observing the reflection in the mirror, Bai Chu couldn't help but chuckle at himself. This newly awakened ability came to him with remarkable ease, akin to the simplicity of drinking water. Yet, he remained uncertain of its full potential, especially given that he was in a sensitive location like the church, where destructive experiments were not advisable. Furthermore, this ability required the expenditure of soul power. 209, 35. 209, 34. 209, 33. The reserve of soul power for the first time displayed a countdown with 2 decimal points. Notably, the pace of the countdown was not constant, seemingly influenced by Bai Chu's manipulation. The moment the flames ignited upon the chain, the countdown accelerated significantly. Once Bai Chu extinguished the fire, the countdown returned to its normal rate. When the chains vanished from his arm, the countdown halted, ultimately freezing at 209. 21-foot system. Equip the Kagura character card. As soon as Bai Chu's command concluded, a human-like exterior enveloped his form once more. Activating the ability again, he sensed an unexpected constriction around his arms and nodded gently. Equipping the Kagura character card did not hinder the utilization of the malevolent spirit's powers. Returning to the sofa, Bai Chu visibly relaxed. Although it was a spontaneous decision, he had not anticipated that the quest for the essence of the malevolent spirit's strength would unfold so effortlessly. While it too required the consumption of soul power, its cost-effectiveness was far superior to the character card skills that often began at a minimum of 5 points, leaving Bai Chu quite satisfied. Subsequently, it is essential to observe the efficacy of this newfound ability in practical scenarios. Let us bestow a name upon it. Something simple. Let's call it Hell's Chains. Now, should I seek out a malevolent spirit for practice, or shall I enlist the companionship of Panty or Stork for a sparring session? Although the issue regarding the ability has been resolved, I remain at a loss for any method to extract soul energy without relying on the system. A formidable journey lies ahead. Bai Chu reclined against the sofa, gazing at the ceiling, pondering solutions to this perplexing dilemma. As noon approached, the sun's warm rays streamed through the window, gently enveloping Bai Chu's form. A soft, refreshing breeze wafted in, tenderly caressing Bai Chu's face. After enduring a long night and being compelled to rise early for overtime, Bai Chu found a rare moment of tranquility, and suddenly, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, prompting her to slowly close her eyes. Huff, huff. Before long, a faint snore emanated from the sofa. Bang! The church doors swung open once more, as Panty kicked them with fervor. Beto, we have returned. Is lunch ready? Chaku, you ought not to be idle either. Drive the car back to the garage. Woof. Chaku, having devoured an entire bucket of chicken wings, his little belly round and content, lay sprawled on the bench, letting out a rather bewildered sound. Chapter 17. The Silent Sleeping Beauty Panty. This is a sacred chapel. No loud noises allowed. Father Beto, perspiration glistening on his forehead, angrily pushed open the door. adjusting his trousers, and pointed at Panty with indignation. Ugh, I know. Do you not find it tedious to repeat yourself every day? What about lunch? Surely, you haven't forgotten to prepare it? Panty waved her hand dismissively, continuing her inquiry. Humph, I have something very important to attend to today, and no time to make lunch. Order a pizza for yourself. What? You didn't prepare anything? Then how is it that I smell fried chicken? Wait, there's also a scent of something else. Panty's nostrils flared slightly as she caught a whiff of a familiar yet elusive aroma, seemingly emanating from Father Beto himself. Before she could finish her thought, the priest interrupted her. It's just your boyfriend who came by, bringing chicken wings for Chaku. You two can do whatever you like, just do not bother me. With a slam, Father Beto returned to his room, forcefully shutting the door behind him. The sound suggested he had even locked it. Such a lack of courtesy. He shows no consideration for an elderly man. I truly wonder what that young lad sees in her. Muffled words drifted from within the room. Such a temper. Could it be he is experiencing a midlife crisis? Upon hearing Stocking's remark, Panty turned to meet her gaze, pouting slightly, shrugging her shoulders indifferently as she pulled out her phone, scrolling through takeout options while making her way to her room upstairs. Stocking, what would you like to eat? Anything is fine, as long as there is dessert afterward. At this, Stocking's expression suddenly turned somber. It's all my fault for losing track of time. The limited edition Whitey White. Not a single one left. I've been looking forward to it for so long. Ha ha ha, you can't blame anyone else for that. Panty laughed heartily, poking at the still-healing bruise on Stocking's shoulder with a teasing grin. Who told you to indulge in the spa's new offerings? I waited outside for over half an hour for you. Panty's words conjured memories for Stocking, causing her cheeks to flush as she merely huffed without retorting. Wait, I just remembered something. Panty suddenly looked up from her phone, a displeased expression creeping into her eyes. Speaking of which, since that kid Bai Chu is thoughtful enough to bring food for Chaku, did he not even consider asking if I wanted something to eat? What kind of boyfriend is he? Panty, do not be deceived by his pretense. His identity as a boyfriend is merely a guise. This time, it was Stocking who playfully poked Panty in the lower back, concealing her smirk behind a zombie plush toy. Let's not forget the last time, when Bai Chu was so frightened that she fled. Stop. I know. Let's not bring that up again, okay? Panty, with a slightly darker expression, gestured for Stocking to cease. With a light-hearted step, Stocking breezed past Panty, pushed open her room's door, glanced around, and stepped back outside. He is not here. He should be in your room. Naturally, as he is my boyfriend, but doesn't he know EVE returned? Hi, Bai Chu, Panty, stepping into the room, froze in her tracks. What's wrong? You should just go in. As Panty blocked the entrance, Stocking gave her a firm push and squeezed in from the side, only to be momentarily stunned by the scene before her. A gentle breeze wafted through the open window, swaying the pale pink curtains, while the midday sun bathed the entire room in a warm hue. Bai Chu reclined against the plush sofa, seemingly seeking greater relaxation. His tie was loosened, his suit jacket and the unbuttoned burgundy vest carelessly draped to one side. The once crisp black shirt now revealed a hint of collarbone due to the two upper buttons being undone, its hem slipping from his waist, casually resting at his sides, rising and falling gently with his breath. Sunlight kissed half of his profile, elongating the shadows of his eyelashes and casting delicate shadows beneath his eyes. The soft strands of hair falling over his forehead swayed gently with the breeze, unveiling his prominent nose and slightly parted lips that hinted a moist allure. What a stunning portrait of a sleeping beauty. In this moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. After an indeterminate time, Panty was the first to regain her composure. Rubbing her mouth with the back of her hand, she turned to Stocking and spoke softly. Stocking, let us not rush into the matter of the heaven coins. Why don't you return to your room for now? Oh, by the way, I'll order desserts for you. Just tell me what you'd like. Any choice is fine. This time it's on me. Saying this, Panty placed both hands on Stocking's shoulders and applied gentle pressure, attempting to invite her out of her room. Don't push me. I can walk on my own. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Panty's actions jolted Stocking out of her stupor, and noticing the drool still lingering at the corner of Panty's mouth, along with her lewdly eager smile, she frowned. After casting one last glance at the sleeping Bai Chu on the sofa, she declared, "I want to eat the flour cakes from Cuckoo S, the most expensive ones." Upon Stocking's departure from the room, Panty stealthily closed the door, securing it with a lock. Swiftly, she placed an order for the floral pastry that Stocking had requested, capturing a screenshot to send to her. Having accomplished this task, Panty casually set her phone aside, her gaze fixed upon the serene visage of her companion, Whitey. A deep swallow escaped her throat as she rubbed her palms together, eyes gleaming with mischief as she crept toward the sofa. "Ah, my lovely maiden this time, let us see where you shall flee." Returning to her own room, Stocking lay upon her bed, her mind racing with thoughts of what might transpire with Panty. An inexplicable sense of agitation beginning to take hold. She could not fathom the reason for her distress. After rolling over twice in bed, Stocking rose, subdued the plush toys of a zombie and a cat with forceful punches, and promptly descended the stairs towards the communal refrigerator in the corridor. Based on her past experiences, she knew that indulging in a delectable dessert could dispel her worries. Although Panty had ordered her the floral pastry, it would still be some time before it arrived, prompting her to search for something in the fridge. Upon opening the refrigerator, the light illuminated, revealing a dessert box from Whitey White. A handwritten note rested atop it, stating, "I heard that Miss Stocking enjoys sweets, so upon the staff's recommendation, I purchased this popular item for you. I hope you like it. Sincerely, Whitey." With both hands, Stocking retrieved the box, opening it to unveil the long-awaited limited edition hazelnut chocolate cream cake roll. Grabbing the accompanying knife and fork, she cut a small piece, savoring the flavors as she chewed slowly. Indeed, it was as delightful as she had imagined, sweet, rich, and decadently smooth. After swallowing the morsel, Stocking paused in silence, refraining from indulging further. Instead, she meticulously repackaged the cake and returned it to the refrigerator. "I still prefer girls like Miss Stocking." Whitey's words and gentle smile resurfaced in her mind. Taking a deep breath, Stocking resolved to make a decision. Chapter 18. The Angel sisters turn against each other for a man within the confines of the room. Panty ascended the sofa with a playful smile, deftly unbuttoning all the buttons of Bai Chu's shirt. Her hands glided from his chiseled chest down to his sculpted abdomen, and she pressed her entire body against him. Unlike the warmth of a typical human, Bai Chu's body temperature was notably cool, providing a subtle chill that contrasted with Panty's fiery form, heightening her sensations with each alternating temperature. The tantalizing thrill invigorated Panty's enthusiasm. With her wicked little hands, adorned in crimson nail polish, she began to explore Bai Chu's waistline. Suddenly, her movements faltered as her bare foot, which had been playfully swaying on the sofa, brushed against an unexpected object. Turning her head, she discovered a white paper bag. It appeared not to belong to her. Initially indifferent, she decided to use her similarly polished toes to grasp the bag, intending to pull it down from the sofa. She wished to avoid any disturbances while indulging in her joyful escapades. However, as she tugged, the bag toppled over, spilling its contents onto the sofa cushions. What was this? Amongst the scattered items, a square box with transparent packaging caught Panty's eye, adorned with a note inscribed in bold marker, "For Miss Panty." Although delectable treats were tantalizingly close, Panty's curiosity got the better of her as she used her toes to pull the box closer. The deep crimson eternity from the Shio Leisure family? Wasn't this a new product only recently unveiled in 3 samples, set to be mass-produced next year? How could he have acquired it? Staring at the intricately designed, exquisite deep crimson lace lingerie set within the box, Panty was taken aback. Such an item, unattainable even with wealth. How had he come to possess it? Moreover, the note on the back contained further sentiments. "I saw this lingerie in the mall and thought it suited Miss Panty's fiery temperament, so I purchased it as a gift for our faithful acquaintance. I hope you like it." Since the Bai Chu in the fallen city, Panty had no shortage of admirers, many of whom knew her address. She frequently received a plethora of gifts, ranging from clothing to bags, jewelry, and cosmetics. Yet, this was her first encounter with such an invaluable gift, one that seemed to transcend mere material worth. Casting a glance at the still sleeping Bai Chu, who showed no signs of awakening, Panty bit her lip, feeling momentarily flustered. What was happening? Was she merely captivated by his physique? Yet he chose to present her with such an extravagant gift? Could it be he truly harbored feelings for her? Was he considering turning their playful charade into reality? But why had he fled last time? As a certain possibility dawned upon her, Panty swiftly began her examination. Wow! Panty's eyes widened in astonishment, and she couldn't help but exclaim, only to quickly shake her head. No, this is not the time to dwell on that. Feeling somewhat anxious, she instinctively took a deep breath. TSK, TSK. However, since everything functioned well and he seemed interested in her, why did he run away? Puzzled, Panty's gaze gradually fell upon the set of lingerie. Could it be he preferred something more playful? It was indeed a possibility. After all, many believe that the allure of partial concealment is more enticing than complete nudity. Those who understand. The more Panty contemplated this speculation, the more plausible it appeared, prompting her to pick up the packaging box and gently glide off the sofa. The illustrious Shirley family is renowned for its world-class luxury brands, and this newly released lingerie, aptly named Eternal Crimson, is impeccable both in comfort and the exquisite effect it presents when worn. One eye for detail he possesses. Truly a feat to discover such a purchasing channel. Now adorned in the lingerie, Panty stood before the full-length mirror, twisting and turning, her hands gliding over the alluring curves of her body, continuously shifting poses and styles. She adjusted her bust, feeling the elastic support, and nodded in satisfaction before returning to the side of the sofa. Next, it was time for the main course. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks on the door startled Panty, and even the peacefully slumbering Bai Chu was disturbed by the incessant noise, furrowing his brow, his lashes fluttering as if he would awaken any moment. Once again interrupted in her good deed, Panty's forehead throbbed, and she hurriedly covered Bai Chu's ears, watching as his furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and his lashes ceased to quiver. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief and glare at the door, lowering her voice to inquire. "Who is it?" "It's me, Panty. Open the door. I need to talk to you." The voice from outside caused Panty to pause in surprise. Stocking? Hadn't she already purchased the flower cakes for her? She even sent the takeout screenshot. What more could there be? After a brief silence, Stocking's voice resumed from outside. "I've changed my mind. I want the Black Forest mousse cake from Aaliyah." Panty's mouth twitched. "All right, the Black Forest mousse cake from Aaliyah, I promise. Once I finish up, I'll get it for you, okay?" To dismiss the bothersome visitor as swiftly as possible, Panty reluctantly acquiesced to Stocking's request. "Absolutely not. Buy it now." Stocking's refusal was resolute. "Sigh, fine, I'll get it for you right now. Just keep your voice down." Panty inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury that surged within her, and with gritted teeth articulated her thoughts. She released her hand from covering Bai Chu's ears, leaped off the sofa, and hurriedly seized her phone, carelessly discarded on the bed, to place an order. "I must see you order in person." With a resounding crack, Panty's phone screen splintered. "Hello, Stocking. You are being utterly unreasonable." At this juncture, if Panty remained oblivious to Stocking's deliberate mischief, then her years of experience would have been in vain. "What is unreasonable? The Black Forest mousse offers a plethora of optional ingredients. I intend to select each one individually. So, open the door quickly. Enough with the excuses. I know you too well." Panty discarded the ruined phone and crossed her arms defiantly, her tone laced with mockery. "What is the matter? Are you feeling envious because you see me preparing to devour him? Is that why you've come to stir trouble?" It seemed Panty had struck a nerve, as silence enveloped the space beyond the door. My dear sister, do not say I haven't given you a chance. If you wish to befriend Bai Chu, that is permissible, but let it be known that I take precedence. Today I, Panty, have set my sights firmly upon him. Not a chance, huh? What did you say?" Suddenly, dozens of azure lines flickered across the bedroom door. With a resounding crash, the once intact door was cleaved into several fragments, which tumbled to the floor in disarray. Stocking, wielding a blue and white striped spirit blade, strode in with purpose. "Stocking, have you lost your mind? How dare you destroy my door?" Panty exclaimed, seizing a weapon from her bed, transforming it into a spirit gun aimed squarely at Stocking, her anger palpable. "A man as wonderful as him. To be handed over to my sister would be an utter waste." Stocking raised her spirit blade, adopting a defensive stance, her resolve unwavering. Thus, today, I shall undoubtedly thwart your sordid intentions. Chapter 19. A temporary ceasefire in the battle. The two sisters, locked in a silent standoff, exchanged no further words, their tension permeating the room like gunpowder. However, amidst their fervent argument, the elevated volume of their discourse inadvertently roused a certain slumbering beauty they had momentarily overlooked. How delightful that nap! Was truly refreshing, huh? With bleary eyes, Bai Chu stumbled upright from the sofa, stretching languidly to invigorate her body, only to be suddenly met with a chilling sensation beneath her waist. Her belt had been undone by Panty, resulting in her well-fitted trousers cascading down in a most unceremonious fashion. Goodness! The moment Bai Chu's mind snapped into clarity, she hastily yanked her trousers back up. It is worth noting that her belt remained loose. Although Bai Chu's reflexes were swift, Panty and stockings still caught sight of her predicament. The spirit blade clattered to the floor, its power dissipated, reverting to an unremarkable blue-and-white thigh-high sock. The hand that once wielded the spirit blade now awkwardly covered Stocking's face. But, dear girl, with such a significant gap between your fingers, what can you truly conceal? Whoosh. Panty also lowered her spirit gun, raising an eyebrow as she let out a loud whistle directed at Bai Chu. Indeed, it was quite a spectacle. Moreover, it was not just the belt. Upon bending down to retrieve her trousers, Bai Chu realized that her shirt had also been stripped away. The corners of Bai Chu's mouth twitched as she adjusted her attire, casting a glance at Panty, who was clad only in her undergarments. Miss Panty, you wouldn't happen to be the one who removed my clothing, would you? Well, who knows? Panty shrugged nonchalantly, twirling in place, her fingertips brushing her rosy lips as she shot Bai Chu a flirtatious glance. I quite adore the gift you bestowed upon me. What do you think? Does it suit me? Indeed, it is as beautiful as I imagined and quite befitting of you, Miss Panty. Bai Chu swiftly arranged her clothing, generously complimenting Panty, before noticing Stocking standing at the doorway. Though curious about the remnants of the shattered wooden door evidently cleaved by Stocking, Bai Chu wisely chose not to inquire further. By the way, Miss Stocking, there's SA cake in the refrigerator outside that I bought for you. I saw it. It looks delicious. Thank you. Seemingly unaccustomed to expressing gratitude, Stocking stumbled over her words, and though her hand remained poised, Bai Chu could discern the blush gracing her cheeks through the gaps between her fingers. Don't mention it. As long as you enjoy it, that's what matters. After fastening the last button of his collar and tightening his tie, Bai Chu completed his attire, and, while smoothing the creases of his suit jacket, felt a metallic clink emanating from his pocket. Panty, who was nearly stripped bare, surprisingly did not seize the opportunity to take the heavenly coins immediately. Miss Panty, here are the heavenly coins I acquired this time. You. Oh dear, let us set that aside for now. Why not take a good look at me? Are you feeling any urges? With a playful tone, Panty leaned slightly at the edge of the bed, her gaze fixated on Bai Chu with an intensity that bordered on enchantment. She then extended her right hand toward her lips, tilted her head to the side, closed her right eye, and sent a captivating kiss in Bai Chu's direction. However, something felt amiss. Bai Chu, maintaining her composure, took a step back. Just as she was about to speak, Stocking, who had been irked by Panty's flirtation, charged forward. Whoa! Bai Chu watched in astonishment as Stocking sprinted towards Panty, lifting her leg that lacked the knee-high sock, delivering a swift kick to Panty's rear. Caught off guard, Panty took flight, her surprised shriek echoing as she tumbled into the crevice of the red sofa behind Bai Chu. Forget about the sister. Her head is already muddled. Wait, Stocking, with astonishing strength, grasped Bai Chu's left hand and began to pull her outside. Bai Chu stumbled, scattering the heavenly coins from her right hand around Panty, whose head was still trapped. Ah, the heavenly coins. Bai Chu's words were cut short once again by Stocking. Not important, just come with me. Stocking paid no heed to the coins strewn about, intent on leaving Panty's room. Excuse me, Miss Stocking, could you hold on for a moment? As they reached the threshold, Bai Chu exerted herself to halt Stocking. What is it? Do you wish to linger here? Stocking did not turn around, yet Bai Chu sensed a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. Not all. I merely wish to repair this door. It will not take long. With it shattered like this, can you truly mend it? This time, Stocking turned to face Bai Chu, her expression filled with curiosity. The earlier trace of displeasure vanished. Of course, Bai Chu nodded, intending to extend both hands but found her left hand firmly held by Stocking. It appeared she had no intention of releasing her grip. So Bai Chu lifted her right hand, palm facing the remnants of the wooden door on the ground. Consuming 1 point of soul power. Activating her skill, she initiated the repair. A violet glow emanated from Bai Chu's hand, enveloping the shattered fragments and door frame. In a brief moment, the purple light faded, and Pandy's room door was restored to its former state, even retaining the lock from the inside. Is that done? Stocking unconsciously parted her lips slightly, astonished by her seemingly magical ability to recover. All right, Miss Stocking, let's be on our way, Bai Chu said, gently shaking her left hand that had been grasped. Umorigt. Thus, Stocking led Bai Chu back to her room, securely locking the door behind them, much like Panty would. Wah! With a pair of long legs flailing in a chaotic struggle, Panty finally extricated her head from the crevice of the sofa. Stocking, you give me. Huh? She has already left. Sitting atop the sofa with tousled hair, Panty's angry expression gradually softened as she surveyed the empty room. Ignoring the damaged door and its eventual restoration, she gazed down at the scattered heaven coins on the sofa. Panty sighed deeply, then leaned forward, gathering the coins before her, her brow furrowing as she idly toyed with them. It seems Stocking has truly fallen into this, hasn't she? What to do? Chapter 20. Both sisters are filled with concern. Despite the chaos of the fallen angel city, it remains part of the human realm. Panty and Stocking, regardless of their turbulent nature, are angels at heart. Their presence in fallen angel city, tasked with purging malevolent spirits, serves as a punitive measure from the celestial realm due to their unruly behavior and disappointing performance. However, should they accumulate enough heaven coins, they will inevitably be summoned back to the divine domain. Though they appear as two beautiful young maidens, their essence diverges significantly from that of humans, for they are indeed beings of higher dimensions. Regarding male companions, Panty primarily seeks the pleasures of physical intimacy, rarely investing emotionally in her encounters. Her philosophy hinges on mutual consent, favoring physical connections over emotional entanglements. In contrast, Stocking harbors a different disposition. Beyond her fondness for confections, she shows little enthusiasm for romantic affairs. Having spent considerable time among humans, she has, on occasion, engaged with boys who shared her interests, yet ultimately found such interactions tedious and lacking in substance. As for Bai Chu, Panty's interest is merely a fleeting attraction, consistent with her usual pursuits. Although Bai Chu's gift resonated with her, evoking a hint of sentiment, winning Panty's heart entirely is no simple feat, however. Stocking's recent behavior has caused Panty to perceive a troubling sign, though Stocking has refrained from verbalizing her feelings. The astute Panty can distinctly sense that her sister's demeanor has shifted from a norm. To confirm her suspicions, Panty orchestrated a performance before Stocking entered the room. Her display of anger, followed by teasing, was a deliberate act aimed at provoking Stocking into revealing her true self. The conclusion Panty reached, however, was far from comforting. Her sister has indeed developed feelings for Bai Chu. If this were merely a fleeting infatuation, Panty would have welcomed it with open arms, perhaps even mocking the notion, for even the most unyielding trees can bloom. Yet, the current situation is far more complex. Due to their dimensional disparity, various viruses, bacteria, and microorganisms that could be lethal to humans pose no threat to their health. While Panty employs a small umbrella during intimate encounters, even without it, she remains impervious to conceiving a human child. The sole exception to this is malevolent spirits. Despite Panty and Stocking's prowess in vanquishing these entities with ease, they remain the only earthly creations capable of influencing, harming, or even killing angels. If the two of them truly became involved, setting aside the possibility of forgetting safety measures during critical moments, that fellow does not appear to be a novice. It seems unlikely that, should they ultimately accumulate enough heavenly coins, would Stocking consider breaking up with him to return to the celestial realm? Given Stocking's notoriously stubborn temperament, On the sofa, Panty rolled over, gazing at the ceiling while covering her eyes with 2 heavenly coins, murmuring to herself, if Stocking were to refuse, insisting on remaining in the mortal realm, or even staying with the malevolent spirit, if such matters were to reach the celestial realm. Recalling certain excessively stimulating videos and images seen during her classes in the celestial school, Panty suddenly shivered, instantly springing up from the sofa, her teeth chattering, panic etched upon her face. Grabbing a garment haphazardly, she dashed towards the door. No, absolutely not. She must find a way to prevent this. She could not bear to see her sister's wings turn black and be sent to the pyre. In stark contrast to Panty's room, Stocking's sanctuary exuded an entirely different aesthetic. A mysterious starry dome adorned the ceiling, with chandelier-like candelabras illuminating the space. A table shaped like a pumpkin, incense diffusers resembling thorns and roses, and a grand bed reminiscent of a carousel complemented the decor, alongside an array of delightful Gothic trinkets, animal skeleton specimens, and meticulously organized storage. Perhaps due to Stocking's frequent indulgence in sweets, a subtle sweetness lingered in the air, creating an inviting atmosphere. While Stocking's tastes may seem peculiar, Bai Chu felt that this was indeed the epitome of a typical young girl's room. With her head bowed, Stocking clutched the almost inseparable stitched zombie cat plushie. Sitting on the edge of her bed, while Bai Chu occupied a skeletal chair opposite her, surveying the surroundings, feigning admiration for the room's decor. From the moment they entered until they sat down, the two remained in silence, facing one another for an extended period, neither uttering a word. Eventually it was Bai Chu, feeling slightly restless, who broke the somewhat awkward silence. Miss Stocking. Huh, I'm here. Stocking appeared startled, instinctively straightening her posture and meeting Bai Chu's gaze, only to avert her eyes a moment later. Did you call me for something else? Well, it's nothing much. With the conversational floodgate opened, the delicate atmosphere dissipated. So about that outfit of mine. It was made by Miss Panty, correct? Bai Chu pointed to the buttons on her shirt, continuing her inquiry. Yes, I couldn't quite abide by her methods. Thus I intervened. Stocking replied, Will you hold it against me for ruining your plans? As she spoke, Stocking's gaze drifted slightly, and her hands instinctively tightened around the plush toy in her embrace. Miss Stocking, I have yet to express my gratitude. How could I possibly hold anything against you? Bai Chu responded with a hint of exasperation, his hands spread wide. Thank me? Stocking was momentarily taken aback, her eyes returning to Bai Chu's face. Why do you say that? Is it possible that Panty holds no allure for you at all? Or perhaps, at this moment, Stocking's expression shifted to one of peculiar curiosity. You and T happen to be gay, would you? Cough, cough, cough. Stocking's audacity was truly astonishing. Bai Chu felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, and just as he was about to clarify, he was caught off guard by his own saliva, leading to a fit of vigorous coughing. Nevertheless, he fervently waved his hands, vehemently rejecting Stocking's assumption. Ahem. Ms. Stocking, please refrain from such wild conjectures. My sexual orientation is entirely conventional, certainly not unorthodox. After forcefully patting his chest to suppress his cough, Bai Chu raised his head, responding with earnest conviction. Then why do you reject Panty? Stocking pressed further. How should I articulate this? Bai Chu straightened up, pondering for a moment before speaking with sincerity. Setting aside my identity as a malevolent spirit, even in my human form, I consider myself somewhat traditional. I believe that the intimate relations between men and women should be reserved for those who truly love one another. Of course, I do not criticize Ms. Panty's lifestyle. I harbor no disdain for her choices, as everyone has the right to pursue their own way of life. I am not a puritanical individual. Should Ms. Panty regard me as her true partner, rather than merely seeking fleeting physical pleasure, then, if I were to develop feelings for her, I would likely not refuse her advances. So, that is how it is. Stocking repeated his words in her mind, her eyes suddenly brightening. So, you do not yet have feelings for Panty? Indeed, not yet. With the affirmative response, Stocking gently bit her lip, gazing deeply into Bai Chu's eyes, and slowly inquired, What do you think of me? Chapter 21. Entangled by Stocking. Miss Stocking, with her beauty and kindness, is undoubtedly a remarkable young lady, Bai Chu remarked with a smile and a thumbs up. Stop pretending. You know that I seek a different answer. Stocking solemnly rebuked Bai Chu for her feigned ignorance. I understand your point, Miss Stocking. Realizing that her playful evasion was futile, Bai Chu retracted her smile and let out a gentle sigh. We have only known each other for 3 days. You hardly comprehend my character. Don't you think this progression is somewhat too swift? What of it? Panty, that rascal, often engages in such antics at first glance. I consider my pace rather moderate. Stocking pouted, abruptly discarding the plush toy she held, raising her hands to showcase her ample figure, and gazed at Bai Chu with a huff. I believe my physique is commendable. I have feelings for you and wish to pursue you. What's wrong with that? It's not as if I'm asking you to leap into bed with me right now. Well, sighed. Bai Chu, feeling a slight headache emerge, pinched the bridge of her nose in despair. Setting other matters aside, Miss Stocking, I am a demon, while you are an angel. If the heavenly realm discovers your association with a demon that ought to be vanquished, then you. If they know, so be it. What of it? Stocking narrowed her eyes, speaking with an air of indifference laced with audacity. I operate on my own terms, and I require no one to dictate my actions, not even the heavenly realm. Bai Chu was taken aback. It was no surprise that Stocking had been cast down to the mortal plane, with her obstinate nature, steadfast in her beliefs to the point of ignoring divine counsel. She bore little resemblance to the innocent angelic image one might expect. What if you're a demon? We could always elope. The world is vast. And I refuse to believe we cannot find a haven. Upon uttering this, Stocking inhaled deeply, momentarily calming her impulsive emotions. Rising from the bed, she approached Bai Chu, bent down, and poked her finger into Bai Chu's chest. Moreover, I merely wish to explore a relationship with you. There is no commitment yet, so do not presume that I will undoubtedly choose you. If it turns out we are incompatible, I shall not hesitate to part ways. Understood? Indeed, this was the true nature of Stocking. Observing that the situation still held potential for resolution, Bai Chu quietly exhaled in relief. Very well, Miss Stocking. Let's not rush into decisions. Let us grant each other some time to become acquainted, and it need not be a lengthy period. How about half a month? In the span of a fortnight, we ought to have garnered a clear understanding of one another. Should you, Miss Stocking, maintain your stance after this period, I shall acquiesce to your request, if that pleases you. Seeing that Bai Chu had relented, Stocking pondered for a moment before making her own concession. However, you must also agree to a few of my stipulations. Pray do share. I'm all ears. Stocking straightened her posture and raised a finger. Firstly, during these 2 weeks, you are prohibited from engaging in intimate relations with Panty. That is, of course, acceptable. Bai Chu nodded in agreement. Then, Stocking raised a second finger. Secondly, you must not deliberately avoid me, nor neglect to answer my calls. Naturally not. Bai Chu lowered his head, feigning indifference as he wiped the cold sweat forming on his brow. Surely, my intention to employ emotional distance to compel Stocking to relinquish this connection has not been discerned. Thirdly, should I wish to invite you out, do not proffer excuses of unavailability. You are now a malevolent spirit, free from the constraints of employment or the social interactions of humanity, possessing ample leisure time. Am I correct? Indeed, you are quite right, Miss Stocking. As Bai Chu observed Stocking's third finger raised, he silently lamented. Alas, she has preemptively countered all the excuses I might conjure. And one final point, Stocking abruptly seized Bai Chu's tie, pulling his upper body towards her, her lake green eyes radiating an imperious authority that brooked no refusal. Do away with the honorifics. There is no need for such formality. From now on, simply address me by my name, understood? Startled, Bai Chu nodded vigorously. Understood, understood, Stocking. Excellent. Satisfied with his response, Stocking released the tie, which had been twisted like a wrung towel, smoothing its creases before tidying it for Bai Chu and giving a gentle pat to his chest. Stocking. Suddenly raising her voice caught Bai Chu off guard, causing him to swallow the subsequent words he nearly uttered. Ahem, Stocking, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave now. Very well, go ahead. But do not forget your promises to me. Otherwise, I shall disregard our initial agreement and personally escort you to paradise. Stocking, with her left hand covering her lips, smiled charmingly even as she uttered this rather ominous statement. I shall remember this well. Rising from his chair, Bai Chu raised his left hand to lightly brush his right chest, bowing slightly in acknowledgement to Stocking. 10 points of soul power consumed. The skill activated, initiating an instantaneous transfer. In a flash of violet light, Bai Chu's figure vanished from Stocking's room. After Bai Chu's departure, Stocking, in a remarkably cheerful mood, hummed a sweet little tune as she unlocked the door. Oh! Outside the door stood Panty, hand raised, hesitating whether to knock, her expression frozen in surprise. What? It's Panty. Don't block the way. I'm off to get the cake. Upon seeing Panty, Stocking's lips curled into a smile, as if the earlier chaos she had caused in Panty's room was a mere figment of the imagination. Huh? Oh, my apologies. Panty instinctively took a step back to allow Stocking to pass. Stocking sidestepped and headed straight for the refrigerator, retrieving a slice of hazelnut chocolate cream cake that she had merely sampled before. She settled onto the nearby sofa, indulging in her treat. So sweet the flavor is truly delightful as the cake melted in her mouth. Stocking's smile radiated even more brilliantly. Wait a moment, Panty suddenly realized. She hadn't done anything yet. Why was she apologizing to Stocking? However, this was not the time for such musings. Casting a glance into Stocking's room and not seeing Bai Chu, Panty felt a sense of relief and finally inquired, Stocking, where's Bai Chu? He left, of course. What? It's only been a few minutes. Did he really leave so swiftly? Panty's face displayed sheer astonishment. Chapter 22. The intimate conversation between sisters. Panty's words caused Stocking to pause in her action of delivering the cake to her mouth. She cast a sidelong glance at Panty and snorted disdainfully. Don't assume everyone is like you, with nothing on their minds but sex. We merely engaged in casual conversation before letting him leave. Just casual conversation? Do you think I'm gullible enough to believe that? Panty rolled her eyes, suppressing a few internal grumbles. However, for the sake of her sister's future, she mustered the courage to sidle up to Stocking, her hand sliding around Stocking's pale neck and long hair to rest on her left shoulder. With a cheerful smile, she inquired, Now, my dear sister, honestly tell me, do you truly have feelings for that, Bai Chu boy? What does that have to do with you, sister? Stocking replied indifferently, chewing on her cake, her expression tepid and her demeanor aloof. Don't be so cold. If you genuinely like him, I wouldn't mind letting you have him. There is no need to let trivial matters sour our sisterly bond. Panty's other hand joined in, her fingers simultaneously pressing into Stocking's shoulders. Though her smile began to wane, and her tone adopted a hint of seriousness. But, Stocking, I must advise you, boyfriends are merely for fun. Take care not to get too serious. Don't forget his true identity. If you inadvertently become entangled, the one who will suffer in the end will be you. How the single syllable was enough to convey Stocking's stance. After swallowing the last bite of cake, she patted her small belly with satisfaction, brushed Panty's paw off her shoulder, and stood to discard the outer packaging into the trash. While avoiding Panty's gaze, she neatly folded the handwritten note from Bai Chu and tucked it into her skirt pocket. Sister Panty, you need not concern yourself with my affairs. As Stocking prepared to return to her room, she glanced at Panty, who sat on the sofa with her chin resting on her hand, her expression complex and her eyes fixed intensely on her. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, regarding Bai Chu, there's no need for your intervention. I shall win him over with my own charm. After all, you've been rejected by him twice already. With a resounding bang, the door shut. Panty's face darkened instantly, her veins throbbing visibly. If it weren't for your interference, I would have already captured him. I may never encounter such a splendid opportunity again, reflecting on the earlier scene in the room. Panty felt a twinge of regret and grumbled softly, but Stocking's unyielding attitude elicited a long, helpless sigh from her. Sigh. Panty retrieved her cracked phone from her pocket and gazed at the contact information for Shiro. She pondered whether to invite him out for a private discussion regarding the issues with Stocking. After a considerable time, she put away her phone, rose from the sofa, and walked towards her room. Never mind, it's not at that critical juncture yet. I shall take things as they come. If it comes to the worst. A cold glint flickered in Panty's eyes. Although it was somewhat regrettable, if your existence were to lead Stocking down a path of ruin, then one could only wish for your demise. Meanwhile, back at his residence, Shiro had drawn all the curtains, lying quietly in his pitch-black bedroom, lost in thought. Both Panty and Stocking held a certain allure for him. Given the chance, he would not mind engaging in deeper relations with either. However, the peculiarities of his identity as an angel sibling posed the greatest obstacle. The true extent of the powers possessed by the mysterious celestial realm remained unknown to Shiro. Yet, he could not forget the image from the original narrative. The towering figure clad in high heels and garter stockings, obscured in mystery, revealing only a glimpse of those long legs. Originally sealed in the depths of the fallen city, a being of a size comparable to the entire city itself. Even with Panty and Stocking unleashing their spiritual weaponry at full force, they could only inflict superficial wounds, utterly incapable of vanquishing such a formidable malevolent spirit. Yet, it was this unassuming pair of long legs that ultimately brought it to ruin. In a certain sense, what seemed like a conventional comedic series could prove to be far more perilous than any otherworldly or battle-themed narrative. Should a conflict arise between the malevolent spirits and the angels, what actions and measures would the celestial realm undertake upon discovering such events? The original text offered no clarity. Much like Stocking's decision to elope with the grotesque spirit, with no one but Panty stepping in to intervene. However, Panty's relentless attempts to thwart Stocking, even at the risk of severing their sisterly bond by disguising herself as Stocking to lure the grotesque spirit into a trap, clearly indicated her awareness of some underlying truths. Thus, Shiro dared not gamble with fate. To preserve his own life, Shiro had contemplated the option of leaving the fallen city, which indeed had connections to other cities, as depicted in the original narrative. Yet, departing from the fallen city and severing ties with Panty and Stocking would mean losing a stable source of intelligence regarding malevolent spirits. Without such support, relying solely on chance to seek out these spirits would not only heighten the difficulty, but also significantly diminish efficiency, consequently reducing the soul power he could harvest. Soul power was not merely the foundation of Shiro's combat strength. It was essential for his very survival. Moreover, it seems that the environment of the fallen city is particularly conducive to the emergence of malevolent spirits for in other cities. Rumors or news of such attacks are seldom heard. If, at the moment when one's soul energy is depleted, no suitable target can be found for consumption, there would be no need to await intervention from the celestial realm. Bai Chu would simply dissipate, leaving not even a trace behind. The option of departing from Fallen City has also been temporarily shelved. I said system. With this thought, Bai Chu suddenly inquired, is there no alternative that would allow me to gain soul energy without relying on malevolent spirits? Which benevolent individual, after traversing realms, has their health and mana values shared? Currently, there is no feasible method in this world, the system promptly replied. As anticipated, wait a moment, this world? Bai Chu sat up in bed, opening her eyes in the darkness. The host may utilize the current character card skill to travel to other worlds, with a certain probability of acquiring new methods for obtaining soul energy. Are you referring to the otherworld skill? The host is correct. Bai Chu spirit life at instanti. So, using this skill truly allows for another traversal. After all, it had merely been her conjecture before. 300 points of soul energy is no trifling matter and cannot be tested like other low-consumption skills. However, system, why did you not inform me of this earlier? Host, you did not inquire, and I'm under no obligation to explain every detail to you. The system's blunt response caused Bai Chu's lips to twitch slightly. All right. I suppose that is my fault. This system accepts the host's apology. It has become rigid. My fists have stiffened. Chapter 23. The desert pudding on the brink of catastrophe as night descended upon the bustling city of the fallen. A gradual stillness enveloped the surroundings after a day of fervent activity. On this particular evening, 3 individuals, each harboring their own secrets, found no solace in sleep. Only Father Berto, who had been tirelessly occupied throughout the day, lay in bed, snoring thunderously, lost in dreams of chasing a delightful group of cherubic boys from a cherished art collection, continuing their innocent games. Meanwhile, in a central apartment of the city, Briff, clad solely in shorts and adorned with a feathered crown, was seated cross-legged amidst a circle of flickering candles. His neck and wrists were embellished with an array of accessories, and intricate patterns adorned both his body and face. With closed eyes and hands raised, he held a malevolent spirit card bestowed upon him by Bai, reciting incantations in a fervent whisper. Briff endeavored to harness the esoteric knowledge he had amassed over the years to communicate with this spirit card, seeking the arcane power essential for embarking on the path of a spirit hunter. Suddenly, the sound of a toilet flushing echoed through the air. Panty, clad in a tank top and bearing a look of drowsiness, emerged from the restroom, yawning widely and clutching a pair of underwear. Instinctively, she approached the refrigerator, opening its door in search of something cool and invigorating to fully awaken her senses. What is this? No matter, this would do. Panty retrieved a glass jar from the fridge and, swaying slightly, made her way to the sofa. There, she unceremoniously nudged Chaku, who was blissfully asleep, aside before plopping down. With a lackadaisical effort, she peeled away the seal from the jar, tilting her head back and pouring its contents into her mouth. In her half-asleep state, she failed to notice the label on the jar bearing Stocking's name. With a splash, the creamy pudding from the glass jar cascaded into Panty's mouth. What? Gulp, gulp, gulp. The unexpected turn of events startled Panty, causing her to fling the now empty jar away and instinctively reach for the pudding lodged in her mouth. Thud! The jar traced a perfect arc through the air, soaring past the open window and plunging into the lake below, sinking slowly into its depths. Panty attempted to retrieve it, but the pudding's velvety texture eluded her grasp. In a moment of desperation, her face flushed, she resorted to swallowing the pudding whole. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Panty, now, choking back tears, stuck out her tongue in disgust. What is this? Pudding. So sweet it nearly chokes me. Is this truly fit for human consumption? Looking around, she finally spotted a bottle of sparkling orange juice beneath the coffee table. She twisted off the cap and drank deeply, finally washing away the cloying sweetness lingering in her mouth. With a deep sigh, Panty found her drowsiness significantly diminished after the recent turmoil. She bent down and retrieved a bag of her favorite snacks, spicy potato chips. After tearing open the packaging, she grabbed a handful and began to chew. Indeed, indulging in something spicy was the best way to invigorate oneself. At the very least, it had certainly perked her up. Reclined on the sofa, Panty let out a heartfelt exclamation. After a while, Stocking's door creaked open. Dressed in a blue and white striped pajama set, she ambled toward the bathroom, cradling her stitched-together zombie cat plushie. However, upon pushing the bathroom door open and squinting her eyes against the harsh light, she was met with an unsightly scene of water and paper towels strewn across the floor, causing her brows to furrow deeply. Despite her distaste for the disorderly and filthy environment, her physiological needs outweighed her aversion, compelling her to approach the toilet. Although the morning had offered Panty a somewhat exhilarating experience, the severe lack of sleep ultimately led her to succumb to drowsiness while lying on the sofa. Meanwhile, the previously kicked Chaku lay at her feet, lost in a deep slumber, drooling slightly from the corner of its mouth. In contrast, Stocking, now donned in a blue and white sailor uniform paired with a pleated skirt, stood perplexed before the open refrigerator. Her large eyes brimmed with confusion. Where's my pudding? The pudding I prepared for breakfast. How could my entire bottle of pudding have vanished? She promptly began rummaging through the hallway, searching for her beloved dessert that had seemingly vanished into thin air. The cacophony of drawers and cabinets being opened abruptly roused Panty from her slumber. Rubbing her eyes, she observed Stocking's frantic movements, equally perplexed. It's not here. It's not here. It's not here. Stocking let out a desperate wail after exhausting every corner in her search. Panty, irritated by the noise, hastily covered her ears and, with a furrowed brow, inquired, Stocking, what on earth is missing that has you making such a racket this early in the morning? Of course it's the pudding. Pudding, Stocking exclaimed, her eyes wide with urgency as she turned to Panty. I purchased it from a celestial television shopping channel. It's purported to be a once-in-500 years dream dessert. Pudding? A sudden realization struck Panty. Wasn't he that the very dessert she had inadvertently consumed earlier that morning, mistaking it for a cold treat? Yet, She maintained an air of nonchalance, shrugging her shoulders and feigning ignorance. It's just a pudding. If it's gone, it's gone. You can always buy another. By the way, the flour cakes I got you yesterday are still in the fridge. If you can't find your pudding, why not have those instead? At that moment, an idea, which she found rather delightful, sprang to mind, and a smirk played at the corners of her mouth as she continued. Stocking, yesterday, when you were vying for men, I didn't see you in such a hurry. What, is dessert truly more important to you than men? Upon hearing this, Stocking's expression darkened. You simply do not understand, Pandy. Oh, indeed, I do not understand, Pandy replied, sitting up straight with a mischievous grin, arms outstretched. So, if you had to choose between that pudding and the white CH, which would you select? Panty, do you take me for a child? Must I really choose? Stocking huffed, extending her right hand and forming a firm fist. As for the pudding and the white CH, I, of course, desire them both. Panty's smile froze on her face. Wait, something feels off. Panty. Stocking narrowed her eyes, observing the increasingly unnatural expression on Panty's face as she approached step by step. Why are your words so frequent today? Could it be that you have secretly indulged in my pudding? As Stocking's words fell, a bead of cold sweat trickled slowly down Panty's cheek. Chapter 24. Chaku's Dream. Encounter with two angels. Ha. Ha ha. How could that be, Stocking? You know, I've never been fond of desserts. An awkward smile from Panty. Her wandering gaze suddenly fell to her feet, and with a swift kick, she sent the still slumbering Chaku flying, crashing against the wall, her round form bouncing like a basketball. Perhaps Chaku had indulged in a secret snack. Though she sought an excuse, Panty's guilty demeanor only intensified her suspicions. Before she could attempt to justify herself again, Stocking, like a flash of lightning, reached out her left hand, gripping Panty's chin with a vice-like force, pulling her closer. Seeing the remnants of creamy morsels at the corner of Panty's mouth, Stocking's expression darkened. The case was solved. The culprit was Panty. However, Panty, pinched and pained, felt quite disgruntled. It was one thing to be interrupted by Stocking's abrupt entrance yesterday, and despite her concern, Panty received no gratitude. Instead, she was treated this way over a mere pudding? Did she not consider Panty her sister anymore? With a forceful toss of her head, Panty freed herself from Stocking's grasp and flopped onto the sofa with a sulky face. Perhaps there was some truth to it. That pudding was not as delectable as you claimed, far too sweet for my taste. The culprit indeed is you. With a grim expression, Stocking suddenly lunged, capturing the flailing Chaku before her, tightening her grip around the creature's neck as her anger surged. You yourself claimed to detest sweets, so why did you indulge? Crack! With a sharp sound, the previously struggling Chaku went limp, her legs flailing, meeting her demise in an instant. Did you not also declare that you were no longer a child? What is so significant about a mere pudding? Here, I shall offer you my favorite snack as compensation, Panty remarked, pushing a bag of spicy potato chips toward Stocking. Observing the explosively spicy label on the packaging, Stocking merely waved the corpse of Chaku in her hand, sending both the bag of chips and Chaku flying across the room. I detest spicy food. TCH, kindness mistaken for foolishness. It remains uncertain whether Panty's resentful remark hinted at other matters. Regardless of Chaku's resurrection, after consuming the scattered spicy chips and transforming into a fiery spectacle, Panty continued with a vacant stare. All you do is eat sweets, not fearing you might end up as a plump pig ready for the oven. Stocking's forehead twitched, her hands on her hips, striving to maintain her quivering figure, which appeared more appetizing than pudding. You need not concern yourself. All my nourishment is concentrated right here. All you have is size, Panty proclaimed, her hands lifting her chest in a display of pride. On my side, it's perfectly proportioned and exquisitely sensitive. Stubborn as a dead duck, Stocking retorted, shifting her posture to elevate her soft curves even further. Of course, bigger is always better. Panty crossed her legs and shot a disdainful smile at Stocking. Tell me, Stocking, aside from those water balloons, is there anything else worthy of boasting about? With your gloomy disposition and peculiar preferences, it would be a miracle if you could attract a good man. Even if I can't win over Bai Chu, there's no way you would get the leftovers. At this, Stocking's lips curled in irritation. Oh really? It was you, Panty, who was in the wrong first. Not only do you fail to apologize properly, but now you resort to personal attacks. Don't blame me for being harsh. But your proudly boasted boyfriend was easily hooked. Wasn't he? Panty blinked, momentarily taken aback. That empty-headed muscle-bound fool was utterly useless. Panty, it's sad that you could be satisfied with such mediocrity. Stocking chuckled behind her hand, reveling in her triumph. So it was you, Stocking, with those bold brows and big eyes, who dared to encroach upon my territory from that time. Don't blame me for retaliating. The subservient man you were so fond of was nothing but trash. Just like that pudding you adore. Soft, limp, and utterly unpalatable. Panty laughed mockingly, rising defiantly. Boom! Thunder rumbled outside, lightning flashing ominously. A bolt struck through the window, hitting the bystander, Chaku, squarely, as if spurred by the thunderclap. Both women felt a surge of energy, their weapons drawn in unison, racing toward each other. You dare steal my man. You dare touch my treasures. Panty's gun was pressed against Stocking's head, while Stocking's blade was poised at Panty's neck. Their teeth gritted. They glared at one another, poised for an imminent clash. Ding! The elevator arrived at the second floor, and Father Berto stepped out, delivering a punch to the charred head of Chaku. As Chaku opened his mouth, a thick plume of smoke erupted, and a scroll of paper leaped out, landing in Father Berto's hand. What are you two doing? Listen carefully, there's an order. Father Berto unfurled the scroll, revealing its contents to the angelic sisters. Proceed to the scene immediately. Depart at once. Stocking. No. Panty. Absolutely not. Holy hell. Why? An exclamation of profanity escaped, as Father Berto inquired with a puzzled expression. I refuse to associate with that wretched woman. Who do you call a wretched woman? I can't take it anymore. The group is disbanding. Do not mimic me. The two sisters, locked in a battle of words, shouted in unison at each other. I can manage just fine on my own. It would be preferable without that rabid she-dog. Stocking shot Panty a final glare, sheathed her psychic weapon, scooped up her stitched-together zombie cat, and led the way into the elevator. TCH, rather than endure your insatiable sweet tooth and utter lack of respect for your elder, I would much prefer to take a dog. Chaku, follow me. Just as Chaku was patting down the scorch marks on his body, Panty seized him by the collar and leaped out of the second-floor window. Upon landing, Panty kicked open the basement window, dragging Chaku along, and swiftly drove the pink Hummer onto the highway. Curse be Panty! That scoundrel has taken the car. Exiting the elevator and gazing at the empty garage, Stocking's expression darkened further as she tightened her grip on her doll. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved her phone from her pocket and dialed Bai Chu's number. Hello, Bai Chu. It's me, Stocking. I recall you have a car, right? Come to the church and pick me up, quickly. What's the matter? Of course, it's about the news of a malevolent spirit, but this time, I intend to accompany you. We must eliminate that damned spirit before Panty does. Chapter 25. The angel sisters parting ways despite the rather unsatisfactory quality of her sleep the previous night. Bai Chu refrained from wandering about aimlessly as she had done 2 nights prior. Having learned from her past experiences, she retired to bed early. Consequently, upon being awakened by the system's mandatory prompt, Bai Chu chose to rise, tidily stowing away a few miscellaneous items before making her way to the rooftop to hone her malevolent spirit abilities. When she received a call from Stocking, Bai Chu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided to answer. Fortunately, the conversation revolved around news of a new malevolent spirit rather than entangled emotional matters. However, it seemed that Stocking's tone suggested a disagreement with Panty. After Stocking hung up, Bai Chu slipped her phone into her pocket, her thoughts directing a piercing chain to effortlessly penetrate a nearby cutting board before retracting into her sleeve. Aside from the now riddled cutting board, a stainless steel frying pan bore numerous holes, resembling a colander, while scattered around lay a multitude of punctured grapes. Through her morning practice, Bai Chu had gained considerable insight into the range, power, speed, and precision of the hell chain, and her proficiency in wielding it had escalated rapidly, a testament to the innate abilities that had sprung from within her. Though Stocking had suggested she drive over, Bai Chu pondered the distance between them. If she were to arrive promptly, Should she take a taxi? Yet, recalling her 2 previous experiences in a taxi with the driver black, a shiver ran down her spine. Perhaps not. Now that her wallet was sufficiently filled, she no longer needed to scrimp and save as she had before, when the thought of splitting her soul energy felt like a desperate measure. Nonetheless, she opted to take the elevator down, walking approximately 200 meters until she reached the entrance of a restaurant. The menu, adorned with traditional Chinese characters and English, evoked a wave of nostalgia. Jingle upon entering, the cheerful sound of a bell announced her arrival. Spotting an Asian waitress behind the counter, Bai Chu smiled and greeted her in Chinese. "Good morning. Please pack a breakfast for me." Consume 10 soul energy points, activating Akura, demon form. Countdown, 3 minutes. With a breakfast bag in hand, Bai Chu exited through the back door of the restaurant, ensuring that the alleyway was devoid of any bystanders. She transformed into her demon form, expending another 10 soul energy points to utilize her skill of instantaneous transfer. In her human form, her range of movement was limited to a mere 100 meters. However, under the augmentation of her demon form, the effective range of her teleportation expanded exponentially. In the blink of an eye, she found herself at the outermost perimeter of the church, promptly reverting to her human form and summoning the all-mad coachman aboard. After driving less than a kilometer, she spotted Stocking standing by the roadside, her expression markedly grim. Upon seeing the arrival of Bai Chu, Stocking wasted no time and promptly opened the car door, taking her seat in the passenger side. Observing this, Bai Chu refrained from further conversation and instead raised his hand to activate the navigation map on the central control screen. "Where are we headed?" queried Stocking, pouting slightly as she leaned forward to glance at the map, subsequently tapping on a particular street. It is worth noting that the all-crazy driver at that moment was styled like a sports car, and compared to an ordinary vehicle, its interior space was already quite limited. Stocking's forward lean caused her ample softness to rest directly upon Bai Chu's hand, which was gripping the gear lever. This overwhelming sensation made Bai Chu momentarily pause, as it marked the first instance of such close physical contact with Stocking. Stocking, you are pressing on me," he managed to say. Stocking followed Bai Chu's gaze downward, noticing the area she had inadvertently compressed. With a slight smirk, she straightened her posture. "If I am not mistaken, you're not Chu Nan, correct?" "Of course, I mean when you were still human. I don't mind these things. Would you really be concerned about such a trivial touch?" Certainly not. It's just that if you're pressing down, I want to be able to drive." "Oh, right, I almost forgot. Here, this is for you." Bai Chu extended his right hand to the back seat, retrieving a bag of breakfast and placing it into Stocking's hands. "What is this?" Stocking inquired curiously, feeling the warmth emanating from the bag. "I figured you hadn't had breakfast yet. I picked it up on the way, and since we have a bit of time before reaching our destination, you might as well have something to tide you over. Now buckle up, we're off." Bai Chu shifted gears and pressed the accelerator, smoothly steering the vehicle toward the destination Stocking had selected. Opening the bag labeled New Style, Sino-American Fusion Cuisine, Stocking discovered deep-fried cakes resembling donuts, along with hot cocoa and soybean milk. Glancing at Bai Chu, who was focused on driving, she bit into one of the fried cakes. The exterior was crisp, while the inside remained tender, dusted with fine sugar. And the filling, a delightful mix of honey and syrup, was utterly captivating. This overly sweet delicacy was, for Stocking, who adored sweets, perfectly delectable. Within a few bites, she had consumed the entire fried cake and then extracted a straw to insert into the paper cup. As the sweet and aromatic hot cocoa, soybean milk flowed into her mouth, Stocking's previously strained expression visibly relaxed. Releasing the straw, she turned to Bai Chu and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. "The taste is wonderful. Thank you." "You're welcome. As long as you enjoy it," Bai Chu replied with a smile, maintaining his focus on the road, despite not making eye contact with Stocking. Gazing at the gentle profile of Bai Chu's smile, Stocking's heartbeat quickened slightly, and she immediately lowered her head, once again biting down on the straw. So sweet in this moment. The pudding devoured by Panty seemed to lose its significance. In contrast to Bai Chu's steady driving style, Panty's manner behind the wheel was markedly more aggressive. Maneuvering her pink Hummer, she charged down the road. swiftly arriving at the designated street. After spinning out and sending a thug, who was bullying a pedestrian, flying, the Hummer finally came to a halt. Panty removed her sunglasses, kicked open the car door, and stepped out. Here we are. Let me see where that damned evil spirit is hiding. Ding-a-ling-a-ling, Panty's phone began to ring. Hello, Fido. I've arrived at the scene. Panty answered the call. Excellent. We've also identified the true form of the evil spirit. This time it's a girl. And, wait. Hello, Fido. The signal is poor. Could you repeat that? Hello? Hello? Panty tapped her phone vigorously, then held it to her ear, attempting to decipher Beto's subsequent intel. Yet, the communication abruptly cut off. Panty stared at the darkened screen, pressed a few buttons, but the phone remained unresponsive. The fissure that she had accidentally created now appearing considerably wider. Ah, utterly broken. Well, never mind. Even without intel, it's merely an evil spirit. Dealing with it should be a piece of cake. Let me see which one it is. Surveying her surroundings for suspicious individuals, Panty discarded her broken phone, which fortuitously landed straight into Chaku's gaping mouth. After a brief moment of chewing and swallowing, Chaku emitted a loud belch, but soon its expression shifted dramatically, and its stomach began to rumble incessantly. Hastily covering its rear, it leapt from the vehicle and darted into a nearby alley, erupting with a cacophony of sounds. Chapter 26. The Clever Individual Who Fell into the Trap-Alas. The Big Bad Wolf, a child resembling a young girl, donned in a crimson hood and clutching a small red wicker basket, emerged wailing, yearning to leap into Panty's embrace. However, with a disdainful expression, Panty firmly pushed the child aside. Who is this troublesome little brat? Do not smear your tears and snot on me. It is utterly revolting. Panty's outrageous behavior caused the corners of the little girl's eyes to twitch violently, even silencing her cries. Hey, is this a joke? Aren't you supposed to be an angel? Do you possess no compassion for children whatsoever? The girl internally grumbled, but soon regained her composure. She lifted her head, her dark, glistening eyes, still adorned with tears, gazed up at Panty as she pitifully implored, Please help me. I was just attacked by a malevolent spirit resembling a big bad wolf. A malevolent spirit? Attacking a little girl? After a moment of contemplation, Panty's eyes brightened as she clenched her right fist against her left palm. Huh, this ties back to the intelligence Beato shared. So, there's a big bad wolf spirit that attacks little girls? Quickly, tell me where it is. Seeing Panty resolve to vanquish the malevolent spirit, the little girl felt a surge of hope and pointed towards a narrow alley behind Panty. This way, follow me. With that, the girl dashed into the alley, leading the way, while an excited Panty followed closely behind. This is too simple. I can handle it all on my own, without stalking. Suddenly, the wall on one side of the alley erupted in a violent explosion, revealing a rather large werewolf spirit emerging from the billowing dust. It's here, the little girl shrieked, clutching her head and seeking refuge behind Panty. Oh, so it has appeared, with an angelic halo shimmering above her. Panty brandished her weapon, transforming it into a spiritual gun aimed squarely at the werewolf spirit. Allow me, Panty, to eliminate you with a single shot. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, just as Panty pulled the trigger, she abruptly redirected the gun, targeting behind her, and fired, dislodging the axe the little girl had raised. What? Startled, the girl instinctively recoiled a few steps. Such a crude trap. Do you really think I would fall for it? Of course. If it were stalking here, you might have had a chance of success. Once again, aiming her weapon at the werewolf spirit, ensuring it dared not make a move. Panty revealed a smirk imbued with mockery. What? Such a flawless plan, and yet you saw through it. The little girl exclaimed in disbelief. On the bustling street, just moments ago, amidst the throngs of people, why was I of all individuals so definitively chosen as the target for assistance? Moreover, a mere child, yet to reach adulthood, after being assailed by malevolent spirits, did not flee in panic, but instead exhibited the courage to guide me. This, indeed, unveils your greatest flaw. So it is true. One cannot deny the prowess of a member from the illustrious duo of Panty Stocking. Yet, upon realizing her scheme had been uncovered, the young girl decisively shed her human facade, transforming into a significantly smaller werewolf spirit. With a swift motion, she reached behind her, grasping a black rope tethered to her form. Simultaneously, the larger werewolf spirit mirrored her actions, and with synchronized force. The rope that passed between Panty's legs was suddenly taut, propelling her body into the air. What? Panty, momentarily stunned, found herself unprepared for this unexpected assault from beneath her feet. The two malevolent spirits, rotating the rope in opposite directions, crafted intricate loops in the air, ensnaring Panty before she could react. With a forceful yank, a resounding crack echoed as the rope bound her tightly, rendering her utterly immobile from head to toe. What? Is this? A rope? Where did it? Panty then realized that the two werewolf spirits were, in fact, interconnected by this very rope. Such an obvious trait, and yet she had completely overlooked it. He thought you were formidable, yet you were merely average. Aren't you supposed to be clever? What? Can't comprehend it? Observing Panty, bewildered and staring at the black rope restraining her, the young werewolf spirit erupted in triumphant laughter. Allow me to enlighten you. Anyone I set my sights upon will instinctively disregard the existence of this rope. That is my ability, and even you, an angel, are not exempt. The larger werewolf spirit chimed in. So what business do you have with us two? You two? Of course. She and I are of one mind, a singular malevolent entity. Before the larger werewolf spirit spoke, Panty had surmised that the other was merely a manifestation or a similar extension of the girl, but never did she anticipate such a union. Indeed, the young werewolf spirit continued. I lure in those foolish men enamored with little girls, while he expertly extracts their wealth. We are quite fond of money. What? Panty found herself momentarily speechless at the young werewolf spirit's revelation. Furthermore, this operation bore an oddly familiar ring. Upon deeper reflection, Panty realized, goodness, do malevolent spirits engage in such tricks as well? Wait, could it be that the rope mentioned in the celestial hints refers to a trap for ensnaring men? Finally grasping the underlying reason, Panty wore a look of frustration, as the malevolent spirits of the two wolves gradually intensified their dragging force. The tightening ropes caused her breath to quicken, and a pained expression emerged on her face. She was certainly not like Stocking, who reveled in the thrill of bondage and asphyxiation. Useless wretches perish. As she glared at the gaping maw of the large wolf, Panty clenched her teeth in anger. How infuriating. Just at that critical moment, the roar of an engine crescendoed from afar, and a fiery red sports car sped towards the narrow alley from behind. With its left tires gripping the ground and the right tires scaling the wall, the vehicle tilted at an odd angle, executing a daring maneuver that forced it into the otherwise inaccessible alleyway, colliding with the large wolf spirit that was about to pounce on Panty, sending it flying. Simultaneously, the passenger door swung open, and a figure leapt out, a halo shimmering above, executing a flying kick that sent the bewildered little wolf spirit following suit. With a graceful roll upon landing, the newcomer stood proudly before the halted car, chest out and head held high, proclaiming, Panty, I have come to rescue you. Oh dear, how did you find yourself in such a predicament? Emerging from the loosened ropes, Panty retrieved her fallen spiritual gun, casting an irritated glance at the haughty Stocking. TCH, what are you talking about? Who needs your rescue? I was having a splendid time. Chapter 27, A Chaotic Battlefield of Combat. Ugh. What a wretched creature. Can you not drive? Can't you see the obstruction ahead? How filthy. After being struck by a sports car and tumbling headlong into a trash bin, the great wolf spirit struggled to rise, clinging to the edge of the dumpster. It spat out various bits of refuse that had inadvertently found their way into its maw and unleashed a torrent of invective towards the direction of the car. Host, please be advised. A consumable target has been identified, codenamed Crimson Hood and the cannibalistic femme fatale. This malevolent spirit is formed from the resentment of a prostitute devoured by a wild wolf during a tryst in the forest. Alongside her affluent paramour, it harbors a profound obsession with wealth and delights in extorting the affluent. My sincerest apologies, I truly did not notice such a substantial heap of non-recyclable refuse on the road. However, as Bai Chu, prompted by the system's alert, exited the car and straightened the creases of his suit, He overheard the wolf spirit's furious barks and couldn't help but smile slightly, his lips curving upwards. Trash belongs in the trash bin. The position you currently occupy is indeed fitting for your identity, is it not? You insignificant human. You're courting death. The wolf spirit, incensed by Bai Chu's insult, let loose a furious roar, brandishing its claws. It ferociously ripped through the metal of the dumpster, entirely disregarding the bickering Panty and Stocking, and charged at Bai Chu. Yet, just as it was about to breach the angelic sisters, Panty and Stocking, who were previously engaged in their verbal skirmish, simultaneously raised their knees and delivered a powerful kick to the wolf spirit's chest. This propelled it back into the dumpster with greater speed than before. How foul! Stay away from me. Nevertheless, despite their synchrony, their quarrel remained unyielding. It's merely a pudding, for heaven's sake. Stocking, how long do you intend to remain incensed over such trivial matters from this morning? It's not just a pudding. Panty, are you completely oblivious? What nonsensical drivel are you spouting? You know exactly what I mean. Neither Panty nor Stocking was willing to yield. Their faces contorted in displeasure as they nearly pressed their foreheads together in frustration. Observing this exchange, Bai Chu pondered whether he should intervene and mediate their dispute. Both of you are utterly insufferable. The wolf spirit, once more rising from the trash bin, was now consumed by rage, its visage contorting in fury. In simple terms, it was so enraged that it was almost unrecognizable. With a violent flick, it cast off a banana peel from its head and grasped a black rope behind it. The smaller wolf spirit, attuned to its thoughts, curled into a compact sphere. Once lifted by the larger wolf spirit, it began to spin rapidly like a meteor hammer, generating a cacophony of howling winds. In that case, let's first deal with these imbecilic sisters. Whoosh! The meteor hammer was hurled downwards with great force towards the heads of Panty and Stocking. Bang! The hammer struck the ground, but the sisters merely stepped back in unison, effortlessly evading the attack. However, as the hammer hit the ground and bounced back, it unfurled into a small wolf spirit, gripping an axe it had mysteriously retrieved, and swung towards Panty's head, forcing her to continuously dodge backwards. What a splendid opportunity! Watch me. Seizing the moment, Stocking removed her thigh-high stockings, transforming them into spiritual blades as she lunged at the great wolf spirit. She leapt into the air, crossing her blades with fierce intent for a decisive strike. Bang! A gunshot rang out, causing Stocking's arm to tremble mid-air, momentarily slowing the descent of her blades. A flaw. The great wolf spirit capitalized on the instant Stocking became rigid, sidestepping the blades and swiping with its claw, striking Stocking's body and sending her crashing into the wall of the alleyway, as if she were a spinning top. Fortunately, being an angel endowed her with sufficient strength. Though the attack could have rendered an ordinary human incapacitated or even dead, it merely left Stocking's sailor uniform in tatters, along with a few minor scratches beneath the torn fabric. TSK. Dusting off the debris, Stocking rose to her feet, her grip on the blade revealing the evident tension in her veins as she glared at the visible bullet marks. Panty, how did you go this far? My apologies, I accidentally pulled the trigger with a swift kick. Panty sent the struggling, small wolf spirit flying, raised her spiritual gun, and innocently blew at the non-existent smoke from the barrel. Cursed angel, perish! The small wolf spirit lunged at her again, striking several times with its axe, all of which Panty effortlessly evaded. Seizing her chance, she kicked the small wolf spirit into the air while simultaneously aiming her gun. One down. Whoosh! Yet, before the gun could fire, a blue light flashed, and a spiritual blade pierced through the trigger guard, pinning Panty's gun to the wall as it slipped from her grasp. Panty stared at her empty palm, slowly narrowing her eyes. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, I slipped too. Stocking brushed the dust from her palms, raising her hand to conceal the uncontrollable grin threatening to escape. Slip my foot. I'll return that remark. Panty and Stocking abandoned their respective foes and rushed towards one another, tearing at each other's collars while exchanging a torrent of insults. What on earth are you trying to do, you foul woman? What nonsense are you up to? Do you wish to fight? Come at me. I fear you not. Stocking struck first, delivering a powerful blow that sealed Panty's left eye. Undeterred, Panty retaliated with a headbutt, causing a stream of blood to gush from Stocking's nose. "You gloomy, wretched shut-in," Stocking hurled back. "You foul harlot, you wretched cur." The two engaged in a fierce and unrefined brawl, tearing at each other's garments, tugging at hair, slapping cheeks, pinching flesh, biting arms, striking backsides, stepping on toes, and spitting, creating a chaotic scene that obscured the very heavens and dimmed the sun. Such a savage spectacle elicited an involuntary gasp from Bai Chu, who stood by, instantly dispelling any thoughts of intervening. She cradled her forehead and sighed deeply. Let them fight. Eventually, they'll tire and cease. Perhaps. Yet, it was not Bai Chu who would halt their quarrel, but rather the overlooked duo of wolf-like malevolent spirits. With fists the size of millstones, they descended upon the struggling angelic sisters, forcefully bringing them to the ground. "You two foolish angels, have you forgotten we are here?" The assembled wolf spirits unleashed the black ropes from their backs, ensnaring the disheveled and exposed panty and Stocking tightly together. Chapter 28. The common enemy is the key to reconciliation. Amusingly, when two individuals come together, they reveal nothing but vulnerabilities. Witnessing the angelic sisters being forced into submission, the malevolent spirit of the little wolf immediately erupted into derisive laughter. How infuriating! This tactic again. With dark circles under her eyes, Panty struggled to break free, only to glance up and see Bai Chu standing by the car, arms crossed nonchalantly. She exclaimed, "Hey, Bai Chu, are you just going to stand there and watch? Have you forgotten our agreement? Hurry up and lend a hand. If you dawdle, I swear I'll make you regret it." "Ah, I intended to help, but..." Bai Chu shrugged. "I specifically told him not to interfere. I shall personally deal with this spirit. It's not for you to teach him a lesson." Originally, Stocking had been fiercely reprimanding Panty, but as the spirit suddenly tightened the ropes, a sultry moan escaped her lips. Moreover, this sensation is rather delightful. As the ropes constricted further, Stocking's complexion grew increasingly flushed. "Thus, Miss Panty, you see, Bai Chu Feigen Hen Po San." Of course, Bai Chu's reluctance to act was not solely due to Stocking's command. After all, he would never forfeit the soul energy so tantalizingly within reach. He intended to wait until the sisters were thoroughly provoked, compelling them to reconcile before making his move. Although this strategy risked them unleashing their pent-up frustration upon him, he deemed it manageable. Worst case, he could engage in a skirmish with them. Even so, such an approach was far more straightforward than persuading women embroiled in such a quarrel. It is well known that a woman blinded by fury does not engage in rational discourse, especially not two formidable women capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards. "Huh, since when did Bai Chu become your man? And, pray tell, how are we supposed to proceed in this situation?" Panty, growing increasingly agitated, tilted her head, stealing sidelong glances at Stocking, who was bound behind her, and voiced her grievances loudly. "See? This predicament is a direct result of your refusal to sincerely apologize." Stocking was not pleased with Panty's remark. "Huh, this was entirely your fault. You should be the one apologizing." Before Stocking could finish her retort, both were abruptly hoisted by the malevolent wolf spirit, first experiencing a dizzying spin reminiscent of a washing machine, followed by a brutal throw akin to the Hulk's signature moves. Once the ropes were released, the sisters collapsed, utterly exhausted, onto the ground, despite the minimal damage inflicted by this fluid sequence of attacks. The disorientation they felt was genuinely overwhelming. Bai Chu, still observing from the sidelines, shook his head gently, finding the scene almost too painful to behold. The twin malevolent spirits, despite their seemingly limited strength, could easily be vanquished by either Panty or Stocking if they merely applied themselves. However, due to the sisters' quarrel and their tendency to sabotage each other, they found themselves in this dire predicament. Ha ha ha. Panty and Stocking are hardly impressive. Observing the sisters' inability to rise again, the formidable wolf spirit let out a boisterous laugh, echoed by the smaller wolf spirit perched upon its shoulder. Truly, there exists such a lackluster pair of angels. From this day forth, the title of the strongest duo belongs to us. Although I hesitate to say it, they truly are a dismal sight. Ah, partner, I have conceived a name that suits them perfectly. Oh, do tell. How about nose earwax? A name that impeccably reflects their appearance. Wahaha. Let us not forget that detestable human. I intend to treat him like a cookie, nibbling him into tiny morsels. Naturally, before that, he must surrender all his money. Yet, the overconfident duo of malevolent spirits seem to have forgotten a crucial detail. Villains perish from verbosity. Well, Panty, Stocking, sprawled on the ground, twitched her fingers. What is it? Stocking. Panty, mimicking her position, reflexively shifted her thigh. Do you know what I wish to do most at this moment? Of course, for we are sisters. Indeed. Let us declare a temporary truce. As the dizziness gradually subsided, the sisters slowly propped themselves up. Understood now. Let us dismember those two scoundrels. The duo sprang to their feet, delivering a powerful headbutt to the groin of the larger wolf spirit. Oh, here it comes. Bai Chu instantly regained her vigor, unleashing chains of hell from her sleeves. Prepare to seize the spoils from the angelic sisters. The larger wolf spirit struck hard in a vital area, nearly had its eyes pop from their sockets as its body stiffly toppled forward. Curse it! This time, we shall utterly incapacitate you both. At the moment the larger wolf spirit fell, the smaller wolf spirit leaped into action, hurling its axe at Panty. In response to the whirling blade, Panty deftly deflected it with her spirit gun, bending her knees and launching into the air, unleashing a flurry of elbow strikes upon the smaller wolf spirit, culminating in a powerful kick that sent it crashing back to the ground. Meanwhile, the larger wolf spirit had barely begun to rise when Stocking seized its face, delivering a series of punishing knee strikes that even misaligned its nose. One decisive knee strike to the chin sent its head upward, lifting half of its body off the ground. The tattered hem of the skirt blossomed like a flower as Stocking executed a graceful spin, culminating in a final side kick that sent the towering wolf specter tumbling backwards, colliding perfectly with the descending smaller wolf specter. Repent. The bullets from Panty and the blade of Stocking followed in swift succession, poised to annihilate the malevolent duo on the spot. Suddenly, 16 spiked chains erupted from beneath the evil spirit's feet, ensnaring them tightly and dragging them swiftly backwards, narrowly evading the onslaught of the angelic sisters. Bai Chu, with hands poised like blades, pierced through the bodies of the two malevolent beings as they were drawn before her in an instant. System, devour them. A dark liquid surged from her arms, enveloping the spirits, and within mere seconds, they were consumed entirely. Congratulations, host. You have devoured the evil spirit's crimson, cap-and flesh-eating ghost, earning 90 soul power points and 2 heaven coins. Indeed, Bai Chu mused, these two were feeble creatures, yielding such a meager amount of soul power, far inferior to the queen bee. Retrieving the hellish chains, she extended her palm to catch the 2 falling heaven coins. With the consumption of the malevolent duo, her total soul power had now reached 270. 18 points. Bai Chu, what on earth are you doing? Panty, having missed her shot, glared at Bai Chu, her brow furrowed in discontent. Didn't I say not to intervene? Why are you disobedient? Stocking stormed up to Bai Chu, poking her chest repeatedly with her finger, her head tilted back as she questioned with an unhappy expression. Well, they were too close to me, and I acted instinctively. Anyway, I apologize. Here, heaven coins. Bai Chu offered a sheepish smile, presenting the coins to Stocking. I'm not finished venting yet. Stocking muttered softly. How about you hit me a few more times to let off some steam? She glanced at the heaven coins, then back at Bai Chu's apologetic smile, before seizing his tie and pulling him downwards. Bai Chu offered no resistance, bending forward in accordance with Stocking's pull. Just so we're clear, Stocking, no hitting my face. Stocking tilted her head, gazing at Bai Chu for a moment before leaning in to kiss him directly on the lips. Wait, what? Panty, standing at a distance and expecting an entertaining scene, instinctively raised her hand to point at the two, her mouth agape in stunned disbelief, rendered motionless in shock. Chapter 29. Chaos unleashed when Stocking kissed him. It was an act of unyielding decisiveness, devoid of any preamble or warning. Her lips crashed insistently against Bai Chu's, the force of the kiss reflecting her frustration at having her trophy snatched away. A flicker of astonishment crossed Bai Chu's eyes. He intended to voice his thoughts, yet found himself rendered speechless. The sensation of her lips was as sweet and soft as melted candy, yet imbued with an undeniable firmness that left no room for rejection. Stocking kept her eyes wide open, gazing at Bai Chu, her lake green pupils vividly mirroring his momentarily dazed expression. Before Bai Chu could regain his composure from this unexpected assault, Stocking, unsatisfied with a mere peck, boldly thrust her tongue forward. It was not a tentative caress. Rather, it forcefully pried open his lips, bearing a hint of predation as it invaded his mouth, ensnaring his bewildered tongue and pulling it back. Only at this moment did Bai Chu truly respond. A barely perceptible arch of his brow as he wrapped his arms firmly around Stocking's slender waist. He tilted his head slightly, pushing back against her advances with his own tongue, wholeheartedly returning the kiss. With Stocking so fervently initiating, to evade her would render him a fool, utterly lacking in sentiment. Encouraged by Bai Chu's reciprocation, Stocking became even more fervent, releasing her grip on his thigh and rising on her toes, wrapping her arms around his neck. The kiss deepened, urgent and greedy, as she fervently sucked on his tongue. The rules of the heavenly realm, the constraints of their identities, and the hesitations Bai Chu had previously weighed, all shattered into irrelevance amidst the fervent exchange of their emotions. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, a delicate silver line of saliva breaking between them. Stocking's cheeks were flushed, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she looked at Bai Chu, who was also gasping for breath. With a playful smile, she leaned in closer to his ear, whispering softly, "I will keep my promise, but in half a month, I shall see what you will use to refuse me." With that, she gently pecked his lips once more before releasing her hold around his neck, slipping away from his embrace like a nimble fish in the sea. She walked towards the alley's exit, her legs trembling slightly, not daring to glance back. As Bai Chu watched Stocking's retreating figure, he touched his lips with his fingers, still tinged with the sweetness of her presence. Indeed, it is the most challenging to bear the affections of a beauty. The events leading to this moment had far exceeded Bai Chu's expectations, and in light of the current situation, he could only manage a wry smile. Yet from this moment forward, in addition to the imperative of surviving, he had a new goal: to overcome his dependence on soul power and attain strength formidable enough to rival the entire heavenly realm. As long as one desires to be with her, no external forces can interfere, nor should one concern themselves with the opinions of others. The wisdom gleaned from distant mountains can aid in overcoming challenges. If one cannot find it in this world, they shall seek it in another. Just as Bai Chu was fervently contemplating his next course of action, a voice suddenly pierced through his thoughts. "Were you enjoying that kiss?" Panty's voice rang out from behind him. As he instinctively turned around, he was met with an unexpected confrontation. "Ah, so I don't exist, do I?" With a muffled thud, Panty's fist struck deeply into Bai Chu's abdomen. In swift succession, she grasped his thigh, forcing his recently upright posture to bend once more. One could certainly say that Panty and Stocking, as sisters, shared an affinity for tugging at each other's ties. Panty assumed a brazen expression typically seen on ruffians. Observing Bai Chu's furrowed brow, after ensuring that Stocking had vacated the alley, she leaned in closer to Bai Chu's ear. "Kisses and hugs are inconsequential. Even if you and Stocking go all the way, I could overlook it if it were merely a fleeting dalliance. However, as her sister, I know her better than anyone, and it is evident that she is serious about you, which complicates matters significantly." Panty slightly loosened her grip, allowing Bai Chu to lift his head. In that moment, Panty's demeanor was devoid of her usual lightheartedness. Instead, she wore a solemn expression. Locking her gaze onto Bai Chu's eyes, she spoke with utmost sincerity. "Stocking is quite stubborn. Once she sets her mind on something, she will not easily relent. We are angels, destined to return to the celestial realm one day. If you two were to unite, what do you think Stocking would do then? To remain by your side, she would undoubtedly reject the summons of the celestial realm, becoming a traitor in their eyes. The consequences, I need not elaborate. You are well aware. Therefore, for the sake of Stocking, and for your own sake, you must never allow genuine feelings to develop, unless your power is sufficient to compel the entire celestial realm to bow before you. bending all rules for your sake. At this point, Panty let out a self-deprecating chuckle. I must be losing my mind, discussing matters that are impossible to achieve. To make the celestial realm yield. Perhaps there is a glimmer of opportunity. After absorbing Panty's admonition, Bai Chu's expression remained unfazed. He had contemplated these matters thoroughly when Stocking had kissed him. Huh, do you even hear yourself? Panty retorted, a mix of anger and irony in her tone. Do you have any idea how many angels in the celestial realm are stronger than both me and Stocking? If you cannot even defeat us, what makes you think you can stand against the entire celestial realm? Miss Panty, you are indeed correct. My current strength may be insufficient, yet I still hold my trump card. I am confident that it will not be long before I grow to a level that the celestial realm must acknowledge. Gazing into Bai Chu's earnest eyes, which belied any semblance of deceit, Panty let out a soft sigh. It is my hope that your words ring true. But I must forewarn you, if that day arrives and your power falls short of expectations, do not blame me for what I must do to protect Stocking. I will not hesitate to take your life. Of course, if such a day were to come, I would embrace my fate even if it meant perishing by your hand, Miss Panty. A warm smile returned to Bai Chu's face, illuminating the moment once more. You rascal. Panty's gaze fell upon the remnants of white lines at the corner of Bai Chu's lips. A sudden impulse surged within her. With a swift motion, she pulled the unsuspecting Bai Chu down, mimicking Stocking style, and rose on her tiptoes to steal a kiss. Again, Bai Chu stood in a daze. Fortunately, Panty did not linger like Stocking, but instead tasted briefly before retreating, meeting Bai Chu's astonished and perplexed gaze. Panty playfully licked her lips and released her grip on his tie. Consider this a premature compensation, though Stocking may have seized the first opportunity. After all, I was the first to recognize your worth. A gentleman like you would leave me with lingering regrets if I did not indulge. Naturally, should you wish to explore further, I'm ever welcoming. Oh, and let this remain our little secret. Do not divulge it to Stocking. Panty adjusted her demeanor, returning to her usual carefree self. She raised 2 fingers to her forehead, flicking them outward, then clasped her hands behind her head, whistling as she sauntered out of the alley, leaving Bai Chu standing there in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 30. Reconciled sisters and the boy of dreams. Panty emerged from the alley, and, as she anticipated, Stocking was already seated in the driver's seat of the pink Hummer. Though wearing sunglasses, the lingering blush on her face was unmistakable. Panty exhaled a sigh of relief, poised to approach, only to notice Chaco beside her, engaged in a fervent struggle with a wild female dog. The sight inexplicably reminded Panty of the earlier events in the alley. She clicked her tongue and, with a swift kick, sent Chaco flying, crashing into the front of the pink Hummer before bouncing and landing in the spacious truck bed behind the vehicle. After pulling the door shut and taking her place in the passenger seat, Panty retrieved a pair of sunglasses from the storage compartment. Observing Panty entering the vehicle, Stocking released the handbrake and pressed the accelerator, smoothly heading toward the church on Cemetery Hill. As twilight descended, the last rays of the sun cast a delicate golden light over the city. The 2 sisters, their clothing tattered and disheveled, appeared somewhat disheveled, yet maintained a calm gaze on the road ahead, enveloped in silence. I must say, time passed, and Panty reached into the side compartment, producing a familiar glass bottle, which she extended toward Stocking. Is this not? Panty, you wouldn't have used heaven coins, would you? That's a secret. I want to tell you. As Stocking accepted the glass bottle and noticed the label reading super spicy, she paused. Then a smile crept across her lips, accompanied by a soft chuckle. Well, that's fine. Upon hearing Stocking's laughter, Panty grinned widely, joining in the merriment. Then about your situation with Bai Chu. That's non-negotiable indeed. Let us leave it at that. With a swift press of the accelerator, Bai Chu propelled the all-out driver out of the alley, the inclined vehicle landing with a thud before executing a dramatic drift onto the street, startling pedestrians who shouted and scrambled to avoid the red sports car. Bai Chu gripped the steering wheel, appearing to concentrate on driving, yet her mind wandered far beyond, entrusting the driving to the all-out driver. Stocking clarified her stance, while Panty asserted hers. Bai Chu set her sights on future aspirations. As they approached a crossroads, waiting for the traffic light, Bai Chu took a deep breath, glancing at the soul power reserves displayed on the dashboard. Suddenly, she pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the engine of the all-out driver roared with excitement. The moment the countdown ended and the red light turned green, Bai Chu released the brake, and the all-out driver surged ahead, leaving all other vehicles in its wake. One must exert greater effort. After a night of rest, rejuvenated, Bai Chu departed from her room before dawn, even before the system's daily mandatory reminders rang. She boarded the madman driver and swiftly arrived at the base of an apartment building in the city center. Although the building's access restrictions posed a minor obstacle, Bai Chu was undeterred. Closing her eyes to sense her surroundings, she then raised her arm and, from the sleeve, shot forth a chain of hellish origins towards a specific window on the 15th floor. The pointed tip of the chain unfurled into 3 claw-like protrusions, firmly embedding themselves into the wall. The chain then began to retract, rapidly hoisting Bai Chu upwards. Knock, knock, knock. In the midst of a dream where he was an evil spirit hunter, valiantly combating malevolent forces to safeguard the city and its inhabitants, Brilliff was abruptly roused by a persistent knocking sound. Lying in bed, he frowned, initially reluctant to acknowledge the disturbance. He rolled over, attempting to resume his heroic slumber. Knock, 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 knock. Yet the incessant knocking continued, severely disrupting his sleep. Reluctantly, Brilliff opened his bleary eyes, groggily rising to turn on the bedside lamp. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized the sound originated from outside the window. Wait, he was on the 15th floor, wasn't he? Instantly alert, he reassured himself. Indeed, it was the 15th floor, and there was nothing outside to provide a foothold. No danger could possibly arise. Could it be a crow? Or perhaps a woodpecker? He needed to shoo it away to steal a few more moments of slumber. Glancing at the bedside clock, Brilliff stifled a yawn, climbed out of bed, and approached the window. He drew back the curtains, preparing to frighten off any potential avian visitors. To his surprise, a colossal shadow suddenly loomed before him. What? Brilliff's pupils dilated, and he stumbled backward, landing on the floor. However, as he discerned the true identity of the shadow, he gasped once more. Master, how could you? Observing Bai Chu outside, who was forming the shape of open window with her lips, Brilliff finally comprehended. He scrambled to the window, hastily unfastening the latch and flinging it open. Bai Chu leaped through the window, the hellish chain retracting back into her sleeve. Witnessing this spectacle, Brilliff's face lit up with envy. Is this your ability, Master? How incredibly cool. Wait, this is not the time for such thoughts. Master, how did you know I lived here? Is there something you need to discuss at this hour? Is it truly so difficult to ascertain where you reside? Gathering intelligence is an essential skill for an evil spirit hunter, and you must learn it gradually, Bai Chu replied, patting Brilliff on the shoulder with an air of enigmatic wisdom. In truth, she had merely sensed the location of the evil spirit card she had dispatched. After all, this is the equipment he crafted, so it is quite natural for it to possess a positioning function. Master, are you here to assess my abilities? As he spoke, Bruv's mood began to wane. I still have not discovered that elusive feeling. Master, do you think I lack talent? With a resounding smack, Bai Chu playfully slapped Bruv's backside. What are you saying? Do you think it is so easy to find the key to it all in such a short span of time? It took me half a month to uncover my own unique sensation. If you were truly able to grasp it in less than 3 days, what would that mean for me? Ah, you have a point. Bruv sheepishly scratched his head. Although he harbored a small desire to astonish his master by rapidly developing his own talent, earning praise for being a genius, he quickly suppressed it. So, Master, is there something else you wish to discuss? Indeed, there is. I have come to seek your assistance with a certain task. You want me to help? Bruv pointed at himself, his face a canvas of confusion. Chapter 31. Becoming a police officer in the fallen city, how proficient are you with computer technology? Bai Chu glanced around before pulling out a chair and settling down at the desk. Huh? Oh well, it's acceptable. And what about your hacking skills? Bai Chu continued to inquire. That, I can manage, just a little. Bliv extended his thumb and index finger, illustrating a minuscule gap in the air. Oh, I see. You're quite adept, aren't you? Bai Chu crossed his arms and observed the crumpled papers piled in the trash bin, nodding thoughtfully. Hey, master, wait, what I meant was. Bliv visibly panicked, but before he could further protest, he was interrupted by Bai Chu's words. All right, we're all men here. I've been your age once too. I know exactly what's on your mind. You think I wouldn't understand? It's perfectly normal to hack into websites for memberships and firewalls to watch a few adult films. There's no need to hide that from me. Bai Chu spoke with a mischievous grin. Bliv's face flushed crimson as he lowered his head, tacitly acknowledging Bai Chu's assertion. So, master, what I need right now is a police department transfer order and an officer's identity. The larger the city, the better, as the number of officers increases. It must be something that can withstand scrutiny. Can you manage that? Master, this is illegal. Bliv's eyes widened as he repeatedly waved his hands in refusal. Bliv, this is a temporary measure and an unwritten rule within the circle of spirit hunters. The purpose is to obtain accurate intelligence on unusual cases from the police department as quickly as possible. Such cases are likely linked to malevolent spirits. Allowing us to arrive at the scene promptly, cleanse the spirits, and prevent further losses to the city and its citizens. This is a good thing. Oh, I see. Bliv instinctively nodded. So, Bliv, can you do it? If not, I can seek help elsewhere. There's no need to force it. No, master. You need to look for anyone else. I can do it. Bliv raised his head, looking at Bai Chu with a resolute expression. Although it may be somewhat troublesome, if you give me 5 days. No, 3 days, I can infiltrate the police department as server and create a flawless identity disguise for you without alarming anyone. 3 days? That seems a bit lengthy. Is there a quicker solution? If I could connect directly to the server, it shouldn't take me more than an hour. Bliv pondered, stroking his chin before providing an answer. However, the server is located within the police department. How we gain access to it? Don't worry, I'll handle that. Do you need to prepare any other tools? Just having my notebook is sufficient. Let me first locate the internal blueprint of the police station. Once Bliv had changed his clothes and gathered his equipment, Bai Chu led him to leap directly from the window. He hastily covered Bliv's mouth to prevent disturbing the neighbor's rest. Upon landing, they boarded the madman driver and sped towards the Fallen City police station. In the passenger seat, a startled Bliv nervously spoke this. This is exhilarating. It's even more terrifying than bungee jumping. This is merely the beginning. Once you officially become a spirit hunter, far more thrilling experiences await you. Oh, by the way, take this. While driving, Bai Chu retrieved a card from his pocket and handed it to Bliv. This is Blood Red Hat and Cannibal Ghost? A new spirit card? Indeed, it's a rather unique spirit I dealt with just yesterday. I noticed you were quite fixated on my chains, and its abilities are akin to those of my chains. Hence, I thought to gift it to you. With diligent practice, you should be able to achieve effects similar to those of my chains. Then, I shall gratefully accept it. Thank you, master. To be honest, Bliv was genuinely enamored with Bai Chu's chain abilities, even more so than the instantaneous teleportation he had previously experienced. Now, having received a card with similar skills, his spirit surged with newfound motivation. Before long, the two arrived at the Fallen City police station. The time was still shy of 5 o'clock, and the dawn had yet to break. Aside from the guard stationed at the entrance, the entire police station was shrouded in darkness, devoid of even a shadow of a spirit. They quietly circled the perimeter and observed the antiquated Victorian-style architecture of the police station, noting a lack of surveillance cameras. Therefore, without hesitation, Bai Chu grasped Bliv and vaulted over the barricades and electric fences surrounding the station. Approaching the building's lower levels, he summoned the Serpent Heart Sword. In a swift motion, the blade glimmered, carving a precise, triangular opening in the concrete wall, allowing them to effortlessly infiltrate the basement housing the internal servers. Bliv examined the area, locating the external port of the server, and connected his laptop to commence his work. Hey, master, take a look at this. What is it? Let me see. On Bliv's computer screen appeared a recent document issued by the Fallen City police station. Wow, this is quite. In the dimly lit basement, Bai Chu's face was illuminated by the glow of the computer screen, rendering it ghostly pale. Once Bliv completed his task, the duo emerged from the basement. Bai Chu applied a powerful adhesive to the triangular piece of concrete he had cut out, reinserted it into the opening, and sprinkled a circle of dry powder along the seams. Thus, by dawn, no one would detect the anomaly in this corner of the wall. At last, Bai Chu escorted Briv back to his residence, and having experienced the exhilarating sensation of being an agent, the excited Briv handed a USB drive to Bai Chu. Within it lay the fabricated identity profile and orders that Briv had crafted for Bai Chu, along with the necessary backups stored within the internal servers of the police department. Even if someone were to personally visit the precinct that issued the orders and seek confirmation from their chief, that chief would merely lament their poor memory, forgetting when they had signed off on such a directive, harboring no doubts about its authenticity. This was precisely why Bai Chu sought a police department in a large city. It was implausible for the chief to remember the details of every officer across all subordinate precincts. Only in the event of a three-way standoff might they discover, to their bewilderment, that their precinct had inexplicably gained an unfamiliar officer. After departing from Briv's home, Bai Chu found a secluded little shop on the outskirts of the city to print the documents and orders. Observing the polished photo of the uniform, Bai Chu smiled as he placed it into a file. Once back in his vehicle, he set off once more towards the fallen city police department, this time intending to enter through the front door. Chapter 32. The work after official induction as the clock struck the hour for work. Our esteemed director traversed the lengthy corridor of the police station, nodding in acknowledgement to the officers who greeted him. Balancing a cup of coffee procured en route, he pushed open the door to his office. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with an unexpected sight. What? Who are you? How did you come to be in my office? The sudden presence of a stranger startled the director, causing him to flinch, and he instinctively prepared to draw his weapon. Seated upon the sofa, Bai Chu swiftly rose, extending his hand to deftly catch the director's discarded coffee, placing it upon the desk before turning to salute. Good day, Director. I am Officer Bai Chu from the Little Tokyo Police Department. Following your department's request for personnel support, I have been reassigned to the Fallen City Police Department. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Here are my personal records and transfer orders. Upon hearing Bai Chu's introduction, the director released a sigh of relief, holstering his firearm. Accepting the folder, he glanced at its contents before returning it to Bai Chu. Officer Bai Chu, it is a pleasure to meet you. But may I inquire why you did not wait in the reception area? Officer Macaulay instructed me to await your arrival in your office, Bai Chu replied with a continued smile. That scoundrel Macaulay. He has no regard for the potential shock to my heart. If he pulls this stunt again, I shall assign him to polish weapons in the armory every day. Reflecting on Macaulay's peculiar gaze this morning, the director spat disdainfully, shoving the folder back into Bai Chu's hands. He then lifted the cup of coffee from his desk and settled into his chair, taking a gentle sip of the moderately warm beverage. The director recalled Bai Chu's agile movements and scrutinized him thoroughly. Your skills are quite impressive, Officer Bai. You flatter me, Director, Bai Chu replied, nodding slightly, displaying utmost humility. Very well, Officer Bai. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude for your willingness to support the Fallen City Police Department. The director set aside his coffee, placing his hands in a serious manner upon the desk before him. Given that you have accepted the voluntary assignment, I trust you are aware of the underlying reasons. The rampant malevolence in this city wreaks havoc with each emergence, necessitating the deployment of substantial personnel to address the ensuing issues. Furthermore, numerous officers have sustained injuries and been hospitalized due to these malevolent entities, leading to severe psychological distress that requires professional intervention. Consequently, we have had to arrange for their leave. Recalling the officers who had been overwhelmed by the monstrous malevolence earlier, the director felt a shiver run down his spine. Grateful he had not found himself within the range of its assault, an unsettling churn began to rise within his stomach. Due to the overwhelming number of officers on leave, we are struggling to manage even the routine patrol assignments. Consequently, we find ourselves compelled to seek assistance from police departments in other cities. I just reviewed your profile, and I see that you served as a patrol officer at the Little Tokyo Police Station. Therefore, I'm assigning you to the same role here, overseeing the daily patrols in Fallen City. However, at this moment, I cannot provide you with a partner, so you will have to patrol alone for the time being. Is that acceptable? Rest assured, Chief, I am fully aware of the situation and I will diligently fulfill my duties, Bai Chu replied, saluting the chief once more. Excellent. Your hard work is appreciated, Officer Bai. I will issue you a note to hand over your file to Human Resources, who will accompany you to collect your uniform and badge. Following that, you will proceed to the armory to retrieve your equipment and sidearm. The dispatch office will assign you the neighborhoods you are to patrol. Oh, and there is one crucial point you must remember. The chief removed his sunglasses and retrieved a document from his drawer. After filling out halfway, he looked up again. If you encounter any malevolent spirits wreaking havoc, do not attempt to confront them directly. Simply report to the dispatch office, as our weapons are ineffective against such entities. Understood, Chief. I comprehend. The onboarding process was exceptionally smooth, with no one questioning his identity. This was undoubtedly due to the understaffing at the Fallen City Police Department, which eagerly welcomed any additional personnel to alleviate daily responsibilities. Clad in his police uniform and adorned with his badge, Bai Chu collected his Glock handgun from the armory. After removing the magazine and cycling the action several times, he aimed at a nearby target and squeezed the trigger to verify the firearm's functionality. Satisfied, he reloaded the magazine and secured the weapon in the holster on his right patrol belt, also gathering 2 spare magazines to place in the left side pouch. After adjusting the radio and ensuring communication was operational, he departed the precinct. However, Bai Chu did not opt for the standard patrol vehicle assigned to him, as he found the Victoria Crown Police Edition unsatisfactory. Instead, he took the all-crazy charioteer to a repair shop affiliated with the department, where he had the entire vehicle repainted in police livery and fitted with emergency lights. After all, the all-crazy charioteer bore a 1-to-1 replica design of the Dodge Viper, with an unparalleled internal power system. Although regulations typically prohibit officers from using personal vehicles for patrol duties, given the extraordinary circumstances, no one would contest Bai Chu on this matter. With his identity as a Fallen City officer and a VIP membership card from the Rock Consortium, the repair shop charged him nothing, graciously waving him off as he drove away in the all-crazy charioteer. Thus, Bai Chu officially commenced his career as a police officer, embarking on his daily patrol duties according to the route mapped out by dispatch. He apprehended a few petty thieves targeting vending machines, dispersed a group of unregistered, illegal protesters from an environmental organization, rescued a little girl's pet cat from a tree, apprehended a pervert running naked in the streets, and mediated a noise dispute between neighbors. After navigating through a series of alarm notifications that posed no real danger, yet proved to be quite tedious, Bai Chu gradually acclimatized to his new role and found it rather intriguing. In his previous life, one of his aspirations was to become a police officer. However, due to educational constraints, he was unable to fulfill this dream. He later served as an auxiliary police officer for a time, but the pressures of life, coupled with a lack of promotion prospects and low wages, ultimately compelled him to resign. After all, dreams cannot be converted into sustenance. Unexpectedly, it was in this world that he realized his ambition of becoming a police officer through unconventional means. The day swiftly came to a close, and without receiving any unusual alarm notifications, Bai Chu returned to the police station. Sitting at the desk adorned with his name, he prepared to clock out. What? A paper processing factory has been seized by a group of unidentified armed individuals? A dispatcher's lips twitched as he patiently continued to inquire for further details. Yet his instinctive shout left the officers preparing to leave outside, exchanging bewildered glances, each mind echoing the same question. Armed individuals. Why would they target a paper processing factory? Could it be that their original intention was to assault a currency printing factory? Had they inadvertently chosen the wrong target? Chapter 33. The malevolent spirit's assault on the paper mill. The operator sighed as she hung up the phone, her gaze drifting towards the officers outside. A security guard from the paper mill had reported an incursion, claiming that anyone who entered the factory would lose contact. Through the window, he had caught a glimpse of numerous figures clad in helmets and armed, their diminutive statures reminiscent of scouts. However, he suspected it might merely be a prank. I know it's nearly time to clock out, but the night patrol hasn't arrived yet. Let us discuss who can take a quick look around, he suggested. The officers exchanged reluctant glances, each reflecting a shared unwillingness. They had toiled throughout the day, and none were keen to volunteer for unpaid overtime. I'll go, came a voice from a newly arrived colleague, recently reassigned from another precinct. "Oh, that would be a great help. I have an important appointment tonight and truly cannot stay late. I'm so exhausted. I just can't muster the energy, brother. You're a lifesaver, Bai Chu, right? Thank you so much. I'll bring you coffee in the morning. I'll bring you breakfast too. I know a fantastic place for Mexican burritos." Bai Chu stood, adjusting his cap while looking at his colleagues, who wore expressions of relief. He smiled slightly. All right, it's just a small matter. No need for gratitude. I'm only trying to familiarize myself with the area. Now, let us hurry and wrap things up. A lackadaisical attitude towards quitting time is a sign of a problematic mindset. Laughter erupted as everyone swiftly gathered their belongings, heading towards the locker room. Each officer passing by Chu offered a reassuring pat on his shoulder, accompanied by a thumbs up and a radiant smile. In a new work environment, how does one foster good relations with colleagues? It seems, perhaps, isn't so daunting after all. Brother, I'm not too familiar with this area. Could you send me the address of that paper mill? I'll head over now. Sure, I've just sent it to your phone. Be cautious. If everything seems fine, just report back once you've handled it, and you can head home. The operator sent the factory's location to Bai Chu, giving him a thumbs up in return. All right, I'm on my way. Bai Chu responded with a casual two-finger salute, pushing open the door and stepping outside. Accepting this case was not solely about building rapport with colleagues. That was merely one aspect. More importantly, Bai Chu was convinced that this incident was undoubtedly connected to the malevolent spirits from the original narrative. Entering his vehicle, he accessed the address sent by the operator, accelerating towards his destination. Little malevolent spirits. Your uncle officer is coming to capture you. The sun had fully set by the time Bai Chu parked in front of the paper mill. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Bai Chu suddenly tilted her head to evade a large mass of viscous, milky fluid, directing her gaze towards the source of this substance. She caught only a fleeting shadow that vanished against the wall. Ah, such a mischievous little creature, attempting a stealthy ambush? How naive. Bai Chu did not rush to pursue. Instead, she proceeded to the security booth where she encountered the guard who had reported the incident. Following his guidance, she approached the besieged workshop. "Officer, if it is only you, please exercise utmost caution. There are more than one worker inside, and one of my colleagues has also lost contact," the portly guard said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Bai Chu nodded, instructing him to return to the security booth for safety. She then took it upon herself to pry open the workshop's large door, just enough to slip through. The bright moonlight streamed through the glass skylight, illuminating the interior. As she surveyed the scene, she noted that the ceiling, walls, and machinery were all coated in the same hardening agent. Even the finished paper products had not escaped its grasp. Observing the scattered boxes of tissues on the floor, Bai Chu stepped on one. Discovering that the hardened agent had solidified, with a slight exertion, the box shattered like a puffed pastry, leaving a mess of debris, with the tissues inside no better off. This must be their capability, she mused. But who were they? Do not hinder our work. Like black tadpoles, entities emerged from the machinery, transforming into figures clad in helmets and armed with rifles, resembling juvenile spirits devoid of legs, manifesting right before Bai Chu. "Host, please be advised. A consumable target has been identified, codename Copper. It is a spirit born from the resentment of unfulfilled aspirations." The timely notification from the system caused a line of dark sweat to trickle down Bai Chu's forehead, although she comprehended the nature of the spirit before her. The thought of having to consume it later stirred a slight discomfort within her. However, she quickly recalibrated her mindset. After all, she had devoured Sprayer Brown. This mere child spirit was hardly a challenge. Moreover, in truth, the child spirit was far cleaner than Sprayer Brown. Perhaps, she began, "You've turned this factory into such a state." Before she could finish her sentence, several coppers began to well up with tears. "Without this factory, General Scott shall never return." Scott, the brand name of the tissues. One of the coppers threw a box of tissues to the ground, fiercely striking it with its tadpole-like tail. "It is because of the tissues produced here that we have become these malevolent spirits." The chorus of coppers erupted in a collective outcry, echoing the fervor of a group of children chanting slogans in a kindergarten. "Thus, we shall annihilate it." The same copper continued to lash out at the tissue box, showcasing its overwhelming fury. In the end, Was this not merely an expression of misplaced anger? It was but a box of tissues. What fault did it bear? Bai Chu spread his hands in a gesture of exasperation, unaware that his words had successfully redirected the ire of the copper individuals towards himself. How dare you speak on its behalf? You wretch! Could it be that you are an accomplice of General Scott? As soon as the words left the mouth of this copper, the others swiftly raised their firearms, aiming at Bai Chu, setting aside the matter of accomplices for the moment. Let me see what abilities you mischievous little rascals possess. With his hands outstretched, Bai Chu wore an expression of fearless defiance, inviting them to unleash their skills. Arrogant fool, you shall not escape unscathed. Chapter 34. The importance of positioning in battle. The coppers enveloped the area in a layered siege, yet Bai Chu remained as steadfast as a mountain, showing no signs of intimidation by the formidable horde of malevolent spirits. Comrades, commanded the leading copper, activate hyperactivation mode. The coppers shouted a rallying cry in unison, their speed increasing as they soared through the air, ultimately forming a conical, spiraling cannon formation. At the very center of this formation, they aimed directly at Bai Chu below. Fire! With a decisive command from the leader, all the coppers simultaneously pulled their triggers. A cataclysmic beam of blinding white energy erupted from the cannon's core. Now is the moment. Bai Chu thrust his hands forward, and from his sleeves emerged 16 chains of hellfire, spinning at high velocity, colliding directly with the gelatinous light beam. The contact ignited the hellfire with an intensity akin to a bonfire doused in gasoline, rapidly incinerating the gelatinous beam to ashes. The 16 chains, undeterred, pierced through the bodies of all the coppers in midair, ensnaring them all in one fell swoop. How infuriating! The leader of the coppers gasped, still clutching the chain that pierced his chest, meeting Bai Chu's calm gaze with fury. Bai Chu, maintaining his composure, replied, "Do you comprehend why you have lost? It is rather simple. As the ancient said, historically, the left side of the wave falters, except for that pig, Dana. Just look at your chosen positioning. It is no wonder you have lost. Unbelievable. Is it truly for such a trivial reason? Our goals and ideals." The copper widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that they had succumbed to Bai Chu for such an absurd rationale. I refuse to accept this. As the hellfire extinguished, the chains began to retract, dragging the pierced coppers along with them. System, devour them. As the last copper vanished within Bai Chu's grasp, the system's notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have devoured the malevolent spirit copper and gained 100 soul power points, along with 2 heaven coins. Thus calculated, each copper had yielded a mere single point of soul power to Bai Chu. Well, it was still a decent haul. Tossing the 2 heaven coins into his pocket, he surveyed the area and indeed found the unconscious worker and security guard in a corner of the workshop. He promptly contacted the police dispatch via intercom. Officer Bai Chu calling. I have arrived at the tissue manufacturing plant and found no trace of the reported Boy Scout armed members. However, the machinery and products within the factory have suffered extensive damage. I have also discovered the missing workers and security personnel who are currently unconscious. Please contact the hospital to dispatch an ambulance and medical staff. The dispatch responded, received. We have contacted the hospital. Additionally, the night shift patrol has arrived at the tissue manufacturing plant. Officer Bai Chu, you may clock out now. Wishing you sweet dreams tonight. Received. Thank you for your kind words. Until tomorrow. Thus, Bai Chu successfully averted a tragic incident involving the residents of Fallen City lacking facial tissue. However, as he surveyed the disarrayed workshop, he estimated that restoring normal production at the tissue factory would require a significant workforce and considerable time for a thorough cleanup. In the ensuing days, everything remained tranquil for Bai Chu, who received no further unusual alerts. He chose to relish his duties as an officer. Of course, he encountered uncooperative individuals. While investigating a motorcycle theft, he stumbled upon a gang's territory. Confronted by Bai Chu and 2 colleagues bearing a search warrant, the gang members displayed outrageous arrogance, brandishing a handgun and threatening Bai Chu to leave. Local officers were acutely aware of the gangsters' nature and, due to insufficient manpower, were reluctant to engage in conflict. They approached Bai Chu in an attempt to dissuade him from pursuing the matter further, hoping to spare their colleague from trouble. A typical officer might have endured the humiliation and retreated, waiting for their injured comrades to return before seeking retribution. Yet, Bai Chu was no ordinary officer. Before the gang members, Bai Chu made a decisive call to the chief, explaining the situation. Initially, the chief shared the local officer's concerns. However, after Bai Chu assured him of his absolute confidence in handling the matter and effectively deterring other illicit elements within Fallen City, the chief fell silent for an extended moment. Before concluding the call, he imparted one final remark. Do not act recklessly. Should you require assistance, I will mobilize all available forces to support you. As long as you ensure your own safety, proceed as you see fit. With the chief's endorsement, Bai Chu beamed with joy. He removed his police hat, detached his shoulder microphone, and unfastened his patrol belt, relinquishing it alongside his firearm, ammunition, and badge to his bewildered colleagues. Subsequently, armed solely with his bare hands, he stepped boldly into the gang's domain, leaving his colleagues in a state of astonishment. Observing Bai Chu's removal of his badge, the gang members erupted in laughter, interpreting this as a renunciation of his officer's identity, suggesting he was prepared to confront them on personal grounds. They holstered their weapons, and a particularly imposing bald African-American, shedding his blue shirt to reveal a glistening physique, approached Bai Chu with a menacing grin, twisting his neck and shoulders in anticipation. Although overtly killing Bai Chu was not an option, the gangster resolved to break his limbs, shred his uniform, and ultimately deliver a severe beating, intending to teach the currently understaffed Fallen City Police Department a lesson about the dangers of crossing the gang. As the two approached within striking distance, the bald man raised his enormous fist, poised to deliver a devastating blow to Bai Chu's head. Yet at the last moment, his fist halted mere inches from Bai Chu's nose. Yet this mere inch of distance felt like an insurmountable chasm for the bald-headed man of African descent. Regardless of his exertions, his body remained unresponsive. Suddenly, he experienced an unsettling sensation in his chest. Lowering his gaze, he beheld a pale hand, piercing like a blade, plunged into his cardiac region. The muscular armor he once proudly boasted, as unyielding as rock, had succumbed, yielding to a deep indentation like soft mud. With a gasp, he expelled a mouthful of crimson, his formidable physique collapsing thunderously to the ground, convulsing in a sideward sprawl. The atmosphere became enveloped in a suffocating silence. Yet, Bai Chu did not relent. He surged forth like a tempest into the remaining throng of gang members. Subsequently, according to the recollections of two officers present, the scene was described as a one-sided massacre. Chapter 35. The Sweet Dilemma. Despite a recent shortage of personnel at the Fallen City Police Department due to numerous injuries sustained by officers, our unwavering commitment to combating crime remains resolute. Just yesterday, we successfully dismantled a motorcycle theft ring, leading us to uncover a criminal gang that primarily employed vehicle theft as their modus operandi. We apprehended a staggering 63 suspects and confiscated a substantial cache of firearms and ammunition, striking a severe blow to the audacious criminal enterprise. Furthermore, during the subsequent investigation, we uncovered that this gang frequently engaged in heinous acts of kidnapping and extortion, as well as the trafficking of illicit substances. Remarkably, not a single brave officer from the Fallen City Police was harmed during the operation. On the television, the chief of the Fallen City Police Department stood at the podium, eloquently addressing the throng of journalists amidst a flurry of camera flashes. However, the young girl seated before the screen was utterly indifferent to these proceedings. She was wholly engrossed in a meticulous tasting of the latest sensation from Whitey White Dessert Shop, the white chocolate cream cake roll. With a fork in hand, she sliced off a petite piece and savored it with rapturous delight. Moments latte exquisita. It is no surprise that it is a product of WW. Both the texture and sweetness are simply unparalleled. More importantly, each new creation offers a refreshingly distinct experience, rendering it irresistibly delicious. Well worth the 2-hour wait in line. Stocking, one hand holding the fork and the other cradling her chin, closed her eyes and smiled blissfully, entranced by the exquisite flavors of the dessert. Meanwhile, a mischievous creature named Chaku, resembling a dog but emitting a peculiar squeaky laugh akin to a rodent, dashed chaotically along the corridor. Abruptly, it halted, tilting its head curiously at Stocking, who was lost in her reverie on the couch. An idea struck Chaku. Feigning continued antics, it stealthily approached the tea table. At the moment its forelimbs rested upon the surface, it leapt into the air, mouth agape, aiming directly for the cake roll. Bang! 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 Smash! Swift as a flash, Stocking, adorned in black and blue striped thigh-high socks, executed a trio of rapid kicks reminiscent of a legendary martial arts move, impeccably landing a strike on Chaka's head. The creature was sent sprawling against the bookshelf, tumbling down before landing squarely in the trash can below. Stand aside, Chaku. Only I possess the privilege of savoring this cake roll, Stocking proclaimed, gently waving her fork at the dazed Chaku, who emerged from the refuse with a head adorned in bumps, a proud expression on its face. Aru? Cling! A soft chime echoed as the ascending elevator came to a halt. Panty, clad in a dark green athletic ensemble and donning blue light-blocking glasses, concluded her morning exercise. With a towel draped around her neck and a self-composed tune humming from her lips, she bounced out of the elevator. As long as there's a sizzling body, love is but a fleeting notion, she mused, yet suddenly froze, her tongue protruding and her expression teetering on the brink of nausea. What was that cloyingly sweet scent? It evoked memories of the pudding she had unwittingly swallowed days prior, nearly choking her. Furrowing her brows in pursuit of the source of this aroma, Panty's eyes landed on a cake roll adorning the tea table before Stocking. Stocking, are you indulging in worldly desserts again? Upon hearing her sister's voice, Stocking cast a glance her way, lifting the plate that held the cake roll with a slight smirk. Even if you wish to partake, I shan't share. Panty turned her head in disdain. I truly cannot fathom how you can stomach such cloying delicacies. Isn't it peculiar, Panty, for a girl to detest sweets? It baffles me endlessly, Stocking replied while slicing the remaining cake roll, spearing a diminutive piece with her fork and offering it towards Panty. However, I could spare you a taste. Are you truly not tempted? Thanks, but I'd rather you enjoy it yourself, Panty retorted, taking a step back to firmly establish her aversion to sugary treats. What a pity, such delectable fare, and yet you fail to appreciate it, Stocking remarked, retracting her fork and triumphantly savoring the cake. Stocking, I suggest you exercise some restraint. Aside from regular meals, you incessantly consume sweets without engaging in any exercise. Should you gain weight, do not expect me to intervene. Humph, Panty, I believe I've mentioned this before, Stocking responded, setting down an empty plate and pouring steaming cups of red tea for herself and Panty. With a flick of her long hair, she declared with pride, I possess a physique that resists weight gain. I can indulge in as many sweets as I desire. Meanwhile, you, Panty, labor daily to maintain your figure. Such diligence is truly commendable. Stocking's somewhat sarcastic praise made Panty's eye twitch and her teeth grind. Be cautious, Stocking. If you were to gain weight and resemble a ball, you might find yourself discarded by that boy. White initial. At that moment, I shall revel in your misfortune. Well, Panty, the situation you described is utterly impossible for me. If he dares to abandon me, I shall castrate him, Stocking declared, pushing a cup of lightly colored tea towards Panty, while she herself lifted a cup brimming with milk and sugar-infused red tea. Oh, this is quite acceptable, thank you, Panty replied as she settled onto the sofa, crossing her legs and gently sipping from her cup. Meanwhile, while the two sisters engaged in cheerful conversation, Chaku, squatting atop the garbage can, mimicked a chameleon and suddenly shot out his tongue, aiming for the remaining piece of cake nestled within the box. Snap! However, Stocking, without even lifting her gaze, turned her fork around and swiftly pierced Chaku's tongue, pinning it firmly to the tea table. Ouch! Chaku yelped in pain, losing his grip on the edge of the garbage can. As his tongue retracted, he was propelled towards Stocking, inevitably receiving a trio of punishing blows to his delicate feet before crashing against the television screen and plummeting back into the trash. At that moment, the television broadcasted the scene of the chief of the Fallen City Police Department, personally awarding a Medal of Outstanding Courage and the highest honor to an exemplary officer involved in the operation. Wait a minute. This person seems rather familiar, Panty mused, her eyes fixated on the screen. despite the officer wearing a mask and oversized sunglasses perched on his prominent nose. The recognizable silhouette and gestures stirred a recollection within her. With a sudden eruption, Panty expelled the freshly sipped red tea from her mouth. Cough, cough. Is that really that brat Bai Chu? When did he become a police officer? She exclaimed, wiping her mouth with a towel, her expression a blend of astonishment and disbelief. Chapter 36. The little thoughts of the angelic girl. Stocking merely glanced at the screen and swiftly recognized a man adorned with 2 medals. Saluting the audience while receiving the enthusiastic applause of the director, colleagues, and present media personnel, it was Bai Chu. There is nothing extraordinary about this, Panty. After all, he has never revealed his profession to us, has he? After scrutinizing the man on the screen for a few moments, Stocking diverted her gaze and resumed sipping her red tea. Indeed, I may have been biased, due to his identity as an evil spirit. I overlooked the possibility that he might hold a legitimate job in Fallen City. Panty pondered, stroking her chin as she gazed at the television, a smile unexpectedly curling her lips, her narrowed eyes revealing a flicker of intrigue. I've grown accustomed to seeing that fellow in a suit, but now, unexpectedly clad in a police uniform, there's a certain allure to it. Recalling the moment she had stealthily kissed Bai Chu behind Stocking's back, Panty instinctively licked her lips. Moreover, with Stocking right beside her, the thrill of indulging in a forbidden act in front of the very person involved sent a shiver down Panty's spine, causing the hairs on her arms to stand on end. Stocking, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow, sensing an inexplicable malice. She glanced around, and aside from Panty, who was flirting with her man, and Chaku, who was rummaging through the trash can, detected no other anomalies. Having indulged in a brief moment of delight, Panty fell into a fleeting state of contemplation, leaning against the sofa, her eyes darting mischievously before she suddenly poked Stocking's arm with a playful grin. Hey, Stocking. While I'm not concerned about his usual work, why hasn't Bai Chu ever mentioned it to you? Could it be that he still regards you as an outsider? Stocking halted her tea drinking, her gaze turning vacant as she slowly set her cup down. Emotionless, she retrieved her phone from her pocket and snapped a photo of the television screen before hastily typing away with her head bowed. Well, Stocking, you carry on. I'm off to take a shower. With her scheme seemingly successful, Panty covered her mouth to suppress her uncontrollable grin and dashed into the bathroom. Meanwhile, having just received his commendation and standing in a row with his colleagues, Bai Chu suddenly felt the vibration of a new message. He exchanged positions with a colleague and moved to the back, lowering his head to check his phone. Sender, Stocking, content, photo, oh, since when did you become a police officer? I had no idea. You look so impressive. Should I respectfully address you as Officer Bai when we meet again? Is she upset? But why? Could it be that Stocking harbors a disdain for the identity of a police officer? Yet, that seems improbable. Bai Chu blinket, re-examining the entirety of the sardonic content, tilting her head in bewilderment. Although she could not fathom the reasons behind Stocking's anger, she possessed the wisdom of her predecessors and had devised an effective response strategy, promptly beginning to compose a message for Stocking. On the television, the commendation ceremony at the Fallen City Police Department had concluded, and the scene shifted back to the news studio. Having devoured the remaining cake rolls and tea, Stocking turned off the television and prepared to return to her room. Buzz, buzz. The vibration alert from her phone sounded. Sendo, Bai Chu, content. I apologize for causing you distress. It was my fault. I shall visit you tomorrow to offer my apologies in person. Furthermore, I encountered the head of the Ayalea family at the event earlier, and during our conversation, they enthusiastically invited me to taste their new cake line slated for next quarter and provide some feedback. However, considering your fondness for desserts, I believe you possess far greater authority in this regard. Therefore, I arranged for them to prepare samples for tasting tomorrow, which I shall personally deliver to you for your esteemed evaluation. I wonder if you might grant me this small request. Oh, by the way, the new flavors include strawberry, blueberry, and mango. Which do you prefer? Upon reading Bai Chu's reply, a subtle smile graced the corners of the young girl's lips. She edited the message and sent it. Bai Chu, upon checking her phone, read, I like them all. She promptly responded, understood. while WW is a well-established patisserie of greater renown. The up-and-coming I should not be underestimated. I am curious as to which would be more delectable, I's new mousse or WW's cake rolls. How thrilling. Hee hee hee. Stocking tucked her phone away, humming a cheerful tune as she skipped back to her room. Meanwhile, Panty, who had been hiding in the bathroom, rushed out with soap suds still clinging to her skin, cracking the door open just a sliver to spy on the scene. Although she could not discern the contents of the phone, Stocking's self-talk had provided her with a fair approximation of the situation. Seeing Stocking retreat to her room, Panty, left with no further entertainment, closed the bathroom door and returned to the shower, eyes shut, softly muttering a few words. That Bai Chu fellow certainly possesses a knack for charming young ladies. The Fallen City Police Department, employing formidable measures, decisively eradicated a deeply entrenched, long-standing crime syndicate within the city, seemingly instilling fear in other gangs and malefactors. Following the conclusion of the commendation ceremony, Bai Chu patrolled the streets from dawn till dusk, astonishingly receiving not a single report of criminal activity. This day proved to be a rare moment of respite for the other officers as well. After work, Bai Chu drove to the headquarters of a dessert shop, where upon presenting the VIP membership card of the Rock Consortium, he approached their supervisor with a request to develop 3 new flavors of mousse cake overnight, without sparing any expense on the ingredients, and even to redesign the packaging. He intended to collect them the following morning. Bai Chu incurred a considerable expense for this endeavor. Indeed, the entire notion of new flavors and suggestions was fabricated, merely a ruse to placate Stocking. However, as long as he could present 3 flavors of cake that Stocking had never encountered by the next morning, it could hardly be deemed deceitful, could it? The following morning, an early rising Stocking was presently arranging her hair while reclining in a bathtub filled with warm water. Perusing the magazine titled A World-Class Collection of Delectable Desserts, on the small round table beside the tub lay a sundae, a chocolate cake, and a glass of blueberry sparkling water, sweetened to perfection with ample sugar, readily available for Stocking to sip at her leisure. Ah, this all looks utterly delectable. As she turned a page of the magazine, the exquisite dessert spread immediately captured her attention. Luxuriously crafted with authentic Belgian chocolate, the chocolate square marshmallow located in Omotesando, the Angel House. Excellent. I shall pay a visit next time. Chapter 37. The angelic maiden encounters a great crisis after indulging in a leisurely bath. Stocking, unhurried, returned to her chamber in her natural state. She stood before the full-length mirror, admiring her exquisite, curvaceous form. A frown creased Stocking's brow as she noticed something amiss with her body. Curiosity piqued. She extended her hands to investigate further, only to discover 2 soft, plump protrusions at her waist. Skeptically, she pressed down a couple more times. Guju ma. Flesh. A flicker of panic crossed Stocking's eyes. Could it be? Just to be safe, she rummaged through her belongings until she unearthed a long-neglected scale. To ensure its accuracy, she first tested it with calibrated weights. Once satisfied with its precision, she took a deep breath and stepped onto the scale. As the needle steadied at a particular number, terror washed over Stocking, making her feel as though the sky had fallen upon her. No, this can't be right. There must be a mistake. It must be due to the excessive sweets consumed yesterday, still undigested. If only she could exercise a bit more to hasten her metabolism. In the corner of her wardrobe, she found her long-forgotten workout attire and running shoes, slipping out of the church as stealthily as a thief. After donning her hood and tightening her laces, she sprinted through the outskirts of the fallen city at dawn for a full 5 kilometers. Upon returning to the cemetery chapel, Stocking transformed into a covert operative, cautiously opening the back door of the church. Ensuring no one was inside, she dashed back to her room on the 2nd floor. In truth, there was no need for such caution. At this early hour, Panty and Father Gator were still sound asleep in their beds, and even Chaku had yet to emerge from his nest. Before the scale, Stocking could hardly contain her impatience as she stripped off all her clothing, donning a resolute expression reminiscent of one prepared for battle, and slowly stepped onto the scale. Not a single ounce lost. Ding, the elevator chimed as Panty emerged, her arms laden with a towering stack of items. Hey, Stocking, Didn't you say Bai Chu was coming today? Someone just knocked, and I thought it was him, but it turned out to be a stranger, apparently one of my fans, who brought me this enormous pile of gifts. Noticing the newcomer, Stocking, attempting to mask her true intentions behind the guise of reading, discreetly switched off the vibrating fat-burning machine at her waist and adjusted her clothing. I have a feeling it's all some sort of dessert. I don't want any of that. It lacks thoughtfulness. If one is to gift, they should consider something of greater value. Why can't they learn from Bai Chu and see the caliber of his presence? Remarkably, Stocking, still feigning interest in her book, had little to say in response to Panty's lament, merely hoping her companion would take her leave swiftly. Stocking did not wish to remain seated, yet the machinery at her waist would betray her as soon as she stood. Alas! Indeed, they were all desserts, and the kind that one could ascertain at a glance were undoubtedly laden with sugar. Panty placed all the boxes she held down, unwrapping them one by one, her expression reflecting her disdain. Stocking, these are all for you, Panty generously declared, offering the confections to her sister. However, Stocking, perched upon the sofa, remained utterly unmoved, her attention seemingly consumed by the contents of her book. Hey, Stocking, are you listening? Chocolate marshmallow fudge. Noticing Stocking's lack of response, Panty felt a twinge of curiosity. Yet, the next moment, her attention was drawn to an unfamiliar dessert packaging, prompting her to examine it closely. Stocking's ears twitched slightly. My, such a rich chocolate aroma. Hey, Stocking, have you heard of this place called Angel's House? It doesn't seem to be a brand from Pandemonium. I don't want it. Stocking's eyes began to tremble as she summoned all her willpower to utter words that contradicted her desires. What? Is that true? You don't want it? Panty paused, momentarily taken aback. Was this truly her sister, who was so enamored with sweets? However, upon reflection, she speculated that perhaps Stocking had previously sampled products from this establishment, finding their flavors unsatisfactory, and thus chose not to inquire further. Then I shall indulge Chaka with them all. Stocking's eyes widened in alarm, her mouth agape as her gaze instinctively shifted. Panty picked up a box of WW's cake rolls and called out to Chaku, who was frolicking in the corner, pretending to tip the box. Hey, Chaku, would you like to try this? Upon sighting the delectable treat, Chaku hastily scurried over to Panty's feet, lifting his head and opening his mouth wide, eagerly anticipating her offering. Meanwhile, the angle of the dessert packaging in Panty's hand caused Stocking's mouth to widen in tandem. Suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of resentment, Panty turned her head, only to find Stocking facing away, seemingly unperturbed. Was it merely an illusion? Panty shrugged her shoulders and continued to delight in feeding Chaku. Consume it all. Good catch. But if you drop it, you're in trouble. As Panty joyfully entertained the dog with various sweets, she remained blissfully unaware of the profound psychological impact her actions were having on Stocking, even without witnessing the scene. The sound of Panty's joyous laughter and Chaku's incessant swallowing sent shivers down Stocking's spine, leaving her with a deep sense of torment akin to 100 claws scratching at her heart. Stocking trembled uncontrollably, incessantly flipping through the pages of her book in an attempt to suppress her restless and tormented heart. Yet, with each turn, her frustration only intensified, ultimately culminating in an explosive outburst. A piercing crack resonated as the innocent book split in two within Stocking's grasp. Wait for me, she cried out to Panty, but alas, it was too late. As Stocking, half kneeling on the sofa, reached out desperately, the last piece of cake had already slipped from its box. With a look of despair etched upon her face, she helplessly watched as the cake roll fell into the gaping maw of Chaku, gazing at the scattered, empty wrappers strewn across the floor, and observing Chaku licking up the remnants of the sweet delicacies. Stocking found herself on the verge of tears. Chapter 38. The sister discovers her younger sister's little secret. As expected, you still want it, don't you? Panty approached her sister, who was enveloped in a cloud of low spirits, and teased her with a mischievous grin. I've already said I don't want it. Stocking, feeling guilty, averted her gaze, unable to meet Panty's eyes. Stocking, what's wrong? Noticing her sister's unusual demeanor, Panty leaned in closer, a sly smile gracing her lips as she whispered in Stocking's ear, her voice rising dramatically by the end. Could it be that you're on a diet? Stocking's heart erupted in a frenzy as Panty unveiled her secret. That's not it. Why on earth would I go on a diet? It's simply impossible. Beads of cold sweat formed on Stocking's forehead as she stubbornly attempted to deflect the conversation. However, the sharp-eyed Panty had already spotted the telltale square bulge beneath Stocking's clothing. With a wicked grin, Panty reached out her mischievous little hand and tugged at the hem of Stocking's garment, lifting it upwards. The vibrating weight loss belt clinging to Stocking's body was thus exposed to the air. Silence enveloped the corridor. Stocking pressed down on Panty's hand, reclaiming her shirt. Yet Panty, undeterred, pulled it up once more. Stocking yanked it down again. Up, down, up, down, up, down. After an endless back and forth, the tension in Stocking's mind finally snapped. Ah ha 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 ha. Stocking raised her hands high, spinning like a ballet dancer, bursting into a fit of nonsensical laughter. Chaku, come here. The oblivious Chaku was swept into the elevator by the whirling Stocking. Ding! As the elevator descended, a scene of unrelenting madness unfolded within. Is it this mouth? Is this the mouth that devoured my cake roll? Stocking roared, fists raised high as she unleashed a flurry of blows upon the almost pixelated Chaku beneath her feet. Spit it out! Spit it out! Get back to me! Ugh! Upon hearing Chaku's retching sounds, Stocking paused momentarily, then struck Chaku's head with even greater force. You're not allowed to really vomit. Finally, after a brief catharsis of pent-up resentment, Stocking sighed deeply, straightened her posture, and released the nearly defeated Chaku, who was barely clinging to life. It is merely a trivial matter of 1 kilogram. I shall restore my perfect form by tomorrow. Ah, Stocking, what a delightful coincidence the sudden appearance of a smiling face as the elevator doors opened startled Stocking, causing her to gasp in surprise, nearly choking. Cough, cough. White. Bai Chu, what brings you here? Of course, I have come to deliver desserts. You haven't forgotten, have you? Bai Chu, dressed in a suit, gently waved the 3 package boxes in front of Stocking, smiling. I's latest unreleased products. Upon seeing the illustrations of delectable treats on the packaging, Stocking's eyes lit up momentarily before her expression turned to one of conflict. What should I do? They look so delicious. But, oh, Officer Bai, you're here. Why aren't you in uniform? I was hoping to admire you up close. Panty, descending the stairs, spotted Bai Chu and quickly approached, her expression tinged with regret at his attire. It's been a few days, Miss Panty, yet you remain as charming as ever. However, today is my day off, so I naturally cannot roam about in uniform. Bai Chu nodded at Panty, smiling in acknowledgement. Oh dear, we're so familiar with each other. Why be so formal? Just call me Panty. Oh, is that dessert you're holding for Stocking? Panty patted Bai Chu on the shoulder, her gaze shifting to the boxes in his hands. Indeed, they are I's new seasonal offerings, limited edition as well. The merchant strongly urged me to taste and review them, but as a man, what I know about desserts. Thus, I sought Stocking's assistance. Oh, seeking Stocking's help, are we? Observing Stocking standing before Bai Chu, tightly entwining her fingers and biting her lip with an expression of turmoil, Panty couldn't help but smile. What a pity, your timing is off. I must tell you, Stocking is going to. Before Panty could finish her sentence, Stocking suddenly thrust her forearm against Panty's chest, covering her mouth with her palm as she forcefully pushed her into a corner. Thud! Panty's head collided harshly with the wall, and before she could struggle, Stocking lifted her head, glaring at Panty with bloodshot eyes, and in a low, menacing tone that only they could hear, she ominously declared, "Dare to speak of this, and I shall end you." Panty, perceptive to Stocking's genuine anger, immediately nodded and raised her hands in surrender, prompting Stocking to finally release her grip. As Stocking turned, her expression seamlessly transitioned between anger and a smile, creating an epic display of emotion. Come on, Bai Chu, let us ascend to the upper floor. Approaching with an exceptionally sweet smile, Stocking linked her arm with Bai Chu's and dragged him toward the elevator, discreetly ushering the now pixelated Chaku out the door. Is Miss Panty all right? Before the elevator doors closed, Bai Chu glanced at Pandy, who was squatting in the corner, clutching the back of her head and grimacing, his concern evident. Oh, it's merely a trifling squabble among sisters. Nothing of great consequence. The angelic physique is sturdier than you might imagine. Stocking covered her mouth, letting out a somewhat peculiar laugh. The various unusual signs sparked a flicker of contemplation in Bai Chu's eyes. Let's not dwell on that. I am eagerly looking forward to trying Ai's new product. Observing the packaging in Bai Chu's hands, Stocking's smile grew even more radiant. Besides, the diet starts tomorrow, so indulging a little sweetness today shouldn't be an issue. Right? It's certainly won't be a problem. Chapter 39. The Delusional Sister and the Weeping Younger Sister. Stocking is truly ruthless. Wanting to lose weight is hardly something to be ashamed of. But is it necessary to be in such a rush? Panty tentatively touched the fresh, swollen lump on the back of her head, and a sharp pain shot through her, contorting her face in agony. Fortunately, her angelic constitution was robust enough. Within mere seconds, the sizable bump dissipated. Otherwise, Panty would have been unable to rest her head comfortably on her pillow that night. Once the pain subsided, Panty pondered whether to venture upstairs to investigate. However, the exuberant Chuck, resurrected after being kicked out of the elevator by Stocking, was chirping incessantly, bouncing around the high round table beside the elevator, attempting to reach the objects placed atop it. "Chuck, what are you doing? What's up there, huh?" With a curious expression, Panty approached and was immediately taken aback by what she saw on the table. A chew toy resembling a bone, crafted from what appeared to be compressed jerky and nearly as thick as Panty's arm, lay before her. It was adorned with Chuck's name and a simplistic engraving of his likeness, painstakingly etched with laser precision. Could have been brought over by Bai Chu. But where did he hide such a large item moments ago? Reflecting on the earlier events, Panty realized she had completely overlooked when Bai Chu had placed this object here. Chuck made several attempts to reach the table surface, but fell just short, redirecting his focus to the central support pole of the table. He took a few steps back and charged forward, aiming directly at his target. Bang! The support pole was solid stainless steel. The table shook violently, dislodging the giant bone and other items from its surface. With a newly acquired lump on his forehead, Chuck leapt up, tongue lolling and mouth agape, aiming to catch the fallen bone. Wait! Panty, with her keen eyes, suddenly noticed a small, off-white box adorned with her name in gold foil, positioned just in front of the bone. The box was obscured by the oversized bone, which was why Panty had failed to notice it immediately. As the box teetered on the brink of disaster, Panty leapt forward in a single, decisive stride, grasping Chuck's head with one hand while snatching the bone and the small box with the other, deftly averting the impending crisis. "Oh, Chuck," his body flailing like a noodle in midair, looked up at Panty with confusion, his expression clearly conveying the question. "What? Are you going to gnaw on it too?" "No way." With a look of disdain, Panty hastily shoved the bone in her hand into Chaku's mouth, then promptly tossed him aside. Lowering her gaze, she meticulously examined the small, cream-colored box in her grasp. After locating the switch, she opened it. "Wow!" Panty's exclamation echoed as her eyes fell upon a pair of exquisite earrings, intricately linked together by 5 heart-shaped, rainbow-colored opal gemstones. How beautiful! Panty lifted one earring, and under the sunlight, the opal, often referred to as God's palette, radiated a dazzling array of colors, turning the earring over. The numbers displayed on the tag caused Panty's brow to furrow in surprise. Ignoring Chaku, who was happily gnawing on the large bone, she dashed upstairs. Once in her room, she eagerly adorned herself with the earrings in front of the floor-length mirror. As she gazed at her reflection, Panty gently traced the earring with her finger, the iridescent opal enhancing her beauty even further. Bai Chu truly is a good man. Each gift he presents is so perfectly tailored to my taste. But why, when he and Stocking are so close, does he bestow such a precious gift upon me? Panty murmured, lost in contemplative thought. Wait, could it be? Suddenly, her eyes brightened with realization. So, he enjoys this sort of thing, does he? Could that kiss have sparked his interest? Panty licked her lips, abruptly turning to lean against the sofa, recalling how she had examined Bai Chu's body right there. alongside that shocking moment. She propped her chin in her hand, her mind swirling with thoughts. Next time, I must seize the opportunity to have some fun with him. Or is it that he wants me to join him in stalking? Panty flipped over, staring up at the ceiling, her eyes narrowing sleepily as she mumbled. What a naughty boy, wanting to indulge in such excitement. Well, if he can persuade stalking, I might just agree. I truly am rather looking forward to it. Meanwhile, in her room, stalking, unable to contain her excitement, eagerly unwrapped the dessert packaging, arranging 3 different flavored mousse cakes before her. She took a small bite, closed her eyes, and savored the taste. Bai Chu sat beside her, pen and notepad in hand, ready to jot down Stocking's evaluations and opinions. Naturally, a performance must be executed in full. However, as time passed, Bai Chu was astonished to see 2 transparent tear tracks slowly sliding down the corners of the young girl's eyes. Stocking was actually crying. It is simply exquisite. In this moment, I can only suppress the tumultuous emotions within. Helplessly witnessing Panty lavishly bestowing what could have rightfully been my delectable dessert upon the gluttonous Chaku, while I can only grit my teeth. My profound sense of injustice surging forth. Vois me mushi, mushi, mushi so delicious, mushi, mushi, mushi sobi, sobi, sobi. Munch, munch, munch. Stocking, in tears, ravenously shoves cake in her mouth, her ferocious eating style leaving Bai Chu utterly bewildered. What is happening? Has I's research team infused the cake with some sort of substance? That cannot be. Chapter 40. Bai Chu senses something amiss under Bai Chu's astonished gaze. Stocking single-handedly devoured 3 mousse cakes, a feat that typically required at least 3 individuals to share. The sound of her sobs ceased abruptly as she swallowed the last morsel. Had it not been for her reddened eyes and the lingering tears upon her cheeks, one would hardly believe that the girl, now radiating bliss, had just indulged in a frenzy akin to a ravenous beast. Bai Chu, rendered speechless, set aside his pen and paper, gently patting Stocking on the back. He retrieved a neatly folded handkerchief from his suit pocket, tenderly wiping away the traces of tears from the corners of her eyes. After a cathartic outpouring of emotions and the sweet gratification of the cake, Stocking, now restored to her usual demeanor, felt the warmth of Bai Chu's silent concern and kindness. Yet, the memory of her earlier indiscretion caused her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Clearing her throat softly, she lowered her head, attempting to mask her embarrassment, while her toes, ensconced in dark blue striped stockings, clenched tightly against the shoe's sole. As she pressed down on Bai Chu's wandering hand upon her face, Stocking finally mustered the courage to speak. I can take care of the leftovers myself very well, Bai Chu replied, not insisting further. He placed the handkerchief in his Stocking's hands and, with his ever-present smile, remarked, "It seems this cake has truly touched you to the point of tears. It must be exceptionally delectable. Indeed, this is the most delicious cake I have ever tasted." To dispel her awkwardness, Stocking quickly concurred with Bai Chu's observation. "So, do you have any suggestions, Stocking?" Bai Chu resumed his writing. "Of course, it can certainly be improved. For instance, as soon as the conversation shifted to her area of expertise, Stocking transformed, eagerly grasping Bai Chu's sleeve and animatedly sharing her thoughts. Then, let us conclude for today. I shall relay Stocking's suggestions to IS staff and return tomorrow with an enhanced cake." Closing the notepad filled with notes, Bai Chu solemnly placed it in his pocket, preparing to take his leave. Tomorrow, Stocking's gaze lingered on Bai Chu, a flicker of inner conflict flashing in her eyes. "What is the matter? Do you have other plans for tomorrow, Stocking?" "That is quite all right. I can return whenever you're free." "No, I mean perhaps." Stocking wrestled with her thoughts for a while, biting her lip before finally steeling her resolve. "Tomorrow, during the day, I indeed have a few matters to attend to, so let us wait until the evening. By that time, you will have finished work, and I should also be nearing the completion of my tasks. Thus, we shall meet tomorrow evening, correct?" "Very well. I shall remember this. I will take my leave for now. Until tomorrow, then." "All right. Until tomorrow." "Oh!" Bai Chu suddenly stepped forward and embraced Stocking. Stocking's body immediately stiffened. It was not that she was averse to such intimacy. Rather, she was concerned that Bai Chu might notice her recent weight gain. She had yet to remove the vibrating, fat-burning device from her waist. Fortunately, the embrace was brief, and Bai Chu did not engage in any further inappropriate actions. She released Stocking with a smile, waved, turned, and left, even closing the door behind her. It was only after Bai Chu departed that Stocking's rigid form finally relaxed. She gazed at the wine-red handkerchief left behind by Bai Chu, gripping it tightly. In order to indulge in the custom cake tomorrow without reservations, she must absolutely lose weight. Meanwhile, as Bai Chu descended in the elevator, she absent-mindedly toyed with her fingertips, recalling the lingering sensation from earlier, her brow slowly furrowing. Indeed, compared to the previous encounter in the alley, where she was kissed forcefully, Stocking's waist felt even more voluptuous now. After leaving the church and settling into the car, Bai Chu retrieved her phone from her pocket and dialed Panty's number. Beep, beep, hello. What prompted you to call me at this hour? By the way, I must say, I truly adore the gift you sent me. The call connected, and Panty's languid, alluring voice resonated through the receiver. I'm glad to hear you like it, but there is something I need to ask you. Panty. What is it? Stocking isn't here, so just call me Panty. No need for honorifics. If not, I won't answer any of your questions. In this somewhat teasing state, Bai Chu, who had already surmised what Panty was up to on the other end of the line, let out a soft sigh, covering her eyes with her hand in exasperation. All right, Panty. Good child, so obedient. The sudden rise in Panty's tone startled Bai Chu, causing her to instinctively pull the phone away. Was Panty using herself as a side dish? Now, if you have any questions, just ask. Panty gasped before inquiring, has Stocking gained weight recently? Thud. A sound of something falling was heard from the other end of the line, followed by Panty's slightly flustered voice resuming. How? How did you know? Did Stocking tell you? As expected. No, I merely guessed. On the other end of the phone, silence lingered for quite some time. Listen, I must tell you, even if Stocking has gained weight, should you dare use that as an excuse to end things, it won't just be Stocking who will be unforgiving. I, as her elder sister, will not let you off the hook either. Where are you heading with this? Hearing Panty's threats, Bai Chu couldn't help but chuckle. So, what do you wish to ask about? Panty, Stocking has had an affinity for sweets for quite a while now, hasn't she? Ah, well, since I can remember, Stocking has always been in this state of extraordinary obsession with sweets. Is there a problem with that? Panty, sitting upright in her room, questioned with confusion. Of course there is. Consuming sweets for such an extended period without issue, yet only recently are there signs of weight gain. Doesn't that seem suspicious to you? Moreover, if my memory serves me correctly, none of the earthly substances, not even poison, can affect an angel's constitution. How could mere sweets cause an angel to gain weight? Chapter 41. Preparations for a night investigation of the processing factory indeed. Upon hearing Bai Chu's words, Panty suddenly came to a realization. This is the mortal realm, not the celestial domain. The sustenance available here serves merely to satiate the appetites of angels, offering negligible energy replenishment, as it is but a product of a lower dimension. However, it appears that Stocking's recent indulgence in terrestrial confections has led to her gaining weight, which can only be attributed to one possibility. Bai Chu, I suspect Panty. Are you implying it is related to the malevolent spirit? The two spoke in unison, arriving at the conclusion. Yet, we have yet to receive any alerts from the celestial realm. Panty glanced out the window, observing the clear skies, devoid of any signs of impending thunder. Perhaps this malevolent spirit has not yet inflicted widespread destruction. Nonetheless, I shall investigate the dessert shops Stocking has frequented recently to discern any anomalies before devising a plan. Well then, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Hold on a moment. Is there something else, Panty? Panty pondered for a moment before continuing. Should you discover anything amiss, please inform me, but refrain from revealing this to Stocking. You know how stubborn she can be. If she wishes to keep something from you, it is best to feign ignorance. Rest assured, I am fully aware of that, which is precisely why I called you instead of directly asking Stocking. Time is of the essence, so I shall set off now. I await your good news. After ending the call, Bai Chu pressed the accelerator, heading straight for the WW shop. Having read the original text, he was acutely aware that this dessert shop's cake rolls were the primary culprits behind Panty's ballooning figure. The business at WW was thriving, particularly with their new cake rolls, drawing a lengthy queue that extended to the end of the street. Bai Chu, lacking the patience to wait, executed a swift maneuver, parking his vehicle directly in front of the shop. Startled patrons pointed and cursed at the vehicle. But upon seeing Bai Chu, clad in a white robe with a headscarf obscuring his face and brandishing a firearm as he exited the car, they promptly fell silent, diverting their gaze elsewhere. They certainly did not wish to acquire additional bullet holes due to a moment of imprudent speech. Bai Chu entered the shop and located the proprietor, cordially extracting information regarding the cake processing factory's location. After setting a navigation, he drove towards the destination. Once on the less crowded overpass, the fiery design on the vehicle's exterior swiftly transformed back into the black and white livery of a police car, and Bai Chu's attire, accompanied by flickering violet light, morphed into that of a uniformed officer. Patrolling officers, please be advised. A report has been received from WW Cake Shop indicating that 3 minutes ago, an individual, suspected to be a terrorist, armed and dangerous, forcibly entered the establishment, coercing the manager into revealing the location of the cake production facility. There are concerns that retaliation may be imminent against the factory. Officers in the vicinity are urged to respond to the processing plant. Listening to the dispatch relaying the urgent situation over the radio, Officer Bai Chu smirked slightly before pressing the button on her shoulder microphone. Officer Bai Chu, en route to the factory for response. Copy that, Officer Bai Chu. The suspect's physical description is as follows. Please maintain caution. Understood. Upon arrival, Bai Chu successfully entered the factory and met with the facilities manager. Accompanied by the manager, she conducted a thorough tour of the premises but found no anomalies that might indicate malevolent activity. However, she did notice something peculiar. Only the packaging workshop was operational, with workers extracting finished cakes from the cold storage, cutting them into portions, and packaging them, while the production workshop was manned by only a handful of individuals engaged in machine maintenance. Bai Chu subtly probed for information, yet the factory manager consistently deflected her inquiries, steering the conversation elsewhere and refusing to provide direct answers. Observing this evasiveness, Bai Chu confronted the manager directly, only to receive the reply that the matter involved product confidentiality and could not be disclosed. The manager then ceased to engage with any of Bai Chu's further questions. At this point, even someone as naive as Chuck could sense that something was amiss. Nevertheless, this was not the moment to take action. After all, there were too many witnesses, and the principal suspect had yet to appear. Should they alarm the culprit and allow the malevolent entity to escape, Stocking would undoubtedly face dire consequences. After spending a considerable amount of time in the factory, with several colleagues also arriving in response, the suspected individual remained elusive. Ultimately, after careful deliberation, it was concluded that the incident was likely a prank, prompting an order to withdraw all officers. Yet, before departing, Bai Chu flashed a knowing smile at the factory manager, noting the manager's averted gaze, which solidified her resolve. She intended to conduct a nighttime investigation of the production workshop. At the Cemetery Hill Church, Stocking, determined to rise early and diligently pursue her weight loss goals, awoke early. Meanwhile, in a different room, Panty, fully dressed, pushed open the window. Noticing the headlights of a car on the nearby road flicker on and off 3 times, she nimbly leapt down, softly approaching the vehicle. "How is it? Are we certain?" "Yes." In response to Panty's inquiry, Bai Chu nodded solemnly. Based on her observations during the day and the manager's reactions, it was evident that the cake processing facility harbored significant issues. If they were not producing cakes during the day, they must be conducting some dubious activities at night. The connection between Stocking's physical condition and the malevolent entity would soon be unveiled. What are we waiting for? Let's proceed. Under Panty's urging, Bai Chu pressed the accelerator, heading towards the cake processing factory they had visited earlier that day. At this moment, the factory presented a starkly contrasting scene from the daylight hours. The production workshop was devoid of any human workers. Instead, a multitude of machines and conveyor belts operated autonomously, delivering an array of pre-prepared cake bases. Subsequently, streams of rich, sweet cream-like liquid cascaded from above, writhing as if alive, transforming into exquisitely adorned cream cakes. The source of this creamy substance originated from a large malevolent spirit standing at the heart of the production area, adorned with a chef's hat and apron. Chapter 42. The culprit of obesity. She grasped the piping bag filled with creamy frosting in front of her, squeezing it firmly twice, and a thick, cloying stream of sweet cream erupted forth. Not only that, but even the position of her eyes was replaced by the elongated cake piping bag, which could also dispense copious amounts of cream to embellish the cake layers. Standing at the periphery of this mechanized chaos was the manager whom Bai Chu had encountered that morning, his expression fluctuating between various shades of gloom. My partner, why does your countenance appear so troubled today?" The mischievous spirit, leisurely crafting the cake, turned its two heads towards the manager, feigning curiosity. "I believe I have drawn unwanted attention. A couple of officers visited today, stating that someone is plotting revenge against this factory. You haven't engaged in any reckless behavior lately, have you?" The manager inquired, his face sour. Upon hearing this, the demon's frosting action momentarily halted, before it burst into laughter. "Ho ho ho, I've been residing in the underground warehouse all this time. What could I possibly do? Rather, my dear partner, you haven't taken it upon yourself to revoke the cake's purchase limit, have you?" The manager's eyes narrowed, and he snorted disdainfully. "Umph. Do you have any idea how much we've earned these past few days? I assure you, I have not withheld a single cent of your share. Even if the purchase limit were revoked, what of it?" "Oh, didn't they mention?" The demon chuckled, cradling its plump, balloon-like form. "My adorable demon egg bacteria will render the cakes even more delectable, albeit with a minor side effect. They will cause a tremendous increase in body fat. Without restrictions, those foolish women will soon transform into rotund pigs." "And what of it?" The manager stepped forward, arms outstretched, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "Who can blame them for their inability to control their appetites? If they become overweight, that is their own choice. I bear no responsibility." "Well, I am indifferent." The demon shrugged, resuming its cake-making endeavors. "After all, had I not joined forces, your old-fashioned dessert shop would have likely been eclipsed by those new brands, ultimately leading to its bankruptcy." The manager's face darkened immediately, his outstretched arms clenched into fists, which he slammed down forcefully. "Nonsense. Even without the demon egg bacteria, my establishment's foundation is beyond the comparison of those insignificant, low-tier dessert shops. Even if sales dipped initially, it was merely temporary. One day, they shall know who the true leader of the dessert realm is." "Ah, yes, indeed you're absolutely right. But might the one seeking revenge against you today be one of those low-tier dessert shops you mentioned?" The demon feigned interest, nodding dismissively, while secretly increasing the output of its demon egg bacteria. It had a premonition that this cake shop would not endure much longer. If that were the case, it might as well make one last profit and ensure that more foolish women, obsessed with flaunting their figures, became hefty pigs. It is essential to understand that the demon egg bacteria cannot be digested by humans, based on the initial quantity present in the cake. One would need to consume it continuously for over 10 days for the bacteria to accumulate in the body, leading to weight gain. However, with the excessive version she is currently crafting, the effects will manifest after just one night of fermentation. If everyone else becomes plump, my own slight increase in weight would be inconsequential, freeing me from the arduous burden of dieting. It is not the weight itself that is concerning, but the imbalance. The malevolent spirit responsible for the cake lamented while shaking its head. "What? Could it be that they have sent someone to disrupt us? Instead of settling matters through the desserts, they resort to such underhanded tactics? How despicable!" The supervisor exclaimed with indignation. This seemingly noble declaration left the demon momentarily speechless, and the two individuals who had stealthily infiltrated the factory, observing from outside the workshop, exchanged glances, with Panty even rolling her eyes in disbelief. This old fool truly lacks shame. Indeed. "Host, please be advised a target to be devoured has been identified, codename Hell's Heavyweight. An evil spirit born from the resentment of young women who, having lost confidence from repeated dieting failures, have succumbed to obesity." Upon hearing the system's notification, Bai Chu knew they had located their target. After observing from a window for a while, Bai Chu formulated a detailed plan for the ambush and was just about to explain it to Panny when she turned around. Where's Panty? With a loud crash, the door to the production workshop was forcefully kicked open. Panty strolled in with a swagger. What? You, Sai. Glancing through the window at Panty's audacious figure, Bai Chu attempted to articulate something, yet words eluded her, leaving her with no choice but to exhale deeply and follow quietly behind. Who goes there? The commotion at the door immediately drew the attention of Hell's heavyweight and the supervisor, both turning to see Panty, confidently pointing at them and launching into a tirade. You damned, heartless owner, it's your fault my sister has become overweight. It's outrageous that such a dreadful dessert shop remains in business. And you gluttonous spirit, are you trying to make every woman in fallen heaven as rotund as yourself because you cannot shed your own weight? Rest assured, neither you nor that filthy cake will leave this factory unscathed today. Where are the security guards? Where are they? Are you all merely idle bystanders? How could you allow this wretched woman to infiltrate? I will have every last one of you morons dismissed. Realizing her secret had been uncovered, the supervisor's expression twisted as she frantically tugged at her already sparse hair, shouting madly at Hell's heavyweight. You must eliminate her. The situation within the factory cannot be revealed. This insolent wretch. I am merely a bit plump. Where is the weight gain? Do not ruin my plans. The entity, known as Hell's heavyweight, provoked by Panty, found itself in a state of furious agitation, causing the elongated cream piping bags at its chest and in front of it to sway wildly. The power within surged rapidly, resulting in a grotesque transformation where Hell's heavyweight morphed into a creature with 10 arms sprouting from its back and 20 enormous piping bags emerging from its chest. How dare you call me a fat pig? Allow me to demonstrate what it truly feels like to be plump. This is a specially concocted ultra-rich cream. Drink it well. With that, the arms from its back moved to the front, swiftly kneading the 20 elongated cream piping bags, filling them with a sweet, devilish cream that erupted forth like a high-pressure water gun, inundating Panty in a deluge of creamy chaos. Just as Panty, having unleashed a barrage of taunts, prepared to draw her weapon and send this malevolent being to its end, she was taken aback by the swiftness of the counterattack. Before she could retrieve her weapon, Panty found herself unable to evade, helplessly watching as the milky waves of cream engulfed her. Chapter 43. Bai Chu once again seized the opportunity to claim a kill. You wretched harlot, today I shall ensure you perish from gluttony right here. Laughter erupted. However, just a second before the hell bomb unleashed its creamy assault, the leader was still roaring with arrogance. In the blink of an eye, a hand, dark and inhuman, unexpectedly gripped his shoulder. Instantly, the scenery before him shifted, as the tidal wave of cream surged towards him. The leader's confusion had yet to settle when that hand slid down to his posterior, followed by a vicious squeeze. Ah! Gurgle! His mouth instinctively gaped open. Yet before his scream could escape, torrents of cream were forcibly poured in, silencing him. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as the slick substance coursed unhindered down his throat and into his stomach. Meanwhile, the demon egg bacteria began to take effect rapidly. In an instant, the leader's body had expanded significantly, his swollen form providing ample cover for Panty and Bai Chu, who had teleported in and activated his demon form. It is worth noting that this transformation did not consume any additional soul power, but rather utilized the remaining time from a previous transformation when Bai Chu had brought breakfast to stocking after a quarrel between the sisters. As long as he canceled the transformation before the countdown concluded, the leftover time could be preserved for his next metamorphosis. This unexpected delight had come to light after he had adopted the demon form to conceal his identity. After all, he had encountered this leader just earlier that day. Unless Bai Chu intended to silence him permanently, it was prudent to disguise himself. Oh, Panty, Kauchet Benet Bai Chu Shavip was startled by the sudden appearance of the angular alien figure. Observing the ever-expanding human shield before her, she muttered an exclamation of deserved fate and lightly nudged Bai Chu's arm with her elbow. Thanks. If I were to grow as rotund as he, I might as well embrace death. However, it has been a while since I last witnessed you in this form. What prompted the sudden transformation? Isn't it due to a certain someone acting on their own, disregarding the plan and barging in? And now I must clean up the mess. Bai Chu, still rubbing his right hand on his back to rid himself of the previous indiscretion, rolled his eyes at Panty's inquiry and responded curtly, "On my bad." I apologize, sensing the underlying emotion in his words. Panty scratched her chin awkwardly and offered a reluctant apology. "You despicable fiend. Using a hostage as a shield. How vile." Realizing that all her attacks had been thwarted by her now ballooning former partner, the hell bomb ceased its onslaught. It overturned the nearby machinery, seized a massive bag filled with cash, and smashed through the workshop's wall, making its escape. "I'm done playing." She sought refuge in another city, hoping for a fresh start. Did she still wish to escape? There was no chance of that. Noticing the creamy waves had ceased, Panty peered out, promptly removed her panties, and stepped onto the remaining cream, sprinting after her. Following that, she executed a swift slide, darting between the legs of the Hell's heavyweight. Once back on her feet, she aimed the makeshift spirit gun, crafted from her panties, directly at the balloon of Hell's heavyweight. How dare one engage in such a heinous act of increasing a girl's weight? She would repent in hell. Oh, just as Panty was about to pull the trigger, she realized the malevolent spirit before her was rapidly shrinking, dissolving entirely in the palm of Bai Chu's hand within moments. "Congratulations, host. You have devoured the evil spirit Hell's heavyweight, gaining 160 soul power points and 4 heavenly coins." Bai Chu, having reaped a bountiful harvest, saw his total soul power rise to 505.02 points. This individual, as she observed the approaching angular alien. Panty narrowed her eyes slightly. After accepting the heavenly coins offered, she suddenly wrapped her arms around Bai Chu's neck, leaning in to whisper in his ear with a voice barely above a murmur. "I've noticed your enthusiasm for delivering the final blow to evil spirits. Rather than merely eliminating them, it seems you are absorbing them. Considering what you shared with me before, I surmise that this is how you grow stronger. Am I correct?" Bai Chu hesitated momentarily, refraining from a verbal response, instead offering a nearly imperceptible nod. "Then you must continue to strive. This level of strength is insufficient." She pecked his cheek before releasing him. Although Bai Chu's demonic form exuded a hardened exterior, the sensations remained intact. Particularly after Panty's playful kiss, she deliberately licked his cheek, heightening the teasing. In response to Panty's naughty antics, Bai Chu could only internally chastise her while rubbing the now itchy spot on his face, shrugging it off. "Well, I'm used to it." With the vanishing of the malevolent spirit, the factory's overseer, who had ballooned to an unmanageable size, soon reverted to his normal form, much like a deflating balloon. However, just as he managed to rise, a forceful blow struck the back of his head, sending him crashing down unconscious once more. The assailant was Bai Chu. Confirming that the overseer would not awaken any time soon, he reverted from his remaining minute of demonic form and retrieved a bottle containing a murky light green liquid from his pocket. "Hey, now that the evil spirit is dealt with, aren't you leaving?" "What is that?" Panty, hands clasped behind her head, approached curiously, eyeing the item in Bai Chu's hand. "It's an infusion of crushed elder leaves." Bai Chu replied, pulling a veterinary syringe from another pocket, tearing open the packaging, removing the needle's protective cover, and inserting it into the bottle to fill an entire syringe. "Hello, surely you cannot be contemplating." As Bai Chu approached the still unconscious supervisor with the syringe in hand, a cold sweat broke out on Panty's forehead. "Wait, no, Bai Chu, what you're doing is..." "Huh?" Just as Panty, believing Bai Chu was truly intent on committing murder, prepared to intervene, she witnessed Bai Chu step over the supervisor's body and kneel before the scattered cake layers. Methodically, she inserted the syringe into the center of each cake layer, injecting approximately 1 milliliter of the extract. She executed this task with remarkable precision, leaving no visible cake layer unattended. Chapter 44. The devious Bai Chu. Observing Bai Chu's industrious figure, Panty hesitated to speak. After all, she was an angel. As long as he did not commit murder in her presence, emphasis added, she would let it be. The crux of the matter was that she could not fathom Bai Chu's intentions, which restrained her from interrupting him. It was not until Bai Chu had exhausted an entire bottle of liquid, rising with a hand on his knee, that the perplexed Panty approached him with a query. "What are you planning to do?" In simple terms, Bai Chu intended to exact revenge on the women who had tasted his specially crafted cake rolls alongside Stocking and the denizens of the fallen angel city. Carefully stowing away the syringe and bottle, he pointed to the slumbering figure of the manager sprawled on the ground and began his explanation to Panty. To profit by causing harm to so many women is, in my view, an atrocious act. Though his crimes may not warrant death, he must still face appropriate punishment. Bai Chu took a couple of steps closer, bending down to retrieve the manager's phone. Doesn't he value his dessert shop? He mused. Soon, I shall render him unable to weep. Before he could finish his thought, Bai Chu dialed a number, adjusting the tension in his vocal cords to adopt a completely new tone. Hello, is this the FDA? I would like to report. After hanging up, Bai Chu dialed another number. Hello, is this the USDA? I would like to report. What followed was a spectacle as Panty watched Bai Chu sequentially contact various departments, including the EPA, FSIS, and DHHS, any agency remotely relevant to the matter, including the DEA. He even called the fallen Angel City Police, reporting an unexplained explosion at the cake processing factory, prompting the operator to take the situation seriously. Given a recent alert about a potential terrorist threat against the factory, the operator promptly contacted the now-sleeping chief and dispatched night patrol officers to the scene. Finally, Bai Chu called the local television station, announcing that an explosion had just occurred at WW's cake processing factory, and there were sensational details to uncover. Once he concluded his calls, Bai Chu summoned hellish chains to ensnare the manager's phone, binding the syringe and bottle together before igniting the flames of hell, eradicating all evidence until nothing remained. All done, Bai Chu declared, brushing off non-existent dust from his palms as he turned to a dumbfounded Panty with a smile. I must say, you really can be quite devious at times, Panty remarked, wiping the cold sweat from her brow, casting a sympathetic glance at the oblivious manager still lost in slumber on the ground. When he awakens to the consequences, he may well be driven to despair. Poor soul, one must wonder, why provoke anyone at all? Come now, Panty, let me escort you home. I shall return shortly. Let's be off after such a long day. I find myself quite weary. The following day, in a bid to shed some pounds, Stocking donned her exercise attire and fashioned a high ponytail, slipping away from the church at dawn. To stave off boredom, she even extracted the slumbering Chaku from his doghouse to serve as her training partner, sipping a cup of 100 pure black coffee beneath the rising sun. She commenced her fasted aerobic routine with a leisurely 20-kilometer jog to warm up before reaching the gym. Deep squats, push-ups, and sit-ups, 100 repetitions of each, 5 sets in total, were swiftly followed by 5,000 consecutive jumps on the rope. Upon completing her morning workout, Stocking retreated to the gym's sauna, cranking the temperature to the maximum and luxuriating there for a full hour. Alas, her voluntary companion, Chaku, was subjected to 10 rounds of steamy torment. With the morning's training concluded, Stocking returned to the church to prepare lunch. Just a palm-sized block of tofu, a sardine no thicker than a finger, and a solitary pea. Indeed, just one. A meal so meager it could bring tears to Chaku's eyes. After her fat-reducing repast, Stocking ventured into the corridor, intending to practice yoga alongside a television program, only to discover that the television had already been turned on. The recently awakened Panty sat on the couch, yawning incessantly. Oh, Stocking, come quickly. Upon seeing Stocking clad in yoga attire and carrying a bundle of mats, Panty became invigorated, eagerly beckoning her to join. Panty, hand me the remote. I wish to watch the sports channel for yoga practice. Oh, that can wait. Come see the news. Bai Chu is on screen again. Panty seized Stocking's hand, pulling her close, and firmly guided her to sit on the couch. Bai Chu, you say? Well, I suppose I shall indulge in a brief glance. Upon hearing Bai Chu's name, Stocking suppressed her urge to exercise, following Panty's finger to the screen where a host was fervently reading from their notes. Behind the host, footage from the previous night captured by a live reporter unfolded. In the recording, Bai Chu, clad in a police uniform, was escorting the head of WW Desserts toward the police vehicle. Just before entering, the struggling, foul-mouthed individual appeared to catch sight of the reporter's camera, pausing momentarily as if to say something. Yet, in the next instant, Bai Chu, with an irresistible force, pressed his head down, and swiftly shoved him into the back seat of the police car. Last night, our correspondent received internal information regarding an explosion at the renowned WW Cake manufacturing facility in the city of Fallen Angels. Upon arriving at the scene, the reporter observed numerous service vehicles from various departments, including the EPA, FSIS, and DEA. Photographs were taken of this incident, and this morning, a joint announcement was issued by the Fallen Angels Police Department and other agencies. The WW Cake factory, upon thorough sampling and testing, revealed a significant presence of illicitly added ingredients derived from a substance known as grandma's leaves within their cake batter, rendering the finished products highly addictive. This egregious violation of food safety laws and related regulations has resulted in the confiscation and closure of the manufacturing facility and all associated retail outlets, pending further investigation. According to informed sources, the number of victims is alarmingly high, and the responsible party is likely to face severe criminal charges, potentially amounting to compensation claims of at least $60 million and a prison sentence exceeding 100 years. Our station will continue to monitor this case closely, so stay tuned for further developments. What? Upon concluding the news report, Stocking emitted a sharp exclamation. Chapter 45. The angelic girl is also a sweet tooth. Unforgivable. Stocking abruptly surged forward, lunging at the television, her hands gripping the edges with desperate intensity, knuckles whitening from the strain. Her eyes, wide with fury, seemed on the verge of bursting, bloodshot pupils fixated on the screen. The individual repeatedly showcased in the broadcast appeared to her as an unrepentant villain. Her facial muscles contorted in rage, the corners of her mouth twisted into a near-savage snarl, her expression radiating an uncontrollable wrath, as if she longed to reach through the screen and consume him whole. How dare he taint the sacred confectionery with such filth? Her once dulcet voice trembled involuntarily with the force of her indignation. This scoundrel had betrayed the sanctity of dessert. He had sullied its purity. He was an unequivocal heretic, deserving of damnation. Stocking cranked up the volume, her roar nearly threatening to rend the very rooftops as she demanded, "Sentence him to burn. Burn him. Let the holy flame sear every inch of his flesh, purging that tainted soul completely." At that moment, Stocking's eyes blazed like fiery infernos, her entire demeanor exuding an undeniable fervor and ferocity, reminiscent of a medieval inquisitor poised to exact the most severe punishment for this sacrilegious transgression. Stocking, there is really no need to be so furious. Panty, covering her ears, observed Stocking's terrifying frenzy, her lips twitching involuntarily before she attempted to intervene. Haven't you seen the news? According to earthly law, he'll probably rot in prison until he dies. But that would be too lenient. The sound of her perfectly aligned white teeth grinding together echoed, and the television frame began to show fine cracks under Stocking's pressure. Hey, Stocking, take it easy. The television is innocent. If you break it, there'll be nothing left to watch. Don't you still want to practice yoga? Panty quickly interjected as she noticed the cracks threatening to spread to the screen. That damned scoundrel. Consider yourself fortunate. Upon hearing Panty's words, Stocking let out a cold scoff and released her grip, finally sparing the unfortunate television from imminent destruction. However, her gaze shifted sharply, locking onto the figure of Chaku, who was stealthily inching toward the staircase. Having voluntarily endured Stocking's torment for an entire morning, Chaku, who had nearly lost his life multiple times, found himself on the brink of escape. Yet, a menacing gaze, akin to a predatory beast poised to hunt, pierced through him from behind, freezing his movements as if the very blood within him had turned to ice. A vast shadow unfurled like ink, creeping slowly up Chaku's spine, engulfing him entirely in a thick darkness. "Chaku, where do you wish to go?" The voice, raspy and viscous as if it belonged to a malevolent specter from the abyss, instantly made Chaku's ears and tail stand on end. Cold sweat poured down his body like water from a ruptured vessel. He fought to suppress the fear churning within, yet his neck creaked like a rusty bolt, emitting dull sounds with every slight movement. A frozen, forced smile contorted his face as he turned, inch by inch. Before him loomed a colossal hand, capable of blocking out the very sun. There was no escape. The training is not yet complete. You must remain with me. Stocking, exuding a dark aura, seized Chaka's canine head and dragged his stiffened form toward the basement. Meanwhile, Panty, perched on the sofa, gazed with a complex expression at Stocking's gradually disappearing silhouette down the staircase, hesitating. Initially, she contemplated seizing an opportunity to reveal the truth about Stocking's weight, only to worry that this revelation might further provoke her. Never mind, Panty mused. After all, she has already lost weight. Why let Stocking feel that her efforts were in vain? Once again, Bai Chu, having been forced to work overtime throughout the night, submitted his notebook to Ai's staff at dawn, hoping they could refine the cake based on Stocking's suggestions. The staff assured him that these were minor issues and that a finished product would be ready in no time. After placing another order and scheduling a pickup, Bai Chu returned to his residence and sank into a deep slumber until the sun began to set. The constitution of a demon is rather convenient. At least upon waking, he felt neither parched nor hungry. After lingering on the toilet for some time, Bai Chu rose and approached the sink, splashing cold water onto his face. He lifted his head to gaze at his disheveled hair in the mirror, then extended his hands, fingers splayed like a comb, and deftly smoothed his hair back from the roots. The chaotic strands quickly transformed into a neat, stylish coiffure. Quite satisfactory. Bai Chu nodded in approval. He donned a suit, meticulously smoothing out every wrinkle before departing his room. He then boarded the freshly painted all-crazy coach and set off toward the eye-cake shop. In Stocking's room, after concluding her training regimen for the day, she clasped her hands together and earnestly prayed to the divine. To achieve her weight loss goals, she had not only engaged in extensive exercise and dieting, but had also refrained from drinking even a drop of water, fearing that all her efforts would yield no visible results. After finishing her prayer, Stocking swiftly stripped herself bare, inhaling deeply as she solemnly stepped onto the scale. Once the numbers ceased to fluctuate, a feeling of trepidation washed over her as she leaned forward to catch a glimpse of the reading. Her eyes widened, her pupils initially constricted, only to quickly relax, reflecting a whirlwind of emotions, from unease to confusion, from astonishment to relief, and finally to pure joy. I did it! Stocking jubilantly raised her arms, bouncing around the room in celebration. Not only had she successfully shed the excess weight, but her current weight was even 6 pounds lighter than before. Clatter, good evening, Stocking. I came bring you. Huh? As Bai Chu entered the room holding a cake, she looked up to find Stocking joyfully hopping about in her birthday suit. The two exchanged astonished glances, and the room fell into an abrupt silence. At that moment, only one thought lingered in Bai Chu's mind. So big, so white. Chapter 46. Mischievous children require proper discipline. Panty sat on the sofa in the corridor, observing the flustered Bai Chu as he hastily exited Stocking's room, closing the door behind him. She knew her little prank had succeeded. Haha, Bai Chu, how is it? Is Stocking's figure not exquisite? Is it not sufficiently curvaceous, ample, fair, and delightfully rosy? Why did you come out so quickly? Would it not be better to linger a little longer? Ha ha! Panty rolled on the sofa, clutching her abdomen, laughing until she could hardly catch her breath. Bai Chu, his eyes brimming with tears of laughter, let out a resigned sigh, placing the 3 cake boxes he held onto the tea table in front of Panty. Miss Panty, I kindly request that you refrain from playing tricks on me in the future. It truly is not appropriate. Moments earlier, having acquired the eye cake, Bai Chu drove to the church on Grave Hill. Father Get opened the door for him, and after expressing his gratitude, Bai Chu tucked the newly purchased limited edition magazine, complete collection of Angel Boy uniforms, into Father Gat's embrace before effortlessly ascending to the 2nd floor. In the corridor, he encountered Panty, who was engrossed in a talk show, and politely inquired about Stocking's whereabouts. Upon receiving the response that Stocking is in her room, "You may enter," Bai Chu thought little of it and pushed the door open. He was met with the sight of Stocking, reveling in her natural state, and he took in her form from head to toe with clarity. Fortunately, Stocking showed no signs of anger. Her cheeks merely tinged with crimson as she covered her peaks with her palm, turned slightly, revealing her elegantly contoured back, and calmly instructed him to leave. "Is it my fault?" Who told you not to knock? Panty, sprawled on the sofa, raised her smooth, pale legs and playfully swung her bare feet, adorned with vibrant red nail polish, back and forth. With her upper body slightly lifted, the neckline of her green camisole hung loosely, and propping her chin on her elbow, she tilted her head, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she addressed Bai Chu. Are you expecting an apology from me? You've gained quite the advantage, having feasted your eyes. Shouldn't you be thanking me instead? Bai Chu squeaked, first glancing at the stored soul power displayed on the panel. Then almost unconsciously, his fingers twitched. Her audacious demeanor sparked within him an urge to impart some much-needed discipline. Mischievous children must learn their lessons. However, before he could act on his thoughts, Stocking emerged, clad in a blue and white JK outfit. Stocking, that was because... Was it appealing? Bai Chu was about to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by Stocking's unexpected question. However, this question... Bai Chu was taken aback. At that moment, Stocking approached Bai Chu, gazing up earnestly as she spoke. I ask you, is it beautiful? Yes, it is beautiful. Bai Chu's expression twisted momentarily before he ultimately articulated his true feelings. As long as you agree to be my boyfriend, you can see it every day. After uttering this statement, regardless of Bai Chu's reaction, she boldly seated herself on the sofa, for Stocking's attention had now been wholly captivated by the cake. With swift precision, she unwrapped the outer packaging, and with trembling hands, she steadied the cake's base, lifting it reverently high. This is, truly, a masterpiece. As the cake melted in her mouth, a familiar yet slightly different sweetness unfurled on Stocking's tongue, and a single tear trickled down her cheek. This was the exquisite delicacy she had long awaited. With fervor, she dove into the cake, devouring it in large bites. Stocking, would you like me to brew you a pot of red tea? Stocking, unable to speak with her mouth full, glanced at the now-rising Panty and nodded vigorously. Hey, don't dawdle, come help me make the tea. Oh, all right, Panty exclaimed, seizing the still dazed Bai Chu and dragging him towards the kitchen's tea area. In the tea area, Panty was responsible for gathering the teapot and ingredients, while Bai Chu stood at the stove, boiling water for the tea. After cleaning the pot, he added sugar cubes, poured in the boiling water, then incorporated an appropriate amount of milk and honey for flavor. Stirring it well, before placing freshly sliced lemon on top, the English red tea was complete. I didn't realize you could brew tea, Panty remarked, surprised as she observed from the side, having hardly intervened. Well, this English red tea is less intricate than its Chinese counterpart. The flavor is entirely subjective. Really just requires a bit of skill. After using kitchen paper to absorb the remaining water in the tray, he placed the teapot, teacups, and sugar canister within, attempting to lift it when Panty suddenly pressed down on it. Don't rush. By the way, after seeing such a wonderful thing, don't you feel even a twinge of desire to do something? Miss Panty, what do you mean? Bai Chu raised an eyebrow, a playful expression crossing his face as he inquired. I already said, when it's just the two of us, you can call me Panty. Panty wrapped her arms around Bai Chu's, gazing up with her luminous eyes fixed intently on his face. Why not seize this opportunity? Stocking is just outside. Don't you think it would be even more thrilling? Once again, Panty issued a playful invitation to Bai Chu. Bai Chu blinked and suddenly laughed. Panty, those 3 cakes should have been nearly devoured by Stocking. Unless you believe I am the type of man who succumbs in 3 seconds. The same trick will not work on a Saint Seiya. With that, Bai Chu swiftly withdrew her arm from Panty's chest, and in response to the incredulous gaze of her counterpart, she circled around, pinning Panty's upper body under her arm, then raised her hand high and brought it down with a resounding slap. Smack, 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 smack. Up. In no time, Bai Chu returned to Stocking's side, carrying a tray. As expected, Stocking had polished off all 3 boxes of mousse cakes. Lifting the red tea that Bai Chu had poured for her, she took a hearty sip and patted her perfectly flat stomach, exhaling a satisfied sigh. By the way, what was that noise in the kitchen earlier? Where's Panty? Oh, she was trying to swat a mosquito, but missed. Panty insisted on personally eliminating that pesky mosquito, so she let me come out first, Bai Chu explained with a smile. Stocking merely shrugged in response. At this age, still holding a grudge against a mosquito? How childish. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, Bai Chu nodded in full agreement. Meanwhile, in the tea room, Panty, half draped over the table, was tearfully cursing the ungrateful Bai Chu. That brat Bai Chu. Just you wait. How dare you slap my behind? And with such force. Ouch, it hurts. Yet, as Panty gradually acclimated to the pain, she slowly began to recover. Chapter 47. The marathon hosted by the mysterious G. As Panty emerged from the break room, leaning against the wall, Bai Chu had already departed from the church. Before stocking, an array of exquisite cakes and confections had inexplicably materialized on the tea table, their packaging unmistakably marked with the signature of the I family. It was an abundance that left one astounded. Had all of this been brought by Bai Chu? Gazing at the towering pile of boxes, Panty's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, it was he, Stocking declared cheerfully, cradling her cup of red tea. Truly, he is a thoughtful man. Panty's lips twitched, yet she chose not to respond. Instead, she limped over to the refrigerator, retrieving a chilled fruit beer. Testing its temperature with her fingertip, she gritted her teeth and, with a sharp smack, pressed it against her inflamed backside. Ah! The icy chill elicited a sharp intake of breath from Panty, yet she persevered, gradually maneuvering the bottle to apply a soothing compress to her injured posterior. Panty, what has happened to you? Stocking, drawn by the commotion, turned to see Panty grimacing, as if suddenly recalling something. Oh, by the way, did you manage to swat that mosquito? I would prefer not to be bitten. I killed it. Panty stammered, her words muddled. I accidentally tripped. Yes, I fell. You truly are lacking, Panty. Stocking shook her head, setting down her teacup. She speared a piece of cake with her fork, savoring it with delight. The cold compress worked swiftly, and Panty's swelling gradually subsided. Glancing at the fruit beer in her hand, she decided against returning it to the refrigerator, opting instead to pop the cap and take 2 hearty gulps. She edged over to Stocking, gently testing the cushion with her rear before cautiously sitting down. Observing her companion relish the cake, she couldn't resist the urge to admonish. Eating so heartily again? You really ought to be careful. If you gain weight, I shall have no sympathy for you. Not to worry, Panty. Even if I gain a little weight in the future, it does not concern me much. The truth is, I can lose it again. Wouldn't you agree? As she spoke, Stocking lifted her foot, accurately kicking the cake-licking Chaku in the face. With a yelp, Chaku was sent flying, crashing against the bookshelf and then plummeting into the garbage bin below with a resounding thud. Stocking then savored a piece of mousse cake, chewing it slowly, her eyes narrowing in pleasure as she elongated her tone, exclaiming, "It is simply exquisite." In the days that followed, the city of fallen angels returned to its usual tranquility. With no news of malevolent spirits during this period, Bai Chu engaged in a repetitive routine of life, oscillating between home and the police station during work hours, and on his days off, he would bring gifts to the church or venture out shopping with Shidu. However, during such moments, Pandai would cunningly insist on going out with Shirduo Jin, seizing the opportunity when Shirduo Jin's attention was diverted by other matters to discreetly engage in some rather suggestive gestures with Bai Chu. Naturally, these intimate exchanges were initiated by Pandai, who regarded them merely as a pursuit of excitement. As the day's patrol was drawing to a close, Bai Chu was preparing to return to the police station to clock out. Upon passing an intersection, his gaze inadvertently wandered outside, and upon registering a moment of surprise, he abruptly spun the vehicle around and came to a sudden halt on the sidewalk, intercepting a blonde youth who was about to cross the street. "Isn't that Bliff? Where are you headed at this late hour?" Officer." Startled, Bliff raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, initially perplexed about what crime he might have committed to warrant being stopped by the police. However, upon recognizing the face beneath the cap, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. "What is this? An underwear marathon?" "Yes, officer, look at this." Seated in the passenger seat, Bliff fished out his phone and fiddled with it for a moment, eventually producing an electronic invitation and turning the screen towards Bai Chu. The invitation was a blatant parody of the famous World War II recruitment poster featuring Uncle Sam, transformed into a comically greasy man clad only in purple briefs, with enormous text emblazoning the background. "Underwear Marathon. Tonight at the Fallen City Academy." At that moment, Bai Chu recalled that indeed, such an event was mentioned in the original narrative. and he had come across related records in the Fallen City Police Department files. A certain enigmatic figure, self-styled as Master G, had illicitly organized multiple underwear marathons within the academy. As the events typically unfolded at night, the large number of participating students caused considerable disruption, preventing residents from enjoying a peaceful rest. Residents had reported the disturbances, and officers had attempted to apprehend the mysterious Master G, but he had proven to be exceedingly cunning, evading capture time and again. Do not inquire why the students were not apprehended, as they were merely participants in the run, not the orchestrators of the event. Moreover, the most pressing concern was that the local jail could not accommodate such a multitude of individuals. This instance was no different, as students had turned the fallen city into chaos in the dead of night, even summoning a peculiar malevolent spirit that drew its sustenance and power from undergarments. Bai Chu was determined to seize the rare ability of this spirit. Thus, he dialed the number for the chief's office. "Good day, Director. I am Officer Bai Chu. I have received a tip-off regarding the elusive figure known as G. Yes, indeed. It is tonight. In order to apprehend him, I have resolved to disguise myself and blend in with the students, biding my time for the opportune moment. Yes, I can manage alone. Indeed, I will simply request a shift change. It seems I shall be burning the midnight oil once more, leaving me no choice but to catch up on sleep during the day." "Very well, Director, I understand. I shall summon my colleagues on the night patrol for assistance when the time comes. Farewell, Master. What do you intend to do?" Bliff stammered as he spoke. "What do you think I am going to do?" Bai Chu chuckled, tapping the metallic badge hanging from his left chest. "Repeatedly organizing illegal gatherings, disrupting social order, evading police capture. I am now an officer. Having acquired a lead, it is imperative that I pursue this fugitive. Of course, this matter does not concern you students, so keep your worries to yourselves. However, that is of secondary importance. You, my young friend, are in luck today, for I also possess intelligence indicating that malevolent spirits will manifest during tonight's long-distance race. At that moment, we shall join forces for the first time to vanquish the evil spirits. What do you say? Are you not thrilled? Chapter 48, The Little Secret in Gat's Phone, is it? Really true, Master? But I can't yet harness the power of the cards. I really won't be a burden to you, will I?" Bliff unzipped his tracksuit, revealing a peculiar belt fashioned around his waist. With a deft motion, he pressed a concealed mechanism, and the card's blaster brown and blood-red hat leaped from the slots on the front of the belt, clenched tightly in his palm. Screech! The jarring sound of brakes abruptly tore through the air, tires leaving 2 charred marks on the pavement. "Ow! That hurts!" Without fastening his seatbelt, Bliff collided headfirst into the control panel of the Mad Driver, tears instantly springing from his eyes. Meanwhile, Bai Chu's gaze was fixed intently on the belt around his waist, pointing at it with astonishment. "Bliff, where did you get that belt?" "Huh? This..." Bliff, clutching his forehead, glanced down in confusion. "I made it myself from materials I bought online, specifically designed to hold cards." "Master, is there a problem? You made it yourself?" "Yes. Just like this spirit detector on my back. I designed and built it all by myself." Bliff gestured proudly towards the contraption behind him. "Oh, so you're quite the technical craftsman as well." Bai Chu relaxed his tone, retracting his gaze. "It's nothing. I just find its design rather unique. As for your inability to wield the card's power, you need not worry. With me here, how could anything go wrong? Perhaps this encounter with the spirits will awaken your latent talent. Really, if that could happen, it would be simply marvelous." Bliff's excitement was palpable. Had it not been for his consideration of his master's presence, he would have likely pressed the cards to his lips, yearning for their favor in the face of malevolent spirits, hoping to unleash that extraordinary power. Indeed, Bai Chu restarted the vehicle, heading towards the Fallen Angel Academy. Truth be told, when he first saw Bliff's handmade belt, he was genuinely taken aback. Although upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was not the same item, the familiar shape and style. "Decade," Bai Chu murmured softly. "Huh? Master, what did you say? I didn't catch that." "Nothing. Hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate." He slammed down on the gas. Was it mere coincidence? Or perhaps Bliff, this kid, truly is the child of the dimensions? In the basement of the Cemetery Hill Church, Panty furrowed her brow, a muffled sound of frustration escaping her throat. Ugh, I'm so bored. She shoved aside the gun parts on the table, her face drooping as she displayed an expression of utter despondency, her complaints flowing uncontrollably. On this rare weekend, why should we, two innocent and charming young ladies, be confined in this dim underground basement tending to our equipment? It is not as though we are engaged in some clandestine labor. By the way, Stocking, why has T. White Chi come looking for you? If she were here, I could venture outside too. Beside her, Stocking, clad in a protective mask, was meticulously sharpening her spirit blade against the whirling, grinding wheel, occasionally lifting it to the light to inspect the edge. Suddenly, a faint crack echoed as Stocking raised her brow, removed her mask, and scrutinized the newly formed fissures on the blade, clicking her tongue in displeasure. As Chaku sauntered by, Stocking swiftly plunged the spirit blade into its forehead. Poor Chaku didn't even utter a sound before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. With a sigh, Stocking withdrew the cracked blade and tossed it aside. White Chi had informed me earlier that she was on duty today. She gestured toward the mountain of panties and thigh-high socks piled behind them. Panty, have you come to your senses? If these aren't maintained before that explosive-haired priest returns, who knows what mayhem he could unleash. However, Panty, gripping the barrel of her spirit gun, leaned against the table, eagerly watching Stocking. When it comes to splendid weekend nights, one simply must sneak into the city for some merriment. The more she spoke, the more animated she became, and in her excitement, she inadvertently caused the barrel of her gun to snap apart with a click. Unfazed, Panty tossed the scattered parts aside, swaying her head in a trance-like state as she sang. This is the mission of the modern woman. Pray tell, Stocking inquired, what is this mission of the modern woman you speak of? With a cheeky grin, Panty suddenly produced a flip phone adorned with a halo and tiny wings from her pocket. Tada, look at this. Wait a moment, Stocking furrowed her brow. Isn't this the phone that Get uses to communicate with the celestial realm? How did it end up with you? He forgot it when he left, so I simply kept it safe for him, Panty replied, elongating her words with a mischievous glint in her eyes. However, Panty, you didn't go through his phone, did you? Ahem, it wasn't intentional. He didn't set a password. After all, Panty retorted defiantly, inching closer to Stocking. Besides, Stocking, aren't you curious about what's on Gada's phone? I found something quite intriguing. As she spoke, she tousled her hair into a voluminous mess, cleared her throat, and mimicked Gada's tone, adopting his usual demeanor. Tonight, I have received a divine revelation. It is this. What she revealed was precisely the invitation she had seen before. Lingerie. Marathon? Stocking read the text aloud. Indeed. What do you think, Stocking? Sounds exhilarating. Doesn't it? Come on, let us go have some fun. Panty tugged at Stocking's arm, swaying back and forth. With all this gear, we wear ourselves out and wouldn't finish until dawn. It will be better to discuss it tomorrow, don't you think? Stocking initially intended to disregard her playful whining, but upon catching sight of the towering pile of blue and black striped thigh-high stockings, she ultimately sighed. After sharpening her tools all day and barely managing to indulge in her favorite sweets, the night had long since deepened, and she was indeed feeling exasperated. All right then, a breath of fresh air wouldn't hurt. Yay, Stocking, you are the best. Wait for me at the door. I'll go get the car. Chapter 49. The boy cherished by his master, the night sky above the Fallen Heaven Academy, was adorned with an array of colorful flags and banners, creating a vibrant tapestry across the landscape. Clusters of crackling bonfires flickered throughout the playground, their flames dancing in harmony with the raucous music and the warm, rising air, enveloping the entire academy in an atmosphere of fervent excitement. The invited students shed their outer garments, as if breaking free from invisible shackles, revealing an array of colorful undergarments that glimmered like flowing brushstrokes in the firelight. Boys and girls alike raised their alcoholic beverages, moving to the spirited rhythms of the music, dancing and laughing around the bonfires, exuberantly celebrating their youth and pouring forth their sweat. My one extravagant display this is, and how wild. I wonder how the old headmaster will react when he sees the playground and lawn in such disarray tomorrow. Will it send him into a fit of apoplexy? Bai Chu observed the bustling crowd with a raised brow. Beside him, Bliv, who had taken refuge among the bushes, turned his head with a look of confusion and asked, "Master, shall we not join them? Are you feeling restless?" Bai Chu replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he patted Bliv's shoulder. "At your age, it's only natural to be brimming with energy and to wish to admire the graceful figures of your peers. After all, opportunities to openly appreciate beauty are indeed rare." Bai Chu paused deliberately. "In that case, since the malevolent spirits have yet to show themselves, why not indulge yourself for a while? If you manage to charm a girl to accompany you home tonight, wouldn't that double your joy?" "Master, I did not mean it that way." Bliv's face flushed crimson as he frantically waved his hands in denial. Unfortunately, he found himself trapped in the situation. "By the way, before you go, you should remove your outer clothing." "Huh? What do you mean?" Bliv looked at Bai Chu with bewilderment. Bai Chu shot him a sidelong glance. "This is an undergarment marathon. Everyone else will be undressed. If you waltz in wearing your outer coat, you'll stand out like a duck among chickens. Not to mention, do you think the malevolent spirits won't target you? And trust me, other students may not take kindly to your presence either and could cause you trouble. If you wish to avoid unnecessary complications, strip down quickly. But I don't want to undress in front of so many people." Bliv clutched his arms tightly, his body radiating resistance. "Bliv." Bai Chu's eyes narrowed suddenly, his tone deepening. "A spirit hunter shows no fear in the face of danger. Are you truly afraid to remove a piece of clothing? Or have I misjudged your character? And no, I can do it. I can." Bai Chu's words sent Bliv into a flurry, and he hastily stripped off his clothing until he was left in only a pair of white briefs. Quickly covering himself with his hands, his legs pressed tightly together, his ears flushed as if they could bleed. "See? A little push and you've managed." Bai Chu stifled a laugh, the corners of his mouth straining against the urge to rise. "You are braver than you think. Is it really so?" Brilf's head nearly sank into his chest, yet he was abruptly turned around by Bai Chu, who pressed down on his shoulder. "Hey, master, go on," Bai Chu urged him, pushing him toward the edge of the bushes, his voice laced with encouragement and persuasion. In such a grand gathering, whether gathering intelligence or mingling with the opposite sex, it was an essential skill for a spirit hunter. "Come on, Brilf, don't be timid." Stumbling, Brilf ventured out, but upon glancing back, he caught sight of Bai Chu. Fists clenched, pumping himself up. He touched the belt at his waist that held the spirit cards, gritted his teeth, summoned his courage, and forced his way into the crowd. "Finally, I managed to send this lad off." Bai Chu sighed in relief, waving his hand behind him without looking back. "Come out. Master, I am here." Accompanied by the rustling of grass, the queen bee Barbie emerged from the half-height thicket, clad in a vibrant pink bikini. Her neatly tied, high ponytail swayed gently with her movements, the golden tips still adorned with a few scattered blades of grass. Barbie, long time no see. How have you been?" Bai Chu greeted with a smile. "I have been well, master." Barbie swiftly approached Bai Chu, kneeling on one knee, her demeanor as submissive as ever. Bai Chu reached out, brushing away the grass from the tips of Barbie's hair, his fingertips gliding through the silky strands. The golden locks felt remarkably smooth, faintly scented with a luxurious shampoo. It seemed that despite her change in identity, Barbie maintained her original lifestyle and quality. After all, only Bai Chu was aware of her true identity. To the outside world, she remained the proud queen of the Fallen City Academy, commanding respect and authority. "All right, rise and speak. Has there been any unusual activity at the Academy during this time?" "Yes, master. Apart from tonight's gathering, everything has been quite tranquil." After rising, Barbie continued to maintain a slightly bowed, humble posture. "Any news on those 2 female transfer students with red skin?" "Not at the moment. Since your last departure, I have stationed my bee soldiers in every corner of the academy, leaving no place unmonitored, not even the principal's office or the restrooms. Any stirrings within the academy will not escape my notice. Should I discover any relevant individuals or leads, I will report to you immediately." Barbie reported her duties with a serious expression. "Well done." Bai Chu nodded slightly, expressing approval of Barbie's efforts. "Thank you for your praise, master. It is my duty. May I ask if there are any further instructions?" "None for now. You may return to your tasks. If anything arises, I will inform you separately." "Understood, master. I shall take my leave." Barbie bowed respectfully and turned to depart. Barbie, wait a moment. Bai Chu's gaze shifted suddenly, and an idea struck her. She immediately called out to Barbie. Master, please give your instructions. Barbie swiftly turned around, awaiting Bai Chu's guidance. Are you familiar with that child, Bliff? Bliff? Is he not the obsessive introvert from the Losers Club, fascinated by supernatural events? A hint of barely perceptible disdain lingered in Barbie's tone. I am indeed acquainted with him. We have had some dealings in the past. Some dealings, you say? It seems you have merely dealt with him. Bai Chu silently mused, yet a knowing smile crept upon her lips. That child is now my disciple, but his disposition is rather weak and requires refinement. Moreover, he struggles to interact with girls. I hope you can train him a bit more often. Barbie tilted her head thoughtfully, hesitating for a moment before asking, Master, what exactly should I do? It's quite simple. Lean in closer. Barbie immediately leaned towards Bai Chu, her ears perked up. Like this. As she listened, Barbie nodded along, a spark of excitement gradually illuminating her eyes. Chapter 50. The pitiful homebody trapped by capital with her new mission in hand, Barbie departed with enthusiasm, while Brie Life, who had been incited by Bai Chu to join the crowd, found himself in a predicament. Look who it is. A weakling from the loser class. Shouldn't you hurry home to your mother? How dare you participate in a real man's competition? Look at those spindly arms and legs. When he runs, won't he get squashed by us without a second thought? Behold, such plain and utterly devoid of charm underwear. Only a kindergarten child would wear such a thing. What is this? A toy for amusing children? How could he possibly carry such a thing? Indeed, this fellow is nothing more than an immature brat. Laughter erupted from a group of robust young men who encircled Brie Life, incessantly pointing and poking at him, and even laying their hands upon him, mocking him brazenly. Let go of me. Drenched in spit and bruise from their rough handling, Brie Life grasped his underwear with one hand and shielded his belt with the other, desperately struggling to prevent them from snatching his belongings. Unfortunately, his resistance was akin to a small lobster being crushed beneath a chef's cutting board, without pincers, no less. As his underwear and belt seemed destined to be stripped away, a haughty voice suddenly commanded an end to the chaos. You lot, release him. Though the voice was not loud, it carried an undeniable authority. The Queen has arrived. Make way. Quickly, grant passage to Her Majesty. The Queen looks as stunning as ever today. Long live the Queen. The once raucous students fell silent, swiftly parting to create a wide path. Brie Life was unceremoniously dropped to the ground by the muscle-bound men, thus preserving the remnants of his dignity. Unlike her usual flamboyant entrance, Barbie, having followed Bai Chu's orders to release the football players ensnared by the malevolent spirit, was now accompanied only by the cheerleaders trailing behind her. However, there were still those who, upon noticing the absence of the football team's guardians, coveted Barbie's beauty and sought to harass her. Initially indifferent, Barbie could not withstand their incessant pestering. Together with their friends, they began to spread vile rumors about her both within and beyond the school grounds. Thus, on a Monday morning, before the entire student body, Barbie tied her hair into a ponytail, donned a cold expression, and single-handedly confronted the offending boy at the school gate, thoroughly thrashing him and his accomplices. Some of these even belonged to gangs from outside the school. Rumors circulated afterward that the group of boys, battered and bruised, would take the least fortunate among them a month to recover in a hospital bed, while the instigator of the trouble found himself with multiple fractures and would be confined to his home for at least 3 months. From that day forth, Barbie's reputation for both intellect and martial prowess resonated throughout the school, even reaching the ears of those beyond its walls. From that day forth, Barbie solidified her position as the queen of the academy, and none dared to challenge her authority. Hey, if I recall correctly, your name is Bliff, right? Yes. Upon hearing the queen utter Bliff's name, a ripple of disturbance coursed through the crowd. Yet, as Barbie's gaze swept over the commotion, tranquility was swiftly restored. Barbie approached Bliff, observing his flustered attempts to regain composure, and raised her hand to mask the slight upturn of her lips. I have aided you, and yet you offer not even a word of gratitude? In that instant, the collective gaze of all students bore down upon the newly risen Bliff with piercing intensity. How utterly disrespectful! The queen graciously extended her mercy, and he dares not kneel in thanks? Furthermore, he maintains his gaze upon her divine countenance. Had it not been for Barbie's presence, the students would have surely rushed forward in a fervent bid to chastise this ungrateful wretch. And no, I mean, feeling the weight of the scrutinizing stares solidifying around him, Bliff trembled under the pressure. Ultimately, he succumbed to his heart's inclinations, collapsing to his knees and performing a profound bow before Barbie. "Thank you for your salvation, my queen," he proclaimed, face down upon the grass, while his heart wept in silence. "Master, the things you spoke of, I truly cannot do them." Sobbing, as the words of gratitude escaped his lips, Bliff sensed an immediate lightness, as those piercing, oppressive gazes shifted away from him. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a delicate hand reached out, lifting his chin and compelling him to meet her gaze. "Excellent. Having accepted my grace, you shall henceforth be my subordinate." What? Gazing at the bent figure of Barbie, her exquisite beauty mere inches away, Bliff was rendered speechless by the unexpected turn of events. The crowd erupted in a tumult of astonishment, though whispers of jealousy permeated the air. What a stroke of luck! How I envy him! How I loathe this! Why would the queen choose him? What makes him better than me? I refuse to accept this. The chorus of defeated lamentations echoed, as many young men, tears streaming down their faces, bit their fingers or other objects. Their expressions a blend of envy and resentment directed at the now statuesque Bliff. With a sharp click, a locked metallic collar was swiftly fastened around Bliff's neck by Barbie, leaving him in shock. What is this? Wait, just a moment. As he comprehended the new addition to his attire, his eyes widened in disbelief. "The competition is about to begin. Follow me." Brilf, continuously astonished by a series of absurd actions, was thus dragged by the leash attached to the collar that Barbie had placed around his neck, moving towards the center of the playground under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. Master, please look at me. Look at me. Master, come save me. Master, please. I beg you." Brilf, too frightened to cry out loudly for fear of disrupting his master's hunting plans, could only cling desperately to the leash, following Barbie's footsteps while futilely praying in his heart. Little did he know that his esteemed master Bai Chu, upon witnessing this scene, was laughing so heartily that he could hardly contain himself. He even took out his phone, activated the recording mode, and captured Brilf's woeful expression of despair throughout the entire episode. Chapter 51. The grand opening ceremony at last. Bliff's silhouette vanished into the crowd. Bai Chu rubbed his aching cheeks from smiling, reluctantly putting away his phone. Choosing to be a strategist in the shadows, he observed his chosen target advance step by step, ultimately falling unsuspectingly into the meticulously crafted trap. It indeed brought an oddly addictive sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. A prolonged rumble approached from afar, and before Bai Chu could discern its source, the fence of the academy behind him suddenly burst forth. In the next moment, a colossal pink Hummer's front end surged towards him at an astonishing speed, rapidly enlarging in his vision. What the? Before his exclamation could fully escape, Bai Chu instinctively transformed into demon form. He spread his arms wide, bracing against the descending vehicle, the dull thud of impact resonating painfully in his ears. Why has it stopped? Panty, seated in the driver's seat, stomped on the gas pedal, listening to the nauseating sound of spinning tires before finally removing her sunglasses to peer out. In front of the engine hood, a head with sharp angles pressed firmly against the vehicle, its unmistakable non-human outline prompting her to raise an eyebrow. "Oh, isn't this Bai Chu? What a coincidence. Are you cosplaying as a roadblock?" Upon hearing Panty's words, stalking in the passenger seat, pushed her sunglasses to her forehead and leaned out. "Bai Chu, aren't you on duty today? What are you doing here? Please, turn off the engine." Bai Chu's back was nearly bent at a right angle, each word squeezed out from between his teeth. Oh, my apologies." Panty quickly shut off the engine, and the spinning wheels finally settled down. With a resounding thud, Bai Chu dropped the Hummer to the ground, instantly reverting from demon form. One hand pressed against his aching chest, while the other supported his sore lower back as he began to cough uncontrollably. That last impact had caught him completely off guard. He hadn't even had the time to brace himself, relying solely on the resilience of demon form to withstand the unforeseen heavy blow. Even now, his lower back throbbed painfully, with a sensation of intense discomfort that felt as though it might snap him in two at any moment. "I'm so sorry, Bai Chu. I truly didn't expect anyone to be behind that green belt." Panty, clad in pink lingerie adorned with black lace, stood before Bai Chu, her hands clasped together in an awkward apology. "This is all your fault, Panty, driving at night while wearing sunglasses." Stocking, dressed in blue and white striped lingerie paired with blue-black thigh-high socks, approached Bai Chu, her ever-present zombie plush cat in hand. She pouted while reaching beneath the hem of his suit jacket, gently kneading the area around his lower back through his shirt. "It's fortunate you collided with Bai Chu. If it had been an ordinary person, Get would have harped on you all night long." "Wait, what do you mean fortunate it was me? Is it as if my collision doesn't count?" Bai Chu felt a mix of comfort and annoyance as Stocking pressed down on him, rolling his eyes inwardly. How peculiar did those words sound? Yet, he refrained from retorting, for the speaker was the girl he admired, who also held affection for him. Fortunately, the trio occupied a relatively secluded area of the schoolyard, away from any glaring bonfire, ensuring that even in the event of a serious accident, no other students dared to approach for a closer look. "Bai Chu, remove your shirt and lay it here. I will give you a proper massage." Stocking tugged at Bai Chu's sleeve and pointed towards the grass. Oh, all right." Following her instruction, Bai Chu stripped off his shirt and laid it down before him. Stocking's gaze traveled from the well-defined muscles of his broad shoulders down to his slender waist, inexplicably igniting a thirst within her. She swallowed hard, her legs slowly parting as her knees brushed against his side, tentatively settling down beside him. The moment their bodies drew close, the exquisite sensation was palpable. Soon after, a pair of soft, delicate hands rested on Bai Chu's shoulders, applying firm pressure along his spine. Suddenly, the large floodlights on either side of the playground illuminated, converging at a makeshift stage. A shadowy figure clad in black ascended to the center of the platform, grasping a megaphone and clearing his throat before addressing the crowd. "Greetings, esteemed classmates." His voice captured the attention of the trio in the corner, drawing their gazes toward him. "Who on earth is this?" Panty inquired, her expression one of confusion. "Heaven knows," Stocking replied nonchalantly, glancing at the figure before returning her focus to the massage. As Bai Chu lay on the ground, relishing the moment, he recognized that the enigmatic figure was none other than Father Gat. However, upon scrutinizing his attire, his eyelids flickered in surprise. Aside from his face and his wild hair, Gat was enveloped in a snug mask, adorned in a complex ensemble of black belts and silver metal accents, embellished with numerous black feathers. Was this not the very gift he had presented to Father Gat during their first meeting? This exquisite outfit, crafted by the renowned international brand Donkey, designed by top-tier designers using the finest materials, had taken months of meticulous handwork to create, limited to just 10 sets worldwide, specifically for high-end bondage. Its moniker? The Fallen of the Archangel. Bai Chu truly did not anticipate Father Gat would don such a precious garment at this juncture. "I am the organizer of this event, Master G, commonly referred to as MG. Welcome, you chosen ones, to tonight's lingerie marathon. Yay, Master G." As the resonant voice of the speaker filled the air, the students below erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Father G. No, in this context, it would be more fitting to refer to him as Master G. Holding a megaphone aloft, Master G continued his address. This event was originally organized to foster communication among the students, yet the eyes concealed beneath his mask suddenly widened, their greedy gaze sweeping over the bare bodies of the boys in the audience like a laser scanner, lingering particularly long on their underwear. Through years of evolution, this affair had devolved into nothing more than a hedonistic celebration, something I find rather preferable. His gaze abruptly halted and fixated on a boy with golden curls, a slender figure adorned with a metallic collar around his neck. Most notably, his lower half was clad in a pair of seemingly innocent, childlike briefs. In an instant, that gaze became entranced, unable to break free. Yes, underwear, marathon, celebration, Master G, Master G. The students' fervor intensified even further. However, let it be remembered that this event serves as a platform to showcase the vitality and school spirit of the youth. Of course, you may also find enjoyment in it. As for why everyone is participating in their underwear, TSK, is this really necessary? While Stocking, who was giving Bai Chu a massage, remained composed, Panty, originally eager to revel in the festivities, could no longer tolerate Master G's lengthy discourse. Thus, she seized the idle head of Chaku in frustration and stormed towards the students, using Chaku as a projectile to hurl at the passionately speaking Master G on the platform. Just shut up, you damn old fool. Chapter 52. Each finds their own delight upon catching sight of Chaku's wind-tossed, deformed canine visage. One would grasp the sheer magnitude of the terrifying power infused by Panty in her furious strike. Alas, Master G is no ordinary opponent. With his keen senses, he detected the sound of air being sliced and merely tilted his head, effortlessly evading Chaku, who had transformed into a living projectile. Shit, Panty exclaimed, her brow furrowed in displeasure at her failed throw. Master G then directed the megaphone towards Panty's position. Well, I am delighted to see all your vibrant selves. So take your positions. He raised the starting pistol high in his hand. Tisich, finally it's about to begin. Panty muttered, glancing back at Stocking, who was still attending to Bai Chu. Hey, Stocking, the match is about to start. Are you finished over there? Bai Chu, lying on the ground, lifted his hand and gently patted Stocking's thigh, which was pressed against his side. It's all good now. Stocking, you can go have fun with Panty. And what about you? Aren't you joining us to unwind? Stocking inquired, sitting up while clutching a nearby zombie plush. By the way, you still haven't mentioned why you're here. I'll pass. Bai Chu flipped over, sprang up like a fish, and began shaking off the grass from his clothes, putting them on one by one. Just a bunch of students. You two are charming young ladies, but as a bare-chested adult man, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to mingle in. He paused while fastening his shirt buttons, his gaze drifting to Master G on the platform, a hint of an inscrutable smile flickering in his eyes. Besides, I have another task. There's a fugitive hiding here waiting for me to capture. Oh, so it's work, Stocking replied nonchalantly, yet her eyes lingered on Bai Chu's well-defined chest and six-pack abs until they were fully concealed by his shirt. Her expression tinged with a hint of regret. This is fine too. I wouldn't want you to be seen by others. What did you say, Stocking? Bai Chu, still fastening his suit, turned around, puzzled by her soft voice. Nothing. Stocking suddenly tugged at Bai Chu's tie, tiptoed, and pecked his lips lightly before stepping away towards Panty. Since it's work, I wish you good luck. Observing Stocking's retreating figure, Bai Chu instinctively licked the corner of his lips where she had kissed him, then glanced down at his rumpled tie, scratching his cheek in mild exasperation. This tie, could it have become a kissing prop? Ready, bang. As the starting gun fired, the students, who could no longer contain their excitement, erupted into cheers and surged forward like arrows released from a bow. After a brief acceleration along the schoolyard track, the crowd poured out of the school gates like a deluge breaching a dam, racing down the predetermined route. The night had deepened, and the flow of traffic on the road had thinned, yet the streets of Fallen City remained bustling with pedestrians. Office workers hurried home. Night joggers moved to the rhythm of energetic beats in their earbuds. Delivery riders zipped through the evening breeze, while children emerging from tutoring sessions clutched their backpacks. And families strolled leisurely after dinner to aid digestion. Suddenly, a group of young boys and girls clad only in their undergarments dashed by like a stampede, startling passers-by who stopped in their tracks, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Among the throng, Stocking and Panty had already surged ahead, leading the pack. Hushing her friends, Panty placed her finger to her lips and called out to the boys behind her, "You're too slow. Pick up the pace. If you can catch up to me, something good might happen." With that, she winked flirtatiously and blew a flurry of kisses. The boys, ignited like barrels of gasoline, howled and accelerated, their determined footsteps echoing against the ground. Stocking quietly kept pace beside Panty, the evening breeze caressing her bare skin, bringing a refreshing chill of the night. She suddenly recalled the arduous training sessions from her weight gain period, and with her recent indulgence in sweets, this mad dash seemed like an excellent choice. Occasionally, Such an escapade felt rather delightful. A subtle smile graced Stocking's lips as her pace inadvertently quickened. Meanwhile, in the cheerleading lineup, Blythe was being forcibly dragged by Barbie. Exhausted and panting heavily. Wait a moment, Your Highness. I can't keep up. Such high-intensity exercise was nothing short of torture for someone like him, who relied on intellect and skill. Barbie glanced back at Blythe, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. Even in her human days, as the captain of the cheerleading team, her physical prowess could easily outpace him by several streets. This simply won't do, Blythe, Barbie remarked, donning a standard businesslike smile. To be a competent subordinate, one must possess a strong physique. Keep up. If you manage to complete the entire course without falling behind, I shall offer you a special reward. Reward. Blythe's attention was piqued by the enticing keyword. For the first time, he observed Barbie's exquisite features up close, her figure elegantly outlined by her pink bikini. Lost in thought, his face flushed, and without warning, a stream of blood erupted from his nose. Blythe exclaimed, hastily raising his hand to cover it, which elicited a laugh from Barbie in front of him. She had never encountered a boy so pure-hearted to this extent. Although he did not quite fall within her usual preferences, she unexpectedly found him refreshing and intriguing. Well, do your best, then Barbie released the chain in her hand, granting him a brief moment of freedom. Just as Blythe was about to exhale in relief and slow his pace, an unsettling chill surged from behind him. Turning around, he saw a group of muscular men with fiery eyes, stalking him with predatory intent. Right, I forgot to mention. Barbie, not far ahead, turned back with a knowing smile. Many people are not too pleased about you being my subordinate. They wish to have a good chat with you. So be careful not to get caught. Before her words faded, she and the cheerleaders laughed and dashed away, while the muscular men behind him drew ever closer. Their shouts deafening. Capture him. Break his spirit. Wow. Blythe let out a desperate scream, pouring all his strength into a frantic dash forward. At that moment, only one thought remained in his heart. Master, save me. Those two foolish angels. Why did they meddle and come over here? At this moment, Master G was nestled within a broadcasting van filled with surveillance screens, devouring a freshly delivered hamburger while his gaze flitted across the screens. The live footage of the lingerie marathon filled the monitors, with the figures of Panty and Stocking clearly captured on one screen. With the last bite of his hamburger consumed and the cup of cola drained, he cracked his knuckles, ready to get to work. He intended to stream this lingerie marathon on a certain dubious website using his own account to garner tips, and afterward, he would edit the highlights into a paid compilation. Previous events had always filled his coffers, and this time would evidently be no exception. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the van door was rapped upon. But before Master G could inquire, with a crisp sound, the door was thrust open. Your door seems a bit flimsy, perhaps due to aging. I accidentally broke it. My apologies. Clatter. A fragment of the door handle, still attached to the lock, was tossed at his feet, the metallic clink echoing harshly in the confined space. Who are you? Master G scrutinized the obviously forcefully damaged component, his brow furrowing, his tone instantly serious. Me? Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the clouds above parted with the evening breeze, and the silvery moonlight flooded through the open door, illuminating the figure leaning against it, arms crossed. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Master G's pupils constricted in an instant. Bai Chu, now clad in a police uniform, extended her right index finger and lightly tapped the metal badge on her left chest, a hint of a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. In the City of Fallen Angels police station, Bai Chu, tasked with apprehending the fugitive, Mr. Master G, stated, "You are charged with multiple offenses, including illegal assembly, disturbing public order, and resisting arrest. Now, I kindly ask you to accompany me willingly. It would be wise not to compel me to resort to force." Chapter 53. A true duel between men faced with Bai Chu's relentless approach. Master G, having recognized the identity of his opponent, discreetly removed the tarnished insignia of the fallen angel from his neck and quietly pocketed it. He then slowly rose from his seat. "Young man, I cannot comprehend your words," he said, feigning confusion while gesturing toward the broadcasting equipment surrounding them. "I am merely a transmission worker for the television station, commissioned to cover this lingerie marathon. You must have mistaken me for someone else. A light chuckle escaped Bai Chu's lips upon hearing the other's pretense. He retrieved a pair of handcuffs from his utility belt and pointed to the body camera, recording his every move. The red light flickered menacingly, reflecting an unwavering resolve in his eyes. Feigning ignorance is futile, Mr. Master G. From the moment you appeared on campus, I have meticulously documented your image and actions. This serves as irrefutable evidence. You cannot deny it. This young man, he may be quite formidable. Master G narrowed his eyes. Well, since this is the case, I have nothing more to say. Take me away, he sighed, seemingly resigned, extending his hands toward Bai Chu. However, witnessing this scene, Bai Chu's smile abruptly vanished, his vigilance unwavering despite the other's apparent surrender. He understood all too well that, as a character capable of engaging high-level demons in close combat, Master G would not yield so easily. Sure enough, just as Bai Chu was about to secure the handcuffs around Master G's wrists, the latter made his move. With a swift motion, Master G flipped his right hand, expertly capturing Bai Chu's wrist while simultaneously launching a fierce strike at his throat with his left hand. Yet, all of this had been anticipated by Bai Chu. Although his left hand was restrained, his right hand was quick to seize Master G's left thumb, forcefully twisting it outward. Before he could fully exert his strength, Master G suddenly released his grip on Bai Chu's wrist, stepping forward to grasp the flesh beneath Bai Chu's ribcage. In response, Bai Chu's freed left hand propelled forward, striking Master G squarely in the chest. The latter staggered backward, but the momentum allowed him to extract his thumb from Bai Chu's grasp. In this brief exchange, neither party gained the upper hand. I know I was right about you. Master G, you would not surrender so easily. Bai Chu set the cumbersome handcuffs on the nearby control panel, flexing his fingers as his expression grew serious, readying himself for combat. Young man, your skills are commendable, yet compared to me, you remain somewhat inexperienced. Master G raised his hands high, adopting a similar aggressive stance. The gazes of the two individuals met in the air, radiating an unwavering intensity, and they simultaneously lunged towards each other. With a resounding clap, their palms collided forcefully, intertwining their fingers as they engaged in a fierce struggle, each eager to bring the other down. Young man, I admire your courage, but you shall not triumph over me. Master G's arms, muscular and sinewy, began to gradually press down on Bai Chu's hand. Not necessarily. One must remember an ancient Eastern adage, the young fear, not the strong. Bai Chu abruptly withdrew his strength, causing Master G to stagger, yet he did not relinquish his grip. Instead, he deftly sidestepped, maneuvering behind Master G, utilizing the latter's arm to lock around his neck. His other hand slipped behind Master G's waist, employing a technique of leverage to pull upward, inflicting pain that hindered Master G from breaking free. Master G cried out in agony, yet he persevered in his resistance, twisting his body clad in triangular leather pants, attempting to thrust his hips back against Bai Chu's waist. Bai Chu furrowed his brow and quickly stepped back to create distance. After all, his roots were not inching due, and he wished to avoid unnecessary physical contact. However, this retreat granted Master G the opportunity to escape. Following the direction of Bai Chu's grip, he suddenly turned and crouched, freeing his arm from the hold around his neck. With a swift motion, he grasped the fabric of Bai Chu's shoulder and twisted his body, while his robust thigh, adorned in black fishnet stockings and tall leather boots, extended to trip Bai Chu, sending him sprawling. Impressive. Mid-air, Bai Chu spread his legs to regain balance and executed a graceful roll, landing firmly. Upon lifting his gaze, he found Master G charging directly at him, yet he met the challenge without hesitation. With a resounding clap, their palms once again collided, returning to their initial struggle. After an intense exchange, both men found themselves at a stalemate. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared, and the screens within the broadcast vehicle flashed an alarming red. This was dire. Upon hearing the ominous warning of an apparition's emergence, Master G froze for a moment, and Bai Chu seized the opportunity. He released his grip, pivoting to grasp Master G's left arm and collar, executing a sweeping kick that sent Master G's body into the air. His legs, clad in mesh black stockings, traced an elegant arc as Bai Chu delivered a textbook shoulder throw, slamming him to the ground. The fervent duel reached its conclusion. With a swift motion, Bai Chu pressed his knee against Master Ji's neck, securing his hands behind his back with handcuffs before rising. Through the screens in the broadcast vehicle, he observed a strangely proportioned humanoid apparition pursuing students participating in a long-distance race. The malevolent spirits show no distinction between genders. Once they pursue a victim, they strip away their undergarments and force them into their mouths, swallowing them whole. How vile you are! Release me at once. I have urgent matters to attend to. Master Ji, sprawled on the ground like a writhing maggot, struggled to break free from his restraints. However, Bai Chu, who had stepped outside the vehicle, gently tapped his shoulder and spoke in a calm tone. Mr. Criminal, please remain here. My colleagues will arrive shortly to take you away. Farewell. Bai Chu waved goodbye to Master Ji with a smile as he pulled the vehicle door shut. Wait, don't leave just yet. Do you know who I am? The door closed with a decisive thud, sealing Master Ji's remaining words within. The soundproofing is rather effective. Bai Chu clapped his hands, took out his phone from his pocket, snapped a photo of the broadcast vehicle, and sent the image along with Master Ji's location to his colleagues on the night patrol. He adjusted his slightly disheveled uniform and then climbed into the nearby crazy driver vehicle, pressing the accelerator as he sped towards the direction where the malevolent spirit had manifested. Chapter 54. The malevolent spirit that feeds on underclothes according to Master Ji's meticulously planned route. This competition required a complete circuit around the most iconic structure in Fallen City, the block housing the Empire Building, running 3 full laps before returning to the Academy's playground for the final sprint to determine the ultimate champion. Panty and Stocking surged ahead, nearing the Empire Building block, with only a single step separating them from the last runner. However, as they pressed on, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them. Occasionally, they encountered students devoid of even their undergarments, crouching on the ground with their hands tightly gripping their vulnerable areas, faces etched with panic. Gradually, more and more of these individuals appeared, eventually flooding past them in a frenzy, all wearing expressions of distress as they fled toward the rear. Without exception, every one of them had vanished without a trace of their lingerie. Hey, Stocking, yes, panty. The two exchanged glances and nodded in silent understanding. They were both cognizant of the same troubling realization. It seemed they had encountered an unexpected predicament. Most likely, it was the work of a malevolent spirit. Who would have thought that a simple outing could yield such surprising developments? Look, that creature has emerged. Panty pointed ahead as a shadowy figure darted through a cluster of unaffected students. In an instant, the undergarments of those students vanished into thin air. Wow, the students, now aware of their predicament, screamed and scattered, finally revealing the true nature of the shadow. It was a spirit with a distinctly human form, its surface smooth, limbs elongated, and with no features save for a nose. Its mouth and eyes glowed in the shape of a thong. Bat-like ears sparkled on either side of its head, while scattered patches of thong-shaped light adorned its body. With its mouth agape, it voraciously devoured the intimate garments it had snatched from the students. These undergarments, imbued with the aroma of sweat from exertion and this irresistible intimate essence, simply delectable. The spirit smacked its lips, expressing appreciation as if savoring the finest delicacies. Oh, what have I stumbled upon? Aren't these the renowned angel sisters of Fallen City? Having relished the taste of the undergarments, the spirit lowered its gaze and spotted Panty and Stocking racing toward it. Marvelous. Absolutely splendid. I have never encountered angelic lingerie before. Do allow me to savor your exquisitely delectable garments in detail. Ugh. What on earth is this creature doing? The spirit's behavior elicited a look of utter disdain from Panty. Say, isn't this a bit reminiscent of how you look after finishing a cake, Stocking? The description of Panty sent a shiver down Stocking's spine, darkening her expression instantly. Hey, don't discuss me like that, Panty. Oh, my apologies. I couldn't help but think of. Panty sheepishly scratched her head and hastily apologized to her sister. Enough chatter. Let's swiftly eliminate this repulsive creature. After Panty compared it to something else, Stocking could hardly bear to look at the malevolent spirit any longer. It has already caused me physical discomfort. Panty and Stocking stripped themselves of their panties and thigh-high stockings, instantly transforming into a spiritual gun and a spiritual blade. Hey, you foul spirit, take this. Panty raised the spiritual gun, carefully aiming at the spirit's head before decisively pulling the trigger. Bang! Wow, that hurts. Huh? The spirit merely felt an impact at its waist. Expecting to be vanquished, it let out a wretched scream. However, after a moment, it found itself entirely unharmed. Oh, I'm fine. What the hell? Panty stared incredulously at the spiritual gun in her hands, having aimed for the head but hitting the waist instead. Unwilling to accept defeat, Panty fired several more rounds of the spirit, yet this time, no spiritual bullets emerged from the barrel. Her gun must have jammed. It's precisely because you failed to maintain your weapons that you find yourself in this embarrassing predicament. Watching the unreliable Panty fidget nervously with her gun, a sigh escaped Stocking's lips as she raised her own blade, which shimmered in blue and white, its edge glinting with cold light. With a sudden burst of energy, she dashed towards the spirit, and as she passed it, a flurry of azure blades flashed across the spirit's form. Wow, this time I really... The spirit remained utterly unscathed, raising a hand to touch the spots where the blades had grazed it. This is completely painless. Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering glass pierced the air. Stocking raised her spiritual blade, staring at the jagged edge that had splintered, her heart racing as she widened her eyes in shock, like a startled groundhog, emitting a sharp screech. My stripe! While Stocking wallowed in the profound sorrow of her destroyed weapon, she remained blissfully unaware that the malevolent spirit had stealthily approached from behind. No mischief now? That eerie, slippery tone resonated from behind, causing Stocking to snap into alertness. Meanwhile, Panty was still struggling with what appeared to be rather crude methods to repair her backlace, hoping to restore it to functionality, but the outcome was... Panty, watch out! The ominous specter of Stocking's warning arrived rather belatedly. When Panty lifted her gaze, she beheld the malevolent spirit advancing towards her with an eerie gait, conjuring a multitude of phantoms that encircled her. The delicate lingerie must be treated with utmost gentleness. Wait a moment. A flurry of specters whirled chaotically around Panty, but in mere seconds, they vanished from her vicinity. As Panty slowly opened her eyes, she discovered herself unscathed, yet her ethereal firearm had mysteriously disappeared. She swiftly turned her head to behold the wicked spirit triumphantly brandishing the undergarments it had snatched from her and Stocking, now restored to their original form, inhaling deeply before her astonished eyes. This scene was nothing short of an epic spectacle. Then, with a gaping maw, it consumed the garments before the incredulous gazes of Panty and Stocking. It truly devoured them. After a moment of silence, the spirit, having ingested the lingerie, began to writhe with unrestrained delight. It was exquisite. The spirit's form suddenly swelled, expanding several-fold, as all the thong-like patterns on its body radiated blinding light. What a delectable ensemble! I can feel the power surging forth. The essence is flowing abundantly. Once the spirit reached a certain size, it manipulated its form to rapidly compress, retracting the luminous glow enveloping its surface. Returning to its normal stature, it glanced at the still-dazed angelic sisters and, with a casual remark, made its swift exit. Thank you for the hospitality. Until we meet again. With a sigh, only the angelic sisters remained on the deserted street, where a cold breeze whisked away a discarded newspaper, swirling past them. For reasons unknown, a profound sense of desolation washed over the hearts of the angelic sisters. Chapter 55. An analysis of the evil spirit's abilities. How infuriating. A mere evil spirit dares to be so audacious. Hey, don't run away. Panty abruptly regained her senses and was about to give chase, only to be yanked back by Stocking, who had seized the strap of her underwear. She instinctively lunged forward a couple of steps until the strap tightened painfully against her chest, at which point she realized she had been halted. What are you doing, Stocking? Aren't we pursuing it? Calm down, Panty. Stocking replied, her fingers still hooked on the elastic band. There are plenty of bait ahead. given that creature's nature. It won't leave until it has consumed everything, so there's no need to rush after it. As soon as she finished speaking, Stocking suddenly released her grip. Smack! Ouch! The snapping strap struck Panty's fair back with a fierce sting, instantly leaving a vivid red mark. She winced in pain, her expression contorting, and froze in place, hesitant to move. Ugh! Stocking! Couldn't you wait until I stepped back before letting go? Finally regaining her composure, Panty cautiously reached for the whip-like mark on her back. A hiss escaping her lips mingled with a hint of petulant complaint. Stocking disregarded her mournful gaze, frowning in contemplation as she watched the evil spirit retreating into the distance, her fingertips lightly tapping her chin. Spirit-based weapons are ineffective against it? No. The sensation from the earlier strike. I definitely cleaved through something, and it wasn't just a single layer. So, it's not that they are ineffective. Rather, something is obstructing them. No, it's more akin to a neutralization of power, resulting in a significant reduction of the weapon's spiritual energy, which is why my stripe was damaged so severely. Her fingertips unconsciously grazed the area on her thigh that was once enveloped by her thigh-high stockings. This evil spirit's abilities are evidently related to undergarments, even capable of siphoning power from various pieces. My and Panty's spirit-based weapons are indeed manifestations of our undergarments, which could create a conceptual resistance upon collision with its body. If that is the case, to defeat it, we must find a more potent spirit-based weapon. While Stocking was lost in thought, Panty continued to fret over her back injury. Although the pain had lessened, the sensation lingered, reminding her of a scene in the break room, strikingly similar to her current predicament. Another gust of wind swept by, causing Panty's cheeks to flush. She slowly exhaled. How perilous! It is worth noting that Stocking merely lost her thigh-high stockings, while Panty, at this moment, was devoid of any weapon. In other words, she was completely exposed. Panty! Stocking suddenly called out, startling Panty, who involuntarily tightened her thighs. What is it? She stammered in response, her eyes reflecting a lingering confusion. Do you know where we can find a more powerful spirit-based weapon? Stocking fixed her gaze intently on Panty, her tone exceptionally earnest. The power is even greater. Panty echoed, her expression one of confusion, clearly struggling to grasp Stocking's line of thought. It wasn't until Stocking elaborated on her earlier speculation that Panty finally experienced a moment of clarity. So that's how it is. No wonder my shot had no effect whatsoever. However, her excitement dissipated almost instantly, and she frowned, scratching her cheek in distress. But our spiritual weapons are all standard issue. If we want something more powerful, we would have to shop at the heavenly marketplace, but those items are prohibitively expensive and are merely one-time support. Is it really worth spending so much just to deal with a malevolent spirit? TSK, this is precisely what I find most frustrating about them. Without even lifting her gaze, Stocking raised a middle finger to the sky, her tone filled with indignation. They won't allow us to bring powerful equipment down to the mortal realm, all under the guise of honing our skills, claiming we shouldn't rely too heavily on our gear. How absurd. So what now? Should we consult Gat? After all, he manages the church's finances. Panty ruffled her hair, brainstorming another idea. Sigh. Stocking covered her forehead with a hand, her voice laden with exasperation. Have you forgotten how we managed to escape? Gat's phone is still in the church's basement. How are we supposed to contact him? Sometimes my sister's memory is no better than that of a goldfish in a bowl. Right? I completely overlooked that. Panty chuckled awkwardly, turning her head aside, her toes in her shoes desperately tugging at the innocent insole. Where can we find a cost-effective yet powerful spiritual weapon? Stocking gazed skyward, appearing utterly at a loss. If all else fails, we might as well leave. Let the malevolent spirit take care of itself. Ding. Hey, Stocking, we're being so obstinate. Stocking's previous words suddenly jolted Panty awake as she turned her head back, excitedly clapping her hands. There are others who can handle malevolent spirits besides us. ISNT that brat Bai Chu here as well. He.S. not an angel, and his weapon ISNT lingerie. So he certainly won to be affected by the spirit's resistance. This revelation caused Stocking to snap back to attention, her eyes brightening instantly. Just a moment ago, She had been fixated on the old idea of teaming up with Panty, completely forgetting about her own man, who is certainly no useless pretty boy. His combat prowess is off the charts. As she pondered this, Panty's eyes sparkled mischievously, and she leaned in conspiratorially. Even if he can't handle it, we have another trick up our sleeves. That trick? What do you mean? Panty's sudden mention of that trick left Stocking utterly perplexed. Panty swiftly leaned in to whisper a few words into her ear, and Stocking's expression transformed from confusion to astonishment. She raised her hand to cover her slightly agape mouth, turning to Panty with a voice that had softened considerably. Is this feasible? Rest assured, it is absolutely doable, Panty exclaimed, giving Stocking's shoulder a hearty pat. Her smile laced with mischief. Have you forgotten? We have both witnessed it. I assure you, it is a weapon capable of piercing the castle walls. Panty's rather explicit description caused a faint blush to creep onto Stocking's cheeks, prompting her to nod gently. All right, then let us seek him out. With a sharp whistle, Panty inserted her finger into her mouth, producing a resounding sound that echoed down the street. However, after waiting for a full half-minute, the only sound that accompanied the rustling leaves was the whisper of the wind. Unyielding, Panty furrowed her brow and whistled twice more, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Whereas that foolish dog gone? Panty stood bewildered, her face reflecting a mixture of confusion and uncertainty. Meanwhile, inside Master G's broadcasting van, Chaco had stealthily crawled in from beneath the vehicle and was currently perched upon Master G's backside. Indeed, that very spot. Apply pressure. Master G's muffled voice resonated from beneath Chaco. The creature's jaws were firmly clamped around the metallic handcuffs on Master G's wrist, gnawing relentlessly. The connection point of the shackles had already been gnawed into a notch, and under Chaco's vigorous tugging, that notch gradually enlarged. Chapter 56. The Angel Sisters set their sights on Bai Chu's weapon with a resounding crack. The handcuffs that bound Master G finally shattered under Chaco's relentless efforts. Well done, Chaco, Master G muttered to himself, flexing his wrists as he rose from the ground. He had not anticipated that the seemingly refined young man would possess such remarkable skills as a police officer. Fortunately, he had not removed the old man's hood. Otherwise, subsequent explanations would have been quite troublesome. Though the connecting part of the handcuffs had broken, the two silver bracelets remained firmly locked around his wrists. However, this was of little concern. Once he regained his mobility, he could devise a way to pry off these cumbersome restraints. What was this? Those bumbling angels had yet to subdue that malevolent spirit? Master G's tone was laced with dissatisfaction as he observed the chaos wreaked by the spirit on the surveillance screen. If this dragged on any longer, his meticulously planned lingerie marathon would be in jeopardy, all thanks to that wretched spirit. He pinpointed Panty and Stocking's locations on the monitor, then picked up the crumpled paper with spirit intelligence that Chaco had disgorged after being struck by lightning. He turned toward the car door, realizing he would have to personally intervene to relay crucial information from the celestial realm to them in order to deal with the spirit. Indeed, he was indispensable. As Master G swung open the car door to head for the driver's seat, he was met with a row of ominous gun barrels. The parking lot was already swarming with patrolling officers, all of whom had their weapons trained on the opening door. Any suspicious movement from this restrained, peculiar individual could result in immediate gunfire. Recognizing the perilous situation, Master G promptly raised his hands high, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This was it. Everything was going downhill. Inside the vehicle, Chaco, sensing the imminent danger, decisively abandoned Master G and swiftly escaped the way they had come. Once evading the officer's gaze, it leaped into a nearby pink convertible Hummer, skillfully took the driver's seat, ignited the engine, and with a swift press on the accelerator, sped out of the open parking lot. No one would have expected that an ostensibly ordinary zipper dog could operate such a vehicle, and with considerable skill at that. Meanwhile, Panty and Stocking, though they had not awaited Chaco's arrival, encountered the very person they most wished to call upon. Hey, over here! Spotting Panty waving at her from the roadside, Bai Chu slowed the vehicle and approached gradually. However, as he rolled down the window, he was taken aback to see Panty had transformed her bra straps into a high-cut swimsuit, the corners of his mouth twitching involuntarily. Excitedly waving at Bai Chu from the passenger seat, Panty pulled Stocking along as she opened the door and hopped in as soon as the car came to a halt. "Hello, how did you know we were here when we haven't been in touch?" Panty in the back row tapped lightly on Bai Chu's chair, her tone brimming with curiosity. "Has Bai Chu's task included? Have you apprehended the target?" Stocking, seated on the opposite side, blinked her large eyes and chimed in with her inquiry. "Yes, I have successfully captured the initial target. I intended to come and see you all while ensuring the order of this lingerie marathon along the way. I hoped to conclude everything smoothly without any disturbances, but alas, human plans often fall short of divine will. I didn't know you were here. I encountered many students on my journey who mentioned a malevolent spirit snatching their underwear, so I followed their directions. By the way, has that spirit been dealt with?" Upon mentioning the evil spirit, the angel sisters in the back seat immediately simmered with frustration. "No, that spirit is peculiar. Neither Stockings nor my ethereal weapons could harm it. In fact, it even snatched them away and consumed them." Panty exclaimed, her face darkened with anger. "But you're different, Bai Chu," Stocking interjected. "Its abilities should not affect you, which is why we sought your assistance." "Leave it to me. I will avenge the theft of your underwear," Bai Chu replied confidently, preparing to start the vehicle in pursuit of the spirit. However, the two in the back exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Suddenly, a hand rested upon Bai Chu's shoulder. "Hold on a moment." Bai Chu glanced up at the rearview mirror. "Stocking, do you have any additional instructions for me?" "Well, just in case. Panty and I have a backup plan. Our weapons are not ineffective. It's just that their power isn't sufficient to breach the spirit's outer resistance layer." Stocking nodded and continued. "You see, Panty has the ability to transform her underwear into ethereal weapons, which can be applied not only to her own, but also to others. However, without celestial weapon certification, the power of someone else's transformed underwear is directly linked to the owner's performance. So, we need you to lend us your underwear." "What?" Bai Chu's mouth fell open in astonishment as she stared at Stocking's slightly flushed face in the rearview mirror, then turned to look back. "Stocking, are you serious?" "Yes." Stocking's voice was soft, yet her gaze was resolute. Bai Chu's eyes twitched in exasperation. "Why are you fixating on my underwear? It's just a mere spirit. I can handle it effortlessly. You need not concern yourselves with that backup plan." After a moment of internal struggle, Bai Chu firmly rejected Stocking's proposal. "Hith. You don't have the luxury of refusing." Panty grinned mischievously. Having already stealthily grasped the control handle beside Bai Chu's seat, she abruptly yanked it back. With the chair back secured by a seatbelt, Bai Chu suddenly reclined. Panty immediately sprang up, using her body to firmly pin down his arms and head. "Stocking, hurry up. It's up to you," she exclaimed, turning her head and flashing a cheerful smile at Stocking beside her. Stocking, her face alight with eagerness and excitement, eagerly clambered over the passenger seat, shrinking her form to squeeze through. With a swift motion, she extended her long legs and straddled Bai Chu's abdomen, deftly tearing at his clothing. Hey, you two, wait a moment. Don't do that. This is too much. If you keep this up, I'll fight back. Don't pull down my pants." Bai Chu shouted in protest, struggling to free his restrained arms in an attempt to push the mischievous angel sisters away. Noticing Bai Chu's intent to resist, Panty's eyes gleamed with mischief as she exerted all her strength to suppress him. The immense pressure nearly left Bai Chu gasping for breath, his eyes widening in shock. Panty, glancing down at Bai Chu's indignant gaze, smirked and raised her finger, silently forming the shape of a shushing gesture. Chapter 57. Is the relationship chaotic? Panty has the final say. On a deserted street, a patrol car from the Fallen City Police Department stood still, swaying erratically from side to side without any rhythm. After approximately 10 minutes, the vehicle finally regained stability, and about a minute later, it resumed its journey, accelerating forward. In the driver's seat, Bai Chu, disheveled and panting, wore an expression of utter desolation as he slowly wiped his face with his sleeve. In the back seat, Stocking, who had inadvertently choked, was rubbing her sore throat with both hands, coughing gently. Meanwhile, Panty was intently examining a freshly minted, seemingly formidable spiritual weapon in her hands. her eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. Weighing 13 kilograms and measuring 1,415 millimeters in length, this weapon was equipped with a drum magazine, utilizing 35 millimeter ammunition with a capacity of 15 rounds. Its maximum range extended to 3 kilometers, while its effective range reached 1 kilometer, and its precise range was 800 meters, boasting a lethal radius of over 8 meters. If there had been a seasoned military enthusiast present, they would have gasped upon seeing the spiritual weapon in Panty's grasp. Wow, QLU-11, officially known as the QLU-11 Sniper Grenade Launcher. It comes with a scope. It shoots far. One shot and it's done. Indeed, it is a sniper rifle. With this in hand, just watch me send that wretched spirit to the heavens with a single shot. As she caressed the sniper grenade launcher, Panty's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hey, Panty, is that color really all right? Stocking coughed, her voice hoarse as she glanced at the weapon's dark red color, which contrasted sharply with the usual pale blue hue of standard spiritual weapons, revealing a hint of hesitation. Rest assured, I can sense that this weapon is perfectly functional, Panty replied, suddenly reaching out to pat Bai Chu on the shoulder, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Look at you, it would have been simpler to agree to take it off early. Why the need for all this trouble? But don't lose heart. We understand that doing something so exhilarating for the first time can be a bit overwhelming, right, Stocking? Panty's words, seemingly comforting, struck a nerve, causing Bai Chu to twitch at the corners of his eyes. If you hadn't suddenly jumped on, we wouldn't have ended up like this, Bai Chu said, somewhat irritated. Stocking rolled her eyes and slapped Panty playfully. You have a gall to say that? If you hadn't caused such a ruckus, I wouldn't have. Cough. Cough. The swelling pain in her throat compelled Stocking to cough again. Her face flushed as she shot Panty another glare before turning her head away. As Bai Chu and Stocking found themselves aligned against her, Panty, far from exhibiting any remorse, wore a mischievous grin as she sidled up to Stocking. At least you know him inside out, right? After all those times he ran away, I thought he was incapable. But today, you have personally validated that everything is perfectly fine. From now on, you shall enjoy your blessings. With a slight huff, Stocking's cheeks flushed a deeper shade, and she refrained from uttering further words. Witnessing Stocking resolved, Panty chuckled and leaned closer to Bai Chu's ear, lowering her voice. Let me ask you something. Does it feel good? Answer me. Are you uncomfortable? Look into my eyes. Tell me why. Respond. Bai Chu found himself at a loss for words. You men. Panty exuded an air of triumph, and finally, she leaned closer to Bai Chu once more, uttering a final remark. I did it on purpose. Who told you to spank me in the break room? You deserve it. With that, Panty returned to her seat with a laugh. Bai Chu's hand, gripping the gear shift, began to show the strain, veins visibly protruding. The tension was palpable. Oh, look, it's the malevolent spirit that devoured our lingerie. Panty, with keen eyes, spotted the rapidly approaching specter ahead. Host, please be advised. A target capable of being devoured has been identified. Codename Mysterious High-Speed Star. This spirit is the manifestation of a boy who perished during the first lingerie marathon, stripped of his underwear by a group of wicked women and struck fatally by lightning. Hurry, hurry. Get closer. I want to take it down with one shot. Excitedly, Panty scrambled from the back seat to the front, patting Bai Chu's shoulder. Is there a sunroof? If so, open it quickly. Exhausted, Bai Chu had lost interest in confronting the spirit. He thought that after Panty dispatched it, he could expend some soul energy to collect the residual resentment and create a monster card. Thus, with an expressionless face, he blankly communicated with the all-crazy driver in his mind. Based on the Dodge Viper, the all-crazy driver originally lacked a sunroof, but since it wasn't a real car, moments later, a sunroof appeared above Bai Chu's head, already ajar. Panty eagerly leaned out, positioning her QLU-11 and extending the tripod beneath her gun to rest on the roof, aligning the head of the mysterious high-speed star within her crosshairs. Suddenly, the running mysterious high-speed star felt a chill down its back. Turning around, it was met with the sight of Panty perched on the roof, aiming a massive gun at it. The ominous black barrel of the 35mm caliber instilled a deep sense of unease within it, prompting the spirit to employ evasive maneuvers, leaping back and forth in a frantic dance. In an instant, several figures, both ethereal and tangible, filled Panty's scope. Shit! Just as Panty was about to pull the trigger, her vision was momentarily obscured, prompting her to curse aloud, lightly kicking Bai Chu twice with her unshod foot. This damned fellow keeps swaying back and forth, making it impossible to aim. Hey, Bai Chu, you need to think of a solution. A solution? What sort of solution? What could he possibly do while driving? He had already pressed the accelerator to the floor, yet that malevolent spirit running alongside maintained a considerable distance, even having the energy to leap back and forth repeatedly. One must wonder, is this not utterly absurd? Chapter 58. 15 consecutive shots fired into the soul. How about? You take the wheel, and I'll give it a try? Bai Chu ventured, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Absolutely not. The moment you stop, he'll vanish without a trace. Damn it. Forget it. Let us just shoot him first. Panty resolutely dismissed Bai Chu's suggestion, pressing her eyes closer to the scope, estimating the position. Just as her finger poised over the trigger, a sudden roar, Virum, the sound of an engine, starkly contrasting with the crazy driver, unexpectedly pierced the ears of the trio. More striking was the familiar pink hue, expanding gradually from the front of the mysterious high-speed star, becoming increasingly vivid. Panty, look quickly, Stocking urged, gripping the back of the front seat, her hand tapping Panty's smooth thigh, her voice brimming with astonishment. It's Chaco. Ah, I see him, Panty exclaimed, her voice laced with undeniable excitement. That foolish dog finally made it. Bai Chu gazed at Chaco, who was driving the pink Hummer, unable to suppress a raised eyebrow. He was aware that Chaco could drive. He had seen short videos featuring the dog steering a vehicle on social media. However, most merely captured the dog resting its paws on the steering wheel. Witnessing it firsthand was still rather astonishing. Yet a small question lingered in his mind. Could that short little leg truly reach the gas pedal? Whoosh! Before Bai Chu could ponder further, Panty, half her body protruding from the sunroof, stood upright, whistling loudly at Chaco and promptly gesturing with a flurry of dazzling signs. Bai Chu cast a glance, utterly baffled, although it did not pertain directly to him. His curiosity was insatiable, and he tapped Panty's foot lightly. Hey, what are you doing? It's too complicated to explain. Just wait and see the show. Panty chuckled, resuming her position, raising her QLU-11. The mysterious high-speed star had evidently taken notice of the approaching pink Hummer. Think you can sandwich me? How naive. Can you even distinguish which one is the real me? The speed of his flickering form accelerated suddenly, and in an instant, the not-so-wide road was filled with his shadows, making it impossible to discern the genuine article. Like jumping, do you? Then I shall make you leap even higher. Chaco, follow the plan. Give him everything you've got. As the Hummer driven by Chaco was about to collide with the mysterious high-speed star, Panty was unusually exuberant, her face alight with excitement, seemingly eager to release all her pent-up frustrations. Chaco, Chaco, Chaco. Responding to the command, Chaco licked his tongue, shifted gears, and abruptly yanked the steering wheel. The entire Hummer instantly transformed into a combat gyroscope, swirling into a pink whirlwind that traced a perfect arc upon the road, ensnaring all manifestations of the mysterious high-speed star as if bowling. Clang! Wow! Struck directly, the mysterious high-speed star was propelled into the air. What the heck? Is this really possible? Chaco, you are truly remarkable. This astonishing maneuver left Bai Chu utterly astounded, eliciting genuine admiration from him. Well done. The crosshairs finally locked onto the mysterious high-speed star. Panty, with unwavering resolve, squeezed the trigger, unleashing a barrage of 15-35mm grenades in one breath, each one striking true and detonating on the target. The malevolent thief of our intimate garments shall roll into hell to repent. No. Suspended in midair, the mysterious high-speed star had barely time to utter a bite before being utterly obliterated in a series of relentless explosions. Clink, clink. Two shimmering heavenly coins descended from the sky, landing on the pavement. Boom. The still-spinning pink Hummer collided with a roadside shop, coming to a halt, while Chaco's eyes spiraled in dizzying patterns, his head lolling against the car door as he began to retch violently. Panty furrowed her brow, rubbing her shoulder, which had reddened from the recoil. Yet her gaze towards QLU-11 radiated with sheer delight. What a splendid item. My instincts were indeed correct. It possesses tremendous power. Wait. Suddenly, the now empty QLU-11 began to crumble like weathered stone, disintegrating piece by piece until it vanished into the gentle breeze. Panty instinctively reached out, yearning to grasp the drifting fragments, but ultimately grasped nothing. She withdrew her wistful hand from the sunroof and slumped back into the passenger seat, sighing with a heavy heart. Alas, such a formidable weapon, rendered useless after a single use. How regrettable. It was undeniably powerful. Wait a moment. Panty abruptly turned her attention to Bai Chu in the driver's seat. He appeared equally astonished by the weapon's astounding might, halting the vehicle, mouth agape, eyes glazed as he stared ahead. What am I lamenting? As long as Bai Chu is here, even if it is a one-time use, it can be cycled through. I might as well have him wear 5 articles of intimate clothing at all times, readily available for me. That seems feasible. Panty's imagination soared, contemplating transforming Bai Chu into her living arsenal. However, Bai Chu's stupor was not solely due to the weapon's potency. It was also the image of the weapon's destruction that lingered in his mind, coupled with the sudden system alert echoing in his thoughts. The shattered QLU-11 morphed into a plume of black smoke, visible solely to Bai Chu, swirling upwards from the site of the mysterious high-speed star's explosion, before diving downwards, penetrating the windshield, and ultimately merging with his very being. Congratulations to the host. By devouring the malevolent spirit known as the mysterious high-speed star, you have acquired 85 soul power points and 2 heaven coins. A deduction of 15 soul power points has been made. The once empty sensation in his trousers has been replaced by a reassuring feeling of containment. His personal garments have inexplicably returned. Not only that, but he has also reaped the benefits of soul power, despite having had no direct contact with that malevolent spirit. Furthermore, the notification regarding the deduction of 15 soul power points raises questions. Bai Chu closed his mouth and turned to observe Panty in the passenger seat, who was meticulously tending to her own body with great care. Chapter 59. The unfortunate child who fell for the trap stocking had already disembarked in advance. She intended to retrieve the 2 heaven coins that the evil spirits had unleashed, while also checking on See-Through, the pink convertible Hummer, to ensure it had not been subjected to any rough treatment by Chaku. Thus, at this moment, the interior of the mad driver was left with only Bai Chu and Panty. Noticing the gaze directed at her, Panty ceased her cleaning and raised her head, only to lock eyes with Bai Chu. What? Initially expressing confusion. She quickly elongated her tone, her lake green eyes curving into crescent shapes, and a sly smile graced her lips. She then leaned against the passenger door, one leg perched on the steering wheel held by Bai Chu, while the other casually draped over his shoulder, beckoning him with a playful wave. Come on, baby Bai Chu. With a furrowed brow, turned his head towards the driver's window, catching a glimpse of the throbbing vein at his temple reflected in the glass. Certainly, some delightful sights were equally glaring. Panty, enough already, don't go too far. I've had enough. But whether certain individuals have is another matter, with a delicate fingertip pressing against her red lips, leaving a faint indentation. Panty gazed at Bai Chu's profile that had long captured her heart, whispering in a tone only they could hear. Isn't it you who's crossing the line? With all the licking and teasing, which girl could withstand such provocations? But you can't lay all the blame on me. How can you even say that? Bai Chu abruptly turned, glaring at her through gritted teeth. Enough is enough. I may not be human, but I still need to breathe. You've completely blocked my mouth and nose. If I hadn't escaped quickly, were you hoping I'd suffocate and then shower you with gold coins? Oh, don't sweat the details. The body of an evil spirit ISNT. That fragile Panty waved her hand dismissively, but upon noticing Bai Chu's serious expression, she broke into a mischievous grin. All right, I apologize. As compensation, are you still not satisfied? Want to use your hands? Your mouth? Or shall we go straight to it? To be honest, I prefer you to be more direct. That is something I actually look forward to what is wrong. Not satisfied? She licked her lips, winking alluringly. That is not out of the question, I promise. it'll offer you a completely different experience. Inhale, exhale. Bai Chu closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. When he reopened them, all the overwhelming emotions had dissipated into thin air. Panty, I must clarify. He pressed his lips together, smiling. For a saint, the same trick will not succeed a second time. This holds true for both parties. Huh? What are you talking about? I have no. Just as Panty was about to defend herself, she was interrupted by Bai Chu. You should raise your head and take a look, Bai Chu said with a smile, gesturing invitingly. Panty, bewildered, was about to comply when suddenly, the door of the car behind her was yanked open. Caught off guard and losing her balance, Panty fell backward, instinctively trying to grab something with her legs, inadvertently locking Bai Chu's neck and even pulling him along. No way. Sister, am I being implicated in this too? A hand promptly steadied Panty's head. Thank you, The moment Panty recognized the newcomer, her body stiffened, and she hastily released Bai Chu from her grasp, maintaining a half-exposed position outside the vehicle. Awkwardly perched with half her rear on the seat, and sheepishly spoke as, Stocking. Is see-through okay? What about the heaven coins? Panty, what are you doing? Stocking looked down at her, her tone icy, her gaze indifferent, her expression devoid of emotion. I was just tidying up my body, Panty exclaimed, desperation fueling her words. If I don't clean it properly, it will be uncomfortable once it dries. Really look. In a moment of quick thinking, Panty reached out, searching for an appropriate excuse, and presented a damp piece of paper right under Stocking's eyes. Stocking remained silent, merely lifting her gaze towards the interior of the car. Bai Chu, who had just wriggled free from between Panty's legs, stared back at Stocking with lifeless eyes and pointed at Panty, shaking his head vigorously. Stocking nodded in understanding, her grip on Panty's crown tightening gradually. There was a reason for what happened before. I had no intention of holding it against you, but you've become increasingly audacious, even somewhat brazen, haven't you? Trying to sneak a bite while I'm away? What an unruly sister you are, daring to snatch from your younger sibling. It seems I must teach you a lesson. Wait. No. I was just joking. Ouch. Ouch, that hurts. Stocking, let go. Let go. I was wrong. Please let go. Ouch, ouch, ouch. As Stocking's grip intensified, Panty's cries grew louder. At that moment, a pink Hummer pulled up beside the all-crazy drivers. Stocking firmly grasped Panty's crown, forcibly yanking her from Bai Chu's car and tossing her into the back of the Hummer before taking her place in the passenger seat. With arms crossed, leaning against the car door, Stocking turned to Bai Chu with a gentle smile. Well, Bai Chu, since the malevolent spirit has been vanquished, let us conclude our endeavors for today. We have lingered for quite a while, and it is time for us to return. Indeed, that sounds good. Until we meet again. Bai Chu responded with a gentle smile. Goodbye, Chaku, I'm off now. She waved her hand toward Bai Chu, and the pink Hummer began to move. At that moment, Panty emerged from the back, rolling her eyes at Bai Chu's lack of awareness and defiantly flashing her middle finger. Observing this scene, Bai Chu grinned and promptly raised 2 fingers in playful retaliation towards Panty. Chapter 60. The Arrogant Queen and the Insecure Otaku as Panty and Stocking departed. Bai Chu also ignited the engine of his car and returned to the academy. On the playground, a number of night patrol colleagues and journalists drawn by the scent of excitement had already gathered. Oh, they VE come out. That's the one. Quick, quick, quick. Camera. Get a close-up. Is this the infamous Master G who has been a constant headache for the Fallen City Police Department? The wheel of fate turns slowly. Although he has escaped numerous times, he is bound to meet his downfall this time. Oh, Bai Chu, you're back. Come over here. A night patrol captain, spotting Bai Chu stepping out of the vehicle, greeted him with evident joy, pulling him to stand before the reporters conducting interviews. Master G, escorted away in a transport vehicle by a squad of officers, now served as a backdrop for Bai Chu. Everyone is familiar with this esteemed colleague. He is a distinguished officer who has been awarded the Medal of Outstanding Courage and the highest honor. Tonight's successful apprehension of Master G owes much to Officer Bai Chu's intelligence and support. I am truly proud that the Fallen City Police Department has such an exceptional officer. With that, the captain led the applause, and the flash of cameras erupted like fireworks, illuminating much of the playground as if it were daytime. Thankfully, with foresight, Bai Chu had donned sunglasses before being pulled over, or he would have been blinded by the artificial light. With Master G's capture, the underwear marathon had come to an inconclusive end. Apart from the students who lost their undergarments, no one was truly harmed, which was indeed a cause for celebration. However, as the first-place winner, Barbie found herself without anyone to award her. Besides the Angel sisters, she and Brilliff had been the swiftest runners. To protect her modesty from becoming a sunflower, Brilliff truly exerted every ounce of effort. Later, due to the interference of the mysterious speedster, nearly all the students scattered, no longer fixated on the competition. Only Barbie remained unaffected, leisurely making her way to the finish line, and along the route, she stumbled upon Brilliff, who was hiding behind a trash can, attempting to message Bai Chu. To prevent him from interrupting her master's affairs, Barbie seized Brilliff's reins once more, forcibly dragging him along to the finish line. Gazing at the previously set up but now desolate podium, a flicker of regret crossed Barbie's eyes. Just as she was about to turn away, Brilliff emerged from behind the podium with the trophy and medals that Master G had prepared in advance. Then, in front of Barbie's astonished gaze, Brilliff, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, approached her while holding the trophy and medals. "Your Majesty, you are the champion, so I believe this belongs to you." Barbie initially paused. Her violet eyes lowered, letting out a soft huff, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Instead of accepting the trophy and medal, she leaped gracefully over Brilliff, executing a stylish somersault onto the podium. Turning around, she crossed her arms and gazed down at Brilliff. "Brilliff, I command you as your queen to present me with my award." "Oh, of course." Realizing her intent, Brilliff hurriedly ran to the front of the podium, lifting the golden trophy high above his head. Yet, Barbie still refrained from reaching for it. "Congratulate me." Congratulations, Your Majesty, on winning the undergarment marathon. Well done." That's more like it." Only then did Barbie extend her hand to accept the trophy, tossing her ponytail back to reveal her fair, elongated swan neck, bowing slightly to Brilliff. The deep valley wrapped in pink lingerie lay before him, momentarily rendering Brilliff speechless. "What are you staring at?" "The medal is still to be presented." Noticing Brilliff remained frozen in place after a brief pause, Barbie lifted her gaze, casting a discontented glance his way. "Why, yes, right away." Startled, Brilliff quickly draped the medal around Barbie's neck. Straightening her posture, Barbie allowed Brilliff to exhale a silent sigh of relief. "Come here, stand over there." She pointed to a slightly lower podium beside her, issuing orders to Brilliff. With no room for disobedience, he scrambled up the side of the platform. Just as he stood, a smaller silver trophy was thrust into his arms by Barbie. Before he could process what was happening, she tossed a silver medal onto his head, which got caught in his curly hair and didn't fall. "Honestly, your curly hair is quite." Barbie frowned slightly, reaching to help him adjust it. However, when she swept aside his hair from his forehead, revealing his handsome features hidden beneath, her movements froze. "Your Majesty, is something the matter?" Brilliff asked softly, a hint of unease in his voice. "And no, nothing at all." Barbie blinked, quickly releasing his hair and tugging the medal into place around his neck, though her flustered actions inadvertently pulled out a few strands of his hair. Well, it's acceptable concealing the complex emotions in her eyes. She surveyed Brilliff's appearance with a satisfied nod. "You are indeed my subordinate. Achieving second place, just behind me, proves you are not without merit, Brilliff. Well done, indeed." "Is that so?" Hey, it was the first time that Brilliff had received such praise from girl, causing him to lower his head in bashfulness, his cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as he broke into a silly grin. Whoosh! Suddenly, Barbie blew a whistle, followed by a jubilant shout. "Ladies, bring me my things." "Your Majesty, we are here." The cheerleading squad members swiftly lifted Barbie's opulent throne-like seat onto the podium, then surrounded it, striking various poses and formations. Holding the trophy aloft, Barbie turned and settled into her seat, crossing her legs, before addressing the still giggling Brilliff. "Brave, what are you still grinning about? Come here and take your trophy." "Oh, okay, Your Majesty." "You, sit here, do not obstruct me," Barbie commanded, gesturing to the space beside her feet. What? Hurry up, it's time for the photo." Smile, observing Brive, who remained in a daze. Barbie smirked and playfully stepped onto his thigh, prompting him to instinctively kneel beside her long legs. Click! A cheerleader in front, holding a camera, pressed the shutter, perfectly capturing this moment forever. Chapter 61. The case remains unresolved. The incident of the underwear marathon has reached a temporary conclusion. Bai Chu sought out Burif, but from a distance, he observed Burif in the company of the queen bee, seemingly enjoying a pleasant atmosphere. Deciding not to intrude, Bai Chu sent a message and departed from the Fallen City Academy, returning to the police station to work overtime on his report. Of course, he need not concern himself with the interrogation. His sole responsibility was apprehending suspects, while the seasoned officers would skillfully extract the desired information from Master G. The following morning, a well-dressed Burif gazed at a photograph of himself and Barbie on his desk, smiling foolishly for a moment before setting off for school. At the cemetery chapel, upon returning the previous night, Panty endured a stern education from Stocking for over an hour. Aware of her own faults, Panty wore a conciliatory smile throughout Stocking's lecture, agreeing with everything said without a hint of rebuttal. Yet, in her heart, she mused. The thrill of sneaking was indeed exhilarating, but next time, greater discretion was paramount. After all, there's a saying, one should admit their mistakes wholeheartedly while resolutely refusing to change. As a yawning Panty emerged from her room, she found Stocking kneeling at the tea table, ironing the long stocking she hadn't finished maintaining the night before. The television in front of her was still broadcasting the morning news from Fallen City. Morning. Stocking. Where's Gat? Why didn't he wake us for breakfast? With bleary eyes, Panty ambled to the sofa, lazily resting her chin on Stocking's shoulder and nuzzling her cheek. It seemed to have vanished. He and T returned last night. Oh, you're in the way. Stocking lifted her hand, gently pushing Panty's head off her shoulder, then resumed ironing her stockings. I ordered breakfast delivery for you. Remember to fetch it downstairs later. Hee, you're such a good sister for caring about me. Thanks. Ignoring Stocking's look of disdain, Panty shamelessly leaned closer, playfully rubbing against her. Enough of that. Finish your meal and promptly complete the leftover work from last night. No one will assist you with it. Stocking pointed to the mountain of underwear piled on the other side of the sofa. Why is there still so much? Panty's expression fell immediately. Last night, the residents of Fallen City were engulfed in terror due to the students' naked run. What could their motives possibly be? The police arrested a suspicious man wearing a mask and dressed in an exceedingly inappropriate manner at the scene. And they interviewed the officers present. Stocking, look, Bai Chu is on TV again. It seems like I've been seeing him in the news quite frequently lately. Hasn't he it? Panty pointed at the image on the television screen and gently poked Stocking's shoulder, saying. Stocking lifted her gaze. Observing the articulate manner of Bai Chu on the screen, a faint smile gracing her lips as she folded the neatly ironed long stockings and set them aside. This undeniably illustrates his exceptional qualities. Indeed, it also affirms that my judgment of character is quite astute. Panty, reclining on the sofa, rolled her eyes at Stocking's remarks, leaning back with a pout and muttering under her breath. He was clearly the man I had my eye on first. I heard that. As Stocking turned to retrieve another long stocking, she cast a sidelong glance at Panty. It's not just your lifestyle that scared him away, you know. He was actually the one who took a liking to me. First, I get it. I understand. Panty, realizing that further dispute would yield no results, willingly ceased the topic and stood up, heading towards the elevator. I should go down to fetch breakfast then. Meanwhile, on the television screen, the footage of Master G being escorted into a police car played, prompting Panty to raise an eyebrow as she observed him with his hands clasped behind his head. I hope this fellow 1T be locked away indefinitely in prison. Good day, Mr. Director. I am Mr. Master G.'s attorney. May I trouble you for a few precious minutes of your time? A young Caucasian man, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, carrying a briefcase, approached the office door with a standard smile and knocked. The high-end custom suit accentuated his tall stature and behind the golden-rimmed glasses. His gaze exuded the confidence characteristic of a societal elite, every gesture reflecting professional acumen. Who sent you? When did he hire a lawyer? The director, pipe clenched between his teeth, set down his newspaper and scrutinized the visitor with a frown, his demeanor tinged with hostility. He loathed dealing with lawyers, those mercenaries devoid of moral compass, who acted solely for monetary gain. "Mr. Director, those are mere trivialities." The young man leaned slightly forward, tapping his fingers on the briefcase clasp. "The crux of the matter is that my client, Mr. Master G, is extremely sincere regarding this case and hopes to reach an amicable resolution through negotiation." With that, he produced a white envelope from his briefcase, gently placing a slip of paper at the edge of the desk and nudging it towards the director. "Oomph, you can save those words for the courtroom." The director's statement abruptly lodged in his throat, his pupils constricting sharply. It was a Swiss bank bearer check, filled with a series of zeros, causing his temples to throb. "Are you attempting to bribe me?" The director slammed his hand on the desk, rising abruptly, the heavy wooden surface resonating with a dull thud. The authority cultivated from years in high office spread like a tangible force, emanating an oppressive intensity as he glared at the unfamiliar lawyer before him. He clenched his fist, the knuckles paling from excessive strain, his tone imbued with an undeniable firmness. "Let me make this clear. I am not the person you presume me to be." The young man hastily gestured in denial, maintaining a courteous smile. "How could I, in good conscience, tarnish the reputation of someone as just and incorruptible as yourself? This is merely the advance payment for compensation from my client. Of course, any excess amount, beyond fines and bail, will be anonymously donated to the fallen city police department, as a token of gratitude for the tireless efforts of the officers in safeguarding the residents over the years, a small gesture to enhance their welfare." The previously tense atmosphere in the office gradually subsided. The director's hand trembled slightly as he picked up the check, and after a prolonged silence, he hoarsely inquired, "So, what is it that you desire?" A glimmer of amusement flickered in the young man's eyes, yet his tone grew increasingly respectful. "It is quite simple. My client, Mr. Master G, has deeply reflected upon his actions and is willing to sign a guarantee to refrain from any further transgressions. We only request that your department refrain from pursuing public prosecution, keep the details of the case confidential, and ensure that his criminal record and true identity are dissociated post-bail. Would this arrangement be acceptable to you?" Chapter 62. Acquiring leverage on Father Gat. As the peace talks progressed smoothly, the interrogation room door swung open, and Master G, having been confined for an entire night, was escorted out by an officer. No, he should now be referred to as Father Gat. His hood, mask, and the ensemble labeled the fall of the Archangel had all been stripped away by the officers. Clad only in a leather thong, he found himself in a state of utter discomfort. The night he endured was nothing short of torment, not due to physical assault, should there have been beatings or corporal punishment. It might have offered a perverse sense of relief to a man accustomed to clandestinely practicing disciplining monks in the basement. His hands were shackled to a metal table firmly bolted to the floor, while his feet were confined to a metal seat devoid of a backrest, rendering him unable to rise or take even a few steps within the room. The interrogation chamber bore no clock, rendering the passage of time invisible. No other inmates were present to alleviate the monotony with conversation. The stark walls lacked any ornamentation or greenery, aside from the glaring LED light overhead. The sole feature occupying the upper half of the front wall was a one-way mirror installed for surveillance. The walls were lined with soundproofing material, and apart from his own labored breathing, no sounds from the outside world could penetrate the oppressive silence. The entire space was engulfed in a stifling, oppressive stillness. He was not even permitted the solace of sleep. The moment his eyelids fluttered closed, jarring noises would erupt from the corners, jolting him awake. This entire regimen of hospitality left few prisoners capable of maintaining their defiance during the following day's interrogation. Such tactics are often referred to as starving the hawk. Fortunately, he endured the night, and salvation was at hand. Upon encountering a stranger who claimed to be his lawyer, Father Gat was beset with questions. To conceal his identity during the lingerie marathon, he had left his phone behind. Even if he wished to summon legal representation, he could only do so after the officers formally interrogated him and recorded his statement today. After all, with irrefutable evidence and being caught red-handed, he could not behave like an ordinary summoned suspect, remaining silent until his lawyer arrived. Individuals of such obstinacy seldom meet a favorable fate. Despite his myriad questions, upon hearing that the individual had arranged for his bail and that he could leave the police station simply by signing a guarantee, along with the assurance of confidentiality regarding his true identity, Father Gat chose to remain silent and compliant, allowing the lawyer to orchestrate the proceedings. In the end, he was led to the back entrance of the police station. The handcuffs were removed, and he retrieved his confiscated clothing and personal belongings. Departing the station side by side with the lawyer, at a crossroads, the lawyer came to a halt, and Father Gat followed suit. "I owe you my gratitude for extracting me from that place. Pray tell, how shall we settle the fees?" Father Gat inquired, retrieving a bank card from the sealed bag he held. He would not naively believe that the stranger who rescued him had no ulterior motives. If the individual were merely seeking financial gain, it would be the simplest issue to resolve. "No, Mr. Gat." The lawyer adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses with a certain air of pride. "My employer has already compensated me sufficiently for this, and I shall not accept even $1 from you. Payment for services rendered, an equitable exchange. This is my principle." "Your employer?" Father Gat furrowed his brow. "Who is it?" "It is I." A figure emerged from the shadows, smiling. "How could it be you?" Father Gat's expression darkened as he realized the newcomer was none other than Bai Chu, Panny's boyfriend and the officer who had apprehended him last night. "Mr. Bai, I have successfully resolved Mr. Gat's case, and there will be no further complications." The lawyer adjusted his glasses and nodded toward Bai Chu. "Truly, as many have recommended, you are an exemplary attorney, handling cases with remarkable swiftness. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Nick." Bai Chu smiled and nodded in return. "Not at all. This is largely thanks to Mr. Bai's generosity in providing ample resources, which facilitated the resolution of this matter." Despite his words, Nick's demeanor conveyed a sense of entitlement rather than humility. "It seems Mr. Bai has further matters to discuss with Father Gat, so I shall not intrude. Should you have any similar legal needs in the future, please feel free to contact me. Farewell." Without a hint of reluctance, Nick turned and departed, leaving only Bai Chu and Father Gat to exchange glances. After a brief moment, it was the weary Father Gat who broke the silence. "Young man, you enough, Father. I understand the night at the precinct was unpleasant. I know you have many questions, but let us discuss them in the car." "Very well." Father Gat, without further hesitation, followed Bai Chu and entered the police-issued Dodge Viper. "Oh, by the way, Father." Once the vehicle was in motion, Bai Chu handed him the bill prepared by Attorney Nick. "This is the expense for extricating you and resolving the case entirely, along with my card number. I hope you could transfer the funds promptly." With a complex expression, Father Gat took the bill, and upon glancing at the final figure, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. $15 million. Why don't you just rob a bank? After a long night's work, Bai Chu should have been entitled to a day of rest, comfortably sleeping at home. However, in order to ensure that Father Gat owed him a favor and to secure leverage over him, he rose early. First, he visited the bank in Fallen City, utilizing the prestigious VIP card from the Rock Consortium as collateral. He secured an anonymous check amounting to $10 million US dollars, along with $1 million in cash. Subsequently, he sought the services of the most renowned law firm in Fallen City. After conveying his intentions, the firm recommended a lawyer named Nick, extolling his capabilities to the highest degree. Indeed, the firm's praises were well-founded. On that very day, within a mere half hour from the moment Nick entered the Fallen City police station, Father Gat was released. After departing from Bai Chu and Father Gat, lawyer Nick turned a corner, opened the door, and settled into an elongated Mercedes-Benz G-Class. "The task is complete, Fast. We shall depart." Despite his outwardly masculine appearance, Nick's voice suddenly transformed, resonating with that of an unfamiliar woman. "Chirp, chirp, chirp, chirp" in the driver's seat, a peculiar being with pink skin and yellow eyes. Its face bisected by a zipper, donned a chauffeur's cap and pressed down on the accelerator. Is it not apparent that no one has noticed the foreshadowing? How disappointing. To all the readers in the Tomato fan group, pay close attention to the group's name. Chapter 63. Mutual testing upon collecting a check from a bank. Bai Chu also arranged for a POS machine with no spending limit. At that moment, he was pressing this device into Father Gat's hands. As Father Gat swiped the card, his features contorted in distress, staring at the screen where half of his funds had been abruptly severed. The sensation was akin to having a substantial portion of flesh gouged from his chest, leaving him gasping. In that instant, he felt that even if his identity were exposed and he were to spend 7 or 8 years in prison, it might not be as unbearable as he had once thought, although he possessed a black card that allowed infinite overdrafts in the heavenly realm. It was restricted solely to purchases on celestial shopping sites, as the currencies of heaven and earth were not interchangeable. Each time Panny and Stocking vanquished evil spirits, the damages incurred in the fallen city were to be compensated by Father Gat from his own pocket, while the heavenly realm provided him with a monthly stipend for earthly expenses. The reckless nature of Panny and Stocking often meant he had to pay out hundreds of thousands each time. Thus, despite the seemingly substantial amount of funds, should the number of evil spirits requiring exorcism exceed a certain threshold in any given month, Father Gat's account would swiftly dwindle. This was one of the reasons he often resorted to disguises to earn extra income. Ding! You have received a payment. While driving, Bai Chu glanced at the notification on his phone, and a smile of delight graced his lips. Indeed, his disciple was quite affluent, but even with a substantial family fortune, one could not continuously exploit a single source. You see, with a mere flick of his wrist, a rebate of 400,000 smoothly landed in his pocket. Young man, the money has been transferred. Now you may explain to me why you chose to assist me. Carefully withdrawing his bank card and returning it to his pocket, Father Gat finally inquired about Bai Chu's motives. Well, it is rather simple, Bai Chu replied, maintaining a steady driving speed, a smile illuminating his face. In the days to come, should I encounter insurmountable difficulties, I hope you can lend me your utmost assistance, conditions permitting. Father Gat furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Is it truly that straightforward? Yes, it is indeed that simple. What do you think, Father Gat? Observing Bai Chu's relaxed and content smile, Father Gat pondered for a moment before responding. As long as it does not involve destroying the fallen city or annihilating the world, matters that would endanger humanity, I can agree to assist you once. Ha ha ha! Bai Chu erupted into laughter, finding something particularly amusing, nearly losing his grip on the steering wheel due to his mirth. Father, do I truly appear to be the sort of individual who would bring about the world's destruction? Look at me. I am but an ordinary person, a police officer dedicated to maintaining order within the fallen city. In what seemed a bid to substantiate his words, Bai Chu raised a finger and gently tapped the metallic badge on his chest. Rest assured, Father, I am quite content with my current state of life and would never engage in the impulsive actions you suggest. Furthermore, I lack the capability to bring about the world's destruction. Nevertheless, since you have graciously agreed to assist me once, I would like to express my gratitude in advance. As an ordinary person, Father Gat rubbed his palms together, reminiscing about the moment he had intertwined fingers with Bai Chu, revealing a thoughtful expression. I doubt that. Upon uttering these words, Bai Chu's smile remained unchanged, yet his grip on the steering wheel tightened abruptly. What does he mean by that? Has he perceived my true nature? Or is he implying that my connections are substantial enough to extricate him from the police station so swiftly? Despite his surprise, Bai Chu continued to maintain an air of nonchalance, effortlessly engaging in his Tai Chi practice. Well, who can say about such matters? Fortunately, Father Gat did not press further, and Bai Chu, feeling no guilt, chose not to linger on the topic. They drove in silence until they reached the foot of the cemetery hill. Father Gat, this is where I shall leave you, as I have patrol duties to attend to. Bai Chu smiled as he dismissed him. The priest offered no further comments, exited the vehicle, and waved goodbye with a smile. The Dodge Viper turned swiftly, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. As Father Gat watched Bai Chu's car fade into the distance, he abruptly placed a hand over his heart, muttering through clenched teeth, "Damn it. My money." That fellow Panny truly found himself a well-matched gentleman. Meanwhile, as Bai Chu departed the cemetery's vicinity, his smile had vanished. He was uncertain of what Father Gat might have gleaned. Perhaps, as he had previously speculated, his identity had been compromised? Or was it a matter of connections? Or perhaps it was merely a thoughtless comment. Bai Chu parked outside a CF, entered, and ordered an unsweetened iced Americano. The bitter liquid refreshed his mind, prompting him to reflect on his initial encounter with Father Gat. considering every moment right up to the instant the priest exited the car. Upon careful contemplation, he found no actions that could have jeopardized his identity. Well, aside from inadvertently breaking the door lock of Master G's broadcasting van and the scuffle that ensued within the vehicle. However, he had not exhibited any abilities that deviated from the norm at that time. If I cannot decipher it, I shall let it be. As a coffee cup emptied, Bai Chu casually discarded it into the trash bin. Stepping outside, he stretched languidly under the sun. Since Father Gat had no intention of turning against me, it implies that matters have not yet reached a dire state. Everything remains as it should. Glancing at the panel displaying a reserve of 565 soul power points, Bai Chu felt no sense of alarm. Attention all patrol units. A robbery has occurred at the P38 District Bank. Patrol officers who have received this alert are requested to respond immediately. It is currently known that there are 2 assailants, donning masks and armed with AK rifles equipped with drum magazines and wearing heavy bulletproof vests. Officers responding to this situation must prioritize their own safety. SWAT team support is en route. Officer Bai Chu has acknowledged the call and is proceeding to respond. After communicating with the dispatch center, Bai Chu approached the raging driver, opened the trunk, and retrieved an M249 machine gun fitted with a holographic sight and a 200-round magazine. With a decisive click, Bai Chu chambered round, wearing a peculiar smile as he settled into the driver's seat. It appears that the deterrence from the previous takedown of that gang has diminished. Such a significant case is a rare opportunity for some exhilarating action. Chapter 64. The thrilling clash between law and crime. Several days have elapsed since the harrowing bank shootout. Yet the residents of Fallen Heaven City remain engrossed in discussions about the event. Some gleaned insights from the rolling news broadcasts, others recounted tales from neighbors. And there were even those who bore witness to the chaos firsthand. Each time the subject arose, individuals would vividly depict the scene, as if they were still ensnared in the hail of bullets. Moreover, a nearly 10-minute-long video, recorded by onlookers with their mobile phones, has garnered significant attention online. The footage chronicles the entire ordeal, from the initial eruption of gunfire to the apprehension of the robbers, each frame pulsating with an almost suffocating tension. At the video's onset, the atmosphere is filled with the mundane clamor of daily life. Pedestrians bustle about the bank's entrance, oblivious to the impending violence. Suddenly, the sharp crack of an AK rifle shatters the tranquility. The camera jolts momentarily, then steadies on the open space before the bank's entrance. 2 masked assailants crouch behind a marble pillar, their AK rifles belching flames, orange-red casings cascading to the ground. The first responding officers, having just exited their vehicles, find themselves pinned behind their patrol cars by the onslaught of gunfire. The sound of bullets striking the car doors reverberates, and shards of glass scatter as the officers grit their teeth, denied even the opportunity to aim. A dozen bystanders are struck by stray bullets, collapsing into pools of blood with anguished groans, while the paramedics arriving on the scene are unable to brave the bullet storm to render aid. At this critical juncture, a figure suddenly appears on the right side of the frame. Clad in a police uniform, Officer Bai Chu bursts forth from an unknown direction, brandishing an M249 machine gun. He locks the red dot of his holographic sight onto the robber's concealed position behind the pillar and resolutely pulls the trigger. The M249's firepower instantly overwhelms the AK. In that moment, the tide of the confrontation shifts. The once arrogant robbers appear to be choked into submission, their gunfire abruptly ceasing, evidently stunned by the unexpected onslaught. The paramedics, who had been awaiting their chance, seize the opportunity to rush into the fray, dragging the wounded civilians to safety behind cover to commence their rescue efforts. At this juncture in the video, the cameraman's breaths grow labored, and the lens shifts forward a few meters. Officer Bai Chu, slinging a black nylon bag that bulges ominously, advances steadily. Later, it was determined that the bag contained no fewer than 5 fully loaded magazines. Bai Chu presses forward with his machine gun, and as the first magazine runs dry, he does not retreat to cover. Instead, he secures the weapon with his left hand while swiftly swapping in a new magazine with his right. The entire operation takes less than 2 seconds, leaving the robbers no opportunity to counter. In a moment of desperation, one of the assailants hurls a grenade. The dark hunk of iron arcs through the air, seemingly destined to land among the crowd. Bai Chu raises his weapon and delivers a quick burst. Boom! The grenade detonates mid-air, the shockwave sending a few leaves spiraling. Yet miraculously, it inflicts no harm on bystanders. In the video, one can distinctly hear the sound of the cameraman inhaling sharply, followed by a raucous cheer. The robbers were evidently demoralized by this astonishing display, seizing the opportunity during a magazine change to scramble out the back door of the bank. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Chu pursued them, with the audacious cameraman sprinting closely behind, smartphone in hand. The footage jolted violently, creating an immersive sense of urgency that compelled every viewer to clench their fists in anticipation. Upon reaching an open area littered with debris, two cornered robbers took refuge behind several concrete posts. In their panic, they neglected to aim, raising their AKs above their heads and unleashing a barrage of indiscriminate fire. At that moment, Bai Chu's M249 suddenly fell silent. Having exhausted his ammunition, Bai took cover behind a broken wall, tapping his fingers on his holster as if calculating his next move. The video captured a tense silence for several seconds, punctuated only by the robber's labored breathing and the sounds of magazine changes. Bai Chu then darted from behind the wall, drawing his pistol and decisively pulling the trigger, expertly striking the wrists of both robbers. As their AKs clattered to the ground, he lunged forward, pressing his knee against one robber's back while swiftly cuffing him, and did the same to the other. The entire exchange was executed with precision and efficiency, devoid of any superfluous actions, and the video abruptly concluded. Within 3 days, this footage amassed over 10 million views online, igniting a cacophony of reactions in the comment section. Some hail Bai Chu as the guardian of Fallen City, creating slow-motion edits of his magazine changes that played on repeat. Others raised concerns, questioning whether the police should utilize an M249, a heavy machine gun, given the potential risk to bystanders. There were even frame-by-frame analyses suggesting he fired nearly 1,000 rounds before finally switching to his handgun at close range, critiquing his marksmanship. Regardless of the controversies, the name Bai Chu became synonymous with renown in Fallen City. As he walked the streets, many would suddenly recognize him, rushing over with their phones for a photograph. Naturally, fame attracted its share of trouble. Some local delinquents, feeling overshadowed, sought to provoke him during his patrols. However, Bai Chu had his methods to ensure compliance, not merely through force, but by activating his body camera and meticulously documenting their unlawful behaviors. Ultimately, he would package them up, stowing them away in the trunk of a police car. To everyone's astonishment, even renowned directors took note of the video, expressing a desire to create a film based on the events, hoping Bai Chu would star as the lead character. The police department honored him with a commendation ceremony, where the chief personally adorned him with a Medal of Fearless Valor. Remarkably, he also received a second Medal of Highest Honor and was exceptionally promoted to the rank of inspector due to his actions. In the annals of Fallen City Police Department, he remains the sole individual to have received 2 highest honors while still alive. The unprecedented speed of his promotion from second-class officer to inspector marked an extraordinary moment in the department's history. Recently, your popularity has soared. It seems that in the entire city of fallen angels, there's hardly anyone who does not recognize you. Wow, such a renowned director wishes to cast you as the leading man in his film? In the public dining area of the shopping plaza, Panty exclaimed in astonishment as she gazed at the newspaper in her hands. I never anticipated that video would achieve such immense success. Bai Chu, dressed in a suit, set aside the spoon he was stirring his coffee with, spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation. Setting that aside, I inquired, aside from the police uniform and this suit, do you possess no other attire? Panty surveyed Bai Chu from head to toe, a look of regret crossing her face. Panty and Stocking had ventured out for a leisurely day and, upon learning that Bai Chu was also off duty today, thought of their impromptu trio, recalling that they had yet to have a proper gathering together, thus inviting Bai Chu along. Is there a problem with that? Bai Chu tugged at his suit, inspecting it. It was neither dirty nor wrinkled, appearing as pristine as if it had just left the factory. There is nothing wrong with it, though it looks quite nice. I must admit I've grown somewhat weary of seeing you in this ensemble. Couldn't you don something more fashionable? Panty suggested. Stocking, delicately savoring her dessert, nodded in agreement. Panty had a valid point. You might want to experiment with different styles. For instance, what do you think of this? Panty produced a fashion magazine featuring a male model in a casual outfit from multiple angles, opening it and placing it before Bai Chu. Bai Chu glanced at it. The light blue jeans, white sneakers, paired with a vertically striped gray and white polo shirt, indeed evoked a sense of comfort and relaxation. After examining the details of the outfit, Bai Chu's gaze swept around to ensure that no one was paying attention to them. With a flicker of thought, his clothing swiftly transformed in both form and color. In less than 2 seconds, he was clad in an outfit identical to that of the model in the magazine, save for the intricate silver jewelry still gleaming in the sunlight from his ears. Wow, you possess such a skill. If you wish to wear different clothes in the future, you need not spend any money on new ones, right? Panty, who had been fervently lecturing on seasonal dressing rules, was momentarily taken aback. However, when Bai Chu noticed Panty's index finger still digging in her nostril incessantly, his eyes involuntarily twitched. Panty, please refrain from such disgusting actions while eating. Stocking, who was enjoying her dessert, cast a look of disdain at Panty. Huh, did you not know? This is the trendy method of nasal health maintenance. Panty set down the newspaper, using her other hand to retrieve a book from her handbag, tossing it across the round table to Stocking. Nasal health maintenance? Curious about the name Stocking printed on the book, I gently opened the cover, while Bai Chu leaned in to catch a glimpse. Inside, to our astonishment, were various illustrations of digging poses accompanied by detailed analyses of the movements. With an expression that was difficult to articulate, I raised my gaze and exchanged a glance with Stocking, who wore a similarly furrowed brow, confirming that the author of this book was undoubtedly somewhat unhinged. Chapter 65. The subtle contest between two individuals. Moreover, the essence of this nasal health technique lies entirely in the force and frequency that stimulate the nasal mucosa. Panty, with her legs crossed casually over the vacant chair beside her, swayed her petite feet adorned with vibrant crimson nail polish to the rhythm. The leisurely exploration of her nostrils suddenly escalated in tempo. Panty abruptly tilted her head back, her eyes tightly shut, releasing a prolonged and satisfying moan from her throat. A wave of exquisite comfort surged through her being, radiating from her curled toes, trembling all the way to her fingertips, causing her to collapse languidly into the chair as if her very bones had been extracted, utterly relaxed against the backrest. Panty exhaled slowly, her fingers' movements decelerating yet remaining lodged within her nostrils. A suspicious flush adorned her cheeks, and a contented smile played at the corners of her mouth as she fervently promoted the technique to Stocking and Haku. I assure you, even those so-called upper-class individuals are indulging in this now. It has become immensely popular among the masses. Are you truly not considering giving it a try? I guarantee that once you experience it, you will find it impossible to quit. Panty's assertions were far from baseless. At some point, this casual and ubiquitous practice of nose-picking had swept through the entire city of fallen angels like a virulent flu. Just observing the public dining area of the shopping plaza where they currently resided, one could see customers and servers alike, all engrossed in the act of digging into their nostrils with fervor. Even Chaku, accompanying the angelic sisters, was tilting his head in imitation, enthusiastically probing his own nostrils. I can still appreciate trendy clothing, but this fad, I think I shall pass. It does not suit me, Haku remarked, raising her coffee cup to take a gentle sip. The warm liquid slid down her throat, carrying a pleasantly bitter aroma that was surprisingly enjoyable. Stocking's reaction, however, was far more direct than Haku's. With a resounding thud, she closed the book titled Nasal Health for Children and tossed it toward the nearby trash bin. Unfortunately, her aim faltered due to her not turning to look. The book landed with a thud on the ground, opening to reveal a colorful chart illustrating the positions and angles for effective nose-picking. How could such an obviously flawed and deceitful publication garner so much credence? Panty, you have undoubtedly been duped, Stocking remarked, shoving a generous mouthful of dessert into her mouth, crumbs dotting her lips without a thought to wipe them away. As she turned to glance at Haku, who was leisurely sipping her coffee. "Commissioner Haku, given this dubious situation, do you not intend to investigate further?" "Well," Haku set down her coffee cup, propping her cheek with her palm, her long fingers delicately tapping against her temple as she turned her gaze toward Stocking, a hint of exasperation flickering in her eyes. "Such matters are neither illegal nor disruptive to the public. I have no grounds to intervene." Moreover, Bai Chu suddenly recalled the scene from yesterday's meeting at the bureau. The usually stern and serious director, puffing on his pipe, was leisurely tilling the vast expanse of his nostrils with a finger adorned by a wedding ring. The group of burly colleagues seated below him were even more outrageous. Some employed their index fingers, others opted for their pinkies, while a few, finding it insufficiently stimulating, resorted to using 2 fingers simultaneously. The rustling sounds echoing in the conference room made Bai Chu's scalp prickle with unease. The spectacle was, frankly, far more eye-watering than a tsunami of excrement from the sprayer brown. Sigh. Though she understood the underlying reasons, Bai Chu could not help but exhale deeply, raising her coffee cup for another sip, attempting to erase the vividly etched image from her mind. To this day, she could not fathom how such absurdity had gained traction in the fallen city. "That is precisely why I encouraged you to try it yourself," Panty remarked, her left hand still engaged in deep exploration within her nostril, her eyes rolling mischievously towards Bai Chu's face, a sinister smile gracing her features. "Perhaps with just a little probing, you might discover the thrill," she teased. "If you haven't tried it, you lack the authority to dismiss such an activity." As she spoke, Panty's lips curled up to her ears, her remarkably agile index finger gesturing in the air as if to flaunt her well-practiced technique. In the next moment, she abruptly leaned over the table, her right index finger boldly advancing toward Bai Chu's nostrils. "If you're too shy to do it yourself, let me assist you. I guarantee it will elevate your soul to euphoric heights." "No way." Bai Chu swiftly seized Panty's unruly right hand. Her gaze bore no trace of jest, her resolve as steadfast as stone. At that instant, Stocking, who had been poised to lift a spoonful of dessert to her lips, froze mid-action, slowly lifting her head. Her previously gentle expression turned icy, her eyes narrowing into a dangerous slit that shot a venomous glare at her sister. Her tone remained flat, devoid of inflection, yet imbued with a chilling severity that sent shivers down someone's spine. "Panty." The final syllable lingered, reminiscent of a serpent's hiss. Panty, feeling the hair on the back of her neck rise, shuddered violently, her smile fading to a mere shadow. Finally, she plopped back in her chair. All right. I won't tease him any longer, Stocking. Please don't scare me with that tone." "Humph." Hearing the plea in her sister's voice, Stocking relaxed her expression slightly, allowing a faint smile to curve her lips as she savored the dessert. "Ah, the exquisite flavor of this nougat is simply unparalleled." Stocking, resting her chin on her hand, closed her eyes and wore a blissful smile as she savored the sweetness dancing on her tongue. Witnessing this scene, Panty discreetly pursed her lips, attempting to retract her outstretched right hand. However, a tug proved futile. "Huh?" Panty turned her head to discover that, Bai Chu still firmly grasped her wrist. With a quick glance at the still-closed Stocking, Bai Chu shifted his gaze to the bewildered Panty, a mischievous glint suddenly illuminating his eyes as a wicked smile, reminiscent of Panty S, curled at the corners of his lips. In an unexpected move, he abruptly raised Panty S' right hand, seized her slender finger adorned with vibrant red nail polish, and thrust it into his slightly parted lips, biting down with unrelenting fervor. At last, Panty managed to withdraw her finger from her nasal passage, hastily covering her mouth to stifle a scream. Following the bite, Bai Chu immediately released Panty's wrist, swiftly lifting his coffee cup to take a sip, adopting an air of nonchalance as if nothing had occurred. "You." Panty cradled her reclaimed hand, staring at the vivid red mark encircling her finger, then lifted her gaze to glare at Bai Chu, her frustration boiling within her, wishing fervently to pounce on him and exact her vengeance. "Huh?" Hearing the commotion, Stocking opened her eyes, glancing at Panty's furious demeanor directed at Bai Chu. Then at Bai Chu's unperturbed expression, she chose to disregard the two, focusing her attention entirely on the confection before her. "Bai Chu." confirming through his peripheral vision that Stocking remained oblivious to the unusual tension, turned back to face Panty's furious glare, smiling as he silently mouthed the words, "You come hit me." Chapter 66. Is this jealousy? Due to Stocking's presence nearby, Panty, who had been subtly undermined by Bai Chu, found herself unable to retaliate in the moment. Instead, she clenched her small white teeth and ground them together, casting a fierce glare at Bai Chu before silently mouthing a threat. "You will pay for this." With a heart full of pent-up frustration and nowhere to vent, Panty sank back in her chair, resorting to digging her fingers into her nostrils in an attempt to suppress her ire. As her gaze wandered, it landed on the delectable dessert Stocking was relishing, and she raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Stocking, are you still eating that? This must be your third serving. Don't you ever tire of it?" "Oof, of course not." The moment desserts were mentioned, Stocking seemed to transform, cradling the crystal glass filled with the sweet treat, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she began to extol its virtues. This is a new creation from Oscar CAF. Though it can be easily cut with a spoon, it possesses a chewy texture that clings to the teeth, combined with an irresistible bite. With a 108 concentration of egg and cream essence, paired with its uniquely subtle bitterness, is guaranteed to spark a revolution in the world of desserts. Behold, the ultra-sweet treat at the forefront of culinary trends, the dazzling Queen Nougat. Observing Stocking's exuberant praise for the Queen Nougat as though it were a rare treasure, Panty forced a smile, her face betraying her disdain for sweets. Suddenly, Panty wiggled her fingers, then sharply pulled one away, revealing a small, marble-sized object stuck to her fingertip, like a discoverer of new lands. She pointed at Stocking's glass of nougat with a look of astonishment. Look, Stocking, don't you think it resembles something?" "No, it's practically identical." "Wow, that's quite a chunk. At this rate, you'll surely become dehydrated." Stocking quickly pulled the dessert closer to her chest, instinctively pushing her chair back a couple of steps, her face unmistakably reflecting her disgust. "Is it?" Panty, eyeing the object on her fingertip, was about to flick it away when she noticed Bai Chu leisurely sipping her coffee across the table. An idea struck her. With a deft flick of her finger, she sent the object flying toward Bai Chu's coffee cup. However, her little maneuver did not escape Bai Chu's keen eyes. In a swift motion, Bai Chu snatched the menu from the table and swatted at the incoming object, altering its trajectory and sending it sailing out of the table's reach. Unbeknownst to anyone, the object landed perfectly in the nostrils of a passing gentleman clad in a pristine white suit, his dark skin a stark contrast. The unfortunate man immediately erupted into a fit of sneezes. Achoo! 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 His sneezes were accompanied by the sound of mucus splattering like a torrential downpour. Panty and Stocking wore expressions of disdain, ready to intervene, when Bai Chu had already kicked over the nearby sunshade, its large canopy swiftly enveloping the table, perfectly shielding the snotty man from view. "Well done," Panty exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to the quick-witted Bai Chu. Bai Chu merely smiled faintly, her thoughts lingering on the arrival of the person she had been waiting for. As the sneezing across the table ceased, she nudged the sunshade's pole with her foot, causing the canopy to roll back and reveal the man's face, deliberately positioning it as a natural barrier to obscure his figure. The man had clearly noticed Panty and Stocking, as well as the gleaming Queen Nougat on the table, and immediately donned a businesslike smile, saying, "Oh, look at these two wonderful ladies. I have just a new dessert from my shop. Does it suit your tastes?" The man's appearance aligned well with Panty's usual criteria for potential partners, while Stocking, upon learning that the dessert was from his establishment, was instantly captivated. Both women turned their gazes toward the Latin man, seeing that he had successfully captured their attention. The man beamed and snapped his fingers to continue. "Apologies, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Oscar H. Genius, the proprietor of this establishment. May I inquire about the names of these two lovely ladies?" His courteous introduction won the favor of Panty and Stocking, who exchanged glances and smiled as they shared their names. "Panty, Stocking." Oscar's eyes brightened at the response, and he sang melodiously in an operatic tone. "Oh, what delightful names you have." He continued, "I would be honored if you would grace us with your presence at the Oscar Group's 108th anniversary celebration. featuring a grand aerial banquet aboard a magnificent airship. With a flourish of his hand, a colossal balloon airship began to inflate rapidly, soaring into the sky. Adorned with the Oscar Group logo and a large portrait of Oscar himself. A banquet? Panty stared at the ascending airship, puzzled. My name is not delightful at all. Stocking murmured under her breath. Ha ha ha, that banquet will be quite delightful indeed. Oscar laughed heartily. To be frank, all the guests are gathered for this very occasion. Not only will there be an unlimited dessert feast, but we have also prepared numerous private rooms for those who find a connection at the banquet. Whatever you wish to do within those rooms is entirely up to you. These suggestive words instantly piqued Panty's interest, while Stocking, a devoted dessert enthusiast, sparkled at the mention of an unlimited dessert feast. Just as they were about to respond, the sunshade unexpectedly rolled again, revealing Bai Chu seated beside them. Mr. Oscar. At some point, Bai Chu had changed out his casual attire and donned a splendid black suit once more. He placed the empty coffee cup on the table, gazing at Oscar with a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips. Panty and Stocking will not attend your soiree. I must graciously decline the invitation on their behalf. What right do you have to refuse for us? Panty furrowed her brow, turning to Bai Chu, her tone tinged with displeasure. Since getting acquainted with Bai Chu, she had seldom sought comfort from other men. You don't provide for me, yet you want to allow me to seek others? It's an unlimited dessert extravaganza. If invited, why not partake? Stocking, however, remained unperturbed, utterly bewildered by Bai Chu's intentions. Oh, my dear sir, I sincerely apologize. Oscar had not anticipated an interruption at this juncture. He lifted his chin, peering down at Bai Chu with condescension. These two ladies are so dazzling that I overlook your presence. May I ask how you are dressed? My name is of little consequence. What matters is that you have overstepped your bounds. Bai Chu retrieved a metallic badge from his pocket, slamming it onto the table with a resounding bang. Ah, I see. My apologies. It seems you're an officer. Although Oscar was somewhat taken aback, he did not regard it with too much seriousness. As the head of the Oscar Group, he had no reason to fear an ordinary officer. But even an officer has no right to interfere in the choices of these ladies, correct? I am a superintendent. Bai Chu clarified. You are correct, yet I believe the IRS would be quite intrigued by the evidence of tax evasion concerning the Oscar Group, provided by their superintendent. Wouldn't you agree? Oscar stumbled back a step, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. He was uncertain whether this superintendent truly possessed evidence or was merely bluffing. But the confident demeanor of his opponent left him unwilling to wager. He spread his hands, feigning regret. Very well, since the superintendent is so aggressive, I must relinquish the invitation to the ladies. What a pity. With that, Oscar turned to leave. Ah, he's gone. Panty felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet her gaze toward Bai Chu was filled with confusion. This assertiveness was unlike Bai Chu's usual demeanor. Wait, Bai Chu, are you perhaps feeling jealous? Stocking, belatedly grasping the situation, looked at the standing Bai Chu. In response to the sister's inquiries, Bai Chu merely smiled, offering no direct answer. Only whispering, I'll make it up to you later. He strode past the two women, calling out to Oscar's retreating figure, Mr. Oscar, you have misunderstood. There is no need for you to attend this soiree. Bang. Chapter 67. A truly terrifying ability. At the instant the gunfire erupted, Oscar had just turned around, unable to inquire about the enigmatic statement that Bai Chu had uttered. Before he could grasp its deeper significance, his body collapsed to the ground, lifeless. In Bai Chu's hand, the Glock pistol still emanated faint wisps of smoke from its muzzle. He held the weapon with an expression of calm indifference, gazing at the fallen Oscar as if he had merely squashed an irritating insect. Behind him, Panty and Stocking stood frozen, astonished by Bai Chu's sudden act of violence. Stocking instinctively shoved a large piece of Queen Nougat into her mouth, using the sweetness to suppress her shock, though her voice trembled as she spoke. Bai Chu. This really wasn't necessary, was it? In her heart, she had secretly relished the notion that Bai Chu was jealous on her behalf. However, to resort to gunfire over jealousy was, perhaps, a bit excessive. Panty's eyes widened in disbelief, darting between the fallen Oscar and Bai Chu, her expression one of incredulity. Bai Chu, even if it's jealousy, this guy surely doesn't deserve death. She had felt a flicker of triumph when she realized someone had invited her, prompting Bai Chu's jealousy. But no one could have anticipated that events would escalate to this extent. Fortunately, the surrounding guests had long since vanished. Otherwise, the sensational headline guardian of the fallen city, heroic officer Bai Chu, publicly executes Oscar's crime lord in a fit of jealousy would have dominated every newspaper and television broadcast by noon. Curiously, after the airship ascended, those guests had inexplicably extracted long-accumulated items from their nostrils, only to be drawn upward by a mysterious force, entering the passenger cabin beneath the airship. Reflecting on it now, that scene was undeniably imbued with an indescribable strangeness. In response to Panty and Stocking's bewilderment, Bai Chu slowly lowered his gun and turned to them, gesturing for them to remain calm. His gaze returned to the motionless Oscar, his tone flat, yet imbued with an undeniable sense of authority. "Mr. Oscar, is playing dead truly amusing? If you so relish lying down, then perhaps you should never rise again." As he spoke, he approached a metallic dining table, bending down to grasp its leg, and effortlessly lifted the heavy table with one hand, preparing to smash it down upon Oscar's prone form. However, before the table could descend, Oscar, who had been lying still, suddenly began to tremble violently, followed by a cacophony of raucous laughter that pierced the air. Hee hee hee. Ha 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 ha. In the next moment, his body defied the laws of gravity, rising upright from the ground like a zombie. His exposed skin lost its color at an alarming rate, consumed by a thick darkness unique to malevolent spirits. And the bullet hole piercing his forehead swiftly healed and vanished as he revealed his true form. "Host, please take heed. A target has been identified for consumption. Codenamed Ugly Snot. This malevolent spirit is a manifestation of resentment, born from the tragic demise of an individual who succumbed to relentless nose-picking, resulting in ceaseless nasal bleeding. This creature is, indeed, a malevolent spirit." Panty gazed in astonishment at Oscar as his true form was revealed, and with that revelation, the heavy burden that had weighed upon her heart was finally lifted. Thank goodness, the adversary is but a spirit. She had suspected that Bai Chu could not possibly have fired upon an ordinary person without cause. Stocking also breathed a sigh of relief. Stuffing the remaining queen nougat into her mouth, cheeks puffed out like a chipmunk, mumbling incomprehensibly, "Don't scare me, you annoying being." It was unclear to whom her grievances were directed. Little did she expect that her true form would be so easily discerned. Oscar touched his healing forehead, his smile twisting into a grotesque grin. "None of you shall survive today." No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed his power. Just as Panty reached for her weapon, her hand froze mid-motion. Her finger, lodged in her nostril, began to uncontrollably excavate with fervor. "What on earth? Why is my hand moving on its own? Oh no, this is too fast." She stared in bewilderment at her uncontrollable finger, desperately tugging at her left wrist with her right hand in an attempt to extricate it. But that hand seemed as if it were welded to her nostril, refusing to budge. "No, this cannot be. If I dig in that hard, my nostrils will expand and never return to normal. I refuse to become a pig with large nostrils." Not only Panty, but Stocking too found herself ensnared, as she contemplated removing her thigh-high socks to prepare for battle. Her right hand seemed to possess a mind of its own, suddenly thrusting towards her nostril, prompting her to hastily press her left hand down upon her right, desperately trying to halt its advance. "Ha ha, just keep digging until you suffocate yourselves. Ha ha ha. Wait, who are you?" Oscar observed the comical struggle between Panty and Stocking as they battled their own hands, laughing heartily, but his laughter abruptly ceased when his gaze fell upon Bai Chu. Transformed into her demon form, Bai Chu spread her arms wide and, with a faint tone of confusion, inquired me. "I am still myself, merely adopting a different form. Is it so difficult for you to recognize? You, too, are a malevolent spirit. Since we are of the same ilk, why do you target me?" Oscar questioned loudly. "Well, can you guess?" Bai Chu chuckled lightly, expending 5 points of soul energy to summon the Serpent Heart Sword, drawing it from its sheath and advancing step by step towards Oscar. "No, wait. Why aren't you digging in your nose?" Observing Bai Chu approach, impervious to his powers and brandishing a sharp blade, Oscar finally panicked, raising both hands in surrender and unleashing his abilities to their utmost limit. Oh no, I can't take it anymore. It hurts so much. Blood. Blood is flowing from my nose. In this instance, Panty and Stocking lost all control, their hands violently delving into their nostrils at a speed that seemed to conjure phantoms. Crimson blood gushed forth in an instant. Alarmingly, even those in the neighboring district were affected, each individual wearing expressions of agony as they fervently excavated their bleeding nostrils, cries of torment echoing through the air. Only Bai Chu remained immobile, having already approached Oscar. Why? Why is my power ineffective against you? Oscar, with a sword aimed at him, was engulfed in despair. Howling in impotent rage, with a swift motion, Bai Chu unleashed 5 strikes, skillfully severing Oscar's limbs and head. From his left arm emerged dark, hellish chains that splintered into numerous tendrils, shooting forth like venomous serpents, piercing through Oscar's head, torso, and limbs. System, consume him. The remnants of Oscar's body were rapidly absorbed by the hellish chains. Just before his head vanished completely, his eyes, filled with resentment and confusion, fixed intently on Bai Chu. Bai Chu raised a hand, brushing against the area where his nose would be in demon form, casually lifting the serpent heart sword and shrugging. Do not look at me like that. Your ability is ineffective against me, perhaps because I have no nostrils to excavate. What a ludicrous reason. How could this be? This was Oscar's final thought before he dissolved into the ether. Simultaneously, Bai Chu's demon form exhausted its 3-minute limit, reverting to his human appearance. Congratulations, host. You have consumed the malevolent spirit Ugly Snot, gaining 180 soul power points and 5 heavenly coins. The system's notification chimed appropriately. Chapter 68. Bringing the beautiful angel sisters home, a soft sound echoed as if breaking the vacuum. Ah, it has been extracted. With a startled exclamation, Panty finally removed her 2 fingers, which had been firmly lodged in her nostrils, along with a gush of crimson blood. The blood. Why wouldn't it stop? Stocking pressed her hands tightly against her nose, yet warm liquid continued to flow through her fingers, rushing forth relentlessly. Following Oscar's disappearance, the peculiar powers he had imposed upon Panty and Stocking dissipated as well. However, blood still streamed from their nostrils, albeit lacking the terrifying force of a ruptured high-pressure pump. Now, merely a steady trickle. Panty. Stocking shook her heavy head, her surroundings swirling before her eyes. She blinked vigorously, only to see Panty transform into 3 figures, all swaying unsteadily. When did you learn the art of duplication? You should stop jumping around. Panty's voice was disjointed, her body swaying as if walking on clouds. My vision is blurring. In her hazy sight, Stocking resembled a piece of seaweed tossed by a tempest, thrashing wildly in unseen waves. During the half-minute of Oscar's full-force exertion of his abilities, the blood they lost was undoubtedly no less than 1,000 milliliters. The duration was short, yet the volume immense. Even though they were resilient angels with remarkable recuperative powers, they could not withstand such torment. Dizziness, blurred vision, and body weakness were all normal responses to significant blood loss. In the next moment, both sisters simultaneously succumbed to darkness, their bodies going limp as they fell backward. In an instant, Bai Chu dashed back, arms outstretched just in time to catch the sisters as they toppled over, cradling them securely in his embrace. Alas, how unfortunate. It was indeed your own doing that led to this bloodshed. Observing Panty and Stocking, who had already lost consciousness yet continued to bleed, Bai Chu shook his head in resignation. He carefully laid them flat on the ground before turning to rush toward the nearby stall, swiftly returning with a large pack of tissues. Efficiently, he tore off several sheets, rolling them into thin strips, gently inserting them into the sisters' still bleeding nostrils and wiping away the bloodstains from their cheeks. After completing this, Bai Chu bent down, hoisting one sister over each shoulder as if carrying sacks, and strode towards the pink convertible Hummer parked at the outskirts of the square. Chaku, please take them back. Chaku. Bai Chu gently placed the sisters onto the bench seat in the back, turning to call out to Chaku, who was supposed to be driving. Yet, after several calls, he received no response, and noticed Chaku had vanished. Where could he have gone? He returned to the square, his expression clouded with confusion, his gaze sweeping over the scattered tables and chairs, as well as the tilted sunshade. At last, beneath a toppled parasol, he beheld a sight that twisted his lips in distress. Chaku lay supine in a large pool of blood, its front limbs wedged deep within its nostrils. Eyes rolled back in a state of anguish. The once vibrant green of its skin appeared faded, as if drained of color. Only its hind legs and tail continued to twitch uncontrollably, resembling a fish bleached by the sun after being stranded on dry land for a prolonged duration. Bai Chu paused in silence, genuinely surprised that even this dog had not escaped the grasp of Oscar's powers. He approached, observing Chaku's pitiful state, and let out a soft sigh. "Alas, you have suffered much, Chaku." He bent down, grasped Chaku's collar, and carefully extricated it from the blood-soaked ground, gently pulling out the front paws embedded in its nostrils, which he then covered with a couple of tissues. Like lifting a large doll, he placed it in the back seat of the Hummer, next to the drowsy Angel sisters. It seemed he had no choice but to take the wheel himself. As for the vehicle he arrived in, there was no need for concern. It was equipped with artificial intelligence and fully automated driving capabilities. When starting the engine, Bai Chu suddenly recalled a detail. This public dining plaza was situated closer to his home, right in the city center, while the cemetery church lay on the outskirts of the city. Now, should he head toward the church or return home? As he pondered this, soft moans unexpectedly emanated from the back seat. Glancing through the rearview mirror, he noticed Panty and Stocking, their brows furrowed, lips moving as if engaged in a restless slumber. The discomfort of excessive blood loss was surely unbearable, even for angels. What they needed most was a comfortable place to rest. With that thought, Bai Chu no longer hesitated. He turned the steering wheel, and the pink Hummer smoothly merged onto the road. Behind him, the full mad driver returned to its usual paint job, leisurely following suit. The two vehicles, one after the other, entered the flow of traffic, heading towards the city center. Panty's eyelashes fluttered, and she was the first to awaken from her daze. The unfamiliar off-white ceiling and a faint lavender scent filled her nostrils. This was not the aroma of her own room. It resembled the fragrance she had once detected on Bai Chu. Struggling to sit up, her head throbbed as if it might explode, her vision flooded with black and white flickering lights. Gasping, Panty fell back into the soft bedding imbued with Bai Chu's scent. The lingering pain from her excessively prodded nostrils prompted her hand to instinctively reach for her nose, where she found it stuffed with a rolled-up tissue, now devoid of moisture. Awake? The voice of Bai Chu drifted in from the doorway, clad in a comfortable, short-sleeved outfit. He entered with a tray bearing 2 bowls of steaming red porridge. "How are you feeling? Is your head still spinning?" Panty blinked, her gaze gradually sharpening until she noticed that Stocking was still asleep beside her, her brow furrowed tightly as if she were entrenched in an unsettling dream. Stocking had opened her eyes once before, but still felt too dazed to remain awake, ultimately succumbing to slumber once more. Bai Chu set the tray on the bedside table and gently removed the tissue from Panty's nostrils. Glancing at the minimal bloodstains that remained, he nodded in approval, indicating that the bleeding had ceased. He then proceeded to extract the tissue from Stocking's nose, discarding both into the wastebasket beside the bed. Picking up one bowl of porridge, he dipped a spoon into it, resting it against the rim before handing it to Panty. It was already afternoon, and neither of them had partaken in lunch yet, so he suggested, "Let us start with some porridge. The temperature is just right, not too hot. It contains black rice, longan, red dates, and brown sugar, all nourishing for the blood. I hope it proves beneficial for you angels as well." Upon hearing Bai Chu's words, Panty became acutely aware of the emptiness in her stomach. The porcelain bowl warmed her palms, exuding a delicate sweet aroma, markedly different from the cloyingly sugary desserts she usually indulged in with Stocking. Panty lifted the spoon, scooping a mouthful of the porridge to taste. A refreshing sweetness, imbued with gentle warmth, flowed down her throat, soothing her protesting hunger. The flavor of the porridge was unexpectedly delightful. How I longed to awaken to such tender care. Alas, it remains but a wish. Don't laugh. You feel the same way. Chapter 69. A brief respite in the room, the porcelain bowl held a generous serving of nourishing red porridge. Its warm aroma of black rice intertwined with the sweetness of red dates, particularly enticing. Fortunately, the temperature was just right, not too hot, yet not too cool. Given Panty's genuine hunger, she quickly polished off the porridge. She set down her spoon, savoring the taste, and absent-mindedly licked her lips, where a few stray grains of black rice lingered. As for the flavor, it was quite acceptable. She glanced up at Bai Chu, her tone laced with surprise. At least it's not overly sweet. Did you make this yourself? I would never have guessed you possessed such culinary skills. Oh, please, Bai Chu shrugged nonchalantly. I certainly lack that talent. Besides, if I were to attempt it, I doubt I could gather the ingredients like red dates and red beans in such a short time. This was prepared by the restaurant downstairs. They already had red date porridge on hand. I paid extra for them to thicken it up and deliver it. Oh, then I've misjudged. I thought it was homemade. Panty teased, playfully flicking her tongue to remove the remnants of rice from her lips, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Bai Chu rolled her eyes at this and took the empty bowl from Panty's hands. Would you like another serving? Or shall we wait for stocking to wake and then dine out together? Let us have another serving, please. Thank you, Panty replied. Bai Chu rose with the empty bowl and made her way to the kitchen. Regardless of her past or present, Bai Chu had no particular gift for cooking. Her culinary skills barely extended beyond chopping ingredients into pieces and cooking them thoroughly. The taste was not unpleasant, but it certainly could not be deemed delightful, sufficient merely to satiate hunger. For a proper meal, one would still need to venture out to a restaurant. Tea, of course, was an exception. Just as Panty released her hold, the light blanket slipped down her body, revealing the loosely fitting collar of her nightgown. She looked down, tugging at the hem, only to realize it was rather empty. She wasn't even wearing a bra. However, she didn't dwell on it. Instead, she reached over to tug at Stocking's corner of the blanket, raising an eyebrow at the matching cream-colored nightgown. Her gaze swept across the small apartment, revealing a cozy space. A light gray sofa was adorned with a checkered blanket, and the glass cups on the coffee table were neatly arranged. The bookshelves, adorned with an array of lavender-scented candles, reflected a simple yet stylish decor, meticulously organized and impeccably clean. Sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting dappled shadows on the floor, creating a warmth that contrasted sharply with her own perpetually messy room that she never bothered to tidy. "Are we in your home?" she asked, her voice slightly elevated, tinged with curiosity. "Indeed," came Bai Chu's voice from the kitchen, accompanied by the sound of running water. "Then why didn't you take us back to the church?" "The public square is just a few streets away from my place," Bai Chu replied, the sound of clattering dishes echoing from the kitchen. "It would be illogical to take you farther when you've lost so much blood and need to rest promptly. That would only waste time." "Oh, I see," Panty replied, suddenly lowering her head to sniff the collar of her bathrobe, catching a whiff of the faint lavender fragrance from her body wash. She lifted her gaze, her eyes narrowing playfully, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "You changed our clothes, didn't you?" The commotion from the kitchen paused for a brief moment before the sound of ladling kanji resumed. "Yes, your clothes were stained with blood, so I found 2 clean robes for you. The dirty ones have already been sent to the dry cleaners. They will notify me when they are ready for pickup. Even our undergarments?" Panty's voice was laced with unmistakable amusement. The response came with a slight delay, tinged with an awkward pause. "So you even helped us bathe?" Panty was barely able to contain her laughter, her mirth bubbling to the surface. "No, I just wiped off the blood with a wet towel." When Bai Chu emerged with a freshly served bowl of kanji, his expression remained composed, yet he exuded an aura of feigned nonchalance. Panty couldn't help but burst into laughter at his demeanor. All right, stop laughing and eat up." Bai Chu, so mewat vesai, handed her the bowl. Panty accepted it, but did not rush to use the spoon. Instead, she fixed her amused gaze upon Bai Chu, her eyes sparkling with the implication of "I've seen through you." "Did you take this opportunity to do something else?" This inquiry nearly caused Bai Chu's eyes to roll into the back of his head. "Do you think I'm you? Taking off someone else's clothes while they sleep?" His words trailed off abruptly as he caught Panty's teasing gaze, realizing that his own actions bore striking similarity to her past transgressions. "Well, why the silence?" Panty spooned a mouthful of kanji and, with a muffled chuckle, inquired droplets of laughter glistening at the tips of her golden lashes. In any case, I certainly would not take advantage of the situation. Bai Chu turned his face away, pouting slightly. Ha ha ha. Panty could no longer contain herself, setting the bowl aside and collapsing onto the pillow in laughter, causing the mattress to shake in unison. At that moment, Stocking beside them suddenly uttered a soft sound, her long lashes fluttering gently, her nostrils flaring as she abruptly opened her eyes. Still dazed from sleep, she stared at the giggling Panty. Before reaching out to grasp her wrist, her voice raspy as if coated in fine sandpaper. Panty, did you secretly indulge? There's a delightful sweetness in your mouth. Both Panty and Bai Chu paused, instinctively exchanging glances, each detecting a hint of helpless amusement in the other's eyes. Before turning their attention to the girl who had just awakened, fixated on her craving for sweets. Puff! Bai Chu hastily covered her mouth and turned away, her shoulders still trembling slightly. Panty was equally amused by her sister's innate sweet tooth, playfully patting the hand that grasped her own, laughing heartily until she wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. You must have awakened to the scent of sweetness, didn't you? Your sensitivity to sugary delights rivals that of Chaku. I did not indulge alone. It was Bai Chu who purchased this sweet porridge for us, said to be nutritious for replenishing blood. Would you care to sample it? Absolutely. Stocking's attention was suddenly drawn to Bai Chu, who sat by the edge of the bed and the tray atop the bedside table. Her eyes gleamed with excitement as she exclaimed without a second thought. She pushed herself up from the mattress, but the abruptness of her movement caused a dazzling array of black and white lights to erupt before her eyes. With a cry, she clutched her head and fell back onto her pillow. Take your time. No one is vying for it. Bai Chu managed to suppress her laughter, carefully lifting another bowl of porridge and moving to the opposite side of the bed. She gently supported Stocking's back to assist her upright, propping a pillow against her lower back before presenting the bowl, enriched with an extra helping of brown sugar and honey, her tone laced with a hint of affectionate exasperation. Sip slowly. Thankfully, you are angels. Had you been mere mortals, losing so much blood would have surely led to your grave being overgrown. However, Stocking paid no heed to her words, her focus entirely fixated on the bowl of porridge. She eagerly scooped a spoonful and brought it to her lips, her eyes instantly narrowing into crescent moons. Ah, so sweet, so delicious. Bai Chu observed her contented expression, shaking her head gently, to cater to Stocking's palate. This bowl of porridge contained a lethal dose of brown sugar and honey. Could it be anything but sweet? Do you know the 12 levels of loneliness? Strolling alone, shopping alone, sipping coffee alone, dining alone, watching movies alone, gazing at the sea alone. Since I began living alone 6 years ago, these have become my daily routine. Traveling alone, moving alone, I have experienced it all. Battling a fever of 43°C, I endured it alone after taking medication. When it became unbearable, I hailed a cab to the clinic for an antipyretic injection, then returned home to continue enduring. When I fractured a bone, I went alone to the hospital to register and get an X-ray, arranging my own admission. I entered the operating room by myself. As I closed my eyes and reopened them, I found myself back in the ward. I spent 15 days in the hospital, consuming takeout for 15 days. During that time, I truly wished for someone to care for me, but alas, all I could do was wish. Chapter 70. A world where only Chaku is hurt, as Stocking savored the final spoonful of the warm and rich red porridge. The comforting sweetness dispersed the last remnants of her foggy thoughts, allowing her mind to function normally once more. She stared for a moment at the empty, reflective bottom of the bowl, and then, as if awakening from a dream, lifted her gaze to realize that the ceiling of the room was no longer adorned with the familiar starry sky. This place is not my room, she uttered, somewhat dazed. Indeed, it is my home, replied Bai Chu, tapping the edge of the empty bowl with her fingertips. There's still some porridge left. Would you like another bowl? Yes, Stocking exclaimed almost instinctively, but as soon as the words left her lips, Panty gently pinched her thigh under the covers. Turning her head to glare, she met Panty's mischievous expression, her lips curling into a knowing smile. As Bai Chu carried the empty bowl into the kitchen, Panty leaned closer to Stocking, lowering her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Your reaction seems a bit sluggish, doesn't it? Stocking blinked, not quite grasping Panty's meaning. Panty deliberately elongated her tone, her finger lightly tracing the sleeve of her robe. It was Bai Chu who brought us back, you know. He even helped us change out of our blood-stained coats, removed our undergarments, and meticulously wiped away the blood from our necks and chests. Stocking froze momentarily, then hastily lifted the covers to examine the unfamiliar robe she wore, revealing unadorned skin beneath, thus confirming Panty's words. She quickly pulled the collar back into place, a faint blush creeping on her cheeks, and raised the blanket to shield half her face, mumbling defensively, "It's nothing. Bai Chu has seen me before." "Is it merely a matter of whether he has seen you or not?" Panty teased, reaching out to tug at Stocking's blanket. "He has touched you, after all. Ugh. You're so annoying. Stop pulling my blanket." "Hey, Stocking, have you noticed? His bed is enormous. Even when we combine our beds, it still doesn't compare, does it? What does that have to do with us?" As the two sisters playfully squabbled, the kitchen door swung open. Bai Chu emerged, carrying a steaming bowl of red porridge. The rich aroma of caramelized sugar mingled with the sweet scent of honey wafting through the air. Approaching the bedside, Bai Chu presented the bowl to Stocking with a warm smile. "Drink up. It won't taste as good if it cools down." Pushing away Panty's mischievous hands beneath the covers, Stocking accepted the bowl, bent her head down, and began to slurp the porridge eagerly. "Here you go, Bai Chu, I've finished." Panty, having finished first, handed her empty bowl back to Bai Chu, and Stocking quickly followed suit, polishing off the remaining porridge before returning her bowl. "Would you like more? If you wish, I can call the Chinese restaurant downstairs to order another pot right now." "No need. I'm already full." The sisters spoke in unison. "All right. Then you both take a rest. I'll go wash the dishes. This porridge is quite thick, and once dried, it becomes difficult to clean." Bai Chu turned to the kitchen with the bowl, and soon the sound of running water echoed. "Hey!" Stocking. Panty leaned closer, nudging Stocking with her elbow, lowering her voice, a hint of inexplicable delight lacing her tone. "Since we're rarely at his place, why not find a way to stay a few more days? It would be just perfect to nurture our feelings, wouldn't it?" Stocking abruptly looked up, a look of disbelief etched on her face. "That doesn't seem right, does it? We're not exactly incapacitated. What's wrong with that?" Panty raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards their own nostrils. "Have you forgotten how much blood we lost earlier? Just say we've bled too much, feeling dizzy and unsteady. We need to recuperate, and it's sure to work." Stocking hesitated, but memories of her time spent with Bai Chu flooded back, especially that passionate kiss in the alley. After a moment of consideration, "Well, all right then." She finally nodded in agreement to Panty's suggestion, but she suddenly straightened her face, fixing a piercing gaze on Panty. "However, you mustn't pull any tricks, nor sneakily touch him. Understand?" "Oh, I get it. Panty waved dismissively, though her mind was already calculating. If they could meet often, her chances would increase. The sound of water ceased, and Bai Chu emerged with his hands dried. "Have you both rested enough? If you're feeling better, shall I escort you back to the church?" The sisters seemed to have been pressed on pause, collapsing onto the bed in unison. Panty pressed her forehead, her brow furrowed tightly. "I still feel dizzy. My head is heavy, and my legs feel weak." Drinking the porridge didn't help at all. Stocking immediately chimed in, her voice as soft as a fluffy cotton candy. "I feel the same. My vision is all blurry, probably because I haven't replenished my blood." Bai Chu looked at them in confusion, his gaze drifting to the balcony. "But Chaku seems to be recovering quite quickly." He pointed outside. "When I found him, the blood was everywhere. After returning, I fed him nearly half a pot of lean meat porridge, and he'll be bouncing around on the balcony in no time." On the balcony railing, Chaco clung to a large-leaved potted plant, swinging joyfully, his slender tail flicking merrily, occasionally emitting cheerful chirps, as lively as if he had just consumed a stimulant. The energy he displayed was such that it was hard to believe he had been injured. He seemed even more vibrant than before. The sisters exchanged glances, each catching a flicker of panic in the other's eyes. Stocking composed herself and, feigning calmness, said, "Bai Chu, we would like to enjoy some red tea, the kind you brewed in the church last time, with honey and lemon slices. Perhaps it will bring us some comfort." Panty nodded eagerly in agreement. Yes, and let us have some biscuits as well. A little something in our stomachs might stave off the dizziness." Although Bai Chu found this peculiar, Had they not just eaten to their fill? He acquiesced with a nod. Very well, I shall prepare it. The moment he turned to enter the kitchen, Panty swiftly tossed off the covers and jumped out of bed, with Stocking following closely behind. They tiptoed their way to the balcony. Panty seized the playful Chaku, lowering her voice to issue a warning. You oblivious, foolish dog. What makes you think you can frolic about so freely? Chaku, grasped by the scruff of its neck, looked utterly bewildered, its small legs kicking in a comical protest. Empting a gonfut ja. Stocking, hands on her hips, wore a fierce expression. We are pretending to be ill, and here you are, ruining our act. Quickly, feign weakness, or I shall pluck every single one of your hairs. Without waiting for Chaku's protest, the sisters dragged it back into the room, pinned it to the ground, muffled its cries, and delivered a righteous education with their iron fists. Chapter 71. The parents, with a cheerful demeanor, consented to the termination of the education. Panty yanked on the ear of the bruised and battered Chaku, fiercely admonishing him. When Bai Chu comes out, you must lie on the ground and feign death, twitching your limbs, appearing as weak as possible. Do you understand? Stocking, with her fists cracking ominously, chimed in beside her. Yes, extend your tongue too, make it long. You fool, breathe heavily, gasp for air, just like you're on the brink of death. If you don't perform convincingly, I might as well strangle you and leave you here. Chaku trembled in fear at the darkening expressions of the two sisters, quickly straightening his quaking forelimbs and striking a French-style salute, indicating his unconditional agreement. Thus, when Bai Chu entered with a tray of red tea and a plate of cookies, the scene that greeted him was quite the spectacle. Chaku lay sprawled on the floor, his limbs twitching intermittently, his eyes half open, and his tongue extended like a hamster that had been stepped on. What happened to him? Bai Chu placed the tray on the table, gazing at the ailing Chaku in astonishment. Wasn't he just fine a moment ago? He intended to check on Chaku, but was immediately halted by Panty, who grasped his belt, while her other hand pressed against her forehead, feigning weakness against the headboard. He was just crawling around, and then suddenly collapsed. Must be a brief resurgence of vitality, she declared, stealthily kicking Stocking under the table. Stocking quickly joined in, coughing a couple of times, her eyes reddened from her earlier efforts. You see, we're just like him. That little energy we displayed was merely a facade. In truth, we wish to stay here for a couple of days to recover fully before returning. Is that all right? Bai Chu observed the seemingly lively, yet suddenly moribund Chaku on the floor, then glanced at the sisters with their tearful expressions, gradually narrowing his eyes. These two surely must be pretending, right? Moreover, do they think I can't see that Chaku's eyes are swollen from their assault? They intend to take refuge here, do they? Although it was evident that Panty and Stocking were likely feigning illness, Bai Chu found himself at a loss for words of refusal. If they wish to stay, then so be it. With a sigh, Bai Chu removed Panty's hand from his belt and retrieved his phone from his pocket. All right then, I shall call Father Gat and inform him. Which of you will provide me with the priest's phone number? Upon hearing this, Panty and Stocking instinctively reached for their pockets, only to suddenly realize and exchange bewildered glances. They were not wearing their own clothes. Our phones are in our clothes pockets. Panty gestured towards her robe, her hands raised in exasperation. Bai Chu tapped her forehead, recalling that when she sent her sister's clothes to the dry cleaners, she had carefully placed her belongings, including her phone, into two separate plastic bags and stored them in the key cabinet by the door. Just as she was about to rise and retrieve them, Stocking suddenly called out to her. I remember the church's landline number quite well. After all, Father Gat frequently used it for advertisements on television. Well, that works too. The phone rang, and with a series of chimes, it connected, and Father Gat's distinctive voice emerged from the receiver. Hello, this is Cemetery Hill Church. I'm Father Gatberto. May I ask if you require a funeral service or an exorcism? Rest assured, I am proficient in either, and as long as the price is right, you can be guaranteed satisfaction. Father Gat, it's me. Bai Chu stepped out onto the balcony to make the call. As soon as she spoke, a profound silence fell on the other end. A few seconds later, click, the call was abruptly terminated. Staring at the busy tone emanating from her phone, Bai Chu felt a bit bewildered. What has happened? He hadn't even said a word. Was it merely because she had ruined his meticulously planned lingerie marathon, apprehended him, and left him with a hefty bail of $15 million, not to mention incurring a significant favor from him, while also holding onto a vital piece of incriminating evidence. Surely, he wouldn't refuse to take her call. Just then, her phone rang again. Looking at the unfamiliar number, Bai Chu arched an eyebrow and answered the call. "Young lady, do not use the landline to contact me again. It is not secure." Indeed, it was Father Gat on the line. "But you didn't leave your contact information when we last parted. Father, write this down. This number is my personal line, crafted with divine security measures to prevent eavesdropping. Now, speak. What brings you to me?" "Father, there is no need to act as if I am about to commit some heinous crime that defies decency," Bai Chu replied with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "It's about Panty and Stocking." "What about them?" "They're just a bit drained from blood loss and would like to stay with me for a couple of days to recuperate." "Weren't they just out this morning? Why the sudden blood loss? What happened?" "They could just as easily recover at the church. I am their guardian." "Hand the phone to them. I wish to speak with them." "Father, that isn't necessary," Bai Chu said slowly, glancing at her sisters behind her, who were secretly making faces at her through the reflection of the balcony glass. "You know, I still have the original copy of your file from when I got you out of the police station." The tone on the other end instantly shifted. "Stop. Let them stay until they are well. Please feel free to ask for anything you need. I'll deliver their change of clothes tomorrow." "All right, I appreciate it. Once they have fully recovered, I will personally escort them back," Bai Chu said before hanging up the phone. She turned to the two sisters and remarked, "Good news. Father Gat has given his consent, so you can rest easy here. I will head downstairs to the Chinese restaurant to pack dinner for you." With that, Bai Chu took the key and went downstairs. Stocking and Panty exchanged knowing smiles and immediately relaxed as they nestled into the warm blankets. It must be said that Bai Chu's grand bed was quite comfortable. At that moment, Chaco also climbed up from the floor, intending to sneak back to the balcony, only to be struck by a pillow thrown by Panty. "Don't forget your mission. For the next 2 days, continue to feign illness." Chaco wailed as it slumped back to the ground, commencing its terminally ill performance. "Bring me that pillow back. Do not drool on it. Otherwise, I shall have your head," Panty threatened in a menacing tone. Under pressure, Chaco could only swallow hard a few times, maintaining a dry mouth, and obediently returned the pillow to Panty on the bed. Stocking gently nudged Panty's arm and whispered, "Hey, Panty, do you think you might be going a bit too far?" Panty smiled and adjusted her arm behind her head. "Rest assured, Stocking, Bai Chu is quite fond of you. Now that you can stay at his place, he is likely more delighted than anything else." After hearing Panty's confident words, Stocking couldn't help but let a smile creep onto her lips. Perhaps staying a few more days at his home wouldn't be so bad after all. Chapter 72. The feeling of someone waiting for you at home. Morning light filtered through the sheer curtains, casting mottled shadows upon the wooden floor. Golden fried eggs, crispy bacon, and perfectly toasted slices of bread adorned the table. Bai Chu stood before the dining table, meticulously unpacking the purchased breakfast items and arranging them into 3 porcelain plates. Although the breakfast was store-bought, the necessary sense of ritual was indispensable. He then made his way to the kitchen, retrieving 3 cups of pre-warmed milk, placing them beside each plate, and setting the ketchup and salad dressing in the center of the table before turning to the living room and announcing, "Breakfast is ready." On the sofa, Panty curled her legs into the soft cushions, holding a bag of spicy Mexican-flavored chips, her gaze fixed on the morning news broadcast on the television. Stocking sat cross-legged beside her, cradling half a box of chocolate mousse, delicately spooning bites into her mouth. "Got it," Panty replied, without turning her head, reaching for another chip to munch on before pulling Stocking up, both barefoot, as they made their way to the dining table. "Hurry up and eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold." Bai Chu pulled out a chair and sat down, quickly indulging in his breakfast as the wall clock pointed to 7:30. In half an hour, he would need to leave for work. As Bai Chu changed into his police uniform, preparing to depart, Panty and Stocking lingered at the dining table. He glanced back to find Panty attempting to feed Stocking a slice of toast piled high with spicy chips, while Stocking wore an expression of disdain, fending off Panty's advances. "I'm off to work, Bai." Bai Chu waved his hand, and just before closing the door, Stocking finally extricated herself from Panty's malicious feeding and called out to Bai Chu's retreating figure, "Safe travels. Remember to come back early." In the elevator, Bai Chu glanced down at his right hand, which had just waved goodbye. The sensation of knowing someone was waiting at home for his return truly was a novel experience. As he settled into his car and started the engine, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he found a message from Stocking. "Bring me a matcha daifuku tonight," followed by a playful tongue-out emoji. Bai Chu smiled and replied with a simple okay. After Bai Chu left, Panty and Stocking finished their breakfast, took the spare key from the house, and led Chaku out into the world. This time, they chose to walk instead of driving the pink convertible Hummer, strolling leisurely around the vicinity of Bai Chu's apartment building. They purchased small bites of food that caught their fancy, observed intriguing sights, engaged in amusing activities, and tried on beautiful clothing. If they liked something, they would buy it. If not, they would simply turn away, resolute in their refusal to spend a single unnecessary penny, regardless of how persuasive the sales staff might become. Rather than shopping, it seemed more akin to reconnaissance. As dusk descended, Bai Chu returned to her apartment, burdened with an array of bags. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by Chaku, who wagged its tail enthusiastically, seated before her and emitting excited whimpers. "Oh, were you waiting for me? Don't fret. I brought you a chicken leg." Bai Chu chuckled as she bent down to pat its head, presenting a paper bag from her hand. Chaku promptly seized the bag and scurried to a corner where it wouldn't be in the way. "Bai Chu, you're back," Stocking exclaimed, leaping off the sofa and rushing to the doorway to effortlessly accept the dinner and dessert from Bai Chu's hands. "Welcome home." Pandy also set aside the remote and stood up to assist Stocking in transferring the items to the dining table. The modest living room glowed with warm yellow light, and soon the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. The trio and their canine companion gathered around the table adorned with a checkered tablecloth. As a light-hearted variety show played on the television, Bai Chu opened the takeout boxes, arranging the steaming dishes neatly on the plates, while Chaku lay by the table, gnawing on its designated chicken leg, occasionally glancing up at the commotion, its tail sweeping the floor in a leisurely rhythm. "Today, I apprehended a petty thief who had broken a window and triggered the security alarm. This fellow, clearly lacking discernment, did not recognize the luxury items and merely absconded with a few 5-cent coins left carelessly in a drawer. Before he could escape the community, I cornered him. In a panic, he dashed towards the children's play area, only to find himself stuck in a plastic tube while trying to hide. Ultimately, it took the firefighters to extricate him. As they enjoyed their dinner, Bai Chu recounted the amusing incident from her day on duty. Panty, with a fork spearing a piece of potato, cradled her chin in her hand, listening intently and occasionally bursting into cheerful laughter. Meanwhile, Stocking savored her dessert, interjecting with her own remarks. The human job truly is monotonous. Despite her words, she listened with utmost seriousness. Suddenly, Stocking speared a strawberry and presented it to Bai Chu's mouth. Bai Chu instinctively opened her mouth to bite and swallow. Just as she was about to speak, Stocking extended her fork once more, mouth agape, awaiting Bai Chu's offering. Amused yet resigned, Bai Chu reciprocated, skewering a piece of strawberry from her cake and feeding it to Stocking. With the strawberry in her mouth, Stocking grew suddenly playful, tugging on Bai Chu's tie, pulling her down to meet her lips in a kiss, intertwining the fruit and her delicate tongue in a fervent embrace. With the moment reaching such intensity, Bai Chu felt compelled to respond to Stocking's advances, engaging in a strawberry-flavored French kiss. A soft sound escaped Panty, who, without further comment, waved her fork and stuffed a sizable chunk of roasted meat into her mouth. If she didn't eat soon, she feared she might be filled with dog food. After finishing dinner, Bai Chu tidied up the dishes and headed to the kitchen to wash them. Panty, glancing at Stocking, who was still engrossed in savoring her matcha daifuku, mentioned that she needed to visit the restroom and slipped in alongside Bai Chu. The kitchen was small, with the sound of water flowing from the sink masking the movements behind him. Suddenly, Panty wrapped her arms around him from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder, her warm breath brushing against his neck. "I couldn't help but feel a tad envious watching you two be so affectionate," she said, her voice laced with a languid rasp, her fingers playfully caressing Bai Chu's waist. The plate in his hands nearly slipped as he turned his head, exasperation evident in his tone. "Stop it." Yet Panty pressed on, rising on her toes to nibble on his earlobe, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. "I won't." Bai Chu could feel her body pressed closely against him, the warmth seeping through the thin fabric of their clothes, raising his own temperature slightly. He inhaled deeply, attempting to push Panty away, but she seized his tie, pulling him closer as her soft lips met his. Panty noticed Bai Chu's momentary daze, a glint of mischief in her eyes, and was about to deepen their interaction when Bai Chu playfully smacked her rear. The sound echoed lightly, carrying an unmistakable warning. "If you keep this up, I might just lose control." Panty paused, clearly understanding his intent from the look in his eyes. Memories of the previous heated encounter flooded her mind, causing a hint of panic to flash across her face. Her cheeks flushed, she let out a soft huff, released her hold, and retreated, tossing over her shoulder, "You're no fun," before slipping out of the kitchen. Bai Chu sighed softly, turning back to resume washing the dishes. He realized that since that absurd incident during the lingerie marathon in the car, he had grown less resistant to Panty's intimate advances. Perhaps it was a matter of becoming accustomed to her presence, or maybe it was the unexplainable bond that had gradually developed amidst their seemingly frivolous daily antics. At this moment, as he endured Panty's playful teasing, he felt more resigned than the initial repulsion he had harbored. Chapter 73. A warm and simple life in dreams, as per usual custom. After finishing dinner and washing up in the bathroom, the large bed would become Bai Chu's sole refuge. She would peruse the news from the fallen angel city or indulge in variety shows, perhaps scrolling through her phone to find films or series that piqued her interest. When the time was right, she would extinguish the lights and close her eyes, surrendering to slumber. However, with the recent addition of 2 restless occupants in her home, it was impossible to retire early. In light of the defeat she suffered at the hands of Panty and Stocking during last night as card game, Bai Chu contemplated for an extended period during work and resolved to reclaim her honor this evening. She rummaged through the cupboard and unearthed an antiquated game console, connecting it to the television. This was the very video game she had mastered in her past life. Beneath the console's box lay several medals from competitions. "What is this? Are we not playing cards tonight?" Stocking and Panty approached, their curiosity piqued as they gazed at the dusty game cartridges and the 4 controllers Bai Chu was setting up. "This cartridge console is a great deal of fun," Bai Chu remarked, handing one controller to Stocking and another to Panty before claiming her own. She selected a multiplayer brawler titled King of Fighters 99. "You'll understand once you try it." As a rousing soundtrack filled the air, the game commenced. Drawing upon her years of gaming experience, Bai Chu swiftly dominated the angelic duo. She maneuvered her character with agility, evading attacks and executing skills with precision, soon driving Stocking and Panty into retreat. "Unfair. Did you cheat?" Stocking, the first to be knocked out, stomped her foot in frustration, gripping her controller tightly. Panty, watching her character get relentlessly comboed by Bai Chu, furrowed her brow and shot a sidelong glance at Bai Chu, clearly disgruntled. "As beginners, you both played quite well. However, compared to me, a 3-time champion of the Fallen Angel City King of Fighters 99 tournament, there remains a slight gap." Bai Chu set down her controller, smiling as she extended her right hand, forming a diminutive gesture with her thumb and index finger. "Let us go again." Stocking, her cheeks puffed, sat cross-legged in front of the television, while Panty raised her controller, casting Bai Chu a challenging glance. "All right, let us have another round." Bai Chu agreed eagerly, her heart brimming with joy. Not only had she avenged her defeat from the previous night, but she also relished the thrill of dominating her opponents. Do not mistake Bai Chu for childish. Within every man lies a little boy who never truly grows up. Yet the subsequent revelations once again exceeded his expectations. The angel's remarkable learning ability meant that before Bai Chu could bask in his initial triumphs, Stocking and Panty had gradually mastered the intricacies of the game. Stocking's maneuvers became increasingly agile, allowing her to evade lethal attacks at pivotal moments. Meanwhile, Panty showcased astonishing strategic acumen, consistently identifying Bai Chu's vulnerabilities to launch surprise assaults during Stocking's aggressive advances. The tide of battle began to shift, transforming from an initial overwhelming domination into a fiercely contested tug-of-war. Bai Chu, who had initially greeted the challenge with a beaming smile, gradually became more serious, eventually suppressing his grin, his expression turning impassive, with beads of cold sweat beginning to form on his forehead. "K. Ooh." As the announcement flashed on the screen, Bai Chu's mouth fell slightly agape, his fingers frozen on the controller. "Hooray! We won! Well done!" Stocking exclaimed, leaping in excitement as she high-fived a beaming Pandy. "Ahem. You both learned remarkably quickly and played exceptionally well," Bai Chu remarked, somewhat awkwardly clearing his throat. The fact that the duo could defeat him already placed them above over 90% of the players in the Fallen City. He attempted to rationalize his defeat, but Panty, basking her triumph, saw right through him. "How about a one-on-one match?" Panty suggested, shaking the controller, her beautiful visage radiating a clear challenge. "All right, this time I won't hold back. You'll witness the prowess of a 3-time champion. K. Ooh." Bai Chu stared at the repeated announcement on the screen, the spark in his eyes extinguished, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. "Let me have a turn. Let me play." Stocking eagerly seized the controller and pressed start, prompting Bai Chu to instinctively engage, but the result was K. Ooh. Smack. Stocking. That was splendid. Just a piece of cake. Effortlessly handled. The angelic sisters celebrated with another high five, seemingly oblivious to Bai Chu, who sat silently on the floor, his vitality seemingly fading. At that moment, Chaco, who had previously been watching from the sidelines, suddenly sat up straight, tapping Bai Chu's leg with its paw and emitting a low chattering sound, as if eager to join the fray. "You want to play too?" "Shaka shaka." Chaco nodded vigorously. Bai Chu, snapping back to reality, was taken aback and cautiously placed the final controller in front of Chaku. To his surprise, Chaku indeed grasped the controller with its paw, albeit awkwardly. It managed to press the buttons with precision. It even opted for a 1v2 mode, determined to take on Panty and Stocking for a decisive victory. Chaku, you are courting disaster." Stocking scoffed disdainfully, her confidence soaring after besting Bai Chu. She would not shy away from any challenge. "Well, since the game has commenced, I shall indulge you for a while." Panty, with a disdainful expression, grasped the controller, utterly disregarding Chaku. However, what transpired next left the three witnesses utterly astounded. Chaku's character seemed to be guided by divine intervention, exhibiting astonishing reflexes, elusive maneuvers, precise attacks, swift dodges, and an exceptionally smooth execution of skills. Both Panty and Stocking found themselves utterly powerless against it, reminiscent of the initial scene where Bai Chu effortlessly dominated the angelic sisters. Oh. Double kill. On the screen, the health bars representing Panty and Stocking were depleted, and they collapsed heavily, leaving only Chaku's character standing triumphantly. "How is this even possible?" Stocking's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Chaku, who continued to wag its tail. Panty's expression darkened. She had been utterly defeated by Chaku. Bai Chu was also taken aback. While he was aware of Chaku's extraordinary abilities, able to drive a car and comprehend human speech, he had not anticipated its prodigious gaming talent. Had Chaku been among the competitors in the Fallen City Fighting Championship 99, the championship title would have been far beyond his reach. Seemingly pleased with its victory over the angelic sisters, Chaku stuck out its tongue, wagged its tail, and nudged Bai Chu's palm, as if seeking praise. It even mimicked Panty's earlier contemptuous gaze, peering through Bai Chu's fingers at Panty and Stocking. "How dare you be so arrogant?" Panty was the first to react, unable to accept her defeat at the paws of a dog. In a fit of indignation, she leaned forward from Bai Chu's side, seized Chaku by the head, pulling it close, and raised her fist to strike its head. "Stocking, let us beat it together." Oh. Stocking immediately joined the fray, and the two unleashed a brutal assault on Chaku, filling the living room with its cries of distress. Hey. All right. You two stop. Stop. It'll lose its life. Don't interfere. Today, I shall make it pay. Bai Chu, stay out of this. I saw it. It dared to mock us. Wow. You guys, don't kick my face. If you keep kicking, I'll fight back. What are you going to do? Ah. Ha. Stop it. Ha. Let go of me. Ha. No, don't scratch me. Ha. Just as Bai Chu finally grasped the situation, He hurriedly reached out to prevent Panty and Stocking from inflicting further violence on Chaku. It took considerable effort, and he even endured several kicks from them, compelling him to employ the tickle technique to rescue the barely breathing Chaku from the clutches of the angelic sisters. Rubbing his sore nose, which had been kicked, he glanced at the Chaku in his hand, rolling its eyes with more exhalation than inhalation, and lightly tapped its forehead. What were you thinking? Winning is winning. Why provoke them? He then looked up at Panty and Stocking, who were curled up, their trembling souls concealed, tears of laughter spilling from their eyes, and let out a resigned sigh. You two are just like a couple of foolish pups. Don't you fear being ridiculed? In response, Panty and Stocking simultaneously huffed. Later, they transitioned to a physical game of Monopoly. The Chaku, battered and bruised, was now gnawing on a large red sausage that Bai Chu had given it, reveling in a corner. The moment the dice were rolled, Panty and Stocking's angelic luck manifested spectacularly. They consistently rolled the numbers they desired, either landing precisely on reward spaces or deftly avoiding the traps set by Bai Chu. Initially, Bai Chu considered employing a trick or two, perhaps swapping the dice for weighted ones or marking the rewards, but fate ruthlessly thwarted every attempt. Yay, I won again, Stocking exclaimed, jubilantly moving her piece to the luxury hotel space. Observing the dwindling tokens representing her assets, while Panty and Stocking boasted stacks of game currency, Bai Chu couldn't help but sigh deeply. This isn't how one should exploit luck. With a playful smile, Stocking pushed a gold coin towards Bai Chu. Here, that's a little pocket money. Don't be disheartened. I'm not finished playing yet. Panty, unusually refraining from mocking Bai Chu, simply spoke with a smug expression. Luck is also a part of skill. In the end, Panty and Stocking depleted the last of Bai Chu's game tokens, dragging each other in joyful celebration. Meanwhile, Bai Chu had succumbed to utter defeat, collapsing on the sofa, unwilling to move. As night deepened, it was time to rest. The expansive bed in the apartment's bedroom was naturally reserved for Panty and Stocking. Bai Chu, just like the previous night, laid the sofa back flat, covering it with bedding to fashion a modest single bed. He pulled a folding screen from the corner, placing it between the sofa and the bedroom to create a simple partition. Good night, everyone. Bai Chu turned off the light and settled onto the sofa. In the darkness, Stocking's soft voice emerged. Good night, Bai Chu. Panty remained silent, yet Bai Chu sensed her gaze lingering on him through the screen for a fleeting moment. In the tranquil night, only the gentle breeze whispered outside. Listening to Stocking's steady breathing from the adjacent room, Bai Chu knew she had drifted into slumber. He closed his eyes, yet his mind involuntarily wandered back to the events of the past 2 days. There was noise, absurdity, awkwardness, and joy, but above all, an unprecedented warmth enveloped him. He had never anticipated that his solitary existence would be unexpectedly graced by the presence of 2 remarkable individuals. Nor had he envisioned forming such a peculiar yet comforting home with them. Time passed, and Bai Chu sensed a subtle movement beyond the screen. He refrained from opening his eyes, holding his breath instead. Bathed in the faint moonlight streaming through the window, he discerned a slender figure quietly rising and tiptoeing toward the bathroom. It was Panty. The bathroom door was gently closed, and faint sounds of water trickled from within. Bai Chu lay in bed, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. He understood Panty's feelings and could sense her suppressed desires. Last night, several times after Stocking had fallen asleep, Panty had attempted to draw closer to him. Those fleeting touches and suggestive glances had not escaped his notice. Yet, for various reasons, be it his evasive maneuvers or Stocking's unconscious turns, nothing had progressed further. Inside the bathroom, Panty sat on the toilet, gazing at the ceiling light. The warm yellow glow illuminated her face, revealing the confusion and struggle in her eyes. She raised her idle left hand to press against her temple, softly murmuring to herself, her voice barely above a whisper, as though she were lost in a dream. Endure. I must. Endure. She did not lack the desire to seize this opportunity to seek out Bai Chu, but Stocking's instinctive protectiveness had, unbeknownst to her, extended to him. Last night, when she had attempted to draw closer to Bai Chu in secret, she had nearly been discovered by the startled Stocking, whose vigilant gaze resembled that of a mother beast guarding her young. compelling Panty to momentarily suppress her thoughts. It was not yet the time. Panty's fingertips lightly brushed her lips, her mind flashing to Bai Chu in the kitchen, his gaze a blend of helplessness and indulgence, causing her heartbeat and the movements of her right hand to quicken. The words from that book rang true. Endure until the very end, until the limit. Then, her voice dwindled to a whisper, her gradually moistening eyes betraying a trace of barely perceptible anticipation and tremor. The final words dissipating into the air, leaving behind a barely audible sigh. It would undoubtedly be the most extraordinary experience. The bathroom door opened once more, and Panty emerged quietly, glancing at the sofa behind the screen, noticing Bai Chu appeared to be asleep, before silently returning to bed. In the darkness, Bai Chu slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the blurred patterns on the ceiling, unable to find sleep. The apartment fell into a tranquil silence once again, the steady breaths of the three individuals and the dog intertwining like a gentle nocturne. The feeling of disconnection is rather unsettling. Thus, I have chosen to consolidate it into a single chapter. This kind of daily writing seems somewhat arduous, yet it serves as a necessary transition. Moving forward, the pace of the narrative shall be accelerated. Chapter 74. The resentment of the lower-class office worker as night descended, thick and impenetrable like a clump of unyielding ink. It gradually enveloped the entire city of Little Tokyo, within the warm, yellow glow of a tavern at the street corner. The air was infused with the rich aroma of alcohol and the raucous sounds of laughter. Employees from a small company gathered around tatami mats, the youthful faces flushed from drink, empty beer bottles forming a small mountain at the table's edge, creating a raucous atmosphere that seemed almost capable of lifting the low ceiling above. Yet, in a corner sat a rather unconventional figure. Mr. Tereo, in his middle years, yet appearing even older than his age, stared at the ticking hands of the watch on his wrist, his gaze behind his glasses revealing a hint of anxiety. Tonight was his daughter Chiaki's birthday, and before leaving home, he had crouched down to look into her beaming face, promising her that he would return in time to blow out the candles. He had patted his chest in assurance. "Mr. Tereo, why aren't you touching your drink?" Someone leaned in with a beer glass, the breath laced with alcohol wafting into his ear. "Do you look down on us young folks?" Mr. Tereo hurriedly waved his hands, his back bending like a shrimp. "I'm truly sorry. I must leave early tonight to celebrate my daughter's birthday." Before he could finish, Sato, sitting next to him, slammed his glass onto the table. "Always about your daughter. Mr. Tereo, tell me, with your punctuality at work and consistently the lowest performance in the company, why does the boss keep you? You don't gamble, you don't drink, and you don't even dare to flirt with women. Are you even a man?" This remark acted like a fuse, igniting the pent-up frustrations of the group. Some blamed him for being unsociable, while others accused him of occupying a place without contributing. The alcohol-fueled insults rained down upon him like hailstones. Mr. Tereo hunched his shoulders, repeatedly bowing in apology, his voice trembling slightly. "I truly apologize. Everyone but Chiaki is still waiting for me to leave?" The leader, Tanaka, suddenly laughed, mischief gleaming in his eyes. "It's simple." He beckoned his colleagues, and together they clumsily stacked dozens of beer glasses into a precarious tower. Golden beer filled the topmost glass, the foam cascading down the sides. "Finish this, and we'll let you go." Mr. Tereo's face turned ashen. He had a poor tolerance for alcohol, often struggling to finish even a single glass. Yet, seeing the relentless stares of his colleagues, he ultimately gritted his teeth. Chiaki was still waiting for him. He lifted the top glass, closed his eyes, and poured the beer down his throat. The bitterness made him cough, yet the urging voices behind him felt like whips, incessantly striking at him. For his daughter, he could only continue to drink one glass after another. Before long, his vision blurred, and the cacophony around him faded into a haze. Eventually, with a thud, he collapsed under the table, succumbing to unconsciousness. Time passed, and Mr. Tereo was abruptly yanked to his feet by someone pulling at his arm. However, with that sudden motion, a tempest erupted within his throat, while his stomach felt as though a hand was forcefully wringing it. In the next moment, the accumulated alcohol, mingled with bile, erupted violently, splattering all over the face of the colleague who was supporting him. Yet, the retching showed no sign of cessation. More yellow liquid surged forth from his mouth, as if it sought to expel the grievances, pressures, and resentments that had been bottled up within him for half a lifetime. Strangely, the vomit, upon hitting the ground, began to coalesce as if it were a living entity, growing in quantity and streaming through the cracks of the izakaya's door into the street, swiftly inundating the entire sidewalk. That dense mass of liquid suddenly heaved, sprouting sticky limbs and a gaping maw dripping with saliva, its features indistinct yet exuding a palpable sense of grievance. It violently expelled a stream of acidic liquid, which splashed on a passers-by, causing them to clutch their stomachs and retch uncontrollably. Soon, the entire street transformed into a veritable sea of vomit. Mr. Terreo was thrust outside by the force of his own expulsion. Upon regaining consciousness, he beheld the monstrous manifestation of his own grievance rampaging through the streets, and his legs buckled, causing him to kneel on the ground. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and a singular thought consumed his mind. Chio, father is sorry. I couldn't make it back in time to celebrate your birthday. Vumi, is it? A clear male voice suddenly resonated nearby. Mr. Terreo lifted his gaze to see a man standing a short distance away. Even as a fellow man, Mr. Terreo could not deny the striking handsomeness of this individual, more captivating than any top host he had seen in the posters of the Hostess Club, only slightly less appealing than the reader of this very narrative. Yet at that moment, his brows were tightly furrowed, and he wielded a gleaming knife, advancing deliberately towards the repugnant creature that exuded the stench of alcohol and fermentation. Host, please be advised, a devourable target has been identified. Code name Vomit. This grotesque spirit has formed from the immense, chronic pressures of salaryman's life, ultimately precipitated by excessive intoxication. The man, known as Bai Chu, wore a somewhat grim expression. Excrement, boogers, vomit. What a disgusting assemblage we have here. Though he expressed his disdain, he did not loosen his grip on the knife. Rather, he assumed a combat stance. Never mind. I'm used to it. Let's wrap this up quickly. Consuming soul power. 5 points. Snake heart sword. Blade drawl. A purple blade of light erupted from sword, moving so swiftly that it left only an afterimage. The malevolent spirit failed to react before it was cleaved in two, yellow ichor splattering everywhere. The severed halves writhed upon the ground, attempting to reunite, but the residual purple light on the cut surfaces hissed like a hot iron upon contact, preventing any reunion. Bai Chu sheathed his sword and approached the bisected spirit, pressing down with one hand on each half. System devour it, before the eyes of onlookers. The two segments of the body were consumed at a visible rate. Once the malevolent spirit vanished, all traces of vomit remaining on the street similarly disappeared. Congratulations, host. You have devoured the malevolent spirit vomit and gained 55 soul power points, along with 1 heaven coin. Bai Chu disdainfully shook her hand and, as she turned, caught sight of Mr. Terreo slumped on the ground. Suddenly recalling something, she retrieved a card from her pocket and extended it toward him. Mr. Terreo, in a daze, mistook it for a business card and instinctively bowed at a 90-degree angle, reaching out to accept it. However, when he brought the card closer to his eyes and discerned the contents, he froze in astonishment. Penny stocking, happy birthday to you. The handwriting was flamboyant, and in the corner were the oversized portraits of 2 girls, one with fiery blonde hair and the other with dark, gothic tresses, accompanied by green zipper dog. Yet, those names and their appearances felt hauntingly familiar. Take it home for your daughter. She will surely adore it, Bai Chu remarked before turning to leave, never glancing back. Mr. Terreo stared at the photograph, his mind suddenly buzzing with realization. Were these not the 2 idols that little Chitos incessantly chattered about? He abruptly lifted his head to express his gratitude, but Bai Chu's silhouette had already vanished around the corner. Cautiously, he tucked the card into his work manual, glancing at his watch, which indicated it was 8:30, leaving him ample time before Chitos's birthday celebration concluded. A wave of relief washed over him, as if a heavy stone that had long weighed upon his heart had been lifted in that very moment. Chitos, Daddy's coming home. Mr. Terreo straightened himself and, with light-hearted steps, raced in the direction of his home. Tonight, he was determined to accompany his daughter in extinguishing that birthday candle. Chapter 75. The trouble that must be resolved on this weekend. Bai Chu had intended to enjoy a tranquil day off. However, he was half-dragged, half-pulled out the door by Stocking and Panty. Instead of taking his relatively modest full-frenzy driver, he found himself squeezed into the conspicuous pink convertible Hummer of the Angelic Sisters. Amidst the roar of the engine, they barreled down the road, scattering even innocent pigeons, who were violently swept away by the gusts created by their passage. Bai Chu accompanied the sisters from dawn until dusk, with their final destination being a mall in the city center. Stocking and Panty insisted on indulging in a full-body spa treatment, claiming it would be incomplete without it. Reluctantly, Bai Chu settled down in the waiting area of the spa, while Chaku was left to his own devices. Barely 10 minutes had passed when an unexpected thunderclap erupted from the sky, accompanied by a flash of blue-white lightning that twisted like a living serpent. It bypassed the skylight of the mall and struck Chaku directly, instantly charring him to a crisp, resembling a piece of burnt charcoal. Startled, Bai Chu glanced up from his phone to see Chaku, rigid and enveloped in smoke, his lips twitching slightly. Although it was his first encounter with such a phenomenon, he couldn't help but wonder if Chaku contained a lightning rod within him. How could such a bizarre method of communication from the heavens penetrate all barriers and strike Chaku with such precision, even indoors? Before Bai Chu could ponder further, Chaku suddenly opened his mouth and let out a puff of smoke, releasing a crumpled piece of paper that bore the hastily scrawled word vomit, emanating a distinct burnt odor. Just as Bai Chu reached for the paper, two figures rushed out of the spa like a gust of wind. Panty and Stocking, clad only in loosely wrapped towels, revealed glimpses of their exquisite forms as the towels shifted, glistening with the sheen of essential oils on their bare skin. Grasping Bai Chu's wrist with one hand, they snatched the paper with the other and dashed towards the lounge without uttering a word. "Father Gat's call," Panty shouted as they ran. Intelligence from the heavens indicated that malevolent spirits were about to manifest in Little Tokyo, urging them to rush there immediately. Although Little Tokyo was adjacent to Fallen City, it had always been peaceful. The likelihood of malevolent spirits appearing there was akin to the chances of an airplane colliding with a skyscraper. Yet, with the impending appearance of evil, it was customary for Panty and Stocking to personally attend to such cross-district business. However, glancing at their reflections adorned with freshly applied masks and their reluctance to wash their faces, they were disheartened at the thought of leaving when their spa treatment was only half complete. "That would be a betrayal of our beauty regimen," they lamented. "Then I shall go alone. You may continue," Bai Chu suggested, observing the conflicted expressions on their faces. Before stepping out, Bai Chu noticed the photo booth at the entrance and suddenly remembered something. She requested a blank piece of card paper and a signature pen from the front desk, then returned. "Right, could you sign your name for me? Let us take a group photo." Stocking, who was adjusting her towel in front of the mirror, raised an eyebrow lightly at the remark. "What do we need our signatures for?" "Not me. Bai Chu's There's a little fan in Little Tokyo City who idolizes both of you and aspires to be like you when she grows up." Bai Chu recalled that this scene was originally meant for the Angel Sisters, but now that she had taken their place, it would be wonderful to not disappoint the child. "Wow, you become famous even in the neighboring city?" Panty's eyes lit up, and she immediately pulled Stocking to sign the paper with flamboyant strokes. Stocking, dissatisfied with the simplicity of the writing, added a crooked little angel drawing beside it. Then the two squeezed into the photo booth, posing in front of the camera for half an hour, making heart shapes. Knowing Bai Chu wasn't driving, Panty intended to hand her the keys to the Hummer. But Bai Chu glanced at the time and waved her hand. "No need for that. It's quicker for me to take a taxi." As the evening breeze began to rise outside the mall, Bai Chu took a deep breath, mentally prepared herself, and dialed that familiar number. As soon as the voice on the other end greeted her, she directly provided the address. To Little Tokyo City, double the fare. Soon, the familiar taxi pulled up in front of Bai Chu. "Boss, hold on tight. We're off." The driver, a young black man, accelerated like an arrow loosed from its bow, the tires screeching against the pavement, running red lights, weaving through alleys, overtaking on curves, and flying up hills. They managed to come to a steady stop at the boundary of Little Tokyo City just as the sun was about to set. According to the information written on the scrap paper, visible only to angels, Bai Chu, with slightly trembling legs, approached the corner where malevolent spirits might appear. Just as she stood under a streetlight, a rosy-cheeked young lady approached and quietly asked if she wanted to join her for dinner. Bai Chu smiled and waved her hand, but before she could articulate her refusal, a sour, fermented smell of alcohol wafted through the air. It seemed she had arrived at the perfect moment. Upon turning her head, Bai Chu spotted the manifested vomit spirit. Despite its frighteningly large size, its strength was likely comparable to that of Sprayer Brown. As expected, the adversary fell in half without even withstanding a single strike from Bai Chu. After being devoured by her, it left behind not even a trace of an unpleasant odor. After greeting Mr. Terui and handing him the prepared gift, Bai Chu approached the spot where the taxi had stopped. Just as she was about to get in, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar alleyway. The charming young lady who had previously invited her to dinner was now entangled with a short, stout figure. The man donned a wrinkled pink suit, his hair styled in dirty braids that bore remnants of indeterminate debris. His droopy eyelids hung heavily, while a sallow stream of mucus dangled from his flattened nose. His visage was marred by a multitude of blemishes, accentuated by thick lips and a chin reminiscent of a posterior, evoking a profound sense of disgust. Even more unsettling was the viscous black liquid that oozed from his hands and feet, attracting a swarm of buzzing green flies. His skin, a deep shade of ebony, marked him unmistakably as a malevolent spirit, a wretched and filthy apparition at that. Upon catching sight of him, Bai Chu released the taxi door handle he had been gripping. Boss, what's wrong? Is there something else? The young African-American driver inquired, peering out with a puzzled expression. I have a few matters to attend to. Please wait a moment, Bai Chu replied, retrieving several bills from his pocket and handing them over. All right, it's your call. The driver grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth that seemed to gleam under the light. As long as the money is right, I can wait all night. Rest assured, it shouldn't take long. Though Bai Chu maintained a semblance of a smile, his eyes betrayed no hint of mirth. He circled to the rear of the vehicle. His steps measured as he approached the alley's mouth. The streetlight behind him cast a long shadow, his fingers, knuckled and defined, resting on his waist. With a swift motion, the snake-heart sword was drawn, its blade glinting with a chilling radiance under the moonlight, perfectly mirroring the squat figure of the malevolent spirit before him. Chapter 76. I wish to live like an ordinary person host. Please take note. A devourable target has been identified, codenamed Ugly Malevolent Spirit. This entity is a manifestation of the obsessive desires of men who perished without ever experiencing the sweetness of love, fused with the resentment of discarded chocolates on Valentine's Day. The system's prompt echoed in Bai Chu's mind. The being known as Ugly Malevolent Spirit remained oblivious to the impending danger, writhing its squat, disheveled form, its face grotesque as though marinated in water for 3 days and nights, twisted into a nauseating grin that churned the stomachs of onlookers. Viscous mucus oozed from its nostrils, dripping down its chin, as its hand, slick with an indeterminate black substance, inched toward the adorable JK girl before it. Its voice grating like rusty metal scraping together. Come on, join me for a drink. If you don't like alcohol, we can sit on a park bench and enjoy ice cream instead. Don't come any closer. The JK girl clutched her bag strap tightly against her chest, her pink sailor uniform fluttering as her legs trembled violently. Tears, spilling forth from fear, blurred her vision, trailing down her pallid cheeks and into the collar of her blouse. If only she had the strength to run, she would have bolted from this alleyway. What do you truly desire? Suddenly, the Ugly Malevolent Spirit's words were cut off by a piercing scream. A tremendous force struck its lower back, akin to being rammed by a speeding freight truck, propelling it into the air at an uncanny angle, like a bag of discarded kitchen waste, before it splattered against the uneven brick wall with a heavy thud. Black, unknown goo began to trickle down the wall, while the Ugly Malevolent Spirit lay crumpled on the ground like a puddle of sludge. Madam, please depart from this place immediately. The luminous moonlight filtered through the corner of the alley, illuminating the profile of the speaker. Bai Chu's figure emerged slowly from the shadows. Thank you. The JK girl recognized him as the charming young man she had bravely approached beneath the streetlight earlier. In a flurry, she wiped away her tears and stumbled out of the alley. Only when her footsteps faded into the distance did Bai Chu's gaze shift to the fallen spirit. Ah, it hurts. What do you want? The spirit cradled its almost flattened face, and upon recognizing the handsome figure before it, its anger flared anew, pointing at Bai Chu and shouting angrily, "You bastard." But before it could finish, Bai Chu moved. A glint of cold light sliced through the darkness. Huh. The blade of the snake heart sword grazed the ugly, malevolent spirit's cheek before embedding itself into the wall. From a vibrating, humming sword, the spirit could see its own distorted expression reflected back. Fear crept across its grotesque visage, and beads of cold sweat soaked through its pink suit, leaving it frozen in place. I did not provoke you. Why? The malevolent spirit, with its thick lips trembling, cautiously shifted its rigid body away from the sword's edge and uttered these words, fearful of inciting the man standing before it. Did I not provoke you? Perhaps not at this moment. Bai Chu's fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his gaze, as if he were conversing with himself or confiding in some non-existent entity. Since my acquaintance with stalking and reaching this juncture during my leisure moments, I find myself irresistibly pondering. If she were here, if she, as in the original narrative, inexplicably felt a strong affinity for someone like you, what would I be like? Utterly nonsensical. What absurdity are you uttering? Who is stalking? I do not know her at all. The second kick was even more forceful than the first, striking the ugly spirit squarely in the abdomen. It crumpled to the ground like a squashed toad, clutching its stomach and retching loudly. Crack! Bai Chu withdrew the serpent heart sword, positioning it against the spirit's neck. The chilling, piercing cold of the blade made the ugly spirit tremble involuntarily. It would be best to keep your mouth shut while I speak. Bai Chu's voice was chillingly indifferent. Should you interrupt again, it will not just be my shoe that makes contact with you. Do you understand? The spirit nodded desperately, covering its mouth to stifle any sound. Excellent. Bai Chu lifted his gaze to the moon in the sky, the warm white light illuminating the bewilderment within his pupils. Where was I? Ah, yes. I am deeply concerned. This line of thought is actually quite unfair to stalking. It is a desecration of her emotional investment and a betrayal of trust, which fills me with shame. Yet, I dare not gamble. To live again, having finally discovered a purpose that makes me feel alive, I cannot afford to lose it. Bai Chu suddenly spoke softly. System. Disengage the equipment of the Gargura character card. A pale violet aura flickered around him, and along with the serpent heart sword, the hues of his human form dissipated. In their place emerged a red and black spirit form, the metallic clinking of hellish chains echoing distinctly in the silent alley. You're also a spirit? Although Bai Chu had already forbidden him to speak, the ugly spirit could not help but exclaim in astonishment at this sight. Yes, I too am a spirit. Bai Chu opened his palm, and beneath his dark skin, flames seemed to flow. As he moved, the hellish chains spread from his wrist, continuously splitting and elongating, weaving a colossal fiery web across the ground, shifting from vivid red to ethereal blue flames, which flickered and licked the ground, illuminating the entire alley as if it were purgatory. The black, unidentified liquid streaming from beneath the ugly spirit was sizzling under the flames, emitting a hissing sound. He instinctively moved backward, only to find his back pressed against the wall, surrounded by burning chains, with no escape in sight. What do you want? The ugly spirit cried out in terror. I, too, was uncertain of my desires. Bai Chu lowered his gaze to his darkened palms. Do you know? Once a malevolent spirit fulfills its obsession, it dissipates from the earthly realm and ascends to paradise. I may not be entirely like them, yet. I dare not test this. His voice suddenly softened, laced with a vulnerability he himself had not recognized. As an officer, it is a simple task to uncover a person's address. Yet, even with a deep-seated hatred for that wretched, corpulent creature who cast me down the stairs, I have never entertained the thought of searching for her information. I fear I might lose control, terrified that once I sever the ties of obsession, I may never see again. His raised finger gently brushed his lips, where the lingering warmth of that touch seemed to remain. That kiss, it had brought him solace, made him feel human again, instilling within him anew. Perhaps it should be called an obsession? In any case, he yearned to survive. Bai Chu gazed upon the trembling, ugly spirit ensnared within the fiery web, as the confusion in his eyes was gradually replaced by an increasingly clear impulse. However, upon seeing you, that restlessness resurfaced, accompanied by a peculiar urge, distinct from the craving for vengeance, more akin to a desire rooted in the spirit's primal instincts. He slowly raised his hand, the azure flames in his palm flaring brighter. If it is instinct, then let it be obeyed. As for what may transpire, no, 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 no. The ugly spirit's shriek pierced the night sky amidst the fiery web, yet was swiftly engulfed by the encroaching darkness. Bai Chu's shadow elongated and expanded in the cerulean flames, resembling a voracious maw that gradually consumed all light in the alley, including the moonlight, the firelight, and the final wails of the ugly spirit. When all fell into silence, only the sword mark upon the alley wall remained, still faintly warm. Chapter 77. I have returned. Welcome home. As Bai Chu stumbled out from the depths of the alley, he had already re-equipped the character card of Jayalula, yet his complexion remained pallid. Cold sweat trickling down the nape of his neck and cascading over the collar of his suit, despite possessing a constitution that typically does not perspire. He now resembled one just pulled from the depths of a water body. Raising his hand to brush aside the disheveled strands of hair from his forehead, Bai Chu felt as though his mind was stuffed with damp cotton, a sensation that was both swollen and discomforting. The final moments of memory felt as if a portion had been forcefully excised, leaving only a lingering, sharp pain. He received no notification from the system. His soul power remained unchanged, and he did not discover any heavenly coins that should have dropped upon the destruction of the malevolent spirit. He inquired of the system concerning the anomaly, but it fell into silence, providing no answers. Glancing at the taxi, still waiting for him by the roadside, Bai Chu pursed his lips and made his way over, swaying slightly with each step. "Boss, are you all right? You look quite unwell. Would you like me to take you to see a doctor?" The driver, a young black man, expressed concern upon observing Bai Chu's evident distress through the rearview mirror. "No need, I'm fine. Let's head to Fallen City. The sooner the better," Bai Chu murmured, his voice somewhat ethereal as he closed his eyes while seated in the back. The driver turned around, revealing a bright smile. "Don't worry at night. No one could drive faster than I can." Before finishing his sentence, he shifted gears and pressed down on the accelerator, leaning against the back seat. Bai Chu attempted to recollect the events in the alley, from drawing his sword to the final words. As for what will happen, he remembered it all vividly. Yet, the events that followed remained a blank. He pinched his thigh hard. The sensation of pain was clear, yet his memories remained shrouded in obscurity. Since he could not recall, he decided to relinquish the thoughts. The whereabouts of the malevolent spirit, the system's anomalies, the vanished rewards, none of these mattered anymore. He simply yearned to return home, to that place where someone awaited him. Opening his eyes, the street scenery outside the window gradually became familiar. The iconic twin towers of Fallen City illuminating the night with their dazzling lights. Bai Chu glanced at the time. He had arrived 40 minutes quicker than before. As the taxi came to a halt beneath his apartment building, he emptied his pockets of all the cash, stuffing it into the driver's arms. "No need for change," he said as he pushed open the car door, rushing into the corridor without even closing the door behind him. The driver gathered the bills in his hands, weighing them with a smile and whistling softly. This boss seems to have lost his soul in his haste. He leisurely unbuckled his seatbelt and reached for the rear door when suddenly a sharp wail of sirens pierced the air, growing ever closer. Something was amiss. Frowning, he looked up to see beams of red and blue light slicing through the night sky, followed by the thunderous roar of helicopter rotors. A blinding beam of light swept down from above, precisely illuminating his taxi, turning its exterior as bright as day. "Shit!" The young black man cursed under his breath as he swiftly slid into the driver's seat. Just as he twisted the ignition key, a fleet of police cars erupted from every intersection, their sirens flashing like a tightly woven net, encircling the taxi. The voice of an officer crackled through the loudspeaker. accompanied by an electric buzz. Taxi in front, halt immediately. You are suspected of speeding, running red lights consecutively, and illegal lane changes. A total of 19 regulations. You are surrounded. Shut off your engine and exit the vehicle for inspection. With a scoff, the young man not only refrained from killing the engine, but shifted the gear into drive. His hand groped along the center console until he unveiled a panel disguised as a storage compartment, revealing 3 gleaming silver buttons. You think you can catch me with such rudimentary tactics? He taunted, pressing the leftmost button. A subtle hum resonated from beneath the vehicle. Let me demonstrate the prowess of my new equipment. The tires screeched against the pavement as the taxi shot forth like an arrow, heading straight for the weakest point in the encirclement, a narrow gap between 2 police cars. Is this guy insane? The officers inside the patrol cars exclaimed, hurriedly flinging open their doors to evade the impending collision. Yet, no one noticed the 2 turbine devices springing forth from either side of the taxi's undercarriage, their metallic blades whirling at an imperceptible speed, emitting a sharp wail. In the instant the front of the taxi was about to collide with a police car, the young man pressed the central button. 2 streams of orange-red flames erupted from the turbines, the immense thrust lifting the entire vehicle off the ground. Soaring like a clumsy iron bird, narrowly grazing the flashing lights atop the police car. With a thunderous crash, the taxi landed heavily on the opposite side of the street, swaying precariously before aligning itself, the exhaust spewing black smoke as it sped away into the distance. The officers within the encirclement stood frozen in disbelief, their weapons raised in midair, watching as the cab broke free, shrinking into a mere speck on the horizon. It wasn't until a police helicopter overhead adjusted its course to pursue that they snapped back to reality. Quick, chase after him. Don't let him escape. A voice shouted, spurring the officers into action as they scrambled into their patrol cars, the sirens wailing once more. A cascade of red and blue lights trailing in pursuit of the taxi's disappearing figure. Inside the apartment building, Bai Chu stood at the doorway, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly, then raised his hand to push open the door, warm light flooding from the living room. Panny was nestled on the sofa, munching on an apple, while Stocking sat beside her, savoring a donut. The television screen flickered with the evening news. Back already? Panny looked up at Bai Chu, her words muffled by the apple in her mouth. You look pale after this trip. Stocking turned her head as well, her face adorned with a sweet smile around her donut. Bai Chu, welcome back. You've worked hard, she said, gesturing towards the television. Come and see this. Bai Chu followed her gaze, and on the television screen, the very scene of the street they had just witnessed unfolded before them. A reporter, microphone in hand, shouted at the camera. It was evident that the police had formed a perimeter, yet the target vehicle appeared to be equipped with some extraordinary mechanism. My goodness, it has taken flight. It has taken flight. In the footage, that familiar taxi soared over the police cars, causing the camera to shake. What an astonishing driver. Panty exclaimed, biting into her apple in awe. It was said that the Fallen City Police Department had been pursuing him for many years, and after finally laying a trap today, he still managed to escape. Stocking chuckled and nodded in amusement. She had found it peculiar when he left the city, unaware that he was leading the officers in circles. As they chattered away, they failed to notice that Bai Chu had remained silent, standing at the doorway. He gazed at the 2 familiar figures on the sofa, suddenly feeling a warmth welling up in his eyes. He did not respond to their banter. Instead, he strode purposefully toward them. Panty and Stocking were still engrossed in discussing the chase on the news when they were unexpectedly enveloped in a cool embrace, leaving them both momentarily stunned. What? The sisters exclaimed in unison, their apples and donuts nearly slipping from their grasp. Bai Chu, who had always been on the receiving end of affection, was for the first time initiating a hug. Panny was the first to regain her composure, setting her apple aside and gently caressing his damp hair. What is happening? Is something wrong? Stocking also put down her donut, reaching out to softly pat Bai Chu's back. Reminiscent of the comfort he had once offered her, she suddenly sensed that something was different about him. It was as if he had shed all defenses after experiencing something profound, radiating a sense of ease. Bai Chu did not lift his head, burying his face in the crook of their shoulders, his voice muffled and tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "It's nothing. Just—" Bai Chu paused for a moment. "I missed you both a bit." The last few words were spoken softly, yet they rippled through the hearts of his sisters like pebbles cast into a lake. "I'm back." Stocking and Panty exchanged a glance, refraining from further questions. They simply extended their arms, wrapping them around Bai Chu's back, pulling him in closer. "Bai Chu, welcome home." Chapter 78. Good morning. Bai Chu, the sun of the following day, penetrated the slats of the blinds with punctuality, casting dappled light and shadow upon the apartment floor, illuminating the 3 mounds of bedding on the large bed with remarkable clarity. The central mound stirred, a hand lifting the corner of the covers, revealing Bai Chu's head emerging from within. He stretched languidly, a subtle crackle resonating through his joints as his sleepy eyes gradually opened. The blissful sensation of an undisturbed slumber enveloped him, invigorating his spirit far more than the previous evening, akin to shedding all burdens and feeling remarkably light. However, upon catching sight of the sunlight, Bai Chu's movements abruptly halted. Something felt amiss. Ordinarily, before the sun rises, the system's mandatory prompt regarding soul power deductions would have already sounded, yet today, a sudden tension gripped Bai Chu's mind as he hastily summoned the system panel. The amount of stored soul power astonishingly remained at 765 points, unchanged from the moment he fell asleep last night, devoid of any decrease. What could this mean? He silently inquired within, seeking answers from the system. With little expectation, he was taken aback when the system promptly responded, stating that due to the host's complete anchoring of this world the previous night, there was no longer a need to consume soul power to solidify his soul's essence. Last night, anchor the world? Bai Chu furrowed his brow, his fingers instinctively tightening around the bedding. What had transpired during the period of my memory loss? The system fell into silence, and the panel before Bai Chu flickered a few times before settling into quietude. Was it forbidden to disclose? Or perhaps even the system was unaware of the answer. Just as he pondered, an unexpected wave of tingling sensation surged through his body, invasive and striking at its core. Gasping sharply, Bai Chu suddenly lowered his head to lift the covers. A delicate hand, adorned with bright red nail polish, was resting there with mischievous intent, its fingertips trembling with an air of playful mockery. He swept the covers aside, following the arm, and was met with a pair of smiling, lake-green eyes. Panty, her eyes half closed, wore a sly grin, clearly unyielding in her intentions. A vivid recollection of the events following their return to the apartment last night flooded his mind, causing Bai Chu's cheeks to flush with sudden warmth. He was at a loss as to which of his nerves had misfired, for in a moment of impulsiveness, he had proposed an arrangement for the 3 of them to share a bed. In hindsight, he wished fervently for a crevice to hide within, his toes curling awkwardly under the covers, as he felt a rush of embarrassment even to the tips of his ears. What a disgraceful display. How could he have made such a brazen request? No, it had to be that something had taken over him last night. That was certainly not his true intention. Fortunately, Panty had readily consented at the time, and although Stocking had shot Panty a warning glare, she ultimately did not oppose the idea. Let there be no misunderstanding. They were merely sharing a bed in innocent companionship. Of course, in the interest of fairness and to guard against Panty's potential mischief in the dead of night, he was positioned between the two, becoming a veritable sandwich. Initially, all was calm. However, his arms were ensnared by both sides, turned into makeshift pillows. On one side, Panty's soft strands brushed against his neck, while on the other, Stocking's warm breath caressed his ear. The juxtaposition of these two distinct, gentle sensations could not help but quicken his heartbeat, despite his lack of a heart. As the night wore on, in a state of drowsiness, Panty suddenly seized his right hand, gently yet insistently directing it towards a warm place. He could hear Panty's suppressed, amused breaths, and when he attempted to withdraw his hand, she tightened her grip, her fingers growing bolder. Unable to withstand Panty's whims, he resigned himself, closing his eyes and pretending to sleep, surrendering to her playful antics. Time slipped away, long enough that an ordinary person's fingers would have grown numb with discomfort, and at last, accompanied by an almost inaudible sigh from Panty, her mischievous hand finally settled down. He, too, had succumbed to weariness, slipping into a deep slumber. Little did he expect that upon waking, Panty would stir once more. "Panty," Bai Chu whispered, cautious not to disturb Stocking beside them. Yet, before he could finish, Panty raised a finger to her lips, her eyes glimmering with mirth. She breathed, twisting her body like a sinuous serpent, slipping from her covers to pin Bai Chu's legs beneath her, effectively thwarting any chance of escape. In the dim light, she slightly parted her lips, her tongue brushing teasingly against her lower lip, inching closer with a deadly allure. "Bai Chu shapupin dilate," and he instinctively covered his mouth to stifle an uncontrolled gasp. The intense sensation coursed through his nerves, tightening every muscle in his body, a thin sheen of sweat breaking out on his back. At first, the atmosphere was tranquil, with only their breaths mingling beneath the covers. Yet as time elapsed, the bed began to gently sway with Panty's movements, the motion becoming increasingly pronounced. A vague murmur emerged from Stocking, whose eyelashes fluttered open as she rubbed her sleepy eyes, her hair tousled and clinging to her cheeks, thick with drowsiness. "What is happening? Is there an earthquake?" Her voice, as light as a feather, struck Bai Chu like a thunderclap. Instinctively, he pressed down on the blanket that still quivered beneath him, the sensations deep within causing his vision to darken. Yet he forced a rigid smile onto his face. Stocking, good morning, Bai Chu," Stocking mumbled, still groggy, as she began to sit up. As Stocking was on the verge of fully awakening, Bai Chu made a decisive choice to abandon all restraint. He abruptly grasped Stocking's shoulders, and, before she could entirely open her eyes, he kissed her fervently without preamble. To his surprise, Stocking's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet before she could gather her wits, Bai Chu's agile tongue had already pried open her lips, intertwining with her soft tongue in a passionate and urgent embrace. Though taken aback by Bai Chu's boldness, the confusion in Stocking's gaze gradually dissipated. She closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering gently, as her hands slowly wrapped around Bai Chu's neck, ardently reciprocating this unexpected kiss, their breaths quickening in tandem. Struggling to respond to Stocking while simultaneously stifling Panty's increasingly audacious movements beneath him, Bai Chu was overwhelmed by a dual surge of sensation that coursed through him like electricity, leaving him lightheaded. Before long, he found himself unable to maintain control, his body trembling with a sudden weakness as if all his strength had been siphoned away. Instinctively, he tightened his embrace around Stocking, kissing her with greater urgency and fervor, pouring all his confusion into the kiss, hoping to immerse her completely in the moment, oblivious to all else. Meanwhile, Panty seized this perfect opportunity, slipping away from the foot of the bed like a nimble fish, her bare feet patting softly against the floor as she dashed into the bathroom. Just before closing the door, she glanced back at Bai Chu with a playful wink, extending her hand to point at her own open, empty mouth, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Suddenly, Stocking playfully punched Bai Chu's back with her small fists, her gentle reprimand jolting him from his reverie, prompting him to release her. Honestly, so passionate this early in the morning. Stocking gasped, her cheeks flushed. She touched her slightly swollen lips, a hint of indignation in her eyes, as she shot Bai Chu a sultry glance. "You kissed me for far too long. My lips are about to burst." With the crisis finally averted, Bai Chu became acutely aware of the heat radiating from his face, feeling as though it could fry an egg. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly, his gaze evasive, for the reason that awakened Stocking was simply too adorable. He couldn't help himself. This young lady has always been this cute. Stocking tilted her chin with a hint of pride, though her cheeks betrayed her with a deeper shade of crimson. Chapter 79. The poor bride in the early morning sunlight illuminated the pointed rooftops of the police station. Clad in his police uniform, Bai Chu clocked in, pushed open the grand door, descended the lengthy staircase, and entered the driver's seat of the all-crazy coachman. He tugged at the collar of his uniform, striving to immerse himself in a work-oriented mindset. Yet the more he attempted to concentrate, the more the absurd events of that morning replayed in his mind like a chaotic film reel, each frame revealing unspeakable images. Sighing deeply, Bai Chu could not resist the urge to thump his forehead against the steering wheel, producing a dull thud that echoed in the cabin. After the impact, he slumped over the wheel, showing no intention of rising. Suddenly, the central console screen flickered to life, revealing a shadowy figure adorned with a racing helmet. He, my most esteemed master. How may I serve you? Without lifting his gaze, Bai Chu waved his hand dismissively towards the screen, his voice muffled and heavy. Nothing. Just follow the patrol route, maintain a steady speed, and avoid hitting anyone. Your commands shall be obeyed. My most esteemed master. The laughter of the all-crazy coachman crackled with an electric hum as the wheels began to turn. Bai Chu surrendered to relaxation, resting his elbows on the steering wheel and burying his face in his palms. His mind was consumed with thoughts of humiliation, all dignity lost, his lifelong reputation utterly ruined. Such musings rendered him indifferent to the fleeting scenery outside the window. The patrol car meandered through the familiar route, circling twice without restoring Bai Chu's usual demeanor, until his phone began to vibrate in his pocket. He sluggishly retrieved the device, and upon seeing the name flashing on the screen, his previously vacant gaze sharpened. Pressing the answer key, he brought the phone to his ear, listening intently to the voice on the other end, only occasionally murmuring monosyllabic responses like MHM and OK. Understood, I will head over now. Wait for me. The moment he hung up, the despondency etched on his face vanished, replaced by his characteristic calm. Gripping the steering wheel, he seized control of the vehicle, flooring the accelerator. The tires screeched in protest against the pavement as the patrol car abruptly veered towards the direction of Fallen Sky Academy. Under the shade of a tree at the school entrance, Barbie stood on the stone steps, her pink cheerleader skirt crumpled in her right hand. She gnawed at her left thumb's nail, her lavender eyes brimming with fury as she repeated her grievances. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Sunlight danced upon her slightly trembling shoulders, even her golden hair tips betraying an uncontainable anger. That, Your Majesty. Beside her, Brive spoke softly, his voice as delicate as a whispering mosquito. He donned a cheerleading uniform reminiscent of Barbie's, the hem so short that he constantly tugged at it. His face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a monkey's backside, his legs tightly pressed together as if any movement might reveal more than he intended. You needn't be so angry. How could I not be furious? Barbie snapped, abruptly turning her head, her golden locks sweeping across Bliff's face. Were it not for orders, I would have personally torn those two wretched harlots apart. She paused, suddenly furrowing her brow. And I have told you before, have I not? Do not refer to me by that name. Have you forgotten? Why, yes, my apologies, Lady Barbie. Bliff recoiled slightly, his neck shrinking. That's more like it. Barbie huffed, her expression softening momentarily, but the memory of the earlier scene in the gym reignited her anger. Clenching her fists, her knuckles turned pale. It was she who first asserted dominance over the fallen Angel Academy. When did it become the prerogative of two newcomers to dictate terms? After the commotion stirred by the long-distance running competition subsided, the Academy swiftly returned to its usual rhythm. Since then, Bliff had been compelled to remain steadfastly by Barbie's side. Wherever Barbie went, Bliff was sure to follow, save for the ladies' restroom. To outsiders, it still appeared as a classic queen and her attendant tableau. With her chin held high, Barbie strode ahead, while Bliff kept his head down, cautious as though he might misstep. Yet only they understood that the tension between them had subtly eased since their initial encounter during the competition. Barbie would intimidate others with a mere glance when Bliff faced harassment from fellow students. And Bliff had begun to venture to remind Barbie in hushed tones when she forgot her textbooks, saying, "It's in the desk drawer." The cheerleading outfit Bliff currently wore, a blend of pink and white, was somewhat amusing, although Bliff's actions during the long-distance race had somewhat altered Barbie's perception of him. She couldn't help but feel a tinge of disdain at his fragile physique, which seemed as if a gust of wind could topple him. Thus, Barbie insisted on dragging Bliff to the gym daily. At first, she pointed to the bulging muscles of the football players, saying, "Learn from them. This is what it means to be a man." Yet, Bliff could barely manage 2 laps without gasping for breath, leaning against the wall, and when lifting weights. His arms trembled as if he were sifting flour, a stark contrast to the burly men beside him who could lift teammates with a single hand. After watching him struggle for 3 days, Barbie finally waved her hand in exasperation. Forget it. Training with these brutes would surely break you. Then, an unexpected alternative emerged. One day, the cheerleading squad was rehearsing a new routine in the gym, the female members kicking their legs with skirts billowing, their movements both agile and vigorous. Suddenly, Barbie's eyes lit up as she pointed to the group and declared a bliff. This is it. You will follow their lead henceforth. It will build your stamina and agility. Far better than standing still. Bliff's face turned ashen at that moment. However, I'm a boy. Enough of the nonsense. Barbie offered Bliff no opportunity for rebuttal, swiftly procuring a spare uniform from the team and thrusting it into his arms. Change into it. From this day forth, you shall be an auxiliary member of the cheerleading squad. Thus, within the confines of the school gymnasium, an unusual sight emerged. Clad in a short skirt, Bliff appeared utterly out of place among the cheerleaders, each lift of his leg filled with trepidation over the potential for exposure, his movements stiff and puppet-like. Meanwhile, Barbie stood at the forefront of the group, hands on her hips, chanting the slogans, her gaze betraying a hint of seriousness that was not easily discernible. After all, this was a transformation plan she had personally devised for her subordinates. Chapter 80. Indeed, it is more fun to bully the disciples this morning. Barbie was leading the cheerleading squad in rehearsing a new dance. Meanwhile, Bliff, clad in a pink cheerleading skirt identical to that of the girls, stood in the front row, his face still flushed. His movements had evolved from initial stiffness to a considerable fluidity, although his arms would occasionally tremble when he raised them. At such moments, Barbie would gently tap her baton against his arm. Open up a bit more. Don't be like a turtle hiding in its shell. All right. Bliff immediately tensed his body, striving to execute the movements correctly. Suddenly, a small, pitch-black bee spirit vibrated its wings as it approached, its delicate antennae lightly touching Barbie's shoulder twice. Barbie's expression momentarily froze as she casually turned away, avoiding the gaze of the cheerleaders. By a silent command, the bee spirit crawled up to Barbie's palm, its wing beats quickening, releasing a flurry of tiny black sparkles between her fingers. The bee spirit was conveying a message to Barbie. 2 red-skinned girls have arrived at the principal's office, handed over a letter, and directly enrolled. Red-skinned? Barbie raised an eyebrow, intending to send the bee spirit to investigate further, when the door of the gymnasium was abruptly pushed open. With a swift motion, Barbie concealed the bee spirit and turned to see the principal of Fallen Angel Academy entering, accompanied by 2 unfamiliar girls. The leading red-skinned girl was tall, with long, grayish-white hair and rimless wedge-shaped glasses that reflected a cold white light in the sun, obscuring her eyes. Her disdainful gaze swept over the cheerleading squad as if they were mere trash, before she turned to the principal, her tone brimming with dissatisfaction. Principal, it's class time. Why are there students loitering here? The elderly principal, sweating profusely, rubbed his hands together and smiled nervously. They're the school's professional cheerleading team, responsible for performances at various competitions. They applied for this time slot to train, and I approved it. From now on, revoke the application, interrupted the red-skinned girl, raising her hand. As students, they should be in the classroom during class time. That is the rule. The last 2 words she uttered were accompanied by a peculiar trilled sound. Rule. With a sharp crack, Barbie's baton snapped in half. In the academy, she was the one who set the rules. When had it become the prerogative of newcomers to dictate terms on her territory? She forced a smile that barely resembled one and looked up at the principal. Principal, isn't this approach against the rules? The principal's forehead glistened with even more sweat as he fumbled in his pocket for a handkerchief, his voice barely louder than a whisper. From now on, everything in the academy must adhere to their directives. At that moment, Barbie felt a throbbing in her temples. You have 10 minutes to swiftly return to your respective classrooms for lessons, or I shall have this gymnasium sealed. A girl with cascading green curls and crimson skin interjected. Let us proceed, principal, to explore other areas. Barbie fixated intently on the retreating figures of the 2 crimson-skinned girls and the principal until the glaring red completely vanished from her sight. Taking a deep breath, she instructed the other cheerleaders to return to the classroom while she pulled Bliv out of the gymnasium's grand doors. This matter must be conveyed to her master without delay. Outside the school gates, Barbie glanced at her phone to check the time, then cast her gaze towards the intersection. Her violet irises swirling with anger, yet concealing a subtle hint of anticipation. Should she receive Bai Chu's approval, she would undoubtedly make that red-skinned woman regret her words. Lady Barbie, who exactly are we waiting for? Bliv's voice trembled as the scrutinizing glances of passers-by pierced him like needles. He shrank behind Barbie, his short-skirted figure unable to escape their gaze. After all, Barbie's striking cheerleading outfit drew attention, inadvertently redirecting the onlooker's focus to the delicate silhouette clad in a pink skirt, revealing fair legs behind her. Particularly, the hint of white underwear beneath the hem of the skirt caused several muscular men, donned in shorts and tank tops, their faces round and bearded, to light up with interest. Those unabashed gazes, as if they sought to devour him, made Bliv feel utterly exposed, compelling him to lower his face even further. It was only after these burly men caught a glimpse of Barbie's icy glare that they reluctantly withdrew their stares, muttering their regrets. At that moment, a roaring engine approached, and a police-painted Dodge Viper screeched to a halt at the roadside. The window rolled down. "Evening Bai Chu meeting visa." Master, Bliv nearly leapt in surprise. Officer Bai Chu, suddenly recalling Bliv's ignorance of her relationship with Bai Chu. Barbie swallowed the nearly escaped word master just in time. Barbie Bliv, Bai Chu greeted, her gaze momentarily pausing on Bliv. Immediately, she covered her mouth and turned her head toward the interior of the car, her shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. "Please don't laugh." Master Bliv's face flushed crimson, his ears radiating heat as he wished to burrow into the ground. "I have undergone professional training. Ordinarily, I would never laugh." Bai Chu finally regained her composure, forcing a serious tone. "So, Bliv, it appears you and Barbie have been getting along splendidly, even coordinating your outfits. Oh wait, this is a dress. Have you discovered your true self through your interactions with girls? Intending to start with wearing women's clothing before ultimately undergoing gender reassignment surgery to become a genuine girl? How could this be possible, Master? You must be joking. This isn't something I wish to wear." Bliv's voice diminished, and he cast a furtive glance at Barbie. Noticing her lack of anger, he discreetly sighed in relief. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his eyes widened in astonishment. "Wait, Master, do you know Lady Barbie?" "Indeed," Bai Chu replied with an air of nonchalance. "Since when?" "Well, certainly before I met you." Bai Chu smiled enigmatically. He refrained from specifying the exact duration. After all, a minute ago could also be considered before. Bliv's expression shifted to one of urgency. "So, during the previous underwear marathon, Master, you were doing it on purpose?" "Huh? What are you talking about?" "I have no idea." Bai Chu's lips curled into a sly, fox-like grin as his gaze wandered elsewhere, deliberately avoiding Bliv's eyes. At that moment, Bai Chu found that the unpleasant mood he had been harboring had significantly lifted. "Master," Bliv's voice quivered, nearly breaking into tears. His pitiful demeanor, however, caused Barbie to furrow her brow. Seizing Bliv by the collar, her violet eyes brimmed with an intimidating intensity. "What? You feel wronged as my subordinate?" No, not at all. It is truly an immense honor to serve under Lady Barbie. I swear." Bliv immediately capitulated, raising his hands in surrender. As if he would dare." Barbie released her grip, smoothing out her slightly disheveled skirt. "All right, enough of this nonsense," Bai Chu declared, stepping out of the car, his expression regaining its seriousness. "Barbie is my collaborator. We have serious matters to discuss. Please elaborate on the specifics." Chapter 81. The Queen challenged in the expansive office of the principal. An unsettling stillness prevailed, devoid of any presence. Shadows coiled in the corners, which should have dissipated with the sun's ascent, instead lingered unnaturally, as if anchored by an invisible force. Suddenly, ripples coursed along the edges of the shadow, and a matte black insect gradually materialized from its depths. This was a bee specter employed for covert surveillance. Its compound eyes shimmered with a ghostly violet light, and its body was shrouded in an almost imperceptible black mist. The bee specter fluttered its wings, gliding silently along the edge of the desk before alighting near the handle of the right drawer. With a deft motion of its forelegs, the drawer slid open, soundlessly revealing a sliver of a manila envelope nestled within the depths of its contents. The distinctive patterns adorning the envelope indicated that it was indeed the item presented to the principal by the red-skinned girl during their initial encounter. With its hind legs gripping the envelope's edge, the specter drew it forth and, using its tail stinger, pried it open. It extended its mouth parts to grasp the neatly folded letter inside. Upon unfolding it, the specter swiftly scanned the contents, pausing only at the signature at the end, corset, just as it endeavored to condense the information into a thought to relay to its spectral companion beside Barbie. A dark golden flash cleaved through the air, slicing precisely through the bee specter's form. No sound accompanied the event. The specter was severed in twain, its essence twisting and fragmenting into specks of black light in the air. "Ah, the local spirits are quite impolite," a languid voice echoed through the office, its owner remaining unseen, leaving only a trace of dark golden luminescence lingering in the atmosphere, reminiscent of lightning trapped in amber. Before the bee specter vanished entirely, it transformed the letter's signature into a thought, projecting it to Barbie's nearby companion. "Inspector Bai, there's trouble. Outside the campus." Barbie leaned against a tree, the tiny bee specter still perched on her fingertip. The specter was delicately tapping its antennae against Barbie's fingertip, conveying the intelligence it had gathered. Suddenly, Barbie stiffened, her expression darkening. She glanced towards the depths of the academy, her gaze filled with an icy intensity. "The scout eye station in the principal's office is gone, taken out by some unknown entity," she murmured, her thoughts intertwining with the agitated tremors of the bee specter at her fingertip. The only message it had relayed back was the signature. "Corset." Barbie furrowed her brow. "Corset, if it's not a mere coincidence. The only one capable of commanding the principal so readily must be the mayor of the fallen city." "The mayor," Bai repeated, her fingertip unconsciously tapping against the G18 pistol holstered at her waist. Such a significant figure would personally write to the academy's principal. After a moment of silence, a flicker of understanding crossed her eyes. The content of the letter was inconsequential. Knowing that name was enough for her to grasp the gravity of the situation. Beside them, Bliff had long forgotten the pink cheerleader skirt she wore, her eyes wide with envy as she fixated on the small, bee-like spirit at Barbie's fingertips. Her voice trembling as she asked, "Master, is this?" Bai Chu glanced at Bliff, a knowing smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Indeed, this is the power of the malevolent spirit. Even Barbie, as a collaborator, can successfully wield its strength. Bliff, as my foremost disciple, you must strive harder." "Yes, Master, I will do my best." Bliff stood tall, her small frame stretching the fabric of her sleeveless pink cheerleader uniform tightly. "I could never find the secret you spoke of, thinking you were merely deceiving me, for aside from you, I have never seen anyone else harness the power of malevolent spirits. But today, witnessing it with my own eyes, especially in the presence of Lady Barbie, has renewed my confidence," Bliff exclaimed, her fists clenched in excitement. Bai Chu squinted, raising her hand to tap Bliff's head. With a sharp thud, Bliff immediately crouched down, clutching her forehead. "Where do my teachings go?" Bai Chu raised an eyebrow, feigning a stern demeanor. "It is said that those who can control malevolent spirits are few and far between. Even if they exist, how easy do you think it is to encounter them? If it weren't for the peculiar circumstances this time, do you think you could have seen it so easily?" Crouching on the ground, Bliff nodded, the pain from the tap not diminishing her excitement in the slightest. Bai Chu turned to Barbie. "I understand the situation. You should return to the academy. Everything remains the same. Do not act independently or initiate contact. I will inform you of the specific arrangements tonight, and then we shall proceed." "Understood," Barbie replied, the small bee spirit transforming into a wisp of black light that vanished in her palm. "Master, do you mean there are malevolent spirits in the academy again? I want to go too." Hearing Bliff's words, Bai Chu deliberately adopted a serious expression and nodded gravely. "That should be correct, but this operation may also be quite dangerous. Are you sure you wish to participate?" "I am certain," Bliff blurted out, her tone resolute. "You have said before that frequent contact with malevolent spirits can potentially awaken one's latent abilities. I do not want to miss this opportunity. Please, you must take me with you." I beg you, master. Bliff stepped forward, her hands pressed tightly against the seams of her skirt, bowing deeply to Bai Chu. Bai Chu feigned contemplation, studying Bliff's face for a few seconds, and upon confirming her determination, slowly nodded. Very well. Since you possess this resolve, I shall not refuse. Await my message tonight, and do not act independently before I arrive. Yes, master, Bliff replied, her face alight with joy as she straightened her posture and offered a clumsy salute. Bai Chu said nothing further, opening the car door and settling inside, soon disappearing into the flow of traffic, leaving the academy behind. Bliv stood motionless, gazing in the direction where his master's police car had vanished, the excitement on his face still unquenched. Even the girl's uniform he wore seemed less unbearable at that moment. Suddenly, Barbie reached out and grasped the hem of Bliv's skirt, tugging him towards the campus. Startled, Bliv quickly pressed down on his skirt, his cheeks flushed as he hurriedly exclaimed, "Lady Barbie, please, don't pull. I might show. I can walk by myself." He hastened to keep up, fearful that the skirt might rise and reveal his innocent white triangle underwear. Barbie cast him a sidelong glance, easing her grip but maintaining her brisk pace. In her mind, she replayed the images sent back by the vanquished beast spirit. The smugness of the red-skinned girl delivering the message starkly contrasted with the respect shown by the principal upon receiving it. Naturally, she could not forget the name of that significant figure. Since her master had plans, the two red-skinned girls would be kept for now. Barbie bit her lip, her nails nearly digging into the flesh of her palm. Yet, this score would eventually be settled. The next time they met, she would personally rend their chin apart. The wind blew from the campus, carrying the fragrant essence of grass and trees, yet could not disperse the animosity lurking in Barbie's eyes. The struggle for power had struck at the very core of Barbie's obsession as a vengeful spirit. Bliv babbled incessantly behind her, but she paid him no heed, her focus entirely on the impending night. A new storm surrounding the Fallen Angel Academy was quietly brewing, gathering its formidable power. Chapter 82. The hidden secret to the transfer student's time swiftly passes, and the sound of the school bell begins to reverberate through the corridors. Students, clad in neat uniforms, carry their backpacks and exit the classrooms in an orderly fashion. The only sound that punctuates the eerie quiet is the rhythmic thud of shoes meeting the floor, a stark contrast to the usual cacophony that follows the end of classes. It feels unsettlingly silent. A breeze sweeps through the empty hallways, stirring forgotten scraps of paper. In just 10 minutes, the final student locks the classroom door, and the entire academy plunges into profound stillness. Those two transfer students with crimson skin, having been present for merely a day, have already catalyzed a monumental shift in the atmosphere of the Fallen City Academy. Meanwhile, deep within the foundations of the teaching building, 100 meters beneath the surface, a continuous hum of mechanical operations gnaws at the surrounding soil and rock. This place, once a hidden natural cavern, has now been transformed into a fledgling automated factory. Strange karst formations have been supplanted by new metallic supports, crisscrossing like the ribcage of a colossal beast long since decayed. Fluorescent cables snake across the ground, resembling silver serpents slithering through the darkness. Occasionally, mechanical arms suspended from above emit the hissing of hydraulic machinery. Their tips, screwdrivers or welding torches, sparkling faintly, casting ephemeral glimmers in the humid air. Dozens of humanoid entities labor within, their faces a uniform pallor, with two pulsating red orbs embedded in their eye sockets. Their movements are precise, akin to programmed automatons, though wisps of black mist seep from their joints, exuding an unsettling aura reminiscent of malevolent spirits. These artificial wraiths communicate not a word, merely repeating the motions of transporting components, tightening bolts, and calibrating circuits. The sharp clatter of metal hands against mechanical apparatus echoes endlessly in the confined space. At the center of the factory, two figures lean against a railing, gazing down at the bustling scene below. Scanthy, with her sea-green hair, casually arches her slender waist against the metal barrier, her fingertips idly toying with a strand of hair. The crimson horns adorning her head radiate a sheen akin to obsidian. Our progress surpasses expectations by 30%, she remarks, her voice laced with a languid allure, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in her yellow-green irises. It seems these artificial wraiths are far more efficient than the initial batch we brought. Beside her, Naisoki's adjusts the rimless glasses perched on her nose, the lenses reflecting the cold glow from the conveyor belt below. Her ash-gray ponytail, secured with a black leather band, sways gently with her movements. The white knee-high socks accentuate the flushed hue of her thighs. In contrast to Scanthy's casual demeanor, her stance is rigidly precise, exuding an air of meticulous sharpness, as if every nerve is taut, constantly calculating the dynamics of her surroundings. The Wraith manufacturing facility, hidden beneath the academy, represents the safest choice. Her voice possessed a deeper timbre than that of Scandy, yet harbored the same innate allure that characterized her sister. Humanity often remains oblivious to the anomalies in their everyday lives. Who would suspect that beneath the classroom, where lessons are taught daily, lies a force potent enough to upheave the entire city? She paused, her gaze sweeping over the meticulously arranged mechanical devices below, a smirk gracing her lips, accentuating the sharpness of her features. Lord Crozzet's plan would soon take root and bear fruit here. At that moment, a synthetic specter approached the base of the platform, moving with a somewhat stiff gait. It halted, bringing its metallic palms together in a formal military salute directed at the two figures atop the dais. The specter's movements were impeccably precise, down to the minutiae of joint rotation. Yet within its hollow red eyes, there was a conspicuous absence of emotion. Scandy raised an eyebrow, her green, wavy hair cascading with her motion. Was the first assembly line completed? Naisoki's had already turned to the core apparatus at the center of the factory. There, two colossal gyroscopic machines spun in opposite directions, their edges lined with crescent-shaped blades that emitted a piercing hum as they whirled. She retrieved a delicate black velvet box from her bosom. Upon opening it, she revealed a deep red lining that matched her skin tone perfectly. Just right. She delicately grasped a circular crystal from within the box. The stone was entirely black, yet within it flowed an eerie luminescence, as if countless minute creatures writhed inside. Let us try this spectral stone, a limited edition from the Hell Shopping Channel, reputed to absorb all malice within a 10-mile radius, whether it be human irritation, jealousy, or the latent power of specters yet to be born. All could be ensnared. Scandy leaned closer, her fingertip lightly tapping the surface of the crystal, causing a wisp of black mist to erupt from the stone, entwining around her finger before she playfully flicked it away. Lord Crozet truly spared no expense. Such an artifact could fetch a mid-sized castle in the infernal black market. For the sake of the plan, it was worth it, Naisoki's proclaimed, embedding the crystal into the central recess of the device. The moment the metal met the stone, the surface lines of the apparatus ignited with a crimson glow, electric currents crackling through the alloy framework, leaving a faint scent of ozone in the air. The obsidian crystal suddenly erupted with a blinding black light, resembling a miniature black hole coalescing in the darkness. Following this, innumerable nearly imperceptible black threads surged from all directions. These were the lingering resentments of trampled grass on the playground, the frustrations concealed within crumpled test papers in the classroom, the anxieties crystallized in unfinished lesson plans in the teacher's lounge, even the years of repression hidden within forgotten chalk stubs in the corner. At this moment, they were all forcibly drawn into the crystal. As the black light thickened to a point where it nearly consumed all illumination, the crystal abruptly expelled a torrent, the purified grievances flowing like ink into the mechanical cranium on the conveyor belt. The heads were crafted from a black material that shimmered with a metallic sheen, with apertures left at the crown and eye sockets. At this moment, as malevolent energy surged forth, a sinister red glow began to emanate from within. Mechanical arms, suspended in midair, immediately sprang into action. Some were assembling the black alloy skeletons, while others draped uniforms made of black leather over the frames. Further, some affixed shields and long swords, and finally, one mechanical arm seized a transparent conical headpiece, deftly placing it atop a head that blazed with fiery energy. The instant the first artificial specter was fully assembled, it surged to its feet, rising from the conveyor belt, brandishing its shield and sword, and seamlessly joining the ranks beside it. Soon after, the second, third, and fourth followed suit in less than 5 minutes. A squad of 100 specters stood in formation. Their movements synchronized, the sound of their feet striking the ground resonating clearly within the enclosed space. Chapter 83. The revealed secret factory, Silkantai and Isokis, stood upon a high platform, gazing down at the orderly ranks below, both wearing expressions of satisfaction. Silkantai's smile bore a hint of languid cruelty as she idly played with her aquamarine locks. It seemed that soon the entire city of the fallen would experience our gift. Nisokis adjusted her glasses, her gaze shimmering with calculated intent. Once all production lines were fully assembled, we could proceed with large-scale trial operations. Boom! Yet their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous sound of shattering walls in the distance. Intruders? I shall deal with them. A cold glimmer flashed across Nisokis' lenses as she turned toward the source of the noise, her grayish-white ponytail slicing through the air with sharp precision. However, Silkantai restrained her shoulder, a playful spark flickering in her yellow-green eyes. Do not be hasty, Nisokis. She chuckled softly, gesturing toward the artificial specters below, already lined up and awaiting orders. It's a perfect opportunity for these creatures to hone their skills and see just how much Lord Crozzet's nourishment can enhance them. She raised her chin toward the ranks below, her voice laced with an undeniable command. Go, capture those intruders, and remember, do not damage the equipment here. 100 specters turned in unison, charging toward the direction of the explosive sound. Meanwhile, at the breach in the wall, Bliv held aloft his specter detector, the screen brimming with a multitude of red dots. His hands trembled slightly at the sight. And Master Barbie, the specter response here is overwhelming. Beside him, Barbie had just kicked aside the last obstructing rubble, brushing dust from her hands as she surveyed the vast underground factory before her, raising an eyebrow. Her golden hair was gathered into a high ponytail, wisps fluttering gently in the disturbed air. I never anticipated. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she crossed her arms, surveying her surroundings. Beneath the academy, such a vast space lay concealed. Just hours earlier, when Bai Chu led them into the restroom stall of the defeated class, Bliv had expressed clear reluctance at the sight of the filthy toilet. The rim was caked with yellow grime, the tank marred by scratches, emanating an indescribable stench. And Master, Bliv covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve, voice laden with skepticism. Are you certain this is the place? According to the intelligence I have gathered, this is the only passage to the underground space. Bai Chu's expression remained unchanged as he crouched down, meticulously inspecting the toilet's base. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, this passage has been modified using space folding technology. It appears to be an ordinary restroom, yet it serves as a direct conduit to the depths below. Inspetto Bai Chu. Barbie's expression was far from pleasant, her forehead marked with dark lines. Even with the space folding technology, how are we supposed to activate it? Surely, we're not expected to stand in this toilet and be flushed away? Bai Chu did not respond directly, but turned to Bulif. Bulif, do you still have that card for Jet Brown? May I borrow it? Bulif paused for a moment, then lifted his green sports shirt to reveal the night belt around his waist, which housed the evil spirit cards. He retrieved a card emblazoned with a poop design and handed it to Bai Chu. I have the card, but Master, how do we use this? Watch closely. Bai Chu took the card, his fingertips gently gliding over its surface. Though the abilities of the evil spirits seemed singular, they could be manipulated according to the user's intent, allowing for varied applications beyond mere attack. He closed his eyes, holding the card firmly against the edge of the toilet. Moments later, a faint yellow energy surged from the card, seeping into the ceramic surface of the toilet. The previously still water began to swirl, forming a small vortex, which rapidly expanded, creating a powerful suction within the toilet. The narrow opening transformed under the influence of energy, resembling an entrance to another realm. Follow me. Bai Chu Decolet, leaping into the vortex. Bulif and Barbie exchanged glances, steeling themselves to jump in after him. In that instant of being drawn in, Bulif worried about coming into contact with something unpleasant. However, They seemed to traverse a smooth energy conduit. The darkness before them lasting only a few seconds before they landed heavily on a hard surface. Thank goodness, Byleth grimaced, rubbing his sore backside as he stood up, brushing off the dust. How fortunate it was not to have encountered anything strange. He accepted the card Bai Chu returned to him and carefully placed it back in his belt, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Master, you are incredible. Who knew the card's power could be utilized in such a manner? Bai Chu paid no heed to his praise. Instead, he surveyed their surroundings. They appeared to be in a vast cavern, with two dark passages to the left and right. Stalactites hung from the cave's mouth, water droplets falling from the tips, producing a melodic sound. Let's split into two groups, Bai Chu proposed after a moment of contemplation. I will take the left path, Byleth. You and Barbie will proceed to the right. Should you encounter any situation, contact me immediately via the communicator. Do not engage in a fight. Wait for my return. Yes, Master. Byleth saluted promptly. Understood. Inspector Bai Chu. Barbie nodded in agreement. Thus, the trio divided into two groups, each venturing in different directions. Byleth and Barbie traversed the right passage for approximately 10 minutes when a faint tremor resonated from the wall at the end, accompanied by the sounds of machinery in motion. Barbie stepped forward to knock, listening to the echo to discern their surroundings. The space behind was vast and unoccupied. She took several steps back, inhaled deeply, and then charged forward, delivering a powerful kick to the wall. With a thunderous crash, the wall shattered, revealing an enormous underground chamber beyond. Wow, Lady Barbie, look over there. Byleth pointed towards a factory-like scene in the distance, intending to say something to Barbie, but his expression suddenly froze, swiftly transforming into one of sheer terror. For before them stood 100 artificial fiends, lined up in formation, brandishing shields and long swords, advancing towards them with formidable intensity.